In the summer of 2027 in the city of Jiangcheng. It was 11 o'clock at night. Crimson rain pierced through the clouds, pouring down without warning, carrying an indescribable sense of eeriness. Just after finishing overtime, Lin Yan, still reeking of the workplace, dragged his weary body into the corridor of the old apartment building. Thud. He stomped his foot heavily and the sound-activated light obediently flickered on. But today the bulb seemed to malfunction, flickering wildly, the light dimming and brightening erratically. On the model wall his elongated shadow twisted and contorted, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity leakage, as if he had stumbled into the set of a horror film. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from upstairs. The sharp piercing sound instantly cut through the dead silence of the old neighborhood. Then came the hair-raising crunch-crunch sound, as if teeth were grinding against bones, reverberating through the enclosed staircase, sending chills down the spine. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, goosebumps instantly covering his body. Something's wrong. He spun around, intending to retreat back out of the unit door. But through the glass on the door he saw in horror that the street outside had already descended into chaos, a living hell. Countless pedestrians soaked by the red rain were biting each other like mad dogs, a cacophony of roars and wails blending together. A man in a suit was clutching a woman's neck, tearing off a large piece of bloody flesh and chewing it voraciously. Blood dripped from his chin into the puddles, spreading a glaring red. Not far away a runaway car slammed violently into a roadside fire hydrant. A column of water shot up into the air, mingling with the crimson rain and splattering everywhere. The driver crawled out of the car bleeding from the head, but before he could call for help he was tackled by 3 or 4 monsters with bulging veins on their faces, instantly drowned in the nauseating sound of tearing. Madness, utter madness. The retreat was completely blocked. Lin Yan's face turned pale. He could only suppress his racing heart and force himself to retreat toward his rental room on the 5th floor. In the stairwell the chewing sound grew clearer and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. As soon as he stepped onto the landing on the 2nd floor he spotted a limp body. It was Aunt Wang from next door, who yesterday had cheerfully urged him to find a girlfriend. Now her body was covered in hideous red spots, her eyes completely rolled back, showing no pupils. She was lying in a pool of blood, savoring a severed arm. Sensing the presence of a living person, Aunt Wang's movements suddenly froze. She slowly turned her head. Her once kindly face now bore only twisted madness and extreme hunger. Black mucus dripped from her chin in strings and a putrid stench assaulted the senses. Damn it! A zombie! Aunt Wang's appearance was exactly like the zombies in novels and movies. HRRR. She let out a guttural roar unlike any human sound. She charged at Lin Yan on all fours, her nails scraping against the tiles with a piercing screech and an extremely grotesque posture. Too fast. Lin Yan barely had time to raise his arm to block before he was knocked to the ground by a tremendous force. The back of his head slammed hard against the cement floor, sending stars dancing before his eyes and the world spinning. The zombified Aunt Wang pinned him down, her foul saliva dripping onto his face. Her black-tinged fangs were less than an inch from his carotid artery. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Was he going to die? So pathetically. Become zombie food? No. Lin Yan's eyes turned bloodshot. The will to survive roared in his chest. At that critical moment a cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded directly in his mind. Detecting fatal threat. Binding conditions met. The universe's only forbidden ability, devouring aberration, activated. Instantly an indescribable scorching warmth erupted from his heart and swept through his entire body. Lin Yan felt a violent force pouring into every muscle. His body, which had been pinned down and unable to move, suddenly filled with explosive power. Get off me! He roared and pushed upward with all his might. Bang! The zombie, weighing at least 150 Gene, was sent flying by him, crashing heavily into the opposite wall, shaking off a large patch of plaster. Lin Yan leaped up like a carp, staring intently at the zombie that was shaking and rising again. At this moment only one thought occupied his mind: kill it. Devour it. The zombie roared and lunged again. This time in Lin Yan's eyes its movements were as slow as a movie full of flaws. He sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. He picked up a half-broken red brick from the edge of the step, swung his arm and smashed it viciously into the zombie's temple. Once, twice. The dull sound of skull cracking echoed in the stairwell. Black and white filth splattered on the steps. The zombie convulsed twice, then went completely still, collapsing limply to the ground. A dove-egg-sized, faintly glowing gray-white crystal rolled out of the turbid brain matter. Is this a core? Lin Yi, who often read post-apocalyptic novels, immediately thought of the term. Staring at the crystal, an intense craving to devour it surged within him, and he subconsciously reached out to pick it up. The moment his fingers touched it, the crystal turned into a pure stream of energy flowing into his body through his skin. Devoured first rank ordinary zombie core. Obtained aberration ability basic physique enhancement. Strength 10, speed 10, neural reaction 10. Boom. A surge of power, even purer and more surging than before, spread through his body. Lin Yi felt every bone and cell in his body cheering and eagerly absorbing this gift. He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles cracking crisply. An unprecedented sense of powerful control arose. He turned to look at the solid wooden security door nearby, took a deep breath, and threw a punch. Bang! A dull thud. The thick wooden door was smashed into a bowl-sized hole by his fist. Wood chips flew and the broken splinters pierced his fist but didn't even scratch his skin. Lin Yi looked at his fist, then at the big hole in the door, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The world had indeed gone mad. But this cheat was really satisfying. Quickly calming down, his enhanced hearing allowed him to clearly detect movements upstairs. Dense footsteps and roars were approaching. Judging by the sound, there were at least 7 or 8 zombies. Going back to the 5th floor rental was impossible. Lin Yi's eyes swept quickly around and locked onto the ventilation window at the end of the corridor. Without any hesitation, he pushed open the window, spotted the drainage pipe on the outer wall, and nimbly climbed out. His enhanced body gave him far superior balance and coordination. Like a civet cat, he slid silently down the pipe and landed steadily in the greenery on the 1st floor. On the street, zombie hordes roamed, screams rising and falling. A car in the distance had crashed into a green belt burning fiercely with thick black smoke. He dared not linger, crouched low, and slipped into a Mayugia convenience store on the corner, its rolling door half open. Clatter, he pulled the rolling door all the way down with all his strength and locked it. Then he moved a heavy shelf to block the door tightly. After doing all this, he leaned against the shelf, his chest heaving violently. Ha! After catching his breath a little, he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin. The city's trending topics had already exploded. The screen was flooded with live streams of bloody bites, out of control streets, and desperate short videos. It really was the end of the world. 3 days had passed. Outside the Mayugia convenience store, the world lay in a bloody mess. Lin Yi twisted open a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. The cool liquid trickled down his throat, slightly suppressing the searing heat boiling inside him from the evolution. He turned sideways and peered through the gaps in the blinds, coldly observing the street outside. On the street, the number of wandering zombies had multiplied several times compared to 3 days ago. They dragged their mutilated limbs and wandered aimlessly among the abandoned cars. The asphalt road was soaked in dark red bloodstains, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay. Just moments ago, a military helicopter trailing black smoke wobbled and crashed from the city sky. A violent explosion erupted among the distant skyscrapers, lighting up half the sky in fire. The cell phone signal was also cut off. In the last few news reports before the network went down, Lin Yi knew that the strange scarlet rain had swept the globe. Countless people had their genes collapse overnight, turning into monsters that only knew how to madly devour the living. The world had completely fallen apart. Order had utterly vanished. Over these 3 days, Lin Yi relied on the high-calorie food in the store for energy while maniacally testing the changes in his body. He was thrilled to discover that the strengthening from devouring aberration was permanent and had no side effects. His current strength could overturn the store's double-door freezer with one hand. His speed allowed him to easily sprint 100 meters in under 7 seconds. His neural reactions could even clearly capture the flight path of a fly. This physical quality had already surpassed the limits of a human being. Even more abnormal was that he seemed to possess endless stamina. After several hours of high-intensity exercise, he barely felt any muscle soreness or fatigue. So this is the power of devouring evolution. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, excitement and ambition flickering in his eyes. Bang! An extremely violent bang shattered the dead silence of the convenience store. The tempered glass door was smashed open by a thick steel pipe, sending large shards of glass flying all over the floor. 3 men cursed and stepped over the mess, swaggering in. The leader was a bald man with a face full of scars, wearing a thick gold chain around his neck with cheap blue dragon tattoos covering half of his biceps. He carried a heavy fire axe in his hand, and on the sharp blade sticky dark red blood was dripping down. Clearly it had just seen blood. The bald man instantly locked his eyes on Lin Yi sitting behind the shelf, then glanced at the piled empty cans and packages on the ground. Fuck, you've been eating while hiding here, huh? A ferocious sneer twisted on the bald man's face. He strode forward, pointing the dripping fire axe at Lin Yan's nose, arrogantly cursing. "Kid, you'd better pack your bag and all the edible stuff in the store for me now. Hurry up." Lin Yi sat still, not even lifting his eyelids. Seeing Lin Yan's dismissive attitude, a henchman with dyed yellow hair beside him immediately got annoyed. He lunged forward with a steel pipe, banging it loudly against a nearby metal shelf. "You deaf or something? Didn't you hear my boss talking to you?" The yellow-haired man spat, pointing the steel pipe at the floor littered with glass shards, and threatened sinisterly. "Now get over here, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa. Otherwise I'll cut your hand and foot tendons right now and throw you out on the street to feed the monsters." Hearing this, Lin Yi finally moved. He stood up slowly, casually brushing the dust off his pants. When he raised his head, his deep eyes held no emotion, looking at the 3 men like 3 corpses. "Fuck. Acting tough even when death is at your door." The bald man was completely enraged by Lin Yan's calm. These thugs had been nothing but street scum before the apocalypse, committing all kinds of evil. Now, with no police or law, the demons inside them were fully unleashed, making them lawless. What he most wanted to see now was this clean, composed face twist in fear and howl in agony. "Die for me." With a ferocious roar, veins bulging across his face, the bald man swung the fire axe in both hands, bringing it down fiercely at Lin Yan's head with a sharp whistle through the air. If that axe landed, it would surely split a person's head open like a watermelon. But just as the blade came within 10 centimeters of Lin Yan's nose, he moved. Facing this deadly strike, he stepped forward instead of back. Lin Yi tilted his head slightly, the heavy axe blade barely grazing his cheek as it swept past the gust, cutting off a few strands of hair from his forehead. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, arriving before the blow, his 5 fingers locking onto the bald man's wrist, holding the axe. The burly body of the bald man stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in horror. He only felt his wrist clamped by an incredible force and irresistible pressure, and a sharp sting instantly made him break out in cold sweat. "You." A flicker of panic finally appeared in the bald man's eyes. He barely squeezed out one word. "Crack." A chilling sound of bone breaking echoed. Lin Yan's expression remained blank. He suddenly tightened his 5 fingers. The monstrous strength beyond human limits exploded, instantly crushing the burly bald man's wrist into fragments. Without the support of strength, the heavy fire axe dropped to the ground with a dull thud. "Ah! My hand!" The bald man's miserable scream instantly shattered the air of the convenience store. But the scream lasted only half a second before it was abruptly cut off. Lin Yi gave him no chance to catch his breath or counterattack. He delivered a crisp knee strike, slamming it hard into the bald man's chest. Thump! A dull impact sounded. Under the horrified gaze of the 2 men with yellow hair, the burly chest of the bald man visibly caved in deeply. The bald man's eyes bulged. He opened his mouth wide and spewed out a large mouthful of dark red blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His huge body, weighing nearly 200 Gene, flew backward, crashing into 3 rows of shelves in succession, twitched twice and died on the spot. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Yellow hair and the other stooge stood frozen, their minds blank. Clang sounded as the steel pipes in their hands fell weakly to the floor. The boss, who had been swaggering just seconds ago, was now a corpse. They stiffly turned their heads to look at the slender young man in front of them. The young man's hands were still in the striking posture, his unfathomable eyes still devoid of any emotional fluctuation. All that remained was suffocating indifference. Thump! Thump! Unable to control the violent trembling in their legs, the 2 men collapsed, kneeling straight onto the sharp shattered glass on the floor. "Big brother. Master. We're wrong. Spare us. We were blind. We didn't recognize your greatness. Please just let us go like a fart. Well, never dare again." The 2 thugs, who had been vicious just moments before, now cried and wailed, snot and tears streaming as they kowtowed desperately to Lin Yi. After only a few kowtows, their foreheads were torn and bloody from the glass shards on the floor, blood smearing their faces, looking both disgusting and pathetic. Lin Yi looked down at them from above, his gaze still calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Pity. Sympathy. When he saw the still wet blood, clearly human, dripping from the men's weapons, Lin Yi knew full well that these people had already stained their hands with human lives. Those moral chains and bottom lines of the peaceful era had already been thrown into the trash on the first day of the apocalypse. Lin Yi bent down and picked up the blood-stained fire axe. He stepped over the glass shards, moving step by step toward the 2 men. Who was it just now? Who said they wanted to cut my hand and foot tendons and throw me to the monsters? Lin Yan's voice was very soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Yellowhair's pupils contracted sharply and he opened his mouth in terror, trying to back away. "No. Big brother, that was just me talking nonsense." Before the words faded, his hand moved, the axe fell. Thud. Thud. Ah. Two piercing screams instantly overlapped. Lin Yan's movement was precise and ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of the fire axe neatly sliced through the back of both men's ankles, accurately severing their tendons. The two instantly lost their ability to move, rolling on the ground and clutching their spurting ankles. Lin Yan did not pause. He raised his foot and kicked them one by one. Kicking the writhing, howling pair from the broken glass door, he sent them flying viciously onto the street outside. The strong, pungent smell of fresh human blood immediately spread in the faint breeze, mingled with rot. Around the corner of the street, dozens of zombies that had been aimlessly wandering suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their gray eyes locked onto the spot, their throats emitting beast-like excited growls. They charged forward with stiff legs surging like a tide. Lin Yan stood inside the store, arms crossed, watching coldly through the broken glass door with an expressionless face. Watching the two gangsters being tackled, torn apart, and overwhelmed by filthy-mouthed zombies amid desperate cries and curses. The screams grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, only bloody, mangled shreds remained on the ground. Lin Yan stood there quietly until the screams outside completely ceased. Then he raised his head slightly and slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up air from his chest. His heart was completely calm, even felt a strange clarity. The world had changed. The law of the apocalypse was the survival of the fittest. If you don't kill, you will be killed. No one will indulge anyone anymore. The stench of blood here is too strong. It'll soon attract a small tide of corpses. The convenience store can no longer be a shelter. Lin Yan made a swift judgment. He turned and walked to the depths of the shelves, pulling out a large-capacity black tactical backpack. He quickly stuffed it full with the remaining high-compression biscuits, chocolate, and several bottles of mineral water. Next, he found a few thick fashion magazines and some torn cardboard. Using copious amounts of transparent duct tape, he tightly wrapped and secured them around his forearms and calves, fashioning a crude yet highly effective bite-proof armor. Finally, he tore off a rag to wipe his hands and hefted the heavy fire axe that had just tasted blood. Pushing aside the obstructing shelves, Lin Yan stepped over the debris and strode boldly into the crimson-stained street. His target was the city center. Those familiar with post-apocalyptic novels knew that zombies in the early days were the weakest. He needed a more secure shelter, more supplies, and more corpse cores. Just as he passed two eerily silent intersections, 7 or 8 ordinary zombies wandering aimlessly caught the scent of a living human and charged forward with guttural roars. A group of low-level experienced packs on the move. A cold sneer echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Instead of stopping, his pace suddenly accelerated. Gripping the axe handle tightly, he swung it without a blink. Thud. The fire axe cut through the air, splitting the first zombie's skull with brutal precision. Black-red blood sprayed across the asphalt in a fan shape. He didn't even bother to dig out the ordinary corpse core that offered only a weak enhancement. With a backhanded sweep, he cleaved another lunging zombie in half. Just as he prepared to dispatch the remaining sluggish zombies in the same manner, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow burst out without warning from the roof of an abandoned bus. Its speed was incredible, leaving almost a blur in the air. A speed-type mutant zombie. Lin Yan's pupils contracted and every hair on his body stood on end. Relying on his previously enhanced neural reaction speed, his body instinctively executed an extreme backward lean. His legs rooted firmly to the ground, bending into a near-impossible arch. Whoosh! A sharp, bone-chilling claw whine swept past the tip of his nose. So fast. Lin Yan quickly stabilized his center of gravity and retreated 2 steps, finally getting a full view of the attacker. This zombie was far more agile than any infected he had encountered before. It moved on all fours, its skin stretched taut over its bones, with muscle fibers bulging in a morbid way, resembling a skinned mutated cheetah. Having missed its strike, the monster let out a sharp shriek and immediately launched itself off a brick wall. As the plaster shattered, it attacked from an extremely tricky angle. Lin Yan dared not be careless. He quickly used the scattered abandoned vehicles on the street as cover, dodging and weaving continuously. Bang! Tear! The zombie pursued relentlessly, its sharp claws gouging deep metallic grooves into a car's hood, sending sparks flying. Several pounces came within a hair's breadth of tearing open Lin Yan's throat. But in the midst of his evasions, the ice-cold Lin Yan had gauged his opponent's capabilities. Although this speed-type zombie was absurdly fast, its strength and skeletal defense hadn't fundamentally improved. Moreover, its attack pattern was monotonous, relying solely on straight-line claw lunges. A beast is still a beast, lacking brains. In a brief moment of evasion, a ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He deliberately stumbled, feigning a fatal opening, and staggered toward a sideways-turned van. The speed-type zombie fell for the bait, emitting an excited, bloodthirsty roar. Its limbs propelled it forward with full force, its sharp claws aiming straight for Lin Yan's unprotected back. Just as the claws were about to pierce his flesh, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. He spun around abruptly, using the fire axe not to attack but to defend, slamming its broad head hard against the ground beneath him. Clang! The violent collision between the axe head and the concrete sent a massive recoil through the handle, propelling Lin Yan's entire body into the air. With an incredibly agile twist, he vaulted directly over the van's roof. Meanwhile, the speed-type zombie with its straight-line burst speed couldn't break in midair. Bang! With a dull thud, it crashed headfirst through the van's fragile windshield, its upper body wedged tightly between the deformed driver's seat and steering wheel. Its sharp claws thrashed wildly inside the cabin, but to no avail. Now! Lin Yan's feet had barely touched the ground before he paused for not even half a second. His calf muscles exploded with power, and he dashed back onto the roof in one swift stride, looking down at the monster trapped inside the vehicle. Raising the heavy fire axe high with both hands, he aimed at the zombie's exposed vulnerable nape, channeling all his strength into a ferocious downward swing. Thud, crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and satisfying. The heavy axe blade sank deep into the bone without resistance, cleaving the monster's spine in two. The speed-type zombie convulsed violently a few times before going completely still. Lin Yan panted lightly, pulling out the axe. Enduring the pungent stench, he reached into the zombie's split skull, groped for a moment, and forcibly extracted a unique corpse core. This core was the size of a quail's egg, no longer a murky gray but radiating a faint cyan glow. Devouring, a first-tier speed-type zombie corpse core. Acquired mutation ability Shadow Step. Shadow Step consumes a small amount of stamina for a short-range burst sprint, increasing speed by 50. A surge of cool energy flowed through his body, making Lin Yan feel his legs become lighter and more explosive. With a thought, he immediately tried to activate Shadow Step. Whoosh! A faint crack even appeared on the asphalt from his push-off. Lin Yan's figure blurred, instantly vanishing from the spot. The next second, he appeared like a phantom beside another car 10 meters away. What terrifying explosive power! A bright light flared in Lin Yan's eyes. This was the true allure of devouring evolution. Not only could it infinitely enhance the base physique, but it could also directly plunder the core traits of mutants for his own use. With this skill, his survival rate in the early apocalypse would skyrocket exponentially. Just as he was immersed in the thrill of his surging power, his phone buzzed with a vibration in his pocket. Lin Yan frowned slightly and pulled it out. The screen flashed a glaring red battery warning, only one remaining, about to shut down at any moment. In the split second before the screen went dark, a delayed message from the company's internal group stubbornly popped up on WeChat. The sender, Lu Ruyan. Lin Yan's immediate superior, the notoriously aloof deputy general manager of the group. Her profile picture was still that cool, intellectual, high-end professional portrait. But the message's content was filled with unprecedented despair, collapse, and helplessness. Can anyone come save me? I'm in the top floor CEO's office at the Global Center. There are monsters outside. They're banging on the door. I'm so scared. Is anyone seeing this? Whoever it is, as long as you save me, I'll agree to anything. Save me. As soon as he finished reading, the screen flickered twice and went completely black, turning into a dead brick. Lin Yan raised his head, his gaze crossing the ruined streets toward the distant landmark of Jiangcheng, a solitary tower piercing the clouds. The Global Center. It was the core of Jiangcheng's bustling CBD with an extremely high population density. Without a doubt, it was now a hellish purgatory teeming with zombies. Lin Yan clutched the cold phone, sinking into a brief silence. Lu Ruyan. To go or not to go? Lin Yan's mind flashed with the image of Lu Ruyan. With her black stockings, fitted skirt, and gold-rimmed glasses, she was renowned as the icy goddess of Zheng City's business circle. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her abilities were also extraordinary. She had ascended to the position of vice president at a young age. To be honest, which male employee in the company hadn't indulged in private fantasies while gazing at her photo? Lin Yan was no exception. He too had harbored some unrealistic fantasies about this lofty goddess. In the dead of night. Ahem. Lin Yan shook his head, dispelling those amorous thoughts. Now was not the time for such things. The main reason was that when he first joined the company, he was nearly fired due to a careless oversight in a proposal. It was Lu Ruyan who shielded him under pressure and privately guided him to make corrections. This made Lin Yan orphan experience the warmth and care of others for the first time. Although their relationship remained that of ordinary superior and subordinate afterward, he always remembered this debt of gratitude. But with the apocalypse descending, duty was a double-edged blade, and repaying a debt depended on one's resilience. To go or not to go? Lin Yan's brain made the decision in less than a second. Go. He must go. Lin Yan weighed the fire axe in his hand, his gaze crossing the devastated street and locking onto the global center tower just 1 block away. Not only because of those exquisite black-stockinged legs. Repaying the debt was just an incidental reason. More importantly, that location, the global center. As a landmark of Jiang City, the global center was not only the tallest building offering a panoramic view of the entire city. More crucially, it had an independent backup power system and a large underground cold storage that supplied fresh ingredients to the top-floor restaurant. Food, electricity, a commanding height, and robust architectural structure. This was the perfect safe haven in the apocalypse. Even if he could devour and evolve alone, he needed a secure and stable stronghold. Since it's on the way, I might as well lend you a hand. Having made his decision, Lin Yan hesitated not a moment. He checked the fire axe in his hand. The blade had a few small nicks but was still sharp. The global center was straight ahead, only a few hundred meters away in a straight line, but between them lay a commercial main road already clogged with abandoned vehicles and broken corpses. That area was one of the most zombie-infested disaster zones. Lin Yan took a deep breath of the blood-tainted air, his mind stirring. Shadow step. Whoosh. His body turned into a blur, instantly dashing out of cover. Leaping off the roof of an abandoned car for momentum, he sped toward the global center. With a 50 boost in speed, he moved like a phantom, weaving through the streets. Broken vehicles and wandering zombies blurred past the edges of his vision. Roar. A few wandering zombies, attracted by the commotion he caused, turned sluggishly, opening their rotting, stringy mouths to let out hoarse cries as they tried to pounce. But their clumsy movements were laughably slow before Lin Yan, empowered by Shadow Step. Lin Yan didn't even bother swinging his axe to waste energy. Relying on his overwhelming speed, he nimbly threaded through the gaps in the zombie horde, closing the distance to the global center. Just as he was about to rush through an intersection, panicked shouts suddenly erupted from behind a tightly shut rolling door of a nearby mall. Look! What's that? My God, is that a person? So fast. Lin Yan paused slightly, glancing sidelong. Through a carefully pried open crack in the heavy rolling door, several pairs of eyes, filled with fear, shock, and a hint of longing, were fixed intently on him. Hey! Young man! Don't go any further. A pot-bellied middle-aged man, summoning his courage, poked half his head out from the door gap and shouted anxiously in a hushed tone. Ahead is the pedestrian street, it's full of monsters. You can't get through. Come back and hide with us. Lin Yan didn't respond, only glanced at them with the calm eyes of one looking at the dead. Hide. How long could they hide? When food ran out, water dried up, and companions turned into monsters, mere hiding was a slow death. In this collapsed order of the apocalypse, the only thing one could rely on was their own ever-strengthening power. What he needed most right now were zombies. Seeing Lin Yan stop but remain unmoved, the middle-aged man stomped his feet in desperation. Are you crazy? Don't you understand? Ahead lies certain death. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. What if you lead the monsters here? The man's voice shifted from feigned concern to venomous curses. Lin Yan sneered, ignoring these fools, and withdrew his gaze. Ahead, a massive dark horde of zombies that had been aimlessly wandering now caught the rich, enticing scent of a living human. A synchronized rustle of bones sounded as hundreds of grayish-white lifeless eyes locked onto Lin Yan at the same moment. Roar! Countless zombies burst into greedy howls, brandishing claws caked with shredded flesh, surging toward him from all directions. Facing a scene that would terrify any ordinary person, Lin Yan didn't retreat half a step. Instead, a nearly pathological fervor ignited in the depths of his eyes. Perfect. I was worried there wouldn't be enough to kill. He suddenly exerted force in his legs, cracking the concrete floor beneath him into a spiderweb of fissures. Basic enhanced physique combined with Shadow Step going all out. What is he doing? The survivors behind the rolling door gasped in disbelief. Some women even covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. In the next second, everyone's breath caught. Lin Yan's figure shot forward like a cannonball, charging headlong into the spine-chilling zombie tide. Axe up, axe down. Thud. Crack. The two leading zombies had half their skulls cleaved off, sending foul black blood spraying into the air and splattering the ground. Lin Yan didn't pause. With his left hand he deftly retrieved 2 warm grayish-white zombie cores which settled firmly into his palm. Devoured ordinary zombie core physique 1. Devoured ordinary zombie core physique 1. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones, the exhilarating fullness of every cell in his body cheering, driving Lin Yan into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Dodge left, chop right, turn, spinning slash. Most of the people behind the rolling door had already shut their eyes, unable to bear the bloody scene of the disobedient young man being torn apart. Yet the expected screams never came. Instead, what followed was a series of dull chops and the crisp sound of shattering bones. A bold young man swallowed hard, cautiously opened his eyes and peered through the door crack. Instantly his pupils contracted and his mouth gaped wide enough to stuff an egg. What did he see? Amid the impenetrable zombie horde, one man wielding a battered fire axe moved like a leisurely reaper amidst thousands of zombies. Every swing was lethally precise and his speed was unbelievably fast. The ferocious zombies couldn't even touch his clothes before their heads exploded and they collapsed. This wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided bloodbath. The world behind the rolling door fell into dead silence. The middle-aged man who had cursed Lin Yan so viciously earlier now had a face as pale as paper, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Watching the figure moving unhindered through the zombie horde, he felt a chill surge from his soles to his crown. He had just been cursing such a monster. If the man had been in a foul mood and split open the rolling door with one axe, they would all be dead. Master. Please save us. The man's lips quivered, his mind now filled with endless regret, wishing he could rush out and kneel to cling to that person's leg for protection. But Lin Yan paid no heed to those ant-like gazes. He was completely immersed in the supreme ecstasy of violent aesthetics and ceaseless devouring evolution. Kill. 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 Every axe swing marked the end of a zombie. Every fallen zombie meant a core in hand. Devoured ordinary zombie core physique 1. Devoured ordinary zombie core physique 1. Amid the splattering black blood, Lin Yan could clearly feel his strength, speed and muscular endurance skyrocketing at a terrifying visible rate. This road of death formed by hundreds of zombies had become his evolutionary staircase to greater power. As the last zombie crumpled at his feet, Lin Yan leaned heavily on his fire axe, his chest rising and falling with quiet intensity. Sweat traced paths down his temples, mingling with splattered black blood to carve wild primal contours across his resolute face. Around him lay a wasteland of corpses, thick viscous streams of black blood meandered like sluggish creeks across the shattered asphalt. And there he stood, motionless at the heart of this sea of death and ruin, as if a slaughter god returned from the deepest hells. Not far away, behind a rolled-down security shutter, silence reigned absolute. The survivors pressed their hands tightly over their mouths, faces frozen in vacant stupor as though witnessing something utterly beyond human comprehension. Lin Yan did not even deign to glance their way. Bending low, he began methodically clearing the battlefield. 1, 2, 3. With practiced precision he pried open each zombie skull, using the edge of his axe extracting every grayish-white common necrotic core. These were the very currency of his ascension. When the entire street had been purged, he tallied them, exactly 103. Without hesitation, Lin Yan swallowed them all whole. A thunderous surge erupted within him, a torrent of raw, refined energy scorching his molten magma, surging violently through every vein, sinew and bone. A guttural groan escaped his lips. Within his body he could hear the sharp resonant crackle of cells exploding into furious renewal, devouring energy transcending limits, undergoing a metamorphosis so profound it defied mortal logic. 100 common necrotic cores consumed, threshold reached. Baseline physical capacity has hit its absolute limit. And physical evolution in progress, an acquired aberrant ability, basic physical augmentation. Basic physical augmentation. All fundamental physical attributes, strength, speed, endurance and regenerative capacity, are elevated to triple the peak limits of ordinary humanity. And this ability will continue evolving alongside your consumption and assimilation. And crack, 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 and Lin Yan rose slowly, twisting his neck with casual ease, each vertebra snapping in a deep resonant chorus. Exhilarating, and he clenched both fists, terror-inducing power coiling through every fiber of his arms, erupting like a contained storm. He felt it clearly, some ancient invisible shackle had shattered his body, had broken free from the fragile confines of mortality. At this moment even an armored vehicle would halt dead in its tracks beneath a single punch. His bare fingers, flesh and bone alone, could crush a zombie's skull like brittle porcelain. This is the sensation of explosive power, and light blazed fiercely in Lin Yan's eyes, the unshakable confidence and ironclad certainty swelling in perfect rhythm with his soaring might. In this apocalyptic realm steeped in decay and dread, absolute violence was the sole immutable truth. Yet just as he basked in the intoxicating euphoria of newfound strength, an inexplicable chill slithered up from the depths of his soul. It was the cold, emotionless sensation of being watched, predatory, detached, inevitable. Lin Yan's smile vanished instantly. He snapped his head upward, gaze piercing across the blood-soaked street, locking unerringly onto the rooftop of an office building 100 meters away. There, without sound or warning, stood a figure, impeccably dressed in a spotless black suit, posture rigid and commanding. Beneath the scarlet, desolate sky, a canvas of ruin and despair, he held aloft a massive black umbrella, an anomaly so jarring it radiated suffocating pressure. He stood motionless at the rooftop's precipice, gazing down upon Lin Yi, the freshly crowned butcher, with serene, expressionless indifference. Yet what made Lin Yi's pupils contract sharply was not the stranger himself, but the rooftop ledge beneath that black umbrella. Dozens of zombies knelt there in perfect silent rows, those ravenous, frenzied monsters who lived only to tear flesh, now utterly still, voiceless, unmoving. They knelt as fervent devotees before a deity they worshipped without question, a sight so profoundly unnatural, so deeply terrifying it defied rational thought. An awakened one and a hidden ability granting absolute dominion over the undead, and instinct screamed that this man was lethally dangerous. Yet simultaneously Lin Yan's newly evolved blood surged with feverish excitement, the primal predatory hunger of an apex predator sensing another of its kind, not for alliance but for conquest, for consumption. High above, the umbrella-wielding figure seemed to sense Lin Yan's unflinching, defiant stare. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his face toward him. Though 100 meters separated them, Lin Yan felt that gaze slice through the air, cold, omniscient, utterly devoid of empathy, the gaze of a god surveying an ant. After a beat, the man appeared to deem Lin Yan unworthy of further amusement, and withdrew his gaze with bored disinterest. With elegant composure he pivoted and strode away, his pace unhurried, flanked by dozens of kneeling zombies who parted before him like celestial attendants escorting a sovereign into shadow. Interesting, and Lin Yan lowered his gaze, tightening his grip once more around the fire axe, slick with gore, a glacial razor-edged smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Prey or predator? We shall see. None day soon I'll split your skull open and peer inside, and he did not linger. The black umbrella man's appearance confirmed what Lin Yan already suspected. This apocalypse ran deeper, darker, and far more treacherous than any surface horror suggested. Now he needed a secure, elevated stronghold, somewhere to regroup, observe, and gather high-tier resources. Power, greater, sharper, more absolute power, was imperative. Orienting himself, Lin Yan activated his phantom step technique and shot forward, accelerating toward the global center tower. Minutes later, Lin Yan arrived at the base of the global center tower. What had once been a glittering marble atrium now resembled a charnel house. The grand revolving glass doors lay shattered, strewn across the floor, with mangled limbs exuding a putrid stench. A few wandering zombies crouched over fresh corpses, feasting greedily. At the sound of his approach they lifted their heads, only to have them cleanly severed by a single effortless swing of Lin Yan's axe. He strode through pools of blood to the elevator bank and pressed the call button. Nothing. As expected, all elevators had long since gone dark. Fortunately, the adjacent emergency stairwell remained intact. The CEO's office sat on the 68th floor, and for Lin Yan climbing was no longer a trial but a mere formality. Propelled by triple human limit physiology, he sprinted upward, reaching the 60th floor in under 10 minutes. As he pushed open the stairwell door on the 68th floor, breath barely disturbed, a chilling rhythmic thudding echoed down the corridor, followed by a woman's ragged, desperate cries. Bang! Bang! Bang, and get away, don't come near me. Get back. And the source was unmistakable, the office at the corridor's end, its plaque reading CEO Office in crisp silver lettering. Dozens of zombies clad in the elite security uniforms of the tower snarled like rabid beasts, hurling themselves repeatedly against the reinforced blast-proof door. Inside the office, Lu Ruyan, the woman once hailed by countless media outlets as Jiangqing's icy business empress, had shed every trace of her former majesty and poise. Terror and despair had stripped her bare. She cowered in the farthest corner of a vast leather sofa, knees drawn tight, trembling like a startled quail. Her bespoke business suit hung askew, her black stockings were torn in several places, revealing pale skin beneath. Her gold-rimmed glasses lay shattered on the floor, crushed beneath her own frantic, panicked steps. Is anyone there? Please, someone save me, and clutching her knees, Lu Ruyan shook uncontrollably. Her phone screen remained black, her final distress message vanished into the void unanswered. Despair flooded her, completely cold and inescapable. And creak, and the blast door groaned in protest, its frame cracking as plaster dust rained silently from the ceiling. These mutated security zombies possessed monstrous strength, the expensive reinforced door would not hold much longer. No. I don't want to die. I still have so much money left to spend. I've never even known a man, and she covered her ears, tears smearing her carefully applied makeup. Fragments of memory flickered through her mind, the hollow smiles of colleagues, the impassioned vows of obsessive suitors pledging eternal devotion, but no one would come. Not now. Who would risk their life for another in this dying world? Bang! Crack! Na! Shrill grating shriek of metal tore through the air, the door's locking mechanism had finally given way. A jagged fissure split the blast door inward. From the gap a skeletal gray-white hand shot forth, rotting flesh clinging to exposed bone, clawing wildly at the thin air. It was over. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, surrendering to oblivion. Just as the blast door was about to be breached, a dull thud of a blade cleaving through bone came from outside. Then, after several muffled thuds of bodies hitting the ground, the snarling outside abruptly ceased. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Lu Ruyan was stunned, her tightly shut eyelids trembling violently, her breath catching for a moment. What happened? Had the zombies given up? President Lu opened the door. A calm, emotionless male voice came through the battered blast door. Cowering in the corner, Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning. She snapped open her tear-filled peach blossom eyes. That voice. Lin Yi. Her subordinate, who was usually unremarkable in the business department, even sneaking glances at her long legs in black stockings during meetings, a somewhat lecherous-looking man. How could it possibly be him in this hellish time? She froze for several seconds before tentatively asking in a trembling, tear-choked voice filled with extreme uncertainty. Lin Yi. Is it really you? It's me. Lin Yi's voice was utterly flat, but to Lu Ruyan at that moment it carried a majestic power that soothed her soul. It pierced through the thick door and struck the depths of her despair. Silence fell inside. A deathly silence. President Lu, I really am Lin Yi. The monsters outside are dealt with. Open the door. I'm in a hurry. If you don't, I'm leaving. The voice outside carried a suffocating coldness devoid of the usual politeness from the office. No. Don't go. I'll open it. Lu Ruyan completely broke down. She scrambled to the door. Her high heels were long gone, leaving only torn black stockings. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the lock. With a click, the heavy scratch-covered blast door slowly opened a crack. A beautiful eye filled with fear and bloodshot cautiously peered out through the gap. One look and Lu Ruyan gasped. The corridor was littered with over a dozen zombie corpses, dismembered limbs strewn everywhere, and the walls were splattered with radial patterns of black blood. And Lin Yi stood like a god of death in the center of this carnage. He held a fire axe with a chipped blade, the tip still dripping black blood. His clothes were almost entirely stained black except for his eyes. They were bright sharp, exuding a wildness and indifference that did not belong to civilized society. But at that moment Lin Yi's blood-soaked figure appeared unprecedentedly sacred and towering in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Her nerves, stretched to their limit, finally snapped. The door was yanked open. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the corridor as Lu Ruyan, like a startled fawn, abandoned all the dignity of her usual ice queen persona and threw herself into Lin Yi's blood-smeared arms without a second thought. She clung to him tightly, her arms locked around his waist as if trying to crush herself into his body. Only by pressing against this man's solid chest could she glean a shred of security. Hot tears instantly soaked the front of Lin Yi's shirt. Woo. I thought I was going to die. I was so scared. Lin Yi. It's really you. You came to save me. The woman's fragrance mixed with the faint scent of blood rushed into Lin Yi's nostrils. The plump, soft body in his arms trembled violently from extreme fear and the thrill of survival. She sobbed incoherently, pouring out all the despair, helplessness, and grievance of the past 2 days like a burst dam of tears. Lin Yi's body stiffened slightly. Lu Ruyan, the goddess worshipped by countless top young elites in Jiangqing, was now clinging to him like a helpless little girl crying her heart out. Before the apocalypse, this would have been the ultimate privilege that could drive every man in the company and all of Jiangqing mad with envy. But Lin Yi had no mind to enjoy this allure. He raised his left hand, somewhat awkwardly patted her soft back, and tried to soothe her in a calm voice. It's okay, President Lu. It's all over. I'm here. You're safe. His voice was low but carried a convincing strength. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's cries finally subsided into soft sobs. But her hand still clung tightly to Lin Yi's shirt, afraid that if she let go he would vanish. Helpless, Lin Yi half carried her into the spacious, luxurious CEO office. He scanned the room. It was a mess with high-end office furniture overturned, clearly used to barricade the door. Drink some water first, calm down. Lin Yi helped her sit on a relatively intact sofa and turned to get some water from the dispenser. But as he turned, Lin Yan's movements abruptly halted. His pupils constricted and every muscle in his body tensed instantly. A jarring mix of bright red and dark black slammed into his vision. On the outside of Lu Ruyan's fair jade-like right arm, the one that had just released his sleeve, were 3 clear deep claw marks with flesh turned outward. The wounds weren't deep, but they had already turned black. Black lines like venomous snakes were slowly creeping upward along her veins. This was a scratch from a zombie. The faint warmth Lin Yi had felt from saving the goddess was instantly drenched by the brutal reality before these shocking marks. His mind buzzed and rationality quickly took over. Infected. She was infected. This meant that soon, this tear-streaked, pitifully beautiful boss would become like the monsters outside, losing all reason, turning into a mindless, bloodthirsty, walking corpse. In the vast office, the air froze to an icy point. Lu Ruyan seemed to sense the sudden change in Lin Yan's demeanor. She stopped sobbing and followed his gaze in confusion, eventually landing on her own right arm. When she saw the blackened scratches and spreading black lines, Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. What is this? Her lips trembled violently as immense fear seized her heart. Lin Yi did not answer. He extremely slowly withdrew his left arm that had been supporting her. And his right hand at some point had already gripped the still dripping fire axe again. The hand holding the axe bulged with prominent veins hard as iron without a trace of tremor. A flicker of extremely complex emotion crossed Lin Yan's face. Struggle, regret. But in the end, all these emotions were crushed by absolute rationality, turning into a cold, decisive killing intent. You, Lin Yi, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan's breath nearly stopped as she stared blankly at Lin Yi so close to her. Just a second ago he was the heroic savior who had pulled her from hell. But now the murderous aura emanating from him was even more chilling than the zombies outside. Lin Yi wasted no words, suddenly reaching out with his left hand to violently tear apart the already damaged fabric of her professional outfit on her right arm. With a tearing sound, the horrifying scratch was completely exposed to the air. You've been infected. Lin Yan's voice was devoid of warmth. The toxin has spread past your elbow. In no more than 5 minutes you'll transform into one of those man-eating monsters outside. No. It's impossible. I just brushed against the doorframe earlier. How could it be a zombie scratch? Lin Yi, believe me, I won't mutate. Lu Ruyan desperately shook her head, tears streaming down her face once more. She retreated on her hands and feet until her back pressed against the cold glass of the floor-to-ceiling window with nowhere else to go. In the apocalypse, there's no room for luck. Lin Yi, wielding a fire axe, advanced towards her expressionlessly. He saved Lu Ruyan partly because she had once helped him during their time at the company. Secondly, he valued her exceptional business management skills, which were essential for preparing the blueprint for his future shelter. But Lin Yi would never leave a ticking time bomb that could turn into a zombie at any moment by his side. If she was useful, he would be her protector. If she became a threat, then Lin Yi would become the cold-blooded butcher. Don't blame me if there's anyone to blame, it's this damned world. Lin Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened without any hesitation. The fire axe in his hand whistled through the air as it mercilessly swung towards Lu Ruyan's beautiful face. No. I don't want to become a monster. In that moment between life and death, a wave of despair compelled Lu Ruyan to emit an extremely piercing scream. Instinctively she pushed forward with both hands tightly shutting her eyes, making a final futile struggle. Just then the sharp edge of the fire axe was less than a centimeter away from the smooth center of Lu Ruyan's forehead. It even managed to sever a few strands of her hair in that instant. Buzz. A blinding emerald light suddenly erupted from within Lu Ruyan. This light held no destructive power, instead it was filled with a heart-stirring vitality. Instantly it illuminated the dim and oppressive office. The light transformed into tangible ripples of energy, actually causing Lin Yi, whose physical capabilities were already 3 times that of an ordinary person, to stagger back a step. What is this? Lin Yi quickly steadied himself, positioning the axe horizontally in front of his chest, squinting slightly as he fixed his gaze on the spectacle before him. He saw Lu Ruyan enveloped in a warm green halo. At that moment the deep purple-black zombie toxin on her right arm seemed to have encountered its nemesis, rapidly receding at a terrifying pace as if ice and snow were meeting the scorching sun. Accompanied by an extremely subtle sizzling sound, a trickle of foul-smelling black blood was forcefully expelled from the wound by the green light. Immediately after, the rolled-up flesh began to writhe wildly, healing, rapidly forming scabs and eventually shedding the blood scabs. In just 3 seconds, as the green light gradually faded, that once absolute lethal zombie scratch became smooth as before. Her skin was now a rosy white, leaving not even the faintest scar behind. A healing-type supernatural ability. Moreover, it was a top-tier healing ability capable of forcibly purifying zombie viruses. Lin Yan's breath suddenly became heavy for a moment and a fervent light burst forth from his deep-set eyes. What did this mean in the apocalypse? It meant countless lives could be saved. It meant as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could have an almost perverse level of unlimited endurance and margin for error. This was simply the strongest cheat the heavens had bestowed upon him. Lin Yan flipped his wrist and neatly stowed away the fire axe. The cold killing intent on his face vanished without a trace, and an uncontrollable smile formed at the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely satisfied curve. It seems you are not destined to perish. At that moment, Lu Yan appeared to have exhausted all her strength, collapsing limply on the ground. She gasped heavily, her chest heaving violently. The precious silk shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her astonishing curves. She slowly raised her head, looking up at Lin Yan, who towered over her. The fear of death still lingered in her peach blossom eyes. But at this moment, what surged more was an extreme sense of gratitude for surviving a disaster, along with a complex, profound sense of dependence and submission. In that fleeting moment, she truly sensed Lin Yan's killing intent. This man was cold, rational, and powerful to the point of suffocation. But it was precisely because of this cruel rationality that it proved he absolutely possessed the qualifications to survive in this apocalypse. What? What is happening to me? She dazedly touched her unharmed right arm. Feeling the mysterious power within her that was unfamiliar yet incredibly gentle and vast, her face was filled with disbelief. Congratulations, you have awakened your supernatural ability. Lin Yan stepped forward and extended his large right hand towards Lu Yan, who was sitting on the ground. CEO Lu, from now on you finally have the qualification to stand by my side. Lu Yan lifted her head and quietly gazed at the bloodstained hand before her. Without any hesitation and even with a hint of urgency, she placed her delicate and cool jade-like hand firmly into Lin Yan's palm, using his strength to stand up. In the company before, she was the queen high above and Lin Yan was her subordinate. But from the moment their hands joined together, the roles had reversed. From now on, don't call me CEO Lu anymore. Lu Yan bit her red lip, her voice soft yet firm, her gaze fixed on Lin Yan's resolute face. Call me Ru Yan. Lin Yan, my life was given to me by you. From now on, wherever you go, I will go. I, Lu Yan, will only listen to you alone. Lin Yan felt the incredible softness in his palm meeting her gaze without avoidance, slightly nodding. Lu Yan was intelligent. He didn't need a decorative vase, but he absolutely needed a loyal and powerful assistant. Ru Yan, carefully sense and tell me the specific effects of your supernatural ability. Lu Yan obediently nodded, closing her eyes to carefully sense the changes within her body. After a moment, she opened her eyes, saying excitedly, my supernatural ability. The information in my mind says it's called Source of Life and its level is SSS grade. As long as my stamina isn't exhausted, I can rapidly heal various external injuries and even purify that kind of zombie toxin from earlier. As for other effects, my current level is too low and it seems I can't fully utilize them yet. Is it really an SSS grade healing type supernatural ability? No wonder the energy generated during the awakening was so powerful. Lin Yan was overjoyed. Lu Yan's Source of Life combined with his own taboo-level devouring mutation that evolved through slaughter was simply the most powerful combination heaven could create. There's no rush, we will slowly explore the potential of our supernatural abilities in the days to come. Lin Yan released her hand and turned striding toward the shattered floor-to-ceiling window of the office. He looked down at the once flourishing city that had now turned into a hell on earth. With Source of Life providing super endurance and a guaranteed survival card, he would no longer have any worries and could freely unleash the highest intensity of rampage and upgrade mode. Let's go tidy up a bit and take what useful supplies we can. Lin Yan turned back, his eyes burning with ambition, his voice deep and commanding. We're heading to the underground cold storage. From today onwards, this highest landmark in Jiang City, the global center, will be our territory. Inside the CEO's office, debris littered the floor and a faint metallic tang of blood still hung in the air. Lin Yan leaned the fire axe, its blade slick with black blood, against the desk, then swiftly rummaged through a cabinet, pulling out several instant noodle cups and unopened bottles of mineral water, stuffing them all into his backpack. In this era of shattered order, such mundane items had become lifelines. A soft rustle of fabric echoed as Lu Yan emerged from behind the shattered folding screen. She had discarded her tattered, soiled business suit. Now she wore a spare set of sleek black athletic wear issued by the company. The supple fabric clung tightly to her skin, accentuating every breathtaking curve of her mature, statuesque figure. Her full bust strained against the zipper below a slender waistline that seemed barely graspable lay a pair of elegantly sculpted long legs. Her voluminous wavy hair was now pulled back into a sharp high ponytail, though traces of dried tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes. Her expression, however, had steeled itself fragile yet unbreakable, exquisitely compelling. Lin Yi turned his head. His gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan for a fleeting moment, and a flicker of genuine admiration crossed his eyes. His throat moved involuntarily. Indeed, she was an extraordinary beauty. Yet within a single second that brief ripple vanished, replaced once more by absolute coldness and razor-sharp rationality. Beauty meant nothing in the apocalypse, only survival and strength mattered. He tossed the heavy supply-laden backpack unceremoniously at Lu Ruyan's feet. Put it on. Now activate your ability on me once. Let me assess its quality. Lu Ruyan didn't utter a word. She slung the pack onto her shoulders without hesitation. The weight drew a soft stifled grunt from her, but she clenched her teeth and held firm. Then, taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and gently pressed her pale delicate palms against Lin Yan's broad solid chest. In the next instant, a gentle pure emerald glow burst forth from her palms, transforming into countless shimmering motes like fireflies which swiftly dissolved into Lin Yan's body. Moon. Lin Yan's brows lifted slightly and a low involuntary sigh of relief escaped him. It was astonishing. The deep muscular soreness and exhaustion from his recent high-intensity combat vanished almost instantly upon contact with that verdant light. My ability seems capable not only of healing external wounds but also accelerating physical recovery. Eyes still closed, Lu Ruyan sensed her energy slowly ebbing away and felt too a subtle strange resonance forming between herself and this formidable man. A delicate flush bloomed across her fair cheeks. Lin Yi rotated his neck, a crisp series of cracks echoed. To his astonishment, his depleted stamina had fully replenished in mere seconds. His entire being surged back to peak condition, his mind sharpened, his senses crystalline. This was no mere healing ability, it was a mobile living fountain of vitality. Truly extraordinary. Let's go. Stay close. Lin Yi offered a satisfied smile, hoisted the fire axe and strode toward the door. Side by side they pushed open the fire-rated door to the emergency stairwell. The stairwell was dim-lit only by the eerie green glow of wall-mounted safety signs. A faint coppery scent of blood permeated the air and scattered crimson footprints, some dragged, marred the steps. All elevators were dead. They would have to descend on foot from the 68th floor. Lu Ruyan rarely walked anywhere. Chauffeured transport was her norm. And now she bore dozens of pounds of supplies. By the 50th floor her steps faltered, her calves trembled uncontrollably. Her breathing grew ragged, her chest rose and fell sharply. Fine beads of sweat glistened across her forehead. Yet she bit down hard on her lower lip, silent, refusing even a whimper, terrified that any sign of weakness might prompt this implacable man to abandon her. Lin Yi sensed the shift behind him and halted. Turning, he cast a calm, appraising glance over her, no words needed. Before Lu Ruyan could speak, he ascended the stairs in swift strides. He bent low, slid one arm beneath her knees, wrapped the other around her back and lifted her, backpack and all, into a firm horizontal embrace. Ah! Lu Ruyan gasped instinctively as her feet left the ground. Hold on tight, don't fall. You're too slow. I won't waste time on stairs. His voice remained icy, devoid of tenderness, only ruthless efficiency. Lu Ruyan immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Through the thin fabric she felt the immense heat and dense, powerful musculature of his chest. A jolt sent her pulse racing, her cheeks burning. Cradled in the arms of this cold, indomitable man, she experienced a profound, unprecedented sense of safety. The apocalyptic hellscape and carnage outside seemed utterly sealed away by his towering presence. Lin Yi paid no heed to the woman's fluttering heart. With explosive force he engaged his phantom step technique. Whoosh! Their figures blurred into streaks as they plummeted down the dim stairwell. Carrying over 100 pounds, Lin Yi moved as if weightless. Each leap carried him halfway down a flight. He propelled himself off walls and railings with precise, silent landings. 50th floor, 30th, 10th. Lu Ruyan nestled in his arms, watching the world blur past in frantic streaks, her wide, beautiful eyes filled with stunned disbelief. Could such power and speed truly belong to a human? As they descended further, the light dimmed, the air grew damp and frigid. Grotesque deep gouges, claw marks carved deep into concrete, began appearing on the walls. Thick, dried black blood splattered across surfaces. An oppressive, suffocating dread settled heavily upon them. Basement level B3, the garage entrance. Lin Yi kicked open the heavy fire door and gently set Lu Ruyan down, her face still flushed. The moment the door swung inward, a pungent cocktail of motor oil, damp mildew and nauseating decay flooded their nostrils. The underground garage stretched vast and shadowed. Emergency lights flickered erratically overhead, emitting sharp electrical hisses and casting long warped shadows across the wreckage. Dozens of luxury vehicles lay gutted, shattered doors torn off by monstrous force undercarriages, flipped windshields reduced to glittering shards strewn across the floor. And among them, mangled half-consumed human limbs. The entire level B3 reigned in unnatural silence, broken only by distant grating metallic scrapes echoing through the cavernous space. The sound reverberated ominously. Lin Yan tightened his grip on the axe handle and stepped forward, placing Lu Yan firmly behind him. He sensed it clearly, a violently threatening aura coiled along the only path forward, to the cold storage room. This was no ordinary zombie's presence. 2. Suddenly from the deepest darkness of the garage came a thunderous impact, so deep it made the very floor shudder violently. Crunch! A half-meter-thick concrete support pillar exploded outward, crumbling under unimaginable brute force. Chunks of reinforced concrete crashed down, raising thick plumes of dust. What is that thing? Lu Yan covered her mouth, pupils contracting in terror, her voice trembling beyond control. From the swirling dust a colossal silhouette slowly rose to its full height. It stood over 2.5 meters tall, its body a mass of knotted rock-hard muscle, its skin a desiccated ashen gray. Its arms were grotesquely oversized, dangling past its knees, jagged ivory-white bone spurs erupted from its knuckles and backs of its hands, piercing through its own flesh. Tattered remnants of fabric clung to its mountainous frame, faintly recognizable as the uniform of the building's former security captain. There was no doubt this behemoth was an elite-tier mutated entity, having undergone its first evolution. Roar! Its pupilless milky white eyes locked instantly onto the intruders. It threw open a jaw split to the ears, unleashing a guttural thunderous roar, raw, bloodthirsty and deafening. In the next heartbeat it lunged, its massive foot slamming down with a sickening crack, fracturing the concrete floor into a spiderweb of fissures. Its hulking form charged forward like a runaway tank, pure overwhelming force bearing down on Lin Yan in an unstoppable earth-shaking onslaught. Lin Yan squinted, his eyes slightly, a flicker of madness igniting deep within his pupils. He suddenly pushed Lu Yan to the side, shoving her into the back of a flipped Maybach. Stay still, keep an eye on my status and be ready to heal me at any moment. Before his voice faded, Lin Yan gripped the fire axe tightly, his feet suddenly springing into action. The terrifying triple physical power erupted in an instant, and the hard concrete floor cracked with a crisp sound, forming several clear spiderweb-like fissures. He shot forward, charging towards the giant zombie. Roar! The giant zombie let out a deafening roar, its massive body lunging forward as it swung its arm thick as a barrel, creating a gust of foul wind aimed directly at Lin Yan. Bang! Lin Yan sidestepped the heavy punch, grazing his shoulder and crashing into a nearby reinforced concrete pillar. Debris flew everywhere as the marble column was violently struck, creating a terrifying deep pit, exposing even the rusty rebar within. Such formidable strength! This was a power-type mutant. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold, showing no signs of retreat. Instead, he seized the moment when the giant zombie's old strength had just faded and its new strength had yet to arise. With power gathered in his waist, he swung the fire axe down fiercely at the exposed arm of the zombie. Clang! A dazzling spark erupted in the dimly lit garage. The axe struck as if it were hitting a steel plate. Lin Yan felt a violent recoil travel up the axe handle, causing his tiger's mouth to split open, blood oozing out. The fire axe that had smashed through the skulls of over 100 zombies surprisingly rolled its edge. In contrast, the giant zombie's forearm only bore a shallow white mark. Such defense, it was like a slab of iron. Before Lin Yan could adjust his balance, the giant zombie's missed strike caused its heavy fist to smash down onto the ground. Boom! The marble floor tiles instantly cracked over a large area, creating a terrifying pit half a meter deep in its place. Debris flew like bullets, some sharp fragments whizzing past Lin Yan's cheek. In an instant, a few cuts appeared, warm blood trickling down his jaw. Lu Yan, hiding behind the Maybach, covered her mouth tightly. Her hands glowed with a faint green light, her heart racing nervously, watching Lin Yan, ready to act at any moment. However, Lin Yan appeared unusually calm, quickly retreating and creating a distance of several meters. In a direct contest of strength, he couldn't gain any advantage. Shadow Step was fully activated. Lin Yan's figure instantly transformed into a blur. He became an elegant yet deadly assassin, using the dense load-bearing columns and wrecked cars in the garage as cover, circling around the giant zombie at high speed. Each dodge was perilous as the giant fist smashed the surrounding cars, metal tearing apart amidst the continuous sparks and shrill alarms. The giant zombie was thoroughly enraged by this slippery mouse. It stomped forward with its thick legs, recklessly charging. The obstructing cars were knocked aside with a punch. The load-bearing pillars shook violently and large amounts of dust and falling concrete debris descended from the ceiling. The entire underground garage was filled with a rumbling sound resembling a minor earthquake. Lin Yan weaved through the flying debris while calmly observing the movements of his opponent. This monster had indeed terrifying power and defense, but the deadly weakness caused by its massive size was equally obvious. Slow movements and awkward turns. Especially at its knee joints and back of the neck, there was no rock-like gray deadskin covering. He found the weak point. Just as the giant zombie swung down again, its massive inertia caused a moment of rigidity. A cold glint surged in Lin Yan's eyes, his calf muscles instantly swelling to their limit, shadow step reaching its extreme explosion. His body nearly glided along the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike, passing through the giant zombie's right blind spot and appearing directly behind it. Lin Yan gripped the now blunted fire axe with both hands, aiming at the unprotected gap in its right knee joint, unleashing all of his triple physical power. "Kneel before me." Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed loudly in the silent parking lot. The giant zombie let out a piercing scream as its right kneecap was shattered, its massive body crashing down on one knee, creating a fractured area in the ground. It roared in fury, swinging its arms in an attempt to turn and tear the human behind it to pieces. But Lin Yan never gave it a chance. Lin Yan leaped, stepping onto its broad back to gain leverage. In midair, he twisted his waist, raising the blunted fire axe high, his gaze fixated on the protruding vertebrae at the back of the zombie's neck. Die! The axe blade, accompanied by a piercing sound, chopped down fiercely. Thud! The heavy fire axe split through rotten flesh, sinking deep into bone. Using the terrifying gravity of Lin Yan's descent, he forcibly severed the giant zombie's vertebrae. The massive head of the giant zombie instantly lost control, hanging limply, only a layer of flesh connecting it to the neck. The enormous body twitched a few times before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Clang! The fire axe that had accompanied Lin Yan for so long shattered into two pieces after this overloaded ultimate strike, the axe head deeply embedded in the zombie's neck. Lin Yan casually tossed away the remaining half of the wooden handle, his chest heaving violently as he approached. He drew the tactical dagger from his waist and skillfully cut into the back of the zombie's head. A fist-sized heavy yellowish glow emanated from the corpse nucleus, quietly lying in the murky brain matter. Lin Yan grabbed it and swallowed it directly. Devoured the first-tier power-type elite zombie nucleus. Gained rare mutation ability Shattering Punch. Shattering Punch passive active: compress all physical power into a single point explosion, ignoring 30 of the target's physical defense with strong shockwave penetration and repulsion effects. In an instant, a scalding flow coursed through the muscle lines of his right arm, racing wildly beneath the skin. His right arm muscles visibly swelled, veins bulging. The sudden sensation of wielding destructive power sent his nerves into extreme excitement, making him unable to resist the urge to find an outlet for this energy. Lin Yan glanced at a thick concrete wall nearby, pulled back his right arm, took a deep breath, and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound instantly reverberated throughout the underground space, even triggering echoes. The half-meter-thick load-bearing wall exploded with cracks spreading like a spider web from Lin Yan's fist. In the center of the wall, a deep and extremely clear fist imprint was indented, measuring 20 centimeters deep. Debris fell with a rustle, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, Lu Ruyan slowly stood up from behind the Maybach. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, even her breath seemed to pause. Looking at the wall covered in cracks, standing amidst the swirling dust with a bloody fist yet standing tall, Lin Yan's silhouette evoked shock and awe, in her eyes reaching its peak. On her exquisitely beautiful face filled with terror, there was now only an almost fervent admiration for the man before her. This was Lin Yan, the man she chose to support. Lin Yan retracted his fist, satisfied, as he shook his wrist. The 30 defense ignoring combined with the shockwave penetration made this skill's practical value extremely high. The surroundings fell into dead silence. At this moment, a sudden strange noise came from the direction of the cold storage, breaking the tranquility. Lin Yan immediately turned to look. It was a makeshift barrier made from abandoned cold chain transport vehicles and supermarket shelves. It was still smeared with the giant bloody handprints left by the mutated security captain. Behind the barrier was the heavy airtight door of the underground cold storage. The mutated security captain had clearly been attempting to breach this line of defense just moments ago. Thud, thud, thud. A faint, hurried metallic knocking sound suddenly came from behind the barrier. Following that, a man's voice, suppressed with extreme fear and trembling from the cold and terror, abruptly echoed in the empty underground parking lot. Are the monsters outside dealt with? Please save us." Lin Yan casually flicked the blood off his hands and kicked aside the makeshift barrier formed by a pile of discarded shelves. He walked up to the heavy stainless steel airtight door and slapped it twice with the back of his hand. "Open up." The noise inside instantly ceased. After a full half-minute, the harsh scraping sound of heavy objects being moved came from within. With a click, the heavy metal bolt was drawn back. The airtight door was cautiously pushed open a crack, and a blast of freezing air mixed with a stale, rancid smell of meat rushed out. A middle-aged man in a soiled chef's uniform poked his head out. His face was deathly pale and his legs trembled uncontrollably. When his gaze swept past Lin Yan and landed on the massive mountain-like corpse of the zombie behind him, he stumbled back in fright, collapsing directly onto the ground. Dead. Is it dead? This monster. Is it dead? The airtight door was pushed open completely. Inside, 7 or 8 men and women with numb expressions were huddled together. They were wrapped in all sorts of ragged cloth and cardboard boxes for warmth, and the air was thick with the sour stench of unwashed bodies. Big brother, thank you for saving us. Heaven has eyes, this monster is finally dead. The middle-aged chef scrambled to his feet and bowed frantically to Lin Yan. Lin Yan ignored his thanks and strode directly into the cold storage. The space was vast. Rows of metal racks were piled high with boxes of frozen pork steak and various semi-prepared ingredients. In the apocalypse, this was a veritable treasure trove. Lin Yan turned around, looking at the survivors, trembling like leaves. Someone tell me what happened here. The middle-aged chef wiped his nose and tears, hurriedly stepped forward, his voice low and filled with deep fear. He said his name was Old Ma, the head chef of the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the building. 3 days ago, when the crimson rain fell, he happened to be in the underground cold storage with a few kitchen assistants taking inventory of ingredients. These survivors were people who had run to the parking garage to get their cars and were chased by mutated zombies. Old Ma took pity on them and let them into the cold storage for shelter. Originally there were over 20 of us in here, but the night before last 3 devils suddenly broke in. The leader was a guy named Gu. They said they had awakened some kind of divine power and beat us all up. At this point, Old Ma pointed to a young woman in the corner with disheveled hair and hollow eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. Those 3 beasts killed a few people and took over the cold storage, and they also violated Shaoli. Shaoli's parents fought them and were beaten to death. This morning a monster suddenly showed up outside. Those 3 bastards ran faster than dogs. We lost many people just to hide back in here. If you hadn't come, we would have frozen to death. Lin Yan listened quietly, his face expressionless. In the apocalypse, morality crumbles. Such things would only become more common. He didn't care about these people's lives, he only cared about the supplies here. Just then a clatter of chaotic footsteps came from the garage entrance. Well, I knew something was up. Looks like someone's taken over our turf. 3 men swaggered in. Hearing the sneering voice, Old Ma and the others were scared out of their wits, scrambling and crawling deeper into the shelves. The woman named Shaoli buried her head in her knees, letting out muffled sobs. It's over. Those 3 fiends are back. Old Ma trembled all over. Lin Yan turned his head to look at the newcomers. The leader was a burly man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, all muscle. He wore a tight black vest, his arms covered in tattoos of azure dragons and white tigers, and he carried a half-meter-long machete upside down. Behind him followed a skinny man with multicolored hair and a short fat man with a face full of brute force. Both held blood-stained baseball bats. Gu glanced at the massive zombie corpse on the ground, his eyelids twitching. When this monster went berserk in the morning, he didn't dare make a peep and fled with his 2 lackeys. Now the monster was dead. But soon his gaze fell on Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood empty-handed, his clothes stained with blood, but he didn't look particularly imposing. Gu quickly calculated this kid must have gotten incredibly lucky or used some kind of trap to kill the monster. Judging by his appearance, he was probably at the end of his rope with little fighting strength left. Then his gaze shifted past Lin Yan and landed on Lu Ruyan. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was looking with pained eyes at Lin Yan's split tiger's mouth. Instinctively she raised her hands, her palms glowing with a soft emerald light. Under the caress of that green light, the bloody wounds on Lin Yan's hand healed, scabbed, and finally fell off, restoring his skin to its original state. This sight made Gu and his 2 men stare wide-eyed. Holy shit, what a gem! Gu's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he swallowed hard. Not only is she stunning, but she's also a healer. He rested the machete on his shoulder, swaggered forward, and leered. Bro, a rare beauty like this with your scrawny arms and legs, you probably can't handle her, right? The lackey with the colorful hair let out a vulgar whistle, his shifty eyes roving unashamedly over the proud curves outlined by Lu Ruyan's tight sportswear. Kid Biaogu is a top-notch class superpower user. Be smart, kneel down and hand over this chick. After Biao gets done having his fun, he might even toss you a scrap to eat. The short fat man with the brutish face laughed obscenely, practically drooling. Biaogu, you take the first bite. When you're satisfied, can the brothers have a turn too? Tsk tisk, that figure, that face, what a damn beauty. Lu Rian shuddered at these disgusting words, instinctively hiding behind Lin Yi, her hands gripping his clothes tightly. Her soft body pressed against Lin Yi's broad back, trembling slightly. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy cold. In the apocalypse, some people indeed should not be treated as human. He had already sentenced these 3 men to death. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Yi silent, Biaogu thought he was scared stiff and burst into arrogant laughter. To completely shatter Lin Yi's will, he suddenly raised his right foot and stomped hard on the concrete floor. The hard concrete let out a dull rumble and the ground beneath his feet began to writhe eerily as if alive. In an instant, a half-meter thick wall of solid stone shot up from the ground. At the same time, Biaogu's muscles began to warp grotesquely. A layer of gray-brown rock texture rapidly covered his skin, making him look as if he were wearing a heavy suit of stone armor. This was the source of his pride. Class ability, rock defense. With this turtle shell he had run rampant for 3 days, and even an axe couldn't breach his defense. See that, kid? You got lucky killing this monster. But I'm a class superpower user. People often harbor unrealistic fantasies about things they haven't witnessed themselves. Biaogu crossed his arms, his chin nearly pointing to the sky. He held up 3 thick fingers. Now I'll give you a chance to live. First, cut off your own arm. Second, get out of the cold storage. Third, leave this woman behind. The survivors in the cold storage saw this supernatural scene and nearly wet themselves in fear. Their days of terror had etched the fear of Biaogu deep into their bones. They all became turtles, too scared to even breathe. The violated young woman covered her head, cowering in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Hearing this speech, a textbook example of asking for death, Lin Yi didn't get angry, he actually laughed out loud. He had just awakened armor-crushing fist, an ability that ignored defense and boasted shock penetration. And now a living target came along, eagerly stacking its armor. A class ability. Was that supposed to be impressive? A mere drank trash ability dares to covet my woman. Lin Yi's voice was calm, devoid of even the faintest tremor of emotion. Yet precisely this utter chilling indifference caused the ambient temperature to plummet by over a dozen degrees. Who granted you such audacity? Lin Yi slowly raised his hand and idly cracked his neck. 3 seconds, to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, death. At these words, Biaogu froze, stunned. Then his broad, meaty face flushed deep purple with explosive fury. He was a top-tier awakened powerhouse. And yet this pretty-faced youth had dared to dismiss him outright. Damn it! You ungrateful wretch! Today I'll shatter your limbs bone by bone, then right before your dying eyes I'll break that exquisite woman until her last breath escapes her lips. Biaogu roared, his grayish-brown petrified skin thickening further across his body. Gripping his mountain-splitting blade, he charged headlong at Lin Yi, determined to carve the arrogant young man into 8 pieces before his 2 underlings and that stunning woman. But Lin Yi gave him no chance to close the distance. Fool! A sardonic smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth as his calf muscles swelled instantly. The phantom step activated in an instant. Shwa! A blurred afterimage flickered where he'd stood, his body vanished and reappeared as if teleported, spanning over 10 meters in a heartbeat. He materialized directly before Biaogu. What? So fast? Biaogu saw only a blur. A gale-force wind slammed into his face, and suddenly the man stood less than half a meter away. His face paled, his pupils contracted sharply. An unprecedented wave of mortal dread surged through his entire being. Stop him, now! He screamed wildly, draining every last shred of his ability and channeling it into the half-meter-thick earthen shield before him and the petrified armor encasing his chest. This was an absolute defense, even bullets could not breach it. Yet the very foundation of his pride crumbled before Lin Yi like tissue paper. Lin Yi drew his right arm back violently. A torrent of savage power erupted from his waist, surging up his arm and converging into a single point, the knuckle of his fist, where a terrifying crimson energy began to shimmer ominously. The air itself warped visibly under the sheer intensity of that force. Armor-shattering fist activated. Boom! A deafening sonic blast reverberated throughout the garage. Lin Yi's fist struck the half-meter-thick earthen shield with devastating force. That supposedly indestructible barrier lasted less than a tenth of a second, shattering instantly. It exploded into a storm of flying earth and debris. Unchecked, the momentum surged forward, crushing onward, slamming with brutal finality into Biao Ji's vaunted petrified chest. Crack! A sickening snap of splintering bone echoed. Biao Ji's thick stone carapace fractured violently into jagged shards. With 30% defense penetration and overwhelming concussive force, the blow pulverized his sternum and his heart into irrecoverable ruin. His fist burst clear through Biao Ji's back, trailing a gory spray of steaming blood and viscera, splattering across the faces of Kai Mao and the short one like a crimson monsoon. Ark! Biao Ji's charging body locked rigid mid-stride. His eyes bulged, grotesquely bloodshot orbs threatening to burst from their sockets, filled with pure disbelief and utter despair. With agonizing effort he lowered his gaze, staring at the arm that had pierced clean through his chest, dripping scarlet onto the concrete. His mouth opened weakly, trembling. "You, how could you?" He never finished. Instead he choked out torrents of bloody foam flecked with organ fragments. Lin Yan withdrew his arm expressionlessly and flicked it disdainfully. Deprived of support, Biao Ji's massive frame toppled backward with a heavy hollow thud, sending up a cloud of dust. An instant kill. A single punch straight through the heart. Silence descended upon the garage, absolute and suffocating. Time itself seemed frozen. Every onlooker stood paralyzed, forgetting even how to breathe. Huang Mao and the short one's leering grins froze, twisted into grotesque masks of terror. They wiped their faces, feeling the warm, sticky blood of their fallen leader, and stared down at Biao Ji's corpse, its chest rent by a gaping, ruinous wound. Then they turned, eyes locking onto Lin Yan standing there unruffled, not even breathing heavily. Their knees buckled. Clang. Their baseball bats clattered to the floor. Thump. Thump. They collapsed onto the concrete, prostrating themselves. Their trousers darkened instantly, urine spreading in acrid, pungent puddles. "Elder brother, spare our lives." "Immortal. Grandfather. We were forced, we had no choice. It was Biao, he made us do it. We never meant to offend you." They hammered their foreheads against the cold cement again and again, blood welling from split skin, yet they dared not stop. Their shrill, desperate pleas finally shattered the garage's dreadful silence. The survivors who moments earlier had huddled trembling in the shadows now watched, stunned, as the tyrannical demon Biao fell in an instant, slain like a chicken by this young man. After a full dozen seconds of stunned silence, the fear they'd endured for days, and the humiliation of having been stripped of dignity, ignited into a wildfire of furious vengeance. The young woman who'd been violated was the first to surge forward, her eyes blazing, red hair wild and disheveled, snatching up a rusted steel pipe from the floor. Without hesitation she brought it crashing down, repeatedly, upon the heads of Kai Mao and the short one still kneeling on the ground. "Beasts! You monsters! Give me back my parents' lives! Die! Die!" Blow after blow rained down, blood spraying with each impact. Lao Ma and several other men, eyes burning with rage, lost all restraint, driven mad by days of degradation, and rushed forward as one. "Kill them!" Kai Mao and the short one were pinned beneath a seething mass of fists and feet. Unawakened, utterly powerless, they had no hope of resistance against these vengeance-blinded ordinary men. They soon fell silent. The young woman kept swinging until their skulls dissolved into a pulpy, unrecognizable mass, then dropped the pipe with a hollow clang. She collapsed into the pool of blood covering her face as sobs tore from her throat. Vengeance was complete. The survivors rose, hands slick with gore, chests heaving, exhausted but exultant. They glanced toward Lin Yan, calm, detached, and toward Lu Ruiyan, sheltered behind him like a celestial maiden. A strange illusion bloomed in their minds. These two weren't just formidable, they'd slain the tyrant and hadn't intervened as others took justice into their own hands. Clearly they were those rare, kind-hearted souls, cold in demeanor, warm in heart. Lao Ma, in his rush to join the fray, had tripped and gashed his knee badly, blood oozing steadily from the raw, torn skin. Lu Ruiyan, raised in sheltered grace and imbued with innate compassion, felt a pang of sorrow at Lao Ma's suffering. Instinctively she glanced at Lin Yan, saw no objection, and stepped forward. A soft, verdant light bloomed in her palm. Warmth radiated from her, healing energy enveloping Lao Ma's wound, sealing it visibly cell by cell in mere seconds. What she did not know was that Lin Yan had withheld intervention deliberately, to let her witness firsthand the monstrous consequences of misplaced mercy in the apocalypse. Indeed, this single act of healing completely dispelled the survivors' last shred of caution. Once fear recedes, the greed lurking in the deepest recesses of human nature begins to fester. Great! The monster is dead and the bully is dead too. We're safe. A burly woman with a face full of flesh rolled her eyes shrewdly, not even uttering a word of thanks to Lin Yi. She turned around, directly waddling on her thick legs toward the cold storage, and began stuffing canned meat and sausages from the shelves into her arms. "Quick! Grab the food. I'm starving. Now it's all ours." The others, seeing this, abandoned all thoughts of gratitude, fearing they'd miss out on the good stuff, and scrambled into the cold storage. They frantically packed food into cardboard boxes. "This is mine. Don't grab. I got it first." The once quiet cold storage instantly turned into a chaotic marketplace. "Stop right there." Lin Yan's voice was not loud, yet it carried a piercing chill that reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. The people scrambling for goods froze mid-motion. Turning around, their eyes held not reverence but a sense of entitled discontent. "Hey young man, what do you mean by that?" The woman rolled her eyes, hands on her hips, and shouted with righteous indignation, "This cold storage belongs to everyone, and so do the supplies. You did save us just now and we're truly grateful. At most, we'll give you a few extra cans later. Don't be so greedy, young man." A bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and chimed in, putting on a lecturing air. "Exactly, brother. We're all compatriots in distress. In times like these we should help each other and share resources. With great power comes great responsibility. You're so strong you can't just hoard everything and abandon us, can you?" They mounted the moral high ground with practiced ease. Lu Ruyan stood beside Lin Yi, her stunning face a portrait of sheer disbelief. She never imagined that people Lin Yi had just saved could spout such shameless words in an instant. Yet the worst was yet to come. The young woman who had been crying moments ago suddenly scrambled to her feet from the ground. Wiping the blood and grime from her face, she showed not a shred of gratitude. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lin Yi, pointing at his nose and shrieking hysterically, "You're so strong. You could have killed that beast with one punch. Why didn't you come save us sooner? If you had acted earlier, my parents wouldn't have been beaten to death by those three brutes. And I wouldn't have been defiled by them. My pure body is ruined. It's all your fault. You have to compensate us. You must give us all the supplies and escort us to a safe zone." Her voice was shrill and piercing, dripping with hysterical venom, as if Lin Yi were the culprit who had destroyed her family. Lin Yi looked at these loathsome buffoons. Suddenly he laughed. "Ha! Ha ha ha!" The low laughter echoed in the empty garage, devoid of any mirth, instead carrying a chilling, ominous tone. He had indirectly saved their lives. Not a single word of thanks. When Biao and his gang had threatened to chop off his limbs, these people had all turned into turtles, not one daring to speak a word of justice. Now that the bullies were dead, seeing that he hadn't killed immediately and that Lu Ruyan had kindly treated them, they thought he was a reasonable pushover they could morally blackmail. "Compensate you." Lin Yi stopped laughing, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at the dead, and slowly walked toward the young woman. "How utterly ridiculous." Tap tap tap. His footsteps were unhurried, each step pressing on everyone's nerves. As Lin Yi approached, the palpable killing intent made the young woman inexplicably flustered. She instinctively stepped back a couple of paces, blustering, "You! What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to kill me? This is still a society of law." Swish! Lin Yan's form flickered and he appeared before her in an instant. His towering figure completely overshadowed her. How pitiful. Lin Yi looked down at the woman's face, twisted by anger, jealousy, and fear, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice was ice cold. "That damnable zombie virus. It's infected such a young lady." The young woman froze, utterly bewildered. "You? What nonsense are you talking? I'm not infected. I've been hiding inside. I wasn't bitten. Watch my fist." Lin Yi spat out two icy words, giving her no chance to continue her rambling. His right fist shot out. No skill enhancement. Just pure physical strength, 3 times that of an ordinary person. Bang! A crisp sound like a watermelon splitting rang out. The young woman's head exploded instantly under Lin Yan's fist. A gush of red and white matter sprayed out, splattering all over the blabbering woman beside her. The headless body swayed twice, then crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. The entire garage fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The woman stood frozen, dazedly reaching out to touch the warm liquid smeared on her face. When she saw the sticky, bloody white mixture covering her hand, her pupils dilated instantly. Ah! Ah! Her pig-like scream had barely started when her eyes rolled back, showing the whites, and she fainted from sheer terror. The bespectacled man who had been preaching resource sharing was scared out of his wits. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees with a thud, a puddle of yellow stinking liquid spreading beneath his crotch, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Lin Yan leisurely pulled a tissue from his pocket, wiping the bloodstains from his fist. He then casually tossed the stained tissue aside and slowly turned around. His gaze swept over the remaining survivors. From now on, this cold storage and everything in it is under my command. Lin Yan raised his chin slightly, his eyes looking down with authority, his voice quiet yet carrying an indisputable absolute dominance. My rules are the only rules. Who agrees? Who objects? A deathly stillness reigned in the cold storage. No one dared to speak. The remaining survivors all shrank their necks like quails, wishing they could turn invisible on the spot. Afraid that even an extra breath would draw the attention of this god of death. The moral blackmail that had been raging moments ago amounted to nothing in the face of absolute violence. Lin Yan couldn't even be bothered to cast these fools another glance. He turned and strode into the depths of the cold storage, beginning a meticulous inventory of the supplies. Earlier he had only skimmed the surface, but now as he calculated carefully, the situation was far less optimistic than he had anticipated. The cold storage was indeed spacious, yet half of its shelves stood empty. Among the remaining provisions, most were rock-hard frozen pork and beef along with some iced seafood. The vegetable section held only a few lonely cardboard boxes, their contents of potatoes and onions already beginning to sprout. There were still a dozen or so bags of rice and flour, but the stock of seasonings and cooking oil was pitifully scarce. Lin Yan turned his gaze, landing on Old Ma the chef, who had been cowering in a corner throughout the supply scramble, never daring to participate. Is this all there is? Old Ma shuddered in fright, scurrying over with a bowed back and a litany of complaints. Boss, this truly is everything we have. Normally the 3rd of every month is when the hotel does its bulk grocery order. The apocalypse hit on the 2nd. The warehouse was nearly empty already, and we originally had over a dozen people here. After 3 days cooped up here, any canned goods and ready-to-eat food that could be shoved straight into mouths was long devoured. Lin Yan quickly calculated in his mind. It looked like a mountain, but it wouldn't withstand consumption. Counting himself and Lu Ruyan, there were 9 mouths to feed now. If they ate freely, this pile would barely last a month. And a diet of only frozen meat without vitamins would inevitably cause health problems over time. Lin Yan walked out of the cold storage, frowning at the survivors who still lingered, refusing to leave. No keeping useless people. This group had neither combat ability nor special skills. Keeping them served no purpose but to waste food. You. Lin Yan pointed at Old Ma and that one in the red clothes. Lin Yan remembered Old Ma had mentioned earlier that the woman was his wife, also a pastry chef at the restaurant. You two stay. You'll be in charge of cooking and logistics. Hearing this, Old Ma and his wife looked as if they had received a pardon, their legs giving way as they knelt, tears mingling with dust as they fell. Thank you, boss. Thank you for sparing our lives. Well, work hard, we promise. Lin Yan ignored their effusive gratitude, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 5 people. The auntie who had just woken from her faint, the bespectacled man, and the 3 others who had been playing dead silent all along. As for you, each take 2 days' worth of rations and water. Take them and get the hell out of my territory. At these words, the 5 of them turned ashen in an instant. Outside were zombies mindlessly gnawing on people throughout the streets. Kicking them out of this sturdy underground garage wasn't that the same as stripping them naked and throwing them into a pack of wolves? What? The bespectacled man jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. The outside is crawling with monsters. Throwing us out is sentencing us to death. Young man. Please have mercy. I can wash clothes, I can take care of people. The auntie, ignoring the blood and grime on her face, fell to her knees with a thud, scrambling to grab Lin Yan's leg. Lin Yan kicked her hand away in disgust. Get lost. What are we supposed to do when the 2 days of rations run out? You're killing us by proxy. You cold-blooded demon. Another middle-aged man completely snapped, pointing at Lin Yan and hurling abuse. We're all born of parents, what gives you the right to feast while we're sent out to be monster chow? Everyone rush in together. He might be tough, but he can't kill all of us, can he? Lin Yan didn't even lift an eyelid. A wet thwack. No one saw how he moved. A dagger smeared with black blood had already pierced clean through the middle-aged man's throat. The sheer force slammed him backward, pinning him to a wooden crate behind. The man's bluster was cut brutally short. His eyes bulged wide as he clutched his spurting neck with both hands, a dark red liquid gushing violently through his fingers. A gurgling leaking sound escaped his throat, his legs twitched a few times and he went utterly limp. "I'll say this once." Lin Yan walked over, pulled out the dagger, casually wiped the blood on the corpse's clothes and sheathed it. "Take your stuff and leave within 1 minute. Or I'll help you leave your lives here permanently. All hardships, all sentient beings. In the apocalypse, a merciful heart only hastens your own demise." This time the air was utterly silent. The remaining auntie and the other three stared at the fresh corpse on the ground, their psychological defenses crumbling into dust. Suppressing their terror, which had peaked, they scrambled frantically toward the shelves. Grabbing a few random packs of biscuits and bottles of water, they fled headlong toward the garage exit without looking back, terrified that a half-second delay would earn them a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The cold storage was finally peaceful. Old Ma was a seasoned veteran with sharp instincts. Without a word, he dragged his wife, fighting back nausea, to haul the bodies into a blind corner and cover them with tattered cloth. Then he swiftly and neatly cleaned up the bloodstains. Next to the cold storage was a separate room. It had been the security guard's dormitory for watching over the storage. It was fully equipped with bunk beds, a simple kitchen, and a private bathroom, all powered by the cold storage's independent electrical supply and backup water tank. Lin Yan commandeered it as his temporary base camp. Old Ma truly had some skills. In less than half an hour, a large steaming pot of beef and canned stew and 2 bowls of white rice were set on the table. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, being able to eat a hot meal was an unimaginable luxury. Lin Yan sat at the table, wolfing down the high-calorie food to replenish the energy expended in battle. Lu Rian sat quietly beside him, nibbling at her rice, yet her gaze never strayed from him. This man, cold, brutal, autocratic, yet in this hellish world he exuded an irresistible sense of safety. After eating his fill, Lin Yan walked into the dormitory. With no washing facilities, he casually stripped off his blood-stained coat, revealing his powerful muscular upper body. The perfect lines of his muscles, coupled with the fresh combat scrapes, radiated a masculinity that seemed to leap off the page. He walked to the bed and collapsed backward onto it. The relentless high-intensity fighting and mental strain left him craving only instant sleep. "Come here. Sleep." Lin Yan patted the empty space beside him. Lu Ruyan's delicate frame trembled. A blush instantly suffused her fair cheeks, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Biting her rosy lip, she shed her cumbersome black sports jacket, leaving only a tight black tank top. Like an obedient kitten, she cautiously climbed onto the bed and lay down beside Lin Yan. On the narrow single bed, they were inevitably pressed tightly together. Without a word, Lin Yan extended a long arm, directly encircling her slender waist and pulling her entire body into his embrace. The warmth of her soft form pressed against him, a faint delicate fragrance drifting into his nostrils. Lu Ruyan's heart rate instantly skyrocketed to 120. Her breathing grew rapid. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, her eyelashes trembling wildly, her body tensing slightly. She had already steeled herself, mentally prepared to endure the violent storm of this brutal man's demands. Yet 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. The man, holding her aside from his breathing growing deep and steady, made no further move whatsoever. Lu Ruyan stealthily cracked open one eye. Staring at Lin Yan's chiseled, resolute profile so close to her, she was baffled. This man. Had he actually just fallen asleep holding her? That's it. A faint, inexplicable sense of defeat crept into the heart of the former ice-cold female CEO. For a split second she doubted her own vaunted allure. But soon, feeling the solid chest at her back, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a reassured smile. She burrowed a little deeper into Lin Yan's arms, found a comfortable position, and drifted into a deep sleep. The night deepened to darkness like thick ink shrouding the deathly still Jiangqing city. Just as Lin Yan sank into slumber on the 68th floor of the Global Center Tower inside the CEO's office that had once belonged to Lu Ruyan, at some point a bizarre figure had appeared before the floor-to-ceiling window. The person wore a sharp suit and held a huge black umbrella, an utterly absurd sight in a room without rain. Found you. What a tantalizing aura of life. The black umbrella tilted up slightly, revealing a face pale and sickly, drained of all color. The corners of that face's mouth slowly stretched upward, splitting all the way to the ears, pulling into a bone-chilling, horrifying grin. The next morning, the air in the underground guard dormitory was somewhat stale, with pipes on the ceiling occasionally dripping water. Lin Yan opened his eyes, feeling a heavy pressure on his chest accompanied by a surprising softness. Looking down, he saw Lu Ruyan clinging to him like an octopus. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his waist and her long legs were entangled with his. She was fast asleep, her warm breath rhythmically hitting Lin Yan's collarbone, stirring a restless feeling in him. Yet his eyes showed not a trace of disturbance. Without mercy, Lin Yi raised his hand and pried her pale arm away. Lu Ruyan let out a soft murmur, jolted awake by the rough movement. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the first thing she saw was Lin Yi's muscular back. He had already turned over and gotten out of bed, grabbing yesterday's jacket stained with dark red blood and pulling it on in a few swift motions. From his pocket he pulled out a grayish-brown crystal core. It was the trophy he had dug out from Biao Gu yesterday, containing the Drank ability Rocky Defense. A trace of dried blood still clung to its surface. Lin Yi gripped the crystal core tightly, ready to activate devouring metamorphosis. In his mind a cold mechanical voice abruptly sounded. Detected low-grade inferior ability. Does not meet devouring metamorphosis standards. Forcible devouring will only convert it into basic energy. Proceed with conversion. Lin Yi frowned slightly, stopping his movements. Devouring metamorphosis actually had a threshold. This caught him by surprise. This was a Drank ability that Biao Gu prided himself on, one that could even withstand slashes from blades and axes. Yet in the system's judgment it wasn't even worthy of digestion, directly labeled as inferior junk. However, this gave Lin Yi a clearer understanding of his own cheat. Not just any scrap could be stuffed into his body, this truly elevated the scope of his power. It also indirectly confirmed the terrifying prestige of his ability. Converting it into a trace of energy would be such a waste. Lin Yi casually weighed the grayish-brown crystal core in his hand, then turned his gaze to the bed. Lu Ruyan was blushing as she adjusted her slipping black strap, revealing a large expanse of dazzling fair skin. Last night she had been nervous for a long time, mentally preparing herself, even bracing for rough treatment. But this man had simply fallen asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, utterly ridiculous. This left her, the former ice-cold female CEO, with a surge of inexplicable frustration. Catch! Lin Yi flicked his finger and the crystal core arced through the air, landing steadily on the blanket in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She looked down at the crystal, which emitted a faint glow and contained extraordinary energy. She wasn't foolish, she knew that such an evolutionary resource was the most sought-after strategic asset in the apocalypse. But Lin Yi had just tossed it to her like trash. She looked up, her voice trembling. For me. Lin Yi was busy strapping a machete into the tactical holster at his waist, not even lifting his head. Absorb it. Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly reddened and her heartbeat quickened. Such a precious resource, and he had prioritized giving it to her without hesitation. This meant that her place in this cold man's heart was absolutely irreplaceable. Perhaps his not touching her last night wasn't because she lacked allure. Instead, he was protecting and respecting her in the most domineering way. In that moment, Lu Ruyan's mind completed a frenzy of self-persuasion, leaving her overwhelmingly moved. Lin Yi, thank you. She sniffled, cradling the crystal core in her hands as if it were a priceless treasure. The next second, a rich, vibrant green light glowed in her palm. The energy of life origin quickly enveloped the grayish-brown stone. The surface of the crystal core began to dissolve, transforming into strands of pure energy that seeped through her palm into her body. Lu Ruyan let out a soft groan, and a faint green aura emerged on her skin, accentuating her graceful curves alluringly. After a few minutes, the aura gradually receded, fully absorbed into her skin. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and her beautiful gaze sparkled with excitement. She could clearly feel that her energy pool had expanded by a full fold. She extended her right hand, focusing her mind slightly. The green light in her palm was denser than yesterday, even carrying a hint of blinding brightness, brimming with immense vitality. My ability has evolved. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Yi excitedly, her tone carrying a hint of playful delight, like a woman seeking praise. My healing power has grown stronger. Now not just superficial wounds, but even fractures or injuries down to the bone I can heal quickly. Lin Yi paused his actions, turning to look at Lu Ruyan's fair, delicate hands. They were as smooth as ever, with no signs of grayish-brown petrification. Despite absorbing the Rocky Defense crystal core, it only enhanced her original life origin healing ability. Seeing this, Lin Yi's suspicions were completely clarified. Indeed. In the apocalypse, others absorbing crystal cores, regardless of their attribute, could only strengthen their own innate ability or simply boost their basic physique. They could not cross the barrier of attributes to acquire the original owner's new ability. In this world, only his devouring metamorphosis could break this iron law. Infinite plunder, infinite stacking. As long as the prey was high-end enough, he could gather all top-tier abilities into one. While others in the apocalypse were jostling on a single log bridge, painstakingly climbing a solitary skill tree, he simply overturned the table, aiming to claim every god-level ability in the world. Get ready. today we'll scout the outside situation. Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts, pushed open the door and strode out of the room. Last night old Ma and his wife had been sleeping on the floor in the small living room outside. These two middle-aged people, terrified by the apocalypse, had gotten up early and were working diligently trying to prove their worth. At that moment old Ma was carrying a large basin of steaming century egg and lean pork congee, the rich aroma of rice and meat filling the sealed underground room. His wife was beside him, carefully slicing luncheon meat. Seeing Lin Yi emerge, old Ma quickly rubbed his hands on his apron and approached with a fawning smile. "Boss, you're awake. Have some while it's hot to warm your stomach. I simmered this rice for a full 2 hours, it's very soft." Lin Yi didn't waste words. He pulled up a chair, sat down with an imposing air, ladled himself a large bowl of congee and devoured it with thick slices of luncheon meat. Lu Ruyan followed him out, sat obediently beside Lin Yi and quietly sipped her congee, her gaze frequently lingering on him. Lin Yi finished his third bowl, ravenously set down his chopsticks and pulled the key to the cold storage from his pocket. He instructed old Ma to go to the cold storage and take only 1 day's rations for the couple. The key had originally been kept by old Ma, the head chef, but now the lifeline had to be in his own hands. "You two stay in the dorm and don't wander off. Don't open the door for anyone and wait for me to return." Lin Yi stood up, pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. "Rest assured, boss. The outside is full of man-eating monsters. We wouldn't dare to run out even if we had 100 guts." Old Ma nodded vigorously, utterly submissive. "We'll wait here for you to come back even if it kills us." Lin Yi paid them no further attention, patted the machete at his waist and tilted his head toward Lu Ruyan. "Let's go." The two left the cold storage on the third basement level, navigating up the dim, secure stairwell, moving stealthily toward the ground floor. The fire escape leading to the first floor was pitch black and deathly still. Only the uneven footsteps of two people echoed through the space. Large splatters of dried blackened blood stained the walls. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and the foul odor of decaying flesh. Scattered on the ground were several mutilated zombie corpses. Lin Yi led the way, gripping a machete, his steps light and vigilant. Lu Ruyan followed closely behind, clamping her hand over her mouth and nose, fighting the churning in her stomach, afraid to make a sound. The two navigated the dim staircase and reached the entrance to the underground commercial street on the basement level. Lin Yi slowly pushed open the heavy fire door with the hilt of his blade, revealing a desolate scene. The once bustling commercial street was now a wreck. Shattered glass doors littered the floor, shelves had collapsed, expensive luxury goods were scattered everywhere along with severed limbs. An eerie silence hung in the air with no signs of life. Only the occasional hoarse growls of zombies echoed from a distance. Lin Yi twisted his neck slightly and tightened his grip on the blade. The physical strength and perception 3 times the human limit surged within him. He didn't need to use shadow step or armor-crushing fist. Pure physical attacks were enough for these ordinary zombies. A female zombie in a fitted business suit emerged from a corner. Half of its face was chewed away, revealing a ghastly cheekbone, its grayish-white eyes rolling erratically in their sockets. Hearing the noise from the fire door, the female zombie turned its head sharply, let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Lin Yi with claws outstretched. Lin Yi stood still, waiting until the zombie was less than half a meter away. Then he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked hard into its knee joint. With a crisp crack, the zombie's lower leg bent backward at an unnatural angle. Its massive body lost balance and pitched forward. As its head dropped, Lin Yi flicked his wrist, letting the machete fall with gravity. The blade sliced cleanly through the zombie's decayed neck muscles and vertebrae. A large head rolled to the ground, black fluid gushing out. Expressionless, Lin Yi skillfully used the blade tip to split open the zombie's skull, retrieving a faintly glowing ordinary core which he clutched in his hand. He felt the faint warmth of increased energy. Lin Yi curled his lip dismissively. Better than nothing. He flicked the black blood off the blade and strode forward. The ordinary zombies wandering along the way couldn't even slow him down for half a second. With each precise lethal strike, he wasted no effort. Lu Ruyan followed behind, watching his efficient killing, feeling a deep sense of security. Within half an hour, the entire main corridor was cleared. Lin Yi had absorbed over 30 ordinary cores, slightly boosting his base attributes. They kicked open the door of a high-end clothing store along the way, shedding their blood-soaked clothes. Lin Yi changed into a black tactical jacket and pants, swapping his worn-out sneakers for a pair of durable leather combat boots. These clothes, once worth thousands, now held less value to Lin Yi than a piece of moldy bread. He stuffed a few changes of underwear into a tactical backpack and tossed it to Lu Ruyan. Without complaint, she blushed, picked a few larger-sized undergarments, packed them and shouldered the bag. They advanced to the end of the commercial street where a large chain pharmacy stood. Its glass door was shattered, shelves mostly collapsed, and medicine boxes scattered everywhere. In the apocalypse, anti-inflammatory drugs and first aid supplies were a second chance at life. Though Lin Yi with Lu Ruyan as his mobile healing source didn't really need them. But it was better to have them and not need them. As Lin Yi prepared to enter and scavenge, a faint intermittent sobbing came from deep inside the pharmacy. The voice was delicate and weak, filled with heartbreaking despair and misery. Lin Yi paused. He signaled Lu Ruyan and they crept silently toward the back of the pharmacy. Weaving past several scattered shelves, Lin Yi finally saw the source of the sound in a dead corner at the very back. A pure-looking young shop assistant in a white coat with bangs was pinned under a heavy metal shelf. Her coat was covered in dust and blood, her hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears. A few meters away, 3 or 4 grotesque ordinary zombies prowled, ready to tear her apart. Hearing footsteps, the girl looked up sharply. Seeing Lin Yi with his blade and Lu Ruyan with the backpack, a desperate glimmer of hope ignited in her watery eyes. She stretched out her frail right hand, waving frantically at Lin Yi. She wept pitifully, her voice a mix of desperation and a pitiful charm. Lu Ruyan, watching from behind, felt a flicker of sympathy. The girl looked even younger than her, trapped under the shelf-facing zombies. Lu Ruyan had just experienced a similar hopelessness on the rooftop yesterday. She instinctively opened her mouth to plead, but the memory of Lin Yi coldly punching a woman who tried to guilt-trip him last night flashed through her mind. Lu Ruyan shuddered, biting her lip hard, swallowing the words. In his presence she needed neither sympathy nor an opinion. Lin Yes's will was the only law for her survival. He stood motionless, holding the blade, squinting coldly at the crying girl. The scene seemed plausible. A trapped survivor closing zombies, a desperate plea for help, all fitting the early apocalypse. But it was too strange. They had seen no one alive on the entire street. Yet here in this pharmacy a defenseless girl was pinned under a shelf, surviving amidst zombies. Everything felt off. At that moment Lin Yes's heart contracted violently without warning. His blood began to boil. The devouring mutation ability hidden in his genes suddenly raged uncontrollably. An intense greedy craving to devour surged through him. He looked at the crying girl not as a person but as a supreme delicacy. Every cell in his body screamed one word: consume her. This feeling. Lin Yes's eyes darkened, but a cruel, excited smile curled at his lips. He had felt this bizarre urge only once before, yesterday on the pedestrian street, when he locked eyes from afar with a mysterious man holding a black umbrella on a rooftop. That absolute resonance. Prey. Exquisitely delectable prey. Lin Yes's muscles instantly tensed, his eyes narrowing. From the depths of his pupils shone an undisguised, terrifying, murderous intent, along with a trace of a greed buried deep within his genes. A sinister smile curled on his lips. Instead of moving to help, he tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. His combat boots crunched on the tile floor strewn with shattered glass as he strode step by step toward the innocent-looking girl pinned beneath the shelf. When the girl saw Lin Yi approaching, tears streamed even more fiercely from her large watery eyes. Combined with the dust smeared on her face, it was a sight that could stir any normal man's protective instinct. Handsome, please save me. If you save me, you'll do anything you ask. The girl sobbed, tugging at the collar of her white lab coat, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white skin and a suggestive deep cleavage. I know where the spare key to the pharmacy's temperature-controlled storage is. It's full of antibiotics and anti-inflammatories. Those are the most valuable things in the apocalypse. If you save me, you'll give them all to you and my body too. A flawless performance. Even the tremor in her voice, mingling fear and longing, was perfectly executed. In peacetime, such acting could easily win an Oscar. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong target. Lin Yi stopped abruptly when he was less than 3 meters from the girl. The offer is tempting. A cruel curve twisted at the corner of Lin Yes's mouth. Since you're willing to give everything, then give me your life. I'll send you off myself. Before the words faded, killing intent erupted. Lin Yi swung his machete directly at the girl's head, still glistening with tears and pitifully lovely, and chopped down with savage force. The blade tore through the air, producing a terrifying whoosh. This strike showed no mercy or tenderness. It was aimed squarely to cleave her head and shoulder in two. Faced with this sudden lethal blow, the endearing expression on the girl's face instantly froze. The next second. Crack! A horrifying scene unfolded. The girl's fair, slender neck bent backward at a bizarre 180-degree angle, completely defying human skeletal structure. Bang! The blade grazed her scalp by a hair's breadth and slammed into the floor, carving a half-meter-long deep fissure into the hard tiles. Sparks flew and debris scattered. Having evaded the fatal strike, the girl tore off her disguise completely. Her legs, which had been pinned beneath the heavy metal shelf, suddenly erupted with a terrifying, monstrous strength. With a thunderous crash, she hurled the heavy iron shelf away, which smashed into a load-bearing wall over 10 meters away, leaving a large crater. Then a rapid series of cracking sounds filled the air. The joints of her limbs twisted in reverse simultaneously. Like a spider, she scrambled up the mottled wall and onto the ceiling using all 4 limbs. Her once clear, innocent human eyes bulged grotesquely, transforming into eerie compound eyes that glowed with a faint blue light. Hiss! An extremely piercing shriek erupted from her mouth, which split open to her ears. The sound was utterly inhuman, more like the grating of insect carapaces vibrating painfully against the eardrums. At that shrill cry, the few ordinary zombies that had been wandering aimlessly nearby seemed to receive an absolute command. They turned in unison, ignoring the girl on the ceiling, and charged madly at Lin Yi. Expressionless Lin Yi leaned his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the lead zombie's lunge. With a deft twist of his wrist, the blade sliced back, cleaving off half the zombie's head. Nice act, but that nauseating stench on you is impossible to hide. Lin Yi casually flicked the blood off his blade, looked up, and stared coldly at the creature hanging upside down from the ceiling. This thing was no ordinary mutated zombie, it was a far more advanced monster. It possessed intelligence no less than a human's, could perfectly mimic human emotions and speech, and could control lesser zombies. Its body even nurtured an extremely pure alien energy that drove Lin Yan's devouring ability wild with hunger. The depths of this apocalypse ran deeper than he had imagined. Roar! The remaining zombies lunged at him. Lin Yi didn't even glance at them. The muscles in his calves swelled instantly, veins bulging. Shadow step activate. Boom! A shallow crater formed in the floor tiles. Lin Yan's figure blurred, turning into an afterimage that weaved through the gaps between the zombies. Using a nearby load-bearing pillar, he kicked off it with both feet. He launched himself into the air straight toward the ceiling. His right fist pulled back, crimson energy gathering frantically around his knuckles. Armor-shattering fist. Aimed directly at that inverted, compounded, grotesque head. Yet facing this powerful, lethal punch, the girl on the ceiling did not dodge. She stared fixedly at Lin Yi midair, and her blue compound eyes suddenly erupted with an intensely blinding crimson light without warning. Hum! The red light expanded instantly, and an invisible psychic wave slammed viciously into Lin Yan's brain. His pupils contracted sharply. It felt as if 10,000 red-hot needles had been driven into his mind. The searing pain instantly robbed him of his 5 senses. 2 streams of blood gushed uncontrollably from his nose. His vision turned blood red. Psychic shock. A psychic-type mutation. Lin Yan's airborne body froze midair. His right fist, once brimming with power, lost its aim, grazing the monster's shoulder and smashing into the ceiling. A loud crash echoed as a large hole was punched into the ceiling, sending chunks of concrete raining down. Lin Yi lost his balance and fell heavily onto the debris-strewn floor. His head buzzed, his vision blurred and doubled, and all strength seemed drained from his body. But he did not fall. With sheer terrifying willpower, he propped himself up on one hand, forcing himself into a half-kneeling position. The girl on the ceiling split her mouth wide, revealing rows of dense, sharp teeth, and let out a shrill, eerie laugh. SSSSS. The skin on the outer sides of her arms tore open violently, revealing 2 sharp bone blades gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Without giving Lin Yi any chance to recover, the monster kicked off the ceiling with both legs. Carrying a suffocating rancid wind, she shot down from midair at incredible speed, both bone blades aimed straight for Lin Yan's heart and throat. Lin Yi. Lu Ruyan, who had been hiding in a corner, desperately covering her mouth to stifle her sobs, finally broke down and screamed at the sight. Lin Yi. Lu Ruyan's shrill, desperate scream echoed through the empty apothecary, thick with despair and utter collapse. Hanging upside down in midair, the creature launched itself downward like a coiled spring, 2 ghastly bone blades streaking straight for Lin Yan's throat and heart. At that very moment, Lin Yan's mind was still convulsing under the searing agony of a psychic assault. His eyes bloodshot whites webbed with terrifying crimson veins, warm liquid gushed from his nostrils. With a savage bite, he severed the tip of his own tongue. A fierce coppery tang exploded across his palate, jolting his numbed nerves awake, violently tearing through the paralyzing grip of the mental assault. His physique, 3 times beyond human limits, unleashed astonishing physical resilience in that instant. His body, moments ago utterly unresponsive, finally yielded him the faintest sliver of control. There was no time to dodge. Or rather, Lin Yi had never entertained retreat. He snapped his left arm upward, fingers splayed wide, and seized the bone blade aimed at his heart, not flinching, not yielding, but gripping it barehanded. Thwip! The razor-sharp bone blade sliced through flesh and lodged deep between his metacarpal bones. Scalding blood erupted in a violent arc, splattering across Lin Yan's expressionless face. The sheer momentum drove the blade further downward, the serrated edge tearing through his tactical jacket, carving a long ragged gash across his chest. Crimson flooded his shirt front instantly. In the creature's eerie blue compound eyes, a distinctly human flicker of shock and disbelief flashed unmistakably. It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human prey would dare intercept its lethal strike with nothing but raw flesh. In that half-second of hesitation, Lin Yan's right fist already blazed forth from his side. Crimson energy roiled violently across his knuckles, compressed to a terrifying density. Shatter armor fist. Die. Lin Yan roared low, and his right fist, wreathed in tempestuous force, crashed into the creature's thorax. Boom. A muffled thunderclap reverberated, underscored by the sharp, brittle snap of shattering bone. The creature didn't even have time to scream. Half its torso detonated under the devastating concussive force of the shatter armor fist, reduced to an unrecognizable pulp. Blackish-green ichor and viscera sprayed outward in a grotesque arc, splattering the walls in a horrifying visceral smear. The creature's mangled corpse hurled backward, slamming into a collapsed rack of shelves, and lay utterly still. Lin Yan gasped raggedly, dropping to one knee, his face ashen. The wound on his chest ran deep, flesh peeled back, revealing glistening white bone beneath. Blood poured steadily onto the floor. Lin Yan. Lu Ruyan scrambled forward from the corner, legs trembling so violently she could barely stand. Her gaze locked onto the horrific gash across his chest, and tears streamed down her cheeks unchecked. Without hesitation, she pressed her luminous jade-green palm directly against his chest. Life Source Genesis, a torrent of restorative energy surged into the wound. Before her eyes, the torn exposed flesh writhed and reknit with startling speed. Even the deep bone-exposing laceration across her left palm sealed rapidly, scabbing, sloughing off, and regenerating fresh pink tissue. Lin Yan glanced at his fully healed chest and grinned. Having a mobile fountain of life at his side was priceless. He'd become virtually indestructible. After the exhaustive healing, Lu Ruyan's complexion paled markedly, beads of sweat glistened across her brow. Rest now. Lin Yan steadied her as she nearly collapsed from exhaustion, then strode firmly toward the rubble. The creature's head, still intact, crowned with those chilling compound eyes, lay among the debris. He raised his mountain-splitting cleaver and brought it down squarely upon the crown of its skull. A thumbnail-sized crystal tumbled free, glowing with an unnatural pulsating crimson light. This crystal bore no resemblance to any zombie core or mutant energy crystal he'd ever seen. Within it, a viscous blood-like substance seemed to swirl, radiating an exceptionally pure, potent energy signature. Lin Yan bent down and picked it up. At the moment his fingertips made contact, the primal genetic hunger to consume surged anew, uncontrollable, irresistible. Without pause, he activated the ability Devour. Devoured low-rank pseudo-human core. Acquired unique mutated ability Crimson Perception. Crimson Perception active passive, detect all disguises and malicious intent within a 50-meter radius, base mental resistance 30. The dull throb lingering in his nerves from the psychic assault vanished instantly, replaced by crystalline clarity, every trace of fatigue swept away by that crimson tide. Even his five senses sharpened, more acute, more vivid, more alive than ever before. Pseudo-human. Lin Yan turned the word over in his mind, recalling the creature's earlier performance, its feigned helplessness, its crocodile tears. This was no mere product of zombie virus mutation. It was an entirely new apex predator, a sentient being wearing human skin, possessing extraordinary intellect and capable of commanding lesser zombies. No wonder the vast underground shopping arcade held not a single living survivor. With such terrifying hunters lurking here, masters of deception and cunning, ordinary people might evade the zombies' scent, but they stood no chance against meticulously laid hunting traps. Lin Yan closed his eyes, focusing inward, savoring the wild, newly awakened power surging through his veins. A subtle shift in thought. Crimson Perception activated. When he opened his eyes again, the world had transformed. The dim apothecary now shimmered beneath a faint, airy emerald veil. Within 50 meters, every contour snapped into hyper-clarity, even the structural supports hidden behind fallen shelving were rendered visible. His gaze pierced effortlessly through the thick, load-bearing wall. Deep within the farthest storage room of the apothecary, two searing crimson lights glowed silently, hidden in the shadows. Two more pseudo-humans, identical to the one he'd just slain. They had suppressed every trace of presence, not even their heartbeats or blood flow betrayed them. Perfectly disguised as two gruesomely mutilated corpses lying in wait, bait for unsuspecting prey. Yet beneath the all-seeing omnidirectional lens of Crimson Perception, the malevolent energy churning within them blazed like searchlights in absolute darkness. Watching the two predators blissfully unaware of their exposure, Lin Yan's lips slowly curled into a wide, brutal, predatory smile, his eyes alight with bloodthirsty exhilaration. Fascinating. The game of hide and seek is over. Now, it's my turn to hunt. Lin Yan flipped his hand to grip the cleaver. His military boots crunched over a carpet of glass shards as he sneered and strode straight toward the warehouse behind the pharmacy. The heavy iron door stood ajar like a dark beast with a gaping maw. Inside it was pitch black. The air was thick with the sting of disinfectant and a faint metallic tang of blood. Without hesitation, Lin Yan kicked the iron door wide open. At the very instant the iron door slammed against the wall with a deafening crash, two shadowy figures rose from the darkness like wraiths. One to his left and one to his right, they slid soundlessly along the ceiling and wall corners, lunging for Lin Yan's skull and throat. Their speed was blinding. Pale bone blades flashed with lethal cold. Had it been the Lin Yan of minutes ago, such a cunning ambush might have flustered him. But with Xinghong perception, crimson perception active, their trajectories were laid bare before his eyes. Lin Yan dropped his stance. The attacker from the left sailed through empty air, its bone blade barely grazed his scalp, stirring an icy gust. He twisted with the motion, the cleaver in his hand becoming a streak of cold light as he slashed upward on a diagonal. The blade cut precisely into the faux human's armpit, using the momentum of its forward lunge. Half its shoulder and the spine arm were severed and sent flying in a brutal arc. A shrill tearing cry detonated within the cramped warehouse. Before the other pseudo-human could recover its posture, Lin Yan drove off his left leg and launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. His right hand clenched and crimson energy erupted across his knuckles. He unleashed Suijia heavy fist, shattered armor, heavy punch once more. The strike with unstoppable force met the creature squarely on the face. The hard skull webbed with cracks under the violent shock and then exploded. The wounded pseudo-human finally revealed a disturbingly human terror in its eyes as it howled and tried to flee. Lin Yan's gaze was ice. With a flick of his wrist he hurled the cleaver backhand. It became a silver streak and pierced from the back of its skull through to the face, pinning it to the dust-coated floor. The fight ended swiftly and decisively. These two intelligent predators were utterly crushed before they could even mount a mental counterattack. They had no chance to release a psychic strike. They were ground to pulp. Lin Yan stepped forward and deftly extracted two Xinghong crystal cores, holding them in his palm. Devoured low-tier pseudo-human crystal cores X2. Base spiritual resistance 50. A cool warm current surged into his cerebral cortex. Lin Yan closed his eyes in pleasure, feeling his thoughts become astonishingly lucid and ethereal. The 50-point boost in spiritual resistance would grant him near absolute immunity against such mental beasts in the future. He deactivated Xinghong perception, the greenish filter faded and the world returned to its normal dimness. Lin Yan produced a flashlight and turned it on. The harsh white beam swept the warehouse and revealed its contents at once. On rows of tall metal shelves, boxes of unopened medicines were neatly stacked. The left section held various broad-spectrum antibiotics, cephalosporins, amoxicillin and ibuprofen. On the right lay mountains of first aid kits, sterile gauze, epinephrine and a variety of specialty wound treatments. A calculating light gleamed in Lin Yan's eyes as he took in the haul. In the apocalypse these goods were worth more than gold by weight. A single box of antibiotics could buy a life or the eager embrace of a few desperate beauties. Although Lin Yan had Lu Ruyan at his side, a living mobile spring, his personal need for medicine was nearly nil. Yet wherever human enclaves remained, these supplies were undisputed hard currency. They could be traded later for intelligence weapons or high-grade ability cores. Lin Yan turned and left the warehouse, taking the large tactical packs Lu Ruyan had been carrying. He then proceeded to sweep the most precious antibiotics and first aid items from the shelves into the bags without ceremony. The zippers strained as he filled 3 heavy sacks to the brim. "Put it on," he said, tossing one of the slightly lighter packs to Lu Ruyan. With one hand, as if carrying a chick, he easily lifted the other 2 packs that together weighed well over 100 pounds. The pair left the pharmacy and continued along the main corridor of the shopping street. They encountered a dozen ordinary zombies. Drawn by the earlier commotion, the creatures lunged and snarled. Lin Yan did not bother to draw his blade. Relying on his terrifying physical power, he barreled into the horde. 1 punch per head shattered their skulls. Amid the raining blood, he did not so much as blink. Faintly glowing common corpse cores were plucked out and devoured one after another. Devoured rank 1 common corpse core, stamina 1. Devoured rank 1 common corpse core, stamina 1. The energy built ever greater within his body. When Lin Yan casually crushed the last zombie's skull and swallowed his 170th common corpse core of the day, a long-awaited feedback finally rang in his mind. Devoured common corpse cores reached 200,200. Base attributes have reached their limit. Primary stamina evolution in progress. Acquired mutation ability intermediate physical enhancement. Intermediate physical enhancement. Your strength, speed, endurance, and recovery, your fundamental bodily qualities, are elevated to 5 times the human limit. This ability will continue to grow as you evolve through devouring. A ferocious heat burst from his heart, surging through every muscle, meridian, and bone. Lin Yan could clearly hear the hair-raising pops of his bones as they adjusted. Strength, speed, and neural reflexes leapt once more to a new qualitative peak. He drew a deep breath, feeling a roaring force within as if a single punch could shatter an elephant. He seized a fallen steel support and yanked. The solid steel post, as thick as a forearm, twisted and snapped under his raw, naked strength. The terrifying sense of power made Lin Yan emit a low, satisfied laugh. Lu Yan, trailing behind, trembled at the sight of the broken post. Her eyes were full of undisguised shock and reverence. This man had grown stronger and become somehow more alluring. The entire underground arcade had been mostly cleared. Riding the exhilaration of his recent upgrade, they swept through a nearby upscale import supermarket. As an ordinary day laborer, Lin Yan would once have never dared to dream of these items. Each would have cost hundreds or thousands. Now they lay before him as spoils to be taken at will. In the cold cabinets sat relatively well-preserved prime M9 Wagyu and marbled beef alongside costly Russian black caviar. On the shelves were high-calorie dark chocolates, excellent for replenishing energy, military-grade compressed biscuits, and crates of Red Bull and other functional drinks. Anything that could restore stamina and had a long shelf life. Lin Yan stuffed into the bags without hesitation until every pack bulged and the zippers strained with no room to spare. Only then did Lin Yan, satisfied, brush dust from his hands. Let's go home. Casually shouldering 4 heavy packs that together surely exceeded 150 kilograms, he walked as lightly as if on a stroll. Lu Yan bore a bulky pack that bowed her slightly. She panted to keep pace behind him. Laden with supplies that would make any survivor band green with envy, the two returned triumphant. The underground garage air remained cold and damp. In the quiet security corridor leading to the level 3 cold storage, only their footsteps could be heard. Lin Yan walked ahead, the heavy packs occasionally thudding against the wall. Half a flight down and he pushed open the heavy fire door to their claimed cold storage stronghold. As Lin Yan was about to step onto the final stair, the world before him flashed a blinding crimson warning without any prior sign. Warning: strong malevolent intent detected. Hong perception, crimson perception passively activated. Lin Yan stood at the stairwell, his vision instantly shrouded in a ghastly green hue. Warning: intense malevolence detected. Under the passive activation of crimson perception, the heavy fire door was rendered utterly useless. Outside the cold storage corridor, 7 clusters of glaring energy auras were clearly visible. Among them 2 shone particularly brightly, emitting a deep orange glow, the unique fluctuation of crank abilities. The remaining 5 were weaker dranks, but all without exception radiated extreme malice and greed. Slap. A resounding slap pierced through the iron door, followed by a woman's piercing scream. Stop hitting. Please stop. Old Ma wept heart-wrenchingly, his head thudding against the floor. Sirs, the key really isn't with me. It's Boss Lin's. He's out. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Outside the cold storage door, a burly man in a bloodstained tactical vest was pressing his hard-soled military boot firmly against Old Ma's wife's face. Half of the woman's face was swollen and bruised, purple blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She desperately clawed at the large foot, unable to budge it an inch. The burly man chuckled, pressing down hard and grinding the sole of his boot against her face twice, nearly dislocating her jaw. Old fool, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, huh? He leaned down, twirling a bloodied dagger before Old Ma's wife's eyes. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the key, I'll sever your wife's tendons first. You wouldn't want her to become a cripple, would you? Ma knelt on the cold floor tiles, his forehead battered and bloody. He looked up in despair and wailed, "Brother, I swear I'm telling the truth. I really don't have the key. That Boss Lin is a living demon. How could he entrust something so important to me?" Pa! A glob of thick phlegm mixed with spittle landed directly on Old Ma's bloodied face. A coarse-faced woman emerged arrogantly from behind the burly man. She was the very same vile woman Lin Yan had driven away with iron resolve yesterday. She had scavenged a flowery padded jacket from some corpse, her hair slicked and shiny. Her wrinkled face was brimming with the arrogance and venom of a petty person who had come into power. "Captain, you don't believe a word this old bastard says." The woman turned to the man standing in the center, surrounded by his entourage, and immediately plastered on a fawning smile. "Yesterday a little brat named Lin Yan did occupy the cold storage. Captain Yi, you don't know, but that bastard is a merciless demon. Relying on his awakened strength, he beat us defenseless common folks nearly to death. Not only did he hoard all the mountains of food inside, but he also brutally killed several innocent good Samaritans who tried to reason with him. The woman grew more excited, her eyes gleaming with malice, spittle flying. The cold storage is packed with premium frozen meat, seafood, and fine rice and flour. If you take him out, all the supplies will belong to the Yi family. This is a sure win. The woman's demeanor was nearly groveling, as if she would lick the boots of these ability users. The resentment from being driven away yesterday had now transformed into venomous curses. She now dreamed of seeing Lin Yi torn apart by these ability users. The man called Captain Yi wore a sleek black combat uniform with a golden Yi embroidered on the chest. He idly picked his ear, clearly enjoying the woman's flattery, a sneer curling at his lips. Enough, shut up. He glanced at her with disdain. Whether it's Boss Lin or Boss Li, just some blind nobody. Since this cold storage has caught the Yi family's eye, it's ours. Not just some wild ability user. Even if a dragon crossed the river before me, Yi Guqing, it would have to coil up obediently. He scanned old Ma, who was still kowtowing and pleading as if looking at livestock, and waved his hand casually. Since the key isn't with you, keeping you two old things is useless. Kill them. His tone was as casual as crushing two ants. On it. I love helping people attain physical transcendence. The burly man grinned widely, raising the dagger and plunging it toward the woman's neck. No. Old Ma let out a heart-wrenching cry, closing his eyes in despair. The woman stared wide-eyed in excitement, anticipating the thrilling sight of blood spraying. Behind the stairwell door, Lin Yi listened to the commotion outside. His once calm, deep eyes had turned utterly icy. He shrugged his shoulders, and the four heavy backpacks weighing over 150 kilograms in total crashed to the ground. Thud. The dull impact made Lu Ruyan, who had been following, flinch violently. She looked up at Lin Yi. His broad back now radiated a suffocating pressure. Lin Yi rolled his neck, spread his fingers, and clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. 7 reckless fools. He let out a cold laugh, the murderous rage in his chest now completely uncontainable. Before the words faded, Lin Yi's right leg muscles tensed abruptly, veins bulging, straining the tactical pants. 5 times the limit of human strength converged wildly. He raised his leg and delivered a thunderous kick against the solid fire door, over 10 centimeters thick and weighing hundreds of pounds. Boom! A deafening explosion like a thunderclap echoed through the underground passage. The entire floor shook violently. The indestructible fire door, along with the load-bearing walls on both sides of the frame, was shattered into pieces by that single kick. The hundreds-pound iron door flew backward, crashing into the corridor wall, sending debris flying. The entire corridor was instantly engulfed in choking cement dust. The burly man about to deliver the fatal blow was so startled he flinched, and the dagger struck the concrete floor, sparking. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering commotion. Captain Yi, who had been posturing just moments ago, swiftly drew his long blade and leaped back. His entire body tensed, eyes locked on the smoke-filled stairwell. The other ability users also panicked, hastily assuming combat stances, their hands glowing with colorful energy. The woman was so frightened she collapsed, clutching her head and trembling. Thud, thud, thud. From the thick smoke, a tall figure emerged, carrying a bloodstained cleaver in one hand, stepping over the rubble. Lin Yi tilted his head, scanning the 7 ability users. Finally, his cold gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto the woman sprawled on the ground. The moment their eyes met, her face turned as white as paper, her eyes nearly bulging out. You said just now. Lin Yi spoke slowly, his voice low yet piercingly clear to everyone. His tone carried a bone-chilling coldness. Who are you going to kill? Lin Yi. It's you, you little wretch. The woman's voice turned shrill and piercing from sheer terror as she scrambled backward. But when she saw the fully armed Yi family squad beside her, that borrowed arrogance surged back instantly. Captain Yi, it's him. He's that Lin Yi. The cold storage key is on him. The woman sprang up from the ground, pointing at Lin Yi's nose, her fleshy face trembling violently with excitement. Hurry! Kill him! All the supplies in the cold storage belong to the Yi family. This brat must not be left alive. She was already fantasizing about Lin Yi begging for mercy before being hacked into mincemeat. However, Yi Guqing ignored the madwoman. His fingers gripping the long blade tightened involuntarily, his gaze darkening. The force of that kick earlier sent a chill through him, a crank ability user. But glancing at his 6 fellow ability users beside him, his confidence instantly swelled. You're Lin Yi. Playing the Grim Reaper here with me. Yi Gucheng let out a cold laugh, his long blade angled toward the ground, his demeanor still arrogant. Not bad skills, but in front of the Yi family your brute force is nothing. Before he finished, he suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure at the stairway. Recognizing that stunning face, Yi Gucheng's eyes nearly popped out, then he burst into wild laughter. Lu Ruyan. It's you! Young Master Yi thinks of you day and night. What a stroke of luck! He spun around and shouted arrogantly to his team. Brothers, today's our lucky day. Not only do we get a cold storage full of supplies, but we can also bring back the Ice Queen CEO that young Master Yi dreams of. This was an immense achievement. His status in the Yi family base would skyrocket. What a massive win! Hearing the words young Master Yi, Lu Ruyan's delicate frame trembled violently, her beautiful face turning deathly pale. The Yi family. Once the wealthiest family in Zhangcheng. Even before the apocalypse broke out, the Yi family was an all-powerful behemoth dominating the city, wielding influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. And that eldest young Master Yi Chun was a notorious perverted playboy. Before the apocalypse he had coveted her obsessively, even resorting to shady methods to force her submission. Now that order had collapsed, falling into Yi Chen's hands would make even death a luxury. But when she looked up and saw the towering mountain-like figure blocking her path, all her fear and panic vanished in an instant. That man simply stood there silently, yet he was like an insurmountable fortress of steel, giving her an unprecedented sense of security. As long as he was here, the sky wouldn't fall. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, gripping her backpack straps tightly as she obediently hid behind Lin Yi. She believed Lin Yi would handle everything. Yi Gucheng crossed his arms, his posture unbearably arrogant. Kid, considering you've taken decent care of President Lu, hand over the cold storage key, kneel down and count off 3 times, and I might consider giving you a whole corpse. The surrounding ability users joined in the laughter, looking at Lin Yi as if he were already dead. The woman hiding behind jumped even more gleefully. You hear that, you little wretch? Captain Yi is merciful enough to let you keep your corpse, so get over here and kneel. Weren't you so cocky yesterday? Go on, try being arrogant now. Facing these clowns, Lin Yi wasn't angry, instead he found it somewhat amusing. He casually twirled the machete in his hand, flicking black blood off the blade onto the wall, leaving a gruesome streak. The Yi family. Lin Yi savored the name, a cold smirk curling at his lips like he was looking at a dead man. In the view of his crimson perception, these 7 people were merely 7 vibrant energy sources. 2 crank, 5 drank. 7 ability crystals. Though the quality is trash, they'll do as a decent afternoon snack. He slowly raised his blade, pointing it at Yi Gucheng's brow. Are you ready to be devoured by me? The air in the corridor seemed to freeze, murderous intent permeating the space. What did you say? Yi Gucheng's smile froze, twisting into a contorted, livid expression. In Zhangcheng, no one had ever dared to speak to the Yi family like that. This was utterly humiliating. You're asking for death. Kill him. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Yi Gucheng roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he waved his hand fiercely. Instantly, several drank ability users attacked simultaneously. The flat-haired man on the left thrust his hands forward, hurling a blazing fireball at Lin Yi's face with a roar. The short man on the right unleashed 2 crescent-shaped wind blades that sliced through the air, aiming for Lin Yi's legs. The bald giant directly in front of Lin Yi was even more insidious, slamming his hands against the ground. Crack, crack. The concrete floor beneath Lin Yi shattered, and 3 sharp, thick earth spikes burst forth, stabbing toward his lower body. A fireball sealed the upper path, wind blades cut off retreat, and earth spikes attacked the lower body. A perfectly coordinated, inescapable, lethal trap. The woman's face twisted with excitement, eager to see Lin Yi blown to pieces. Lin Yi, watch out! Lu Ruyan screamed. However, facing this overwhelming net of ability attacks, too slow, Lin Yi muttered, advancing instead of retreating. Shadow step technique fully unleashed. Bang! The floor tiles beneath him couldn't withstand the 5-fold explosive force, shattering into powder. Lin Yi's figure blurred, instantly turning into a black afterimage. The blazing fireball barely grazed his phantom, slamming into the wall behind and exploding into a burst of flames. The wind blades sliced through empty air, not even touching his clothes. As for the earth spikes rising from below, they stabbed nothing but emptiness. What? The flat-haired youth who released the fireball's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Lin Yi had already appeared before him like a ghost. No abilities, just pure extreme brute force. Lin Yi's left fist, like a fully drawn bow, tore through the air with a piercing shriek and slammed into the fire ability user's chest. Bang! The flat-haired man's chest cavity instantly collapsed, the back of his shirt shredded by the violent fist wind. Blood mixed with internal organs gushed from his mouth. He didn't even have time to scream before his body flew backward, crashing into the ceiling and then falling heavily, turning into a bloody pulp. One strike, instant kill. Lin Yi didn't pause. He twisted his waist and swept his right leg out with fierce force. The wind blade user beside him was terrified, desperately trying to activate his ability to retreat. But before Lin Yi's fivefold neural reaction speed, his movements were laughably slow. Crack! The crisp sound of a cervical spine breaking echoed clearly in the corridor. Lin Yi's whip-like kick precisely struck the man's neck, snapping his head to a grotesque angle. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering the bald man beside him. The bald giant was utterly petrified, wiping the warm blood from his face, frozen in place. Lin Yi gave him no time to recover. He spun around and delivered a vicious elbow strike carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, smashing down onto that shiny bald head. Bang! That devastating elbow strike drove the bald man's head straight into his chest cavity. The headless corpse collapsed to its knees, shattering the floor tiles into 2 deep craters. 3 seconds. 3 drank ability users hadn't even touched Lin Yi's clothes, instantly killed by pure physical strength. The entire corridor fell into a suffocating silence. Only the sound of blood dripping onto the floor could be heard. The woman's shouting ceased abruptly, her mouth wide enough to fit a fist. Yi Guqing and the remaining ability users stood frozen, ice cold, a chill shooting from their skulls to their crowns. What in the hell? What kind of monster was this? Yi Guqing's arrogance froze solid on his face. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably, his gaze brimming with shock and utter disbelief. In less than 3 seconds, 3 seasoned Drank Espers under his command failed to even graze their opponent's hem before being instantly overpowered, barehanded. Was this even humanly possible? His eyes locked onto that blood-smeared figure, his scalp prickling as an unprecedented sense of mortal peril surged straight up to his crown. Stop playing tricks, I'm a crank. Yi Guqing roared as if trying to bolster his own courage. In an instant, blinding dark gold light erupted from his entire body. Enveloped by that violent energy, his arms swelled like inflated balloons bursting through his sleeves. His skin hardened, rapidly gleaming with an impenetrable dense metallic luster. In the blink of an eye, both arms mutated into massive heavy metal warhammers. Their crushing weight made the concrete floor groan and crack beneath him, spiderweb fractures racing outward in all directions. Die! Yi Guqing drove off with both legs surging forward like a battle tank, raising the 2 colossal hammers high above his head. He struck down from left and right, aiming directly for Lin Yi's skull. He held nothing back. Not even armored vehicles could withstand such a blow, they'd be flattened into twisted scrap metal. Yet facing this mountain-crushing strike, Lin Yi's eyes flickered only with unmasked disdain. You dare challenge me in raw strength? Do you even deserve to stand before me? Lin Yi sneered softly. Instead of evading, he stepped forward with his left foot and met the descending hammers with a single thunderous right fist. Crimson energy coalesced violently around his fist. The shattered armor fist erupted instantly, 5 times the peak human physical capacity, fused with armor-piercing damage that ignored 30% of defense unleashed without restraint. 2 fists, one colossal, one compact, collided midair with a deafening clang and boom. Flesh met alloy in direct impact, unleashing an invisible wave of terrifying force. The blast ruptured eardrums nearby, leaving ringing agony in its wake. Even the fluorescent tubes overhead exploded in unison with a sharp pop. Instantly afterward came a rapid staccato of splintering metal. Yi Guqing's pride, the dark gold alloy of his right arm, fractured instantly upon contact with Lin Yi's fist, its surface webbed with hairline cracks. The devastating concussive force tore through the armor like parchment, slamming directly into bone and flesh. The fissures widened rapidly, spreading across his entire shoulder. With a thunderous crack, his metal arm could no longer endure that monstrous power, it detonated midair in a crimson mist. Shards of alloy and bone fragments scattered wildly, pocking the surrounding walls like a wasp's nest. Ah, my hand. My hand. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the underground garage. Clutching his spurting stump, Yi Guqing was hurled backward over 10 meters. He crashed hard onto the dusty concrete floor, writhing in agony. The remaining 2 Drank Espers stared, eyes bulging, watching their invincible captain reduced to ruin by a single punch, utterly paralyzed with terror. At the rear of the squad stood a gaunt man who had not yet lifted a finger, the team's second Crank Esper beside Yi Guqing. His ability Shadow Stealth, a master of ambushes and retreats. Seeing Yi Guqing crumble under a single blow, the gaunt man sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of monster is this? We're outmatched, time to vanish. Without hesitation he bit deep into his tongue, burning his own life essence. Instantly his entire form flattened into a slithering shadow, skimming low along blind corners of the floor as he bolted toward the garage exit at breakneck speed. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, activating Crimson Perception. Within his vision the fleeing crank energy signature blazed clearly, swift, desperate, and accelerating. He could have closed the distance in one sprint and crushed that shadow beneath his heel. Yet he remained still, only watching coldly as the darkness vanished beyond the edge of his sight. Let him run. A living witness would carry word back to the Yi family, luring every hidden predator to the surface so Lin Yan could eradicate them all at once rather than hunt them down one by one across the city. Turning away, Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the two remaining Drank espers. They trembled violently, now retreating step by step, faces drained of all hope. Lin Yan's toes pressed sharply into the ground, concrete shattered, and in a flash he crossed 10 meters, appearing before them in an instant. His left hand shot out like lightning, seizing the water element esper by the throat. His fingers clenched hard. A crisp snap echoed, the cervical vertebrae shattered. Not a single syllable escaped his lips before his head lolled sideways, life extinguished. Lin Yan discarded the corpse like refuse. The wood element esper spun to flee, only to be impaled from behind by a cleaver slick with black blood. The blade pierced clear through his chest, pinning him rigid to the cold concrete floor. Blood quickly pooled, staining the gray surface crimson. Madness had taken hold. Within minutes the elite squad, once arrogant and unstoppable, lay annihilated. Only Yi Guqing's ragged, labored breathing and the shrill pig slaughter wails of a woman in the corner remained in the corridor. Leaning against the wall, Yi Guqing watched Lin Yan advance step by step, and finally broke. With his left hand he fumbled his pistol from his waistband and fired point blank. Bang! 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 The gunfire reverberated hollowly through the cavernous basement until the magazine emptied and not a single bullet found its mark. Lin Yan blurred, then reappeared directly before him. Yi Guqing collapsed, completely shrieking hoarsely, "You can't kill me. I'm the captain of the Yi family's elite squad. The Yi clan dominates Jiangcheng, their influence spans hundreds of espers. You have no idea how vast their power truly is. Kill me today, young Master Yi will tear you limb from limb, not just you but also that woman beside you, she'll be reduced to..." Enough noise. Lin Yan refused to hear another word. Lifting his combat boot he stamped down hard on Yi Guqing's throat. A sickening crunch followed, the trachea and cervical spine pulverized together. Yi Guqing's eyes bulged grotesquely, threats choking in a froth of blood. His body convulsed twice, then went slack, head lolling sideways. Utterly dead. In his final gaze lingered only boundless regret and terror. Brother Lin. Grandpa Lin. I was wrong, I was blinded by greed. The woman sprawled nearby had long since shattered with fear. A foul stench filled the air as yellow urine soaked through her cotton pants, pooling on the floor. Kneeling, she slammed her forehead onto the ground again and again, blood smearing her brow. Please, let me go like a passing breeze. I'll never dare again. I'll serve you like ox or horse, I'll wash your feet, cook your meals. Sobbing hysterically, nose and tears streaming, her jowls quivering wildly, none of her earlier haughty cruelty remained. Lin Yan couldn't bear to look at her any longer. With a casual flick of his toe he sent a shard of broken brick flying, its trajectory precise, its edge lethal, as it severed her carotid artery. Her pleas cut off abruptly. She clutched her spurting neck, eyes wide and unblinking, mouth gasping a rasping, air-leaking hiss. After a few final spasms she collapsed into the pool of blood, cold and still. At last silence reigned. Lin Yan calmly drew his dagger, split open Yi Guqing's skull and extracted a crank crystal core glowing with rich dark gold radiance. Wiping away the blood he gripped the core tightly and activated his devouring ability. It dissolved into a searing torrent of energy, surging up his palm and flooding his veins. Devoured crank metal esper crystal core. Acquired mutation ability, localized metallic transformation. Localized metallic transformation. Any part of the body may be converted into ultradense alloy, dramatically increasing defense strength, increases by 50% while active. Note this ability synergizes perfectly with the shattered armor fist. Waves of scorching energy surged through his limbs and marrow, reinforcing muscle fibers and densifying bone structure. Lin Yan focused his will, his right fist instantly shimmered with a matte black metallic luster. A tap with the dagger rang out sharp and clear, clang clang. This level of defense was extraordinary. He could now withstand armor-piercing rounds from heavy sniper rifles, even barehanded. With a casual shake of his arm the dark silver sheen receded, revealing unblemished skin once more. Lu Ruyan, who had been hiding behind the stairwell corner, finally exhaled as she saw Lin Yi unharmed. Ignoring the blood-soaked floor, she rushed forward. Her slender fair hands glowed with soft green light as she gently placed them over a shallow gash on Lin Yi's left forearm, left earlier by a wind blade. Life Genesis activated. The wound sealed, visibly leaving not even the faintest scar. Warm healing energy seeped into his body, easing the deep muscular fatigue from the intense battle, soothing enough to make him half close his eyes in quiet relief. "Are you all right?" Lu Ruyan asked softly, lifting her gaze to the tall man before her, her beautiful eyes brimming with unreserved admiration and profound reliance. In this hellish apocalypse he was her sole sanctuary. "Just a scratch," Lin Yi replied, ruffling her smooth hair with gentle familiarity, his tone unusually warm. Nearby, Old Ma and his wife slowly rose, supporting each other, and dropped to their knees, bowing deeply toward Lin Yi. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for saving our lives. Without you, these old bones would have ended here today." Old Ma wiped tears from his eyes, voice breaking, while his wife wept openly beside him. In that merciless wasteland, Lin Yi had become for them nothing less than a god. The cold storage crisis was over. With practiced efficiency, the couple cleared the corridor of debris and scrubbed every trace of blood away. Then discreetly they slipped into the small kitchen to prepare a lavish meal for Lin Yi. He and Lu Ruyan carried their supplies back to their dormitory room. The moment the door clicked shut, Lu Ruyan set down her backpack and her expression turned grave. "Lin Yi, the one who fled, will surely report everything to the Yi family." She sat on the edge of the bed, fingers twisting nervously. Before the apocalypse, the Yi family was Jiangqing's most powerful conglomerate. They controlled both legal and underworld spheres, employing ruthless enforcers and even stockpiling heavy military-grade weaponry. Her voice carried unmistakable anxiety. She paused briefly before continuing. "Their private estate lies on the western hillside, vast, secluded, surrounded on three sides by mountains, accessible only by a single winding mountain road. Its outer perimeter is fortified by a reinforced concrete wall over 3 meters tall. Inside it boasts independent water and power systems and enormous stockpiles of supplies. That madman Yi Chen will gather every available hand to besiege us." Lu Ruyan poured out everything she knew in one breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She hoped Lin Yi would prepare accordingly. After all, Yi Gucheng lay dead. The vengeful young Master Yi would never let this pass. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yi showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, and his eyes blazed with an unsettling intensity. Mid-mountain. Vast grounds. Easy to defend but hard to attack. With independent water and electricity. Lin Yi murmured, repeating these key phrases. The global center was decent, but it sat in the city center, surrounded by dense hordes of zombies. Moreover, it was an open-plan building, making defense extremely troublesome and unsuitable for long-term development. If he could seize the Yi family's manor, that would be a true stronghold in the apocalypse. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. That mid-mountain manor. Sounds like a fine place. Good location. It's mine now. Lu Ruyan was stunned, her red lips parting slightly in disbelief. She had intended to suggest Lin Yi avoid a direct confrontation, but the man's first thought was to raid the Yi family's stronghold for a free apocalypse shopping spree. Was this the mindset of a true powerhouse? Lin Yi ignored Lu Ruyan's shock. He flicked off his cigarette ash, pulled out 5 drank ability crystals he had looted, and tossed them into her arms. "Don't just stand there. Absorb these and see if your ability can evolve." The abilities of those men were too trash. His Devour ability had no interest in them. Better to feed them to his personal healer. This investment was a sure win. Lu Ruyan fumbled to catch the 5 crystals, utterly bewildered. These were the ultimate hard currency of the apocalypse, and Lin Yi had given them all to her without a blink. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Without any false modesty, she closed her eyes, gripped the crystals, and began to absorb them. As the energy from the 5 crystals surged into her, the green light around Lu Ruyan grew more intense. After 10 minutes, the glow gradually receded. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, her face brimming with barely contained ecstasy. "My ability has evolved. My healing speed is now twice as fast, and my daily energy output has increased significantly. Most importantly, I can now heal remotely within a 10-meter range without needing physical contact." This was a qualitative leap. This meant that in future fierce battles she could stay safely behind cover, providing Lin Yi with a steady stream of health potions. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. These 5 crystals were well spent. Just then a tentative knock came from the door. Old Ma entered, carrying 2 steaming stainless steel basins, bowing and scraping. One basin was filled with braised marbled beef, its rich aroma filling the room. The other contained a thick meat porridge cooked with plenty of canned meat and dehydrated vegetables. In the apocalypse, this was a feast even the gods would envy. The two sat down and ate heartily. After dinner, Old Ma, showing good sense, cleared the dishes and respectfully withdrew, closing the door behind him. The dim fluorescent light cast an ambiguous glow over the small security dormitory. Lu Ruyan sat on the bed watching Lin Yan's broad shoulders and chiseled profile, her heart pounding uncontrollably. In just a few days since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed the twisted ugliness of human nature. Yi Guqing's words today had been a stark awakening. She was an extremely intelligent woman. In this bloody world of collapsed order and moral decay, her once prized beauty and noble status were no longer advantages but a deadly curse. Worse still, she had awakened an SS-rank healing ability. Such a rare support ability, once exposed, would attract the covetous attention of all major powers. If she fell into their hands, she would become a bloodbag and a plaything with no dignity. To survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse, she needed a powerful patron. And the man before her, decisive in killing, unfathomably powerful, was her only lifeline in this purgatory. She had to hold on to him tightly. Only by becoming his woman, completely binding their fates together, could she find true security. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She stood up, walked barefoot behind Lin Yi, and wrapped her slender fair arms around his waist, pressing tightly against him. Her soft curves pressed against his broad back, transmitting a scorching heat and a thrilling sensation through the thin fabric. Lin Yi. Her voice trembled, shedding all pretense of the aloof CEO, leaving only unreserved submission. Tonight. Take me. The air in the room grew thick with tension. Lin Yi paused, his fingers holding the cigarette at her direct plea. He turned to meet her watery peach blossom eyes. Her eyes, once cold and proud in the business world, now held only a docile readiness for his taking. Lin Yi didn't bother playing the righteous man, he was no saint. In this precarious apocalypse, resources and beautiful women were the spoils of the strong. Since she had come to him willingly and was the exquisite beauty he had once fantasized about, he had no reason to push her away. All right. Lin Yi said only a single word, no more. He dropped the cigarette, wrapped his powerful arms around her, and lifted her off the ground. Ah! Lu Ruyan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her flushed face against his broad chest, her ears burning red. Lin Yi strode to the simple iron-framed bed and pressed her down onto it. As the night deepened, the security dormitory soon echoed with suppressed yet uncontrollable moans. With physical capabilities 5 times that of a human's peak, Lin Yan's explosive power and endurance in every aspect were terrifying. This was destined to be a one-sided crushing. Lu Ruyan's delicate, fragile body was no match for such a storm. The old iron bed groaned under the strain as if it might collapse at any moment. On the other side of the wall, Old Ma and his wife lay on a makeshift bed of cardboard, listening to the ruckus next door. Old Ma felt a stirring within his Adam's apple, bobbing wildly as he glanced at his wife. His wife rolled her eyes without hesitation and kicked him hard in the back. What are you looking at? Do you even have the stamina for that? Your 3 minutes aren't enough to be embarrassing. Listen to Boss Lin, over an hour already. He's an absolute beast. Poor President Lu, she's really suffering. There was a hint of envy in her low voice. Old Ma scratched his thinning hair awkwardly and sighed helplessly. No comparison, none at all. He could only turn over, staring at the ceiling with hollow, reverent eyes, listening to the sounds and questioning his existence. At the same time, at the Yi family's manor on the western outskirts of Jiang City, halfway up the mountain, the brightly lit hall with its luxurious crystal chandelier cast every detail of the polished marble floor into sharp relief. Yi Chen, the eldest son of the Yi family, was sprawled across an Italian handmade leather sofa, being attended to by 2 young women in flimsy silk pajamas, a half-empty glass of Romanée-Conti in his hand. Bang! The hall's double redwood doors were suddenly slammed open. A disheveled figure scrambled in, the crank shadow ability user who had barely escaped Lin Yan's grasp. He fell to his knees on the expensive Persian rug, his voice cracking as he screamed, "Young Master Yi! Disaster! Captain Yi Guqing is dead. The team sent to take the cold storage. I was the only one to escape alive. They're all dead." Crash! The goblet in Yi Chen's hand shattered on the floor, spilling crimson wine everywhere. He sprang up from the sofa, shoving aside the shrieking women, and stared at the kneeling subordinate, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. "What did you say? Say that again." Yi Guqing was a crank peak strength enhancer. Who in Jiang City could kill him? The subordinate trembled, recalling the terror of Lin Yan's punch, his teeth chattering. It was a man named Lin Yi. He's a monster. One punch. Just one punch and he shattered Yi Guqing's metal-reinforced arms. Both arms were blown off. Ah! Ah! The subordinate swallowed hard, trembling as he added. Lu Ruyan is alive. She's with that Lin Yi now and it looks like she's completely devoted to him. At the mention of Lu Ruyan, Yi Chen's features twisted in fury. Before the apocalypse he had lusted after that aloof Ice Queen CEO only to be rejected when he offered her luxury cars and diamonds. He had dreamed of pinning her down and shattering her pride. Now with the apocalypse here, the Yi family controlled this fortress and a formidable force. He thought he could have any woman in Zhang City. If Lu Ruyan had died, so be it. But she was not only alive, she had been snatched away by some unknown wild man. He killed my people and slept with the woman I had my eye on. This man must die. Yi Chen kicked over the heavy crystal coffee table, sending shards of glass and fruit flying. He roared hysterically. Lin Yi, is it? Good. Very good. You dare kill my men and touch the woman I want. I'll chop you into dog meat. Yi Chen's face contorted with rage as he yanked out his gold-plated Desert Eagle and like a madman emptied the magazine into the ceiling. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire echoed through the hall, sending the women and servants diving to the floor in terror. Spread my orders. Yi Chen hurled the hot pistol against the wall, his eyes filled with cruel murder. Immediately gather all the ability users and heavy firepower in the manor. At dawn tomorrow we'll personally lead the charge to level the global center. After enduring a tumultuous storm of turmoil, Lu Ruyan was utterly exhausted. Her fair skin was marred with conspicuous red marks and she curled up under a thin blanket, falling into a deep sleep. Even her breath betrayed an unmistakable weariness, with traces of unshed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Beside the bed, Lin Yi opened his eyes in the dark, his gaze clear and devoid of sleepiness. With physical capabilities 5 times beyond the limits of an ordinary human, he possessed an inhumanly terrifying energy. The intense exercise that could leave an ordinary man weak-kneed was no more than a warm-up for him. Lin Yi quietly rolled out of bed, swiftly donning his tactical gear. He grabbed a towel, carelessly wiping the dried blood from his machete before slipping it back into his waistband. Next he placed the handgun and spare magazine seized from Yi Guqing gently beside Lu Ruyan's pillow. Passive defense was never his style. Since the Yi family had already set their sights on him, it was better to strike while the night was dark and windy rather than wait for their forces to come knocking at his door. As long as he killed swiftly, trouble wouldn't catch up to him. Lin Yi pushed open the door and strode out. In the adjacent small living room, Lao Ma and his wife clearly had not slept soundly. Hearing the door open, Lao Ma hurriedly threw on some clothes and rushed out. Lin Lauda, are you going out? He gulped hard at the sight of Lin Yi, who was fully armed and exuding an aura of menace. Lin Yi nodded expressionlessly. Lock the door tight. I'm heading out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Sensing the lingering stench of blood on Lin Yi, Lao Ma nodded repeatedly, too frightened to breathe. Lin Yi said no more, switched on his flashlight and turned to enter the pitch-black fire escape. Upon reaching the basement level, a foul odor of decay hit him. Lin Yi's gaze swept over a row of abandoned luxury cars, ultimately locking onto a modified black Raptor pickup truck in the corner. The vehicle had a high chassis and excessively thick bumpers, practically a bulldozer in the apocalypse. Lin Yi approached, smashed the window with a punch, opened the door and climbed into the driver's seat. He pulled out the ignition wires and as 2 wires touched, boom. The dull roar of the engine echoed deafeningly in the empty underground garage. Lu Ruyan had already informed him of the Yi family's manor's location. But more crucially, he had secretly placed a mental mark on the class shadow ability user who had fled during the day using his crimson perception. As long as he remained within a certain range, he could precisely lock onto their location. Run. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. A cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. He pressed the accelerator and the black Raptor crashed through the barrier of the underground garage, racing into the vast darkness of the night. Outside was an impenetrable thick night. The streets of Zhangcheng turned even more eerie and bloody at night. The city, devoid of light, had completely descended into a paradise for monsters. Abandoned cars from a series of collisions lined the streets and the remains of gnawed bones were scattered everywhere. The zombies moving at night had shed their daytime sluggishness, becoming noticeably more frenzied and bloodthirsty. The Raptor's piercing engine roar rang out on the lifeless streets like the sound of a dinner bell. Hundreds of wandering zombies were drawn to the sound surging crazily from all corners. They opened their bloodied maws and lunged recklessly at the speeding pickup. Lin Yan's eyes turned icy as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator. Bang! 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 The physical impact was the most lethal. The heavy bumper smashed the obstructing zombies into pieces, limbs and body parts flying everywhere. The windshield quickly became smeared with thick sticky blood and flesh which the wipers ruthlessly brushed away. The Raptor crushed through the remains on the ground, leaving behind 2 dark red tire tracks on the asphalt as it sped away. Crimson perception was fully activated. All energy fluctuations within a 50-meter radius transformed into distinct light points, clearly reflecting on his retina. Where the zombies were dense, where the mutated beings lurked, it was all apparent. Most were weak, ordinary zombie hordes which Lin Yan deftly maneuvered around. His primary target tonight was the Yi family manor. There was no need to waste time on these low-level foes along the way. The Black Raptor zigzagged through the broken streets. Just as the vehicle entered a relatively wide main road, Lin Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. Crimson perception revealed a blinding deep red light burst from above to his right. The energy response was extremely strong, even surpassing the class ability user Yi Guqing he had encountered during the day. Bang! Before Lin Yan could react, a shadow pounced down fiercely from the top of an abandoned bus at the roadside. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. 5 claws gleaming with cold light struck violently against the left side of the driver's window. The bulletproof glass instantly shattered under this tremendous force. Glass shards rained down into the cabin. Lin Yan reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel hard. The pickup skidded on the slick surface, creating sparks as it executed a dangerously sharp turn. The shadow missed its strike and was violently flung away by the centrifugal force. With a bang, it crashed into a roadside ornamental tree, breaking the tree trunk thick as a bowl in half. Lin Yan slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground, the acrid smell of burnt rubber filling the air as the vehicle came to a halt across the road. He kicked open the mangled door and jumped out, drawing his machete. Illuminated by the pale headlights, Lin Yan finally got a good look at the assailant. It was an extremely terrifying mutated cat. No, to call it a cat was an insult to cats. This creature was as large as an adult Tibetan Mastiff, its entire body as black as ink. The originally soft fur had turned into steel-like barbs, each standing upright. Most horrifying were its 4 legs, muscles bulging to the brink of bursting through the skin. The claws extending from its padded feet were over 10 centimeters long, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. It was this beast that had shattered the bulletproof glass. Is this a cat? Lin Yan squinted, his grip on the knife tightening slightly. The power and speed of that last strike were at least several times that of an ordinary mutant. Only a few days into the apocalypse, and this animal's rate of mutation was already faster than that of humans and zombies. A mutant of this level undoubtedly harbored a crystal nucleus with special mutated abilities. Lin Yan felt no panic, instead his blood began to boil. An opportunity for high-grade takeout had presented itself. How could he not seize it? He tightened his grip on the knife and stepped forward. The mutated black cat clearly had a strong resistance to damage. It shook its large head and climbed up from a pile of broken branches and leaves. Its pair of ghastly green vertical pupils locked onto Lin Yan as a deep, deathly growl rumbled from its throat. In the next second, the mutated cat kicked off with its hind legs, its massive body transforming into black lightning aimed directly at Lin Yan's throat. Lin Yan instantly activated Shadow Step. Leaving an afterimage behind, he narrowly dodged the cat's claws. At the same time, he exerted force with his wrist, and the machete swept upwards, aimed at the soft underbelly of the black cat. The mutated cat's combat instincts were terrifyingly acute. It twisted its body midair and swung its massive claws to meet the blade. Clang! The blade struck the mutated cat's claws, producing a shower of sparks and a sharp metallic clink. The enormous recoil made Lin Yan's wrist tingle slightly, and the mutated cat let out a painful howl. They separated in an instant, the mutated cat skillfully flipping in midair, landing steadily on the roof of a nearby abandoned car. The car roof was instantly dented with 4 deep impressions from its weight. Without pausing, it exerted force, with all 4 limbs transforming once more into a black whirlwind. Utilizing the surrounding abandoned vehicles and lampposts as springboards, it left countless afterimages in midair, launching a torrential assault on Lin Yan from all sides. It seemed to realize that this human before it possessed strength comparable to its own, opting not to engage in a heated confrontation. Instead, it relied on its extreme speed and agility, constantly circling around Lin Yan, searching for a fatal opening. A man and a cat clashed wildly on the empty street, the gleam of the knife and the flash of claws creating a shower of sparks, the sound of metal tearing filling the air. This beast was more troublesome than any mutant Lin Yan had faced before. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, his fighting spirit surging. He had never cultivated good karma in his life, he loved nothing more than killing and arson. He was determined to capture this cat. Less than 50 meters away from the battlefield in a nearby office building, a few emaciated survivors were huddled behind a shattered third-floor window watching the scene below in terror. It's that cat. It's killing again. In the exhibition hall on the third floor, a bespectacled man trembled violently, his voice barely a whisper. This building was originally the headquarters of a large food corporation. On the day the crimson rain fell, the pet cat kept by the company's receptionist had run outside. When it returned, it had already transformed into this horrifying form. The bespectacled man had personally witnessed the burly security captain's throat being slit by it as easily as tearing paper. Several male colleagues had their cervical vertebrae crushed before they could even scream. The remaining survivors had desperately fled into the third-floor exhibition hall, barricading the door with all their might. Relying on the company's stockpile of snacks and bottled water, they had barely managed to survive until now. Who is that person down there? He can actually fight that monster for so long. A female employee beside him covered her mouth, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. In the eyes of these survivors, that mutated cat was the Grim Reaper incarnate, even chewing on the wandering zombies in the surrounding streets as if they were spicy snacks. Yet the man below was not only not instantly killed but was even exchanging blows with the cat in a back-and-forth battle. It's useless. The bespectacled man shook his head in despair. That monster's speed is too fast, even bullets can't hit it. That person will eventually be worn down to death. At this moment on the dilapidated street, Lin Yan was indeed somewhat vexed. This mutated cat's speed was actually on par with his own shadow step activated. Moreover, the beast was pitch black, perfectly blending into the darkness of the apocalypse. The night had become its best camouflage. Although Crimson Perception could lock onto its energy source, it couldn't clearly discern the complex physical environment around him. This mutated cat was extremely cunning, weaving back and forth among various obstacles, causing Lin Yan's attacks to repeatedly miss. Since I don't have an absolute advantage in speed, let's try something simple and crude. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He simply stopped in his tracks and with a clang casually tossed his machete aside. He bent his legs slightly, standing perfectly still. A top-tier hunter often appears in the guise of prey. The mutated cat circled the heights nearby a few times, emitting a low threatening growl from its throat. Seeing that its prey showed no reaction, its walnut-sized brain assumed the prey had given up resistance. A pair of eerie green vertical pupils suddenly flared in the darkness, fixated on Lin Yan's seemingly unprotected nape. A chilling wind stirred up scraps of paper on the ground. The mutated cat finally moved. It dove from an air conditioning unit, extending sharp bone claws from its 10 digits, aiming straight for Lin Yan's back. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The gust of wind had already ruffled the hair on the back of Lin Yan's head. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. A beast is just a beast, a little bait and it loses its composure. Just as the claws were about to tear into his back, Lin Yan moved. Instead of dodging, he spun around, abruptly thrusting his left arm directly toward the deadly claws. It's over. This man is insane. He's asking for death. The survivors watching from above gasped in shock, closing their eyes in despair, dreading the bloody sight of his arm being sliced into mincemeat. Yet the anticipated sound of tearing flesh never came. Clang! A deafening screech of metal grinding against metal rang out. In the millisecond before the claws touched his skin, Lin Yan's left arm fully activated localized metallization. His flesh and blood limb was instantly coated with an impenetrable layer of dark silver alloy. The sharp bone claws scraped across the metallic arm, gouging out a long trail of blinding sparks. Midair, the mutated cat's vertical pupils displayed sheer bewilderment. Its instincts screamed danger and it tried to retreat, but it was too late. The moment Lin Yan withstood that blow, his right fist was already primed and ready. Crimson energy furiously condensed around the bones of his fist. Armor-shattering heavy fist. Bang! This unadorned heavy punch landed squarely on the mutated cat's soft abdomen. A terrifying concussive force penetrated its body. Meow! The mutated cat let out a blood-curdling shriek, its entire body twisting into a grotesque twisted shape midair. The crisp sound of bones shattering sent shivers down one's spine. It was sent flying over 10 meters by that single punch, crashing through the glass entrance of the office building and landing heavily in the pitch-black lobby. Half its body is ruined and it's still not dead. Lin Yan spat as he watched the shadowy figure struggling to rise in the lobby, dragging a trail of intestines as it tried to crawl deeper inside. Still trying to run. He pushed off the ground, unleashing Shadow Step as he transformed into a gust of wind charging into the office building. The first-floor lobby was shrouded in utter darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A thick nauseating stench of mildew and rotting corpses mingled together. Lin Yan activated Crimson Perception, bringing every corner within a 50-meter radius under his control. Soon in the deepest corner of the elevator shaft in the hall he locked onto a rapidly flickering, swiftly weakening energy source. Got you. Lin Yan strode over. The mutated cat was curled up in the corner licking its wounds. Sensing the approach of a human, the beast even bared its teeth in a futile attempt to counterattack. But Lin Yan gave it no chance. He raised his right foot and stomped down hard on its head. Squelch! The hard skull shattered into pieces, the sound echoing through the empty, deathly silent hall. A crystal gleaming with an eerie green light rolled out, a full size larger than an ordinary corpse core, its energy fluctuations extremely violent. Lin Yan picked up the corpse core and unhesitatingly activated Devour. Devouring second order agile type mutant beast corpse core. Shadow Step ability evolution. Speed boost increased to 100, duration doubled, physical stamina consumption greatly reduced. Passive ability acquired night vision. Crimson Perception ability evolution. Range increased to 100 meters, capable of sensing all life signals within range. Lin Yan felt a cool sensation in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the lobby that had been pitch black was now as clear as day in his vision. Even the fine cracks on the wall in the corner were visible in perfect detail. This wave was an absolute jackpot. It was a tailor-made physical external enhancement for his operations tonight. Lin Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. With Crimson Perception combined with night vision, he was now the veritable king of hell in this darkness. Anyone who tried to play dirty tricks on him at night would die without even knowing how. But in just a few short days, a second-order mutant has already appeared. Its intelligence has evolved to the point of knowing how to use the environment to its advantage, even learning tactics like fleeing when outmatched without any training. Lin Yan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him once more, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The rate of mutant evolution was faster than he had anticipated. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, amidst all the suffering of sentient beings, slaughter and evolution were the only salvation. If he didn't seize the time to rapidly strengthen himself, he would eventually end up on the dinner table of even stronger entities. He looked up, glancing in the direction of the third floor, having long noticed the commotion up there. Paying it no heed, he turned and walked out of the office building. Inside the exhibition hall on the third floor, the eyes of the few survivors were nearly bulging out of their sockets. He killed that monster with one punch. The bespectacled man crouching behind a shattered window trembled violently as he spoke, his voice shaken by sheer awe. Just days ago he had witnessed that mutated cat devour the security captain, a former veteran, as if he were a mere snack. Yet the man downstairs was not only unscathed, but his left arm was coated with a metallic sheen. Then with a single casual punch he obliterated the creature that had haunted their sleepless nights. The group exchanged glances, each able to hear the other's ragged breaths. After a brief moment of shock, ecstasy surged forth, drowning the days of pent-up fear. The monster was dead. The man below was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse, perhaps even an awakener like those described in novels. Clinging to his coattails was their only hope for survival. Quick! Get down there and stop him before he leaves. Ignoring their hunger-weakened legs, they shoved aside the barricading debris and scrambled down the stairs, stumbling and crawling. Downstairs the street lay in utter ruin. Lin Yan bent over, picked up the machete he had tossed aside and slid it back into his waistband. As he turned toward the black Ford Raptor parked by the roadside, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Big brother! Wait for us! The bespectacled man led the charge, having lost one shoe, clutching a half-empty bottle of murky water tightly in his hand. Two other men and two women followed, gasping for breath as they rushed to the pickup and encircled Lin Yan. He halted, furrowing his brow slightly, and cast a cold, sweeping glance at the group. Meeting his murderous gaze, the bespectacled man swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, please take us with you. We've been trapped upstairs for days and all our food is gone. If we stay in this godforsaken place, we're as good as dead. Lin Yan's face remained impassive, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He turned and walked away. He had seen too many survivors in this apocalypse trying to guilt-trip others with their misery. Useless burdens were nothing but a waste of air. Seeing Lin Yan not only ignore them but also attempt to leave a middle-aged man with a beer belly grew anxious. He stepped forward, habitually straightening his disheveled high-end suit. Then he pulled a gold card from his pocket and extended it to Lin Yan with an air of confidence. Young man, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Jiangwo, the owner of this food company. I see your pickup has plenty of room. If you give us a lift to the official rescue point in the city, the 200,000 in this card is yours. Wang Jiangwo forced what he thought was a slick smile onto his face. But his long-standing habit of issuing orders as a superior left his words tinged with an arrogant condescension. 200,000. Just days ago, to a wage slave like Lin Yan, that would have been a staggering fortune. But now, in this collapsed world where human life was as cheap as weeds, money was just worthless paper, too rough even for wiping, less useful than a moldy piece of bread. No time. Scram. Without even glancing at the gold card, Lin Yan coldly spat out 3 words, sidestepping Wang Jiangwo to continue toward the car door. Wang Jiangwo's smile froze instantly. He was used to being kowtowed to in his company. Wherever he went, people flocked around him. How could he endure such blatant disregard? Blinded by rage, he grabbed Lin Yan's arm. You ungrateful brat. This is 200,000. Enough for years of hard work. If that's not enough, I can add more once we reach safety. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking cut off his incessant babbling. Without turning his head, Lin Yan seized his wrist and twisted it gently. Ah. My hand. It's broken. Wang Jiangwo clutched his twisted, deformed wrist, letting out a pig-like screech of agony. He stumbled backward, tripped, and collapsed heavily onto the blood and mud-soaked asphalt, writhing in pain. The sudden ruthlessness made the others gasp, retreating several steps in terror. What's wrong with you? How dare you hit someone? Is there no law anymore? Amid the suffocating fear, a sharp, grating female voice broke the silence. From behind the crowd, a young woman in a tight professional pencil skirt and tattered stockings jumped out. Her face was caked with smeared cheap makeup, her eyeliner smudged like a panda's. Yet she pointed at Lin Yan's nose, putting on a sanctimonious facade. You have a car and the power to kill monsters, why not help us? We're all survivors here. Shouldn't we help each other? With great power comes great responsibility, don't you get it? You're utterly heartless and disgusting. Emboldened by her lead, the other terrified survivors found their moral high ground, timidly chiming in. Exactly. Your truck is big enough, plenty of room for all of us. Taking us along won't cost you anything. Why be so cold-hearted? Heartened by the chorus of support, the woman straightened her back. She was the company's receptionist, used to being worshipped as a goddess by male colleagues thanks to her looks. She had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, with men selflessly catering to her. And that mutated black cat. It had been her pet, raised on the company's dime. She sized up Lin Yan. Though his clothes were stained with blood, his face was chiseled and his frame imposing. Especially the superhuman strength he had just displayed. If she could win him over, he'd be the ultimate meal ticket in this apocalypse. Convinced she understood men's nature, she stepped forward in her high heels, brazenly blocking Lin Yan's path. She deliberately thrust out her chest, flaunting what she thought were alluring curves. You've got some skills and you're not bad looking, barely worthy of this fairy's attention. She tossed her greasy hair with what she imagined was seductive flair, striking a pose of magnanimous favor. Hey, race the deal, let me in your car and escort me out of this dump. In return, I won't charge you protection fees, and I'll even give you a rare chance to pursue me. What do you say? She lifted her chin with a snort. Normally my suitors line up all the way to Jiangcheng Bridge. Today you're getting a bargain. Lin Yan was so amused by her outrageous speech that he laughed in spite of himself. He looked her over. In his mind's eye he saw Lu Ruyan's pure ethereal face, unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful. Then he looked at this scrawny, padded, boring clown whose thick foundation couldn't hide the acne scars on her face. The sour stench of sweat nearly made him vomit his last meal. Where did this delusional confidence come from? The bad habits fostered by those shameless sycophants in peacetime, even the apocalypse couldn't cure them. Did she think the whole world was her mother? You. Lin Yan let out a contemptuous laugh. You're not even fit to polish my shoes. Get lost. Don't dirty my car. The woman's face turned a livid purple, her expression twisting hideously. On Little Red Book she could post a casual selfie showing her collarbone and get hundreds of brothers liking and fussing over her. How had she ever endured such outright humiliation? Enraged and mortified, her fragile ego shattered completely. She screeched like a cornered feral cat. You spineless coward, what are you pretending for? Setting facts aside, aren't you at least partly to blame? With your extraordinary combat skills, you're obligated unconditionally to protect us, the vulnerable. The woman's eyes suddenly darted sideways, as if seizing upon a fatal vulnerability. She thrust her finger toward the shattered corpse of a mutated cat lying in the lobby of the office building where Lin Yan had crushed its skull and shrieked hysterically. I'm telling you, that cat was my pet. By what right did you kill it? You heartless murderer. Lin Yan paused mid-motion, his hand hovering over the car door, and slowly turned. His narrowed eyes gleamed with an icy lethal chill. Oh. That feral beast, biting and devouring people indiscriminately, is yours. It's not the same at all. The woman jutted out her chin defiantly and bellowed. Deju may have killed several people, but he's just a cat. He was merely starving. What crime is that? Do you have any idea how irreplaceable he was to me? He was family. You killed him, you'll compensate me. You will let me into your vehicle. Her conviction swelling, the woman grew increasingly agitated, so much so that she abruptly yanked a smartphone from her pocket. She switched on the camera and flash, then shoved the lens directly into Lin Yan's face, snapping frame after frame without pause. I'm recording this. I'll expose you on Zaya Honshu as a deranged cat abuser. I'll mobilize millions of sisters to dox you and unleash a torrent of online vilification until you're socially obliterated. Unless you compensate me for emotional trauma and surrender this vehicle, don't even think about leaving. Once rescue teams arrive, I'll file a police report against you immediately. She brandished her phone, spewing venomous curses with every breath. Other survivors huddled behind her, frozen in stunned silence, watching the madness unfold with wide conflicted eyes tinged with faint desperate hope, as though expecting her to truly subdue this ruthless man. Lin Yan's gaze turned utterly glacial, murderous intent coalescing like storm clouds. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I'm recording live. Lay one finger on me and I'll charge you with sexual assault, aggravating your sentence. Terrified by Lin Yan's stare, she instinctively recoiled half a step, yet clung stubbornly to her defiance. Lin Yan sighed, weary and exasperated. It was the apocalypse, monsters roamed the streets feasting on human flesh, yet here stood a grotesque infantile relic still lost in delusions of civility. This was the last vestige of a dead civilization, unfit to endure. Since you love your cat so dearly, a family should remain whole. His voice was soft, yet carried the hushed, inevitable cadence of death itself. I'll send you down now to reunite with your beloved Deju. Before the final syllable faded, Lin Yan struck a single casual punch. Thud. Her chattering head exploded like an overripe watermelon. Crimson and ivory gore splattered across the faces and hair of several survivors. The headless body swayed stiffly twice before collapsing into a puddle with a hollow, sodden thud. Her phone clattered to the ground, its screen still recording the carnage. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence descended upon the entire street, not even a breath dared disturb it. Wang Jiangmo, clutching his severed wrist, and the three remaining survivors stared at the twitching, decapitated corpse sprawled before them, minds utterly blank. A thick coppery stench of blood flooded their nostrils, stomachs heaved violently, they collapsed and vomited uncontrollably. When they finally looked up at Lin Yan again, only bottomless terror and utter despair filled their eyes. A demon. Not human at all, merely a living llama wearing stolen skin. Lin Yan remained impassive, casually flicking droplets of gore from his knuckles as if he'd just swatted away a particularly bothersome fly. His frigid gaze swept across the four figures kneeling before him. Any objections? All four instantly urinated, stench blooming acridly in the air as they shook their heads, wildly frantic with terror. Then, without hesitation, they scrambled, tumbled, and fled headlong into the office building, frantically racing to escape the fate of that foolish woman whose skull had burst like rotten fruit. Lin Yan snorted coldly, pulled open the truck door, and slid into the driver's seat. He stomped hard on the accelerator. The Ford Raptor roared forward, crushing the abandoned phone beneath its tires as it sped westward toward the suburban outskirts. West Suburb, Yi family's hillside estate. Deep beneath the main residence lay a reinforced underground shelter originally built to store fine wines and antiques, now converted into a lightless, airless dungeon. The air reeked of fermented excrement, iron-rich blood, and an unrelenting, soul-crushing despair. Dozens of ragged survivors were crammed behind rusted iron bars. Their eyes dull and vacant, they mechanically assembled weapons in crude incendiary bottles atop long work tables illuminated only by flickering, sickly yellow overhead lights. Crack! A leather whip slashed across the back of a gaunt man, ripping through his threadbare shirt and carving a deep weeping gash. He screamed a raw animal sound, then collapsed onto a heap of spare parts, trembling violently. Hurry up! What's this sluggish dawdling for? A well-dressed overseer, slick and smug, paced the aisle, blood still glistening on his whip, his expression cruel and predatory. "Listen well, every one of you. Young Master Yi has a major operation tomorrow. If anyone drags their feet and jeopardizes his plans, I'll flay you alive, strip your tendons and toss your writhing flesh to the zombies in the hills. Young Master Yi has a major operation tomorrow. If anyone delays his plans, I'll flay you alive and feed you to the zombies in the hills." Terror jolted through the crowd, their jaws clenched tight, fingers flying faster across metal and glass as they fought to obey. Each pair of eyes burned with seething hatred, yet none dared utter a word. The overseer sneered, spat a curse and completed his circuit, then judging the hour late enough turned and strode out of the dungeon. Clang! The heavy iron door slammed shut behind him, locked from the outside. Only when his footsteps faded into distance did muffled sobs and choked curses dare rise from the suffocating silence. The godman who'd been whipped hurled his file onto the floor, ignoring the fiery agony lancing across his back. He buried his face in his hands and dissolved into silent, shuddering sobs. "These inhuman monsters. I must be blind. We heard Yi family's estate offered food and safety. I thought it was an official shelter. We raced here, my wife and 16-year-old daughter clinging to hope. But the moment we entered, our rations were seized, and then they dragged my wife and daughter away, straight to that monster Yichen." He smashed his forehead against the table, howling, "Broken, my wife. My daughter. Now I don't even know if they're alive or dead. I might as well be dead myself." Beside him, a burly man missing half a finger exhaled heavily, his gaze hollow and empty. "Brother, accept your fate. This isn't any shelter. It's a den of devils, one that devours flesh and leaves no bones. Yesterday I watched a young man collapse from exhaustion, still breathing, dragged out before he'd drawn his last breath. Among those imprisoned were not only ordinary survivors, but also those who'd awakened mundane or supportive abilities, cooks, medics, engineers, everyone forcibly conscripted as slave labor. They received half a moldy breadfruit per day, yet labored 16 grueling hours. Those who died of exhaustion or starvation were hauled out immediately to feed the zombies beyond the hills." Amidst the chorus of despair echoing through the dungeon, a stark contrast awaited in the deepest isolated cell. Inside, a clean plush mattress lay spread upon the floor. Beside it rested 2 sealed bottles of Nongfu Spring, several high-calorie energy biscuits, and even a few self-heating hot pot meals. Upon the mattress sat a petite figure, her twin ponytails bouncing lightly as she sat cross-legged. The twin-tailed girl picked up a compressed biscuit from the table, gently broke off a small piece, stood up and walked out of her cell. Approaching the frail man who was sobbing uncontrollably, she silently pressed the biscuit into his hand. "Eat something. Don't die here. If you die, there's nothing left." Her voice was crisp, yet her tone carried a calmness that belied her age. She appeared to be only 15 or 16, with a delicate, adorable doll-like face. Her large, watery eyes and twin tails made her the epitome of a stunning loli. But beneath the dirty work jacket, her strikingly curvaceous figure was impossible to conceal the loose fabric stretched taut over a breathtaking silhouette. Her name was Li Yu. Before the apocalypse, she was a top-tier prodigy in mechanical engineering at Zhengcheng University. 2 days ago, while scavenging for supplies outside, she was forcibly captured by the Yi family. In this hellish dungeon, Li Yu was the only one who hadn't starved, hadn't been beaten, and could move freely within a limited range. Her meals were also far better than the others, and she could even spare a bit of food to help others. The man stared at the biscuit in his hand, thanking her profusely before wolfing it down. Li Yu said nothing more, turned and retreated to her own cell, sitting cross-legged amidst a pile of scrap metal parts. She casually picked up a few rusted, discarded gears and springs. A faint blue light flickered at her fingertips and the metal parts seemed to come alive. They rapidly levitated, disassembled and reassembled in her hands, forming a precisely structured micro-trigger in mere seconds. This was her ability, SS rank Mechanical Dominator. With enough materials, she could even manipulate machinery with her mind and craft mechs and weapons from scratch. But she hadn't done that. From the very first day she was captured, she had keenly sensed the danger of her situation. Innocence is no protection when one possesses a treasure. Without absolute power to protect herself, revealing her true strength would only turn her into a tool thoroughly exploited by the Yi family. So she concealed the true extent of her ability. She only displayed a hint of mechanical repair and basic modification. So far she had only crafted a metal armguard for Yi Chen that could slightly amplify his ability's power. Such a small trinket had sent Yi Chen into a frenzy of joy. He immediately exempted her from hard labor, granted her the highest level of special treatment, and ordered that no one was to lay a finger on her. The Yi family's style of making enemies everywhere, internal oppression and utter lack of scruples, will never survive long in the apocalypse, Li Yu thought, staring at the assembled precision trigger in her hand. A cold glint flashed in her deep eyes. All it takes is one powerful external impact and this seemingly impregnable manor will crumble in an instant. The metal parts in her hand flipped dexterously between her fingers, eventually assembling into a small but devastating detonator. She discreetly hid the detonator in her inner pocket. Over the past few days, while appearing compliant on the surface, she had secretly used those discarded parts to craft a set of miniature self-defense weapons and lockpicking tools. She was waiting for an opportunity. A chance to completely break free from this place, even to overthrow the Yi family. 3 in the morning. The night was as dark as ink and thick clouds obscured the waning moon. A black Ford Raptor pickup truck silently turned off its engine, parking in a hidden forest at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yan pushed open the door and walked up the mountain path on foot. The night wind howled and the roars of mutated beasts occasionally echoed through the woods. In his mind, the red spiritual imprint of scarlet perception pointed clearly ahead. That was the location of the shadow ability user who had escaped during the day. Soon the towering outer wall of the manor came into view. Lin Yan climbed a tree over 10 meters tall. A faint eerie green glow flickered in his eyes within the darkness. Empowered by night vision, the darkness peeled away layer by layer, revealing the formidable layout of the Yi family manor in its entirety. The manor was built against the mountain, strategically positioned on treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. A 5-meter-high reinforced concrete wall enclosed the entire manor with high-voltage electric wires strung along the top. At each of the 4 corners of the wall stood a sturdy bunker. Machine gun barrels protruded from the firing ports, forming an almost seamless crossfire network. 3 powerful searchlights swept back and forth across the open ground outside the manor, ensuring that any living creature approaching would be riddled with bullets the moment it was exposed. For the early days of the apocalypse, this defensive setup was indeed an impregnable fortress of iron and steel. No wonder Yi Chen had the audacity to dominate the western suburbs and even send people to loot supplies in the city center. Lin Yan crouched on a tree branch, stroking his chin, his gaze calm. However, that was only true for others. Under the dual radar scans of his fully activated scarlet perception and night vision, this seemingly flawless defense appeared in his eyes like a sieve leaking from every side, riddled with fatal vulnerabilities. The blind spots of the searchlights, the patrol routes of the guards, the dead angles of the bunker's vision. All the data was laid out before him. Especially the ability users hiding within the buildings. Under the perspective of scarlet perception, they stood out like torches in the night. 2 in the left bunker, 2 on the right. A 5-man patrol team inside the walls passes the main gate every 3 minutes. Lin Yan murmured under his breath, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He seized the gap between the searchlight sweeps. Shadow step activated instantly. His figure turned into an afterimage, skimming close to the cold ground as he dashed rapidly toward the manor's high wall. At the corner of a side gate in the manor's wall, 2 guards in black combat uniforms were leaning against the base of the wall. One had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cupping his hands over the flame as he took a deep drag. "Did you hear? The elite ability squad that went to the global center today was completely wiped out. Even the captain died. Only one person made it back." The fat guard on the left blew out a smoke ring and flicked off some ash. "Pfft, so what? You've seen young master Yes' strength. If he's personally going after someone, how could they escape? I saw her on short videos before. That Lu Ruyan is smoking hot and she's a female CEO." The skinny guard on the right swallowed hard, rubbed his hands together and grinned lecherously. He. Once they bring Lu Ruyan back, those women that young Master Yi gets tired of might be handed down to us brothers for some fun. You're always thinking with your dick. But among the group captured yesterday, there was a young woman with an incredible charm, and I heard she's part of a mother-daughter duo. If I could have a taste, I'd have no regrets living through this apocalypse, even if I die." The 2 exchanged glances and let out obscene laughter, their minds filled with lewd fantasies. Little did they know death was already breathing down their necks. In the darkness, the night wind carried a hint of coolness. A palm without warning reached out from the shadows and clamped tightly over the fat guard's mouth. The fat guard's lecherous grin froze instantly, his pupils dilated with terror. A faint crack of bone sounded. Before the guard could even struggle, his cervical spine was crushed to powder by a large hand. His head drooped limply onto his shoulder at a grotesque angle. The thin guard suddenly noticed that his companion's breathing had abruptly ceased. He spun around sharply. In the faint moonlight, he met a pair of indifferent eyes devoid of any emotion. The lecherous smile on the thin guard's face froze, replaced by boundless horror. "You." His pupils shrank, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he opened his mouth to call for help. But he was too slow. Lin Yan's right fist, already cloaked in a crimson energy, shot forward like lightning. A dull thud of flesh striking flesh rang out. The armor-crushing heavy fist pierced through the thin guard's frail chest, the terrifying shockwave penetrating his body and blasting his heart into a mist of blood. The thin guard couldn't even utter a single syllable. The light in his eyes faded rapidly and he collapsed like a limp pile of mud. Lin Yan expressionlessly withdrew his hand, casually wiping the bloodstains on the thin guard's clothes. With both hands he grabbed the two bodies and dragged them effortlessly into the nearby bushes like carrying chicks without making a sound. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, clean and efficient, a mark of professionalism. Glancing up at the intersecting searchlights above, Lin Yan suddenly exerted force in his legs. He activated Shadow Step. In an instant his entire form transformed into a black blur that almost merged with the night, soaring into the air. His toes precisely leveraged the protrusions on the wall, allowing him to nimbly vault over the 5-meter-high electrified fence. With his night vision ability he had a full view of the infrared surveillance probes arranged along the inner wall. Lin Yan twisted his body to the limit midair, slipping through the blind spot of a surveillance probe with fluid grace. He landed silently on the soft lawn inside the estate. Entering the estate, Lin Yan did not immediately rush toward the brightly lit main villa to find Yi Chen. Through the radar-like perspective of Crimson Perception, 10 distinct energy points were converging in a 3-story building on the side of the estate. 8 Drink 2 Crank. Lin Yan guessed it was the dormitory for ability users. The Shadow-type ability user who had escaped during the day was among them. Capturing the leader was certainly important. But to completely eradicate the Yi family he had to first clip their wings. Like a seasoned night hunter, Lin Yan avoided 2 patrols, climbed up a drainpipe and slipped into the 2nd floor. Gently pushing open an unlocked window, Lin Yan entered like a ghost. The corridor was filled with a mix of sweat and alcohol, silent except for the rhythmic snoring coming from various rooms. Lin Yan pushed open the first door. 4 burly men were sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Lin Yan stepped forward, his eyes cold, and with a swift motion the blade fell. With a soft, the sharp dagger sliced through their throats like cutting through tofu. Warm blood spurted out in jets, but Lin Yan quickly muffled it with a blanket. All the scent of blood and the hissing sounds of leaking windpipes were smothered deep within the bedding. The 4 men didn't even wake from their dreams before they met their end. With practiced ease, Lin Yan used the dagger tip to crack open the backs of their skulls, extracting 4 drank crystals stained with blood. Without a flicker of an eyelid he shook the blood droplets off the blade and turned toward the next room. Slaughter spread wildly through the silent night. In just 10 minutes 8 drank ability users were harvested in their sleep, unable to offer any resistance. Lin Yan now held 8 faintly glowing crystals. He didn't intend to leave them for Lu Ruyan. With a boss fight imminent he desperately needed absolute combat power for a crushing advantage. With a flicker of thought he activated Devour. The 8 crystals transformed into pure energy surging into his body. Devoured 8 drank ability crystals. Physique attribute 80. Lin Yan felt a slight warmth spread through his muscles, his strength and speed had markedly improved. He reached the last door at the end of the corridor and pushed it open. Inside were 2 crank ability users, one of whom was the Shadow type. Crank ability users possessed far keener senses than drank ones, and the Shadow type user was particularly wary. The moment Lin Yan pushed the door, producing the faintest friction sound, the man on the left bed snapped his eyes open. Who? The man's pupils shrank and his body instinctively began to dissolve into a shadow to flee. Unfortunately he was up against Lin Yan, who was playing on a different level. Before the man could activate his ability, Lin Yan was already in his face, a blur of motion. A metallic hand clamped down on his throat, lifting him bodily off the bed. A crack of the Adam's apple. The man's legs twitched violently in the air for a few seconds before going completely still. The other crank ability user in the adjacent bed stirred, sitting up at the commotion. Before he could even figure out what was happening, Lin Yan's dagger pierced his heart, delivering a swift end. It was all about equal shares for everyone, ensuring no one traveled the Yellow Springs alone. He cut out 2 crank crystals radiating rich light. Without hesitation Lin Yan devoured them. Devoured crank physique enhancement crystal. Physique attribute 100. A violent surge of heat exploded through his limbs and bones, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Exhilarating. The pleasure of such surging power was utterly intoxicating. He felt the strength within him had reached an entirely new threshold. Roughly estimating, his physical condition was now 7 times that of an ordinary person. With sheer brute force alone, even a raging mutated elephant before him, he was confident he could tear it in half with his bare hands. He took a deep breath and devoured the last Shadow-type crystal. Devoured crank Shadow-type crystal. Acquired ability Shadow Stride. Shadow Stride allows the user to fully merge into shadows, concealing all presence. Duration depends on mental strength. Lin Yi concentrated. The next moment a layer of eerie black mist rippled across his body. The mist churned rapidly, gradually swallowing his form. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had completely dissolved into the room's shadows, with even his breathing and heartbeat fading away. Seconds later his form coalesced again by the window. Lin Yi flexed his neck, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was now the unrivaled god of the night. Standing by the window, his gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto the luxurious, brightly lit main villa halfway up the mountain. The warm-up is over. Lin Yi murmured under his breath, his form once again melting into the shadows, silent and invisible. The grand slaughter begins now. The night wind howled, tree shadows swayed, carrying a chilling and murderous intent. On the expansive lawn outside the main villa, 3 patrol teams of 5 men each paced back and forth. Their formation was chaotic, their steps sluggish. The harsh white beams of searchlights crisscrossed the ground, weaving an impenetrable net. Yet they had no idea that death had already descended silently. Lin Yi pressed himself against the wall in a blind spot of the surveillance, his form completely melding into the thick darkness. The newly acquired Shadow Stride now displayed its near-defying effect. His body transformed entirely into a wisp of black mist, perfectly concealing even his breath and heartbeat. As long as he wasn't directly exposed to strong light, the naked eye could never detect that a person stood there. A patrolman carrying a rifle yawned, cursed under his breath, left the formation and walked to a flower bed to unbuckle his belt. From the shadows a pair of hands shot out abruptly. The left hand clamped onto his chin, the right hand pressed against the back of his head. A crisp short crack of a broken neck was perfectly swallowed by the night wind. Expressionless, Lin Yi grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him silently into the bushes. The next second his form once again dissolved into black mist, merging completely into the night. With the dual blessings of Shadow Stride and night vision, Lin Yi became the purest hunter in the darkness. He weaved through the blind spots of the crisscrossing searchlights, and with every pause a life was extinguished. An icy dagger precisely slit a throat, the warm blood was swallowed by the black mist before it could spurt. Combat boots ruthlessly crushed chest bones, the muffled snap was perfectly masked by the wind. No screams, no gunshots. Everything proceeded in utter silence. In just 10 minutes 15 bodies, still warm, lay neatly arranged in the garden grass. Lin Yi flicked the blood droplets off his dagger and looked up at the pillbox on the second floor. 2 snipers were lurking there, tasked with blocking the main road. Lin Yi sneered, pressed his body against the wall, climbed up, and with a few agile moves silently flipped onto the second floor. Inside the pillbox the 2 snipers were nodding off. No one noticed a wisp of black mist quietly coalescing behind them. Lin Yi's hand shot out, grabbed both men by the hair and yanked back violently. The 2 snipers were forced to tilt their heads back, a flicker of startled terror in their eyes. A hand rose, a blade fell. The dagger traced a cold, sharp arc. 2 muffled thuds followed as 2 heads rolled to the floor. At that moment, inside the main villa's ground floor hall, the lights blazed brightly as day. A massive crystal chandelier refracted opulent light. Yi Chen reclined comfortably on an expensive leather sofa, gently swirling a half-glass of priceless Romanée-Conti. He wore a tailored suit and polished leather shoes, exuding the air of a supreme commander in full control. 4 core-level team leaders stood respectfully by the coffee table. On the table lay a detailed map of Zhongqing with several circles drawn in red ink. The location of Global Center was viciously marked with a large cross. Everyone assemble at 7 tomorrow morning. Surround Global Center completely. Yi Chen downed the blood-red wine in one gulp, a sickly madness flashing in his eyes. That bastard Lin Yi dared to kill Yi Gucheng. He's slapping my face. Listen, I want Lin Yi alive. I'll smash his limbs with a hammer piece by piece and lock him in a dog cage. I'll make him watch as I toy with Lu Ruyan. The hall erupted in unrestrained laughter. The young master is formidable. That sounds like a thrilling game. That kid messed with you, he's got a death wish. With us 4 clevels here, you want need to lift a finger, Master Yi. Well, drag him to you like a dead dog tomorrow. A burly scar-faced man flattered loudly, his face twisted in a sycophantic grin. Yi Chen leaned back smugly and reached for the freshly cut Cuban cigar on the table. Just then the walkie-talkie on the table emitted a harsh burst of static interference. ZZZZZT. The sound was jarringly out of place in the laughter-filled hall. Yi Chen frowned displeased and pressed the talk button. What's the situation outside? Report. Only lifeless static and the hiss of interference came from the walkie-talkie. No response. Yi Chen's expression darkened and nameless irritation rising within him. He called out again louder, Patrol 1, do you copy? Patrol 2. Patrol 3. Where the hell is everyone? The walkie-talkie remained deathly silent. The atmosphere in the hall visibly congealed. The 14 leaders who had been flattering moments before exchanged glances, their smiles fading. As clever ability users, they keenly sensed something was wrong. An inexplicable oppression settled over everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the silence. 2 headless corpses smashed through the entire floor-to-ceiling window and landed heavily on the coffee table. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the priceless Persian rug a stark dark red. Damn it! Yi Chen leaped up from the sofa, not even noticing the freshly lit cigar that had fallen onto his crotch. One look and his scalp went completely numb. The tactical suits on the 2 headless bodies were unmistakably those of the snipers he had stationed in the pillbox. They had been killed without a sound. Protect the young master. The 4 clever leaders panicked, activated their abilities. One grew a rock armor over his body, another conjured flames in his hands. They shielded Yi Chen like they were facing a great enemy staring intently into the deep darkness outside the window. Enraged, Yi Chen screamed hoarsely into the night. Who? Get the hell out here. His only answer was a heavy, oppressive set of footsteps. Tap. 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 The footsteps were unhurried, but each step precisely trod on everyone's nerves. In their constricted pupils, a thick, unyielding black mist slowly drifted in through the shattered window. The mist dissipated, revealing Lin Yi holding a cleaver still dripping with blood. His combat boots ruthlessly crushed the shards of glass as he stepped one by one into the brightly lit hall. His clothes were already soaked a dark red with blood, and a thick coppery stench filled the air. Under the chandelier's light, he looked like a demon of slaughter risen from a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the 4 on-guard team leaders and locking directly onto Yi Chen's face. I heard you wanted to break my limbs and lock me in a dog cage. His cold voice echoed hauntingly through the empty hall, carrying a bone-chilling frost. Yi Chen stared fixedly at the man who strode in blade in hand, his Adam's apple bobbing with strained effort. Lin Yi exuded an indescribable chilling aura of slaughter. Thick crimson blood dripped steadily from the hem of his clothes. His eyes held no rage, only an absolute glacial coldness reserved for lifeless things. He resembled a blood-soaked azura freshly risen from a mountain of corpses and a sea of gore radiating suffocating pressure. An inexplicable chill of mortal danger surged through Yi Chen's core, but he bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to remain calm. This was his domain. The villa was filled with his men. What did he have to fear? You're Lin Yi. Yi Chen snapped upright, a sneer twisting his lips. I hadn't even come for you yet, and here you are walking straight into my territory to meet your death. You breached my outer defenses. That does speak to some skill. But do you truly believe that assassinating a few ordinary people grants you license to swagger before me, Yi Chen? His voice cracked as he roared, veins bulging across his forehead. Guards! Where the hell are you? Get in here, chop this brat to pieces. His furious bellow reverberated through the vast opulent hall. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. No reply. Not even the whisper of footsteps. The entire villa fell into absolute tomb-like silence. Only the soft rhythmic plink, plink, of blood dripping from Lin Yi's cleaver onto the marble floor broke the stillness. Lin Yi casually slung the cleaver over his shoulder and spoke, voice calm and detached. Save your breath. Your men are all dead. Only you and a handful remain. At those words, Yi Chen's pupils contracted sharply. There had been 3 fully armed patrol squads outside. And several concealed heavy weapon bunkers. Even the dormitory housed 10 awakened adepts. All gone. Wiped out, silently, utterly, by this lone figure standing before him. Yi Chen's face contorted violently, his breath grew ragged and coarse. Jaw-clenched, features twisted in fury, he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Yi. So what? Though I don't know what underhanded trick you used to ambush them, you've now exposed yourself in plain sight. You're alone, while I still command over a dozen elite fighters. The advantage is mine. He slashed his arm through the air, bellowing at his men. Open fire. Riddle him with bullets. At Yi Chen's command, 7 or 8 heavily armed elite marksmen burst from both sides of the hall, black muzzles snapping into perfect unison, aimed squarely at Lin Yi in the center, fingers tightening instantly on their triggers. BRRRRT. A torrent of muzzle flashes flooded the hall, deafening gunfire threatened to rupture eardrums. Hundreds, no thousands of rounds wove a seamless net of death converging upon Lin Yan in a frenzied barrage. Yet he stood rooted, utterly motionless. With a mere thought his localized metallization activated. A sheen of cold dark silver metallic skin swiftly enveloped his vital zones. Bullets struck his armored flesh with sharp ringing dings erupting into dazzling showers of sparks. Those custom-made rounds, capable of punching clean through steel plates, flattened instantly upon impact, crumpling into shapeless copper discs that clattered lifelessly onto the carpet. What kind of monster is this? One marksman stared, voice cracking with terror as deformed bullet casings piled thickly at Lin Yan's feet, his hands shaking so violently he could barely reload. Yi Chen gaped, mouth agape, eyes bulging nearly from their sockets. Lin Yan gave them no time to recover from their shock. His leg muscles swelled, phantom step ignited. He became a streak of afterimage, charging headlong into the hail of bullets like a specter descending upon the living. His speed defied the naked eye. One marksman blinked, and Lin Yan was already inches from his face. The cleaver swept sideways with a shriek of displaced air. Schlorp. The man was bisected at the waist. His upper torso slammed onto the floor, spilling viscera and entrails across the marble in a grotesque cascade. Lin Yan didn't pause, not for an instant. With a flick of his wrist he reversed the blade in a vicious upward slash. Another elite mid turned to ream his rifle had his skull cleaved clean off, launched into the air like a severed fruit. The hall transformed into a living hellscape, limbs flew, blood mist hung thick in the air. Lin Yan moved among the shooters as though they were phantoms, each flash of his blade claiming another life without mercy. One strike, one kill. Every blow fatal. This wasn't combat, it was unilateral slaughter. Less than 10 seconds elapsed. The gunfire ceased entirely. 7 or 8 elite marksmen, alive and alert moments before, now lay strewn across the floor in unrecognizable fragments. Gah! Yi Chen sucked in a sharp, shuddering breath, face drained of color. Trembling backward he shrieked, voice shredding. What are you waiting for? Attack! Move! For Crank Squad Captain shielding Yi Chen exchanged glances, deep dread flickering in each pair of eyes. This youth was unnatural, but retreat was impossible. They had no choice but to fight to the death. The largest among them lunged forward, first roaring as he unleashed his awakened power. Riot-tip. His tactical suit exploded into tatters beneath surging muscle. He shot up past 2 meters tall, skin blazing a molten volcanic red, a living tank forged in fire. Crank Berserker ability. Defense and strength surged by 200, a single punch could crush armored vehicles. Simultaneously the other 3 attacked in unison. A wind element adept sealed Lin Yan's lateral escape routes with lightning speed, weaving intricate hand seals, dozens of translucent wind blades materializing midair, howling toward their target. A fire element adept hurled 3 explosive fireballs. An ice element adept thrust his palms forward, spear-like ice shards erupted skyward, piercing the air with bone-chilling frost. The coordinated final assault of 4 crank adepts, brilliant, lethal, overwhelming, engulfed Lin Yan completely in a storm of radiant energy. Die! Yi Chen's eyes blazed with desperate, feverish hope. Yet facing this maelstrom of death, Lin Yan merely lifted his eyelids, issuing a single contemptuous snort. Is that all? He didn't flinch, not a step back. Instead he charged into the onslaught heeding. Wind blades sliced across his shoulder, parting flesh, scarlet droplets spraying outward. Flames licked his sleeve, charring it black. Yet he didn't so much as twitch. His physique, 7 times that of an ordinary human, roared to full capacity. To him such wounds were no more painful than a mosquito's bite. Arrogant pup, take this fist. The berserker, enraged that Lin Yan dared ignore his attack and charge straight at him, felt deeply insulted. He stomped, shattering the marble floor, and launched himself skyward. His massive magma-red fist descended like a meteor, tearing the air with a thunderous sonic boom aimed directly at Lin Yan's skull. A flash of savage fury lit Lin Yan's eyes, not retreating but surging forward. His right arm retracted sharply, fingers clenching into a devastating fist. Shatter armor fist activated. Boom! At the moment of impact, visible shockwaves rippled through the air. The berserker's rictus grin froze, then shattered as his entire arm detonated, atomized into a crimson mist. Lin Yan's fist kept driving, punching clean through the berserker's chest cavity. A fist slick with pulp and viscera burst forth from the man's back. The berserker stiffened, staring down numbly at the bull-sized hole gaping in his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, no scream escaped. His eyes rolled back, his colossal frame collapsed into a pulpy ruin torn apart by concussive force. One punch, death delivered. A crank berserker reduced to paper before him. Impossible. The wind element adept, stunned rigid by the sight, fumbled his hand seals entirely. Before he could react, Lin Yan seized him by the throat, lifting him bodily off the ground. Just then the ice shards arrived. Lin Yan simply hoisted the wind adept before him, using him as a living shield. The wind adept became a porcupine, impaled by dozens of ice spears. Blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes widened in silent eternal disbelief, then went dark. Lin Yan tossed the corpse aside like refuse. His cleaver spun free from his grip, arcing through the air in a flawless lethal crescent. Schlick! The fire adept, still conjuring his fireballs, lost his head to the cleaver's edge. His headless body staggered twice before crashing to the floor. Then Lin Yan blurred, appearing instantly behind the last ice adept, and drove a crushing kick into his lower spine. Crack! The sound of vertebrae snapping echoed clearly. The man collapsed face down, vomiting torrents of blood, fingers clawing desperately at the marble floor, convulsing once, twice, then falling utterly still. From first clash to final silence. Under 1 minute. 7 or 8 elite marksmen. For crank adept captains. Annihilated, every last one. The hall lay littered with dismembered limbs and broken bodies, rivers of blood pooling across the marble. Lin Yan turned slowly, his gaze locking onto Yi Chen at the far end, frozen in abject terror. What was it you said earlier? The advantage lies with you. And now. At this moment, the arrogance and invincibility that had once adorned Yi Chen's face had vanished entirely. Within less than a minute, his vaunted elite squad had been reduced to nothing more than scattered parts strewn across the floor. Lin Yan. How dare you? You have already earned your death. Yi Chen threw back his head and let out a frenzied roar. Dazzling blue-white arcs of electricity instantly coiled around his body, the violent power of thunder going completely berserk within the hall. The crystal chandelier overhead exploded into powder with a loud bang. Peak rank lightning type ability. Die for me. He swung his hands and a thick pillar of thunder came crashing down toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan crossed his arms, localized metallization instantly covering his forearms. Boom! The lightning struck his metallic arms with ferocity, the immense force sending him flying backward. He smashed through 3 rosewood coffee tables in succession before finally slamming into the load-bearing wall behind him, creating a massive crater as debris and dust rained down upon him. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Seeing his attack succeed, Yi Chen's face was flooded with ecstasy. Ha ha ha. You little punk, did you really think I secured this position solely through my connections? A sound of rubble tumbling came from the wreckage. Lin Yan pushed off the half-collapsed wall section, pinning him down, and straightened up. He shook his slightly numb arms, rolling his neck from side to side, a series of crisp cracks echoing from his joints. Localized metallization had shielded him from the physical impact, but the penetrating nature of the lightning still caused a brief spasm in his muscles. This peak-rank destructive power did have some substance to it. But not much. You're celebrating too early. The moment his words fell, the marble floor beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crack. Shadow Step activated. Lin Yan transformed into a blur, closing the distance in an instant. A heavy fist flew straight toward Yi Chen's face. Startled, Yi Chen hastily crossed his arms to block. Bang! Yi Chen was sent flying, tumbling and smashing through several solid wood tables. With skills like these, you dare to act tough in front of me? Lin Yan wiped the bloodstains from his knuckles and strode toward him. The splintered wooden planks in the rubble were abruptly thrown aside. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, his features twisted in fury. You leave me no choice. He tore off the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a strangely shaped metal bracer, and viciously pressed the switch. The surface of the bracer blazed with blinding blue light and extremely turbulent energy forcibly channeling into Yi Chen's body. The originally blue-white lightning instantly darkened into purple-black bolts, crackling with an aura of annihilation. Yi Chen's ability fluctuations skyrocketed, directly breaking through the shackles of Brank and forcibly surging to a terrifying rank. A gale erupted within the hall, sweeping splinters and debris into the air. Yi Chen was enveloped within a thick pillar of lightning, like a god of thunder descending upon the world. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to possess such high-tech equipment capable of amplifying abilities. Yi Chen roared as he clasped his hands together, and 5 pillars of purple-black lightning, each over a meter in diameter, came hurtling down with an aura of doom. Their speed and power had more than doubled compared to before. Die! The violent electromagnetic field saturated the entire space, severely limiting Lin Yan's speed. A bolt of purple lightning struck him squarely in the chest. Lin Yan grunted, the flesh on his chest instantly charred black. He was sent flying backward, tumbling until he crashed into a corner, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, not so tough now, are you? Keep acting cocky. I'll blast you to pieces today. Yi Chen cackled, waving his arms wildly as an impenetrable net of purple lightning descended from above. Lin Yi quickly got to his feet. He concentrated localized metallization entirely on his arms and head, charging forward through the cascading net of lightning. The purple lightning struck his alloy-like skin, causing his muscles to convulse and go numb. But relying on the monstrous regenerative power of his sevenfold physique, he managed to endure the damage. Lin Yi pushed through the thunder pillar step by step, closing in on Yi Chen. The laughter on Yi Chen's face froze completely. Impossible. What the hell kind of monster are you? He frantically drained the last of his ability in a desperate attempt to stop Lin Yi's advance. But it was all in vain. Lin Yi tore through the lightning, crashing headlong into Yi Chen's face. The muscles in his right arm bulged, armor-crushing fist at full power, and he brought it down with devastating force upon the arm equipped with the metal bracer. Crack! A piercing sound of metal shattering echoed. The precision bracer that amplified abilities was smashed into scattered fragments by Lin Yi's fist. The immense penetrating force directly shattered Yi Chen's entire right arm, blood gushing forth. With the bracer's amplification lost, the purple lightning around Yi Chen dissipated instantly, his aura rapidly weakening. Before he could even scream, Lin Yi's foot had already crushed his ribs. Yi Chen coughed up a torrent of blood, rolling like a ball across the ground for over 10 meters, completely broken. The lightning faded and the hall returned to calm. Lin Yi strode over to Yi Chen, faint wisps of smoke still curling from his lightning-scorched body. He planted his combat boot on Yi Chen's chest. Don't cough. Don't kill me. Yi Chen lay in a pool of blood, his remaining left hand frantically grasping at Lin Yi's pant leg, his voice trembling with terror. This manor. The supplies. All yours. And the women. Dozens of top-tier women. I'll give them all to you. Please. Spare my worthless life. Lin Yi looked down at the groveling ant before him. If I kill you, all these things will be mine anyway. As his words ended, he suddenly applied pressure. The combat boot caved in Yi Chen's chest, instantly bursting his heart. Yi Chen's eyes bulged and he died on the spot. Lin Yi wiped the blood off the sole of his boot on Yi Chen's clothes, then pulled a dagger from his lower back. With a deft slice, he cut open Yi Chen's head and extracted a branch crystal core glowing with blue light. Then he moved to the other 4 corpses in the hall and retrieved their 4 crank cores. Holding the 5 blood-streaked cores in his palm. Devour. A torrent of immense energy surged through his palm, flooding into his body. Devoured 4 crank ability crystal cores. Physical attribute has reached current limit. Intermediate physical enhancement evolved into advanced physical enhancement. Your basic physical attributes, strength, speed, endurance, recovery, are comprehensively elevated to 10 times the human limit. Feeling the explosive power within him, Lin Yi was thoroughly satisfied. As a melee brawler, he did not devour the elemental abilities from the crank cores. Instead, he chose to convert all of them into physical attributes. He discovered that the higher his physical attributes, the more potent his various abilities became and the more monstrous his recovery. Devoured 1 branch lightning type ability crystal core. Acquired mutated ability Thunder Force. Thunder Force attacks are imbued with lightning power, dealing high burst damage and paralysis effects and permanently granting 30 lightning damage reduction. Lin Yi suddenly clenched his fist and crackling purple-blue arcs of electricity leaped between his fingers. Just then, on the radar of Scarlet Perception, over a dozen dense red dots of energy suddenly appeared, one of which had an extremely intense energy fluctuation. And the source of this energy wasn't above ground but deep beneath the manor. What was hidden down there? Could there be another expert? Lin Yi turned and cast his gaze toward the villa's 2nd floor. Along the corridor, a dozen carved wooden doors stood shut. Through his crimson perception radar, a dense scatter of faint life signatures blinked there. Lin Yi strode up to the 2nd floor and stopped before the nearest door, raising his leg in a single kick. The heavy solid wood door and its frame exploded outward, splinters showering the air. In the dim room, 7 or 8 girls screamed in terror. They wore only a few ragged scraps that barely covered them. Broad expanses of pale skin were crisscrossed with shocking lash marks and bruises. There were even burnt sores from cigarette butts. These were the dozens of exquisite women Yi Chen had boasted about before his death. Lin Yi swept his gaze across them with an unreadable face. Across the 2nd floor's rooms, more than 100 women had been imprisoned and reduced to playthings. The air itself was saturated with a nauseating stench of despair and decay. Yi Chen is dead and gone. Lin Yi uttered the words coldly without further comment, then turned toward the next room. The girls froze for a full half-minute before their vacant pupils slowly regained focus. Then a sob so utterly suppressed it had become volcanic erupted down the second-floor corridor. They tumbled out crawling and scrambling. When they clung to the railing and saw below in the hall Yi Chen, his heart trampled and crushed, their horror doubled. Seeing the grotesquely slain superpowered guards strewn across the floor, hundreds of girls all dropped to their knees at once. The sound of foreheads smashing the wooden floor filled the air. Even as they bled and battered their heads, they continued bowing until their foreheads struck the boards as if worshipping a savior descended from hell. One bold short-haired woman, forcing herself past the overwhelming smell of blood on Lin Yi, crawled to his feet and clung desperately to his combat boot. Please. Please save my husband, the girl sobbed, voice raw. They locked all the men in the basement as laborers. Please. Lin Yi looked down at her with his eyes lowered. He had already sensed that fierce energy fluctuation deep underground. Lead the way. Guided by the woman's trembling finger, Lin Yi reached a concealed guardroom at the back of the villa. Inside, two guards sat with legs crossed drinking beer. They turned at the sound. A surge of force kicked the iron door flying and it slammed hard against the wall. Lin Yi lunged forward, hands probing his fingers, finding the two throats with unerring precision. Two crisp snaps of necks breaking sounded in unison. The guards never let out a cry, eyes bulged before they slumped limp. For scum who colluded with predators, Lin Yi intended no mercy. He shook the blood from his hands and descended the shadowed stair toward the depths. At the end of the passage stood an explosion-proof steel door 10 centimeters thick. Outside, four coarse-faced overseers clustered, blowing smoke and holding whips stained with dried blood. Seeing Lin Yi emerge from the shadows drenched in blood, they froze, then rose warily. Stop, one barked. Does young Master Yi have orders? Hey, who the hell are you? I've never seen you before. Lin Yi paid no heed to the pack's barking. Instant shadow step detonated into motion. A blurred afterimage tore through the air as Lin Yi crossed 10 meters in an instant, appearing like a specter before the foreman who had spoken. His right arm bulged with muscle, the armor-breaking heavy fist sliced the air with a harsh hiss and slammed into the man's chest with brutal force. A power 10 times a human limit tore through the ribcage and utterly ruptured his thorax. The overseer's back burst open in a bull-sized wound, scalding blood and shredded entrails sprayed in a fan across the steel door behind him. Terrified, the other three panicked and howled, enemy attack. Kill him. Yet as bloodthirsty thugs they still lunged, snatching up a machete and iron rods to charge. Lin Yi's eyes were cold. He snatched the falling machete from midair with a twist of his wrist. The blade traced a grim crescent of cold light in the dim corridor. Three heads leapt into the air in unison and the headless bodies thudded to the ground. Lin Yi tossed the bent machete aside with a clatter, then turned slowly to face the impregnable steel door. Localized metallization instantly coated his right arm. He crouched, gathering tenfold of his extreme strength, and hurled a savage fist at the lock. The blow landed with a massive impact. A deafening metallic roar reverberated through the underground passage. The bomb-proof door, the sort even armor-piercing rounds might struggle to breach, was forced inward into an absurdly deep dent, its internal steel lock shattering on the spot. Lin Yi hooked his fingers under the rim of the dent, veins standing out in his arms. Open for me, he roared. With the sound of metal twisting and tearing by sheer physical strength, he ripped the multi-ton steel door from its frame as if uprooting a boulder. He flung the heavy metal door aside like refuse. The floor trembled beneath the impact. The scene beyond was laid bare before him. It was an enormous underground military workshop. Hundreds of survivors, skin stretched over bones and eyes glazed, worked the assembly line polishing weapons. The air reeked of sweat, excrement, and rust. A dozen internal guards armed with weapons and whips stood stunned by the roar, dumbly staring at the monster who had ripped the door. Lin Yi gave them no time to respond. Like a tiger descending, he plunged into the throng. The power of thunder clung to his fists as blue arcs of electricity danced wildly through the cellar. In less than 2 minutes, the dungeon's armed force was utterly annihilated. Not a single intact body remained. Hundreds of enslaved survivors clapped hands over their mouths, staring at the bed of devastation in disbelief. Only when the half-clothed girls from the second floor rushed in, crying and embracing their kin, did the entire subterranean chamber collapse into a tumult of sorrow and relief. Lin Yi had no interest in their grateful cries. He brushed the ash from his hands and, guided by the Crimson Perception's intense signal, walked straight toward the dungeon's deepest reach. There he found a solitary sealed room, the source of that immense energy fluctuation. He kicked the iron door open with a single boot. Inside was a world apart from the surrounding hell. The furnishings were oddly clean and orderly, the workbench strewn with precise metal components. A plate of fresh apples and an unfinished bag of chips sat nearby. In the swivel chair sat a girl of about 15 or 16 with twin ponytails. She held a delicate screwdriver roughly 1.56 meters tall. She wore an irresistibly cute, somewhat vacant lowly face. What was impossible to ignore, however, was that this petite frame carried an outrageously exaggerated, almost incongruous spectacular curvature at the chest. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help thinking, rightly, such a small skeleton bearing such a heavy burden, won't she topple forward when she walks? The girl spun her chair around. Her large moist eyes appraised the blood-splattered Lin Yan without fear. Who are you? She asked. Her voice was clear and pleasant, laced with a calm beyond her years. She was the genius mechanic Li Yue, the prodigy Yi Chen had treated as an honored guest. Lin Yan leaned against the doorframe, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. The crimson perception radar was now flashing violently with a blinding red light. The data it returned made everything plain to Lin Yan. The girl before him, appearing childlike and frail yet endowed with impossible proportions, was by no means weak. She was in fact an extremely dangerous SS-class ability user. The Yi family has been wiped out by me. I am now the new master of this estate, Lin Yan said flatly, as if stating a trivial fact. You are free. He had taken control of the estate and intended to build his power strong and wide in the apocalypse. A strategic SS tier talent like this, once encountered, could not possibly be allowed to go. Lin Yan's gaze passed over Li Yue, landing on the several miniature metallic spheres on the workbench. Li Yue followed his gaze calmly, putting down the screwdriver in her small hand. I originally planned to blow this place up and escape amidst the chaos. She shrugged, the impressive sight before her shaking dramatically. Since you've resolved all the troubles, it proves you are far superior to that fool Yi Chen. I have to show some sincerity. She was a clever person who had long understood the survival rules of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, the one with the strongest fist holds the truth. This man before her single-handedly broke through the Yi family, tearing apart the blast-proof door with his bare hands. His strength was simply absurd. The dangerous aura radiating from him was 100 times stronger than Yi Chen's. She quickly opened the drawer behind her and took out a silver metallic bracelet, handing it over with both hands. Hello, big brother, my name is Li Yue and I have rank ability mechanical domination. The internal gears and tiny circuits of the bracelet meshed seamlessly, exuding a hardcore cyberpunk aesthetic. She blinked her large eyes with sincere enthusiasm. This is a basic energy amplifier I assembled using scrap materials from here. Wearing it will increase your ability's power by 30 without any side effects. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. On the radar of crimson perception in his line of sight, the energy signal representing this girl glowed dark red, yet it reached the SSS rank. Srank. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lin Yan directly took the bracelet, snapping it onto his left wrist with a click, and pressed the switch on it. A strange metallic resonance instantly coursed through his entire body, causing the lightning ability within him to stir uncontrollably. Lin Yan's fingers suddenly clenched, his left fist tightening. Boom! The violent purple-black lightning exploded along his entire left arm. The arc that was originally the width of his fingers now surged like a frenzied purple python after consuming a miraculous pill. The destructive power visibly soared to a new level. An arc of electricity brushed against the workbench. Sizzle! The hard alloy surface was directly melted through by the terrifying high temperature, a pool of molten iron dripping to the ground, causing the cement floor to billow white smoke. Watching this scene, a hint of undisguised astonishment flashed in Li Yu's big eyes. She knew best where the limits of the equipment she had crafted lay. A 30 increase was based on the user's basic stats. To amplify the lightning ability to such an absurd level that even alloy could be melted. Just how terrifying were this man's basic stats? With this thing on his hand, it was simply like a personal nuclear bomb. Lin Yan felt the overwhelming power within him as the lightning gradually converged back into his body. He looked at the mechanical genius before him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Just as Li Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he added, however, for an SS rank mechanical domination, this level of craftsmanship is not enough, is it? This statement hit her hard, causing Li Yu's legs to go weak, nearly causing her to falter. She bit her lip tightly, her mind racing. How did this man know? He had exposed her true rank in a single breath. Her trump card was completely uncovered. It was too terrifying. Li Yu completely gave up resistance, nodding her head vigorously. Big brother, I will follow you from now on. As long as I can eat well, I can provide you with many good things. Lin Yan was quite satisfied with her timeliness. In this apocalypse, living long was the ultimate truth. Having a bit of hidden cleverness was harmless. As long as absolute strength was suppressing her, this girl would be a top-notch logistical treasure. From today on, this manor belongs to me. You will upgrade the defense system again for me. Task guaranteed. Li Yu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. This man was strong, so she would follow him first, and if things went south she could escape. After securing the chief mechanic, Lin Yi turned to leave the basement. He began to inspect his new territory. The manor was equipped with an independent solar power system covering a vast area. The towering walls were lined with high-voltage electric fences, and the defensive structures were exceptionally hardcore. The underground warehouse was even more of a treasure. Boxes of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, military rations, and purified water piled up like mountains, enough for hundreds of people to last for years. There was even a cold storage filled with various meats and pre-cooked dishes. Enough for hundreds of people to eat for years. On the other side, the armory was neatly arranged with various firearms and ammunition. Some of it was the original reserves of the Yi family, while some were scavenged from the outside after the apocalypse. Truly fulfilling the saying, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. This wave directly raided the Yi family's foundations. It was simply a huge win. In the open space outside the hall, hundreds of survivors stood in a crowd, not daring to breathe. The air still carried a heavy stench of blood. The bodies of the high-ranking ability users from the Yi family had just been cleared away. Lin Yi stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his voice low but penetrating. From now on, this manor has a new owner. My name is Lin Yi. My rules are the only laws here. Those who disobey can leave now. The crowd fell into silence. Everyone looked at this new king who had risen over the corpses of the Yi family with awe and fervor, no one daring to utter a single no. Outside was a hell overrun with zombies. Staying here and following an unparalleled ruthless man who could take on the entire Yi family was a choice even a fool would know to make. The next morning, the sun tore through the thick clouds, casting light upon the manor. Lin Yi selected 3 powerful heavy trucks from the garage. He left Li Yu to temporarily manage the internal affairs of the manor and pointed out a few nimble young men to get into the vehicles. Today he had to return to the global center to bring Lin Yan and the old couple over. He would also clear out all the top-grade ingredients from the cold storage. The roar of engines echoed along the mountain road. The 3 heavy trucks formed a steel convoy charging down the hillside. Meanwhile, not far from the manor, in a concealed townhouse, a scout dressed in camouflage rushed into the hall in a panic, saluting the retired soldier Zhao Lan at the head of the table urgently. Captain, something big has happened. The Yi family manor was taken down last night. Zhao Lan sprang to her feet. The tight combat suit instantly tightened, outlining her impressive curves. What about those dozens of ability users from the Yi family? What about Yi Chen? They are all dead. Not a single one survived. The scout swallowed hard, his voice trembling. According to our brothers observing from the perimeter, it was done by a single person. He charged in alone, and in less than half an hour the Yi family was completely annihilated. Zhao Lan's brows furrowed into a tight knot. Dozens of ability users combined with heavy firepower defenses were completely wiped out overnight. Even if the military sent an enhanced company to attack, it would not be so clean and neat. Zhao Lan slammed her palm on the solid wood table, causing the cups to jump. Gather the team immediately. I want to see who this person is. The main road down the mountain was littered with abandoned car wrecks. Lin Yi drove the heavy truck, charging straight ahead with reckless abandon. The heavy bumper smashed aside the cars, blocking the way, his momentum unstoppable. The convoy had just reached a sharp turn halfway down the mountain. In the center of the road ahead, 3 riot police vehicles were parked side by side, completely blocking the path. A dozen fully armed officers stood ready with riot shields. Zhao Lan, clad in a tight combat suit, stood at the forefront holding a specially made military combat knife in a reverse grip. Screech! Lin Yi slammed on the brakes. The heavy truck's tires let out a piercing scream against the asphalt, coming to a stop less than 5 meters in front of Zhao Lan. Lin Yi pushed open the door and jumped down. He scanned the group with an impatient look. Zhao Lan strode forward, the tip of her knife pointing directly at Lin Yi. Are you the one who massacred the Yi family last night? She demanded, her voice dripping with judgment. Lin Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. I did it. A good dog doesn't block the way. Move aside. Zhao Lan clenched her teeth in fury, her chest heaving violently. Do you have any idea that the Yi family was the best foundation we planned for establishing an official shelter? Now that you've killed them all, where will the survivors around here seek refuge? Her entire being radiated an aura of overwhelming righteousness. Lin Yi looked at the attractive woman with a fiery figure before him, feeling nothing but disgust. Official shelter. Lin Yi let out a direct laugh. Your do-gooder syndrome, where you're so generous with other people's property, is seriously sick. Yi Chen treated dozens of girls like dogs in his mansion and locked men in the basement to be exploited as slaves. All of this is thanks to you. Lin Yi had learned from survivors that they had gone to the Yi family because a group of officers told them it was a safe zone. Zhao Lan was stunned on the spot, her mind buzzing. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yi, holding his cigarette, strode forward with overwhelming pressure. If you idiots hadn't been spreading the word everywhere that the Yi family was a safe zone, why would those survivors have rushed to seek refuge there? They went full of hope only to fall into a den of evil. Your hands are stained with no less blood than Yi Chen's. These words precisely tore through Zhao Lan's psychological defenses. Her face instantly turned pale and the hand holding the military knife trembled uncontrollably. Her group was originally police officers from the Jiangcheng police station. After the station fell and they lost contact with higher authorities, Zhao Lan led the surviving colleagues to escape. She had her eyes on the Yi family's reputation and supplies, hoping to discuss setting up a temporary official shelter with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen completely ignored her. Before the apocalypse, Yi Chen had already been throwing his weight around in Jiangcheng, relying on his family's influence. He didn't even show respect to the police, only holding back on the surface to avoid going too far. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, these damn cops still wanted to control him. They wanted to use his family's supplies to set up some damn shelter to help those poor wretches. No way. When Zhao Lan brought people to negotiate, they were directly kicked out. If not for his fear of Zhao Lan's strength, Yi Chen would have wanted to detain this notorious police beauty of Jiangcheng as his plaything. But Zhao Lan refused to give up, planning to visit again in a few days to reason with him. Who would have thought that overnight the Yi family would be wiped out completely? Even if the Yi family was guilty, they should have been judged by the law. What's the difference between your inhumane massacre and the acts of those thugs? Zhao Lan bit her lip hard, forcing herself to stay calm, and looked up at Lin Yi. Since you've taken over the mansion, I'm now ordering you in the name of the authorities. You must take over and establish a temporary shelter to gather all the refugees in the city. If you do this, I promise to report your merits to higher-ups later and overlook your annihilation of the Yi family. Hearing this foolish speech, Lin Yi was thoroughly amused. He threw the half-smoked cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it viciously under his combat boot. If your so-called authorities could still manage things, the streets would have been cleared of zombies long ago. Your sense of justice means nothing to me. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to waste more words. Scarlet Perception had already thoroughly seen through Zhao Lan's background. SS rank ability. She was indeed a rare talent with a figure and looks that were top-notch, not even inferior to Lu Ruyan. Unfortunately, she lacked a brain and couldn't see the reality. Lin Yi had no interest in recruiting such an incurably naive woman. Get lost now. Don't force my hand. Lin Yi turned to get back into the truck. Seeing him about to leave, Zhao Lan panicked completely. She charged forward relentlessly, her military knife aimed at Lin Yi's back. You must agree to my demands today. Well, have a unknown fight. If you lose, hand over the mansion and accept reorganization. Lin Yi stopped. He was thinking about Lu Ruyan at the global center and his irritability was about to boil over. I don't have time for your childish games. Being repeatedly ignored, Zhao Lan was thoroughly enraged. She was a former Special Forces soldier with formidable skills, and she had awakened the SS rank Iron Blood battle will. The stronger the battle will, the stronger the combat power, and it could also boost her teammates. That was her confidence. SS rank Iron Blood battle will fully erupted. An extremely powerful combat aura burst forth from her body, making the surrounding air feel thick. Zhao Lan's speed and power surged several times in an instant. She swung the military knife, bringing a whistling sound through the air, aiming straight for Lin Yi's shoulder. She held back on this strike, intending only to subdue him. Lin Yi spun around abruptly. He didn't dodge at all, reaching out with his bare hand to meet the blade. Partial metallization instantly covered his palm. SS rank ability is indeed strong. But it's not enough before me. Lin Yi's 5 fingers clamped down tightly on the steel-forged military knife. Crack! Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal breaking, Zhao Lan's specially made military knife was crushed into pieces by Lin Yi's bare hands. Zhao Lan stared in shock at the scattered metal fragments on the ground. How did he know my ability rank? Realizing the overwhelming gap in power, Zhao Lan rapidly retreated backward. But Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to create distance. Shadow Step activated. Lin Yi's entire form turned into a blurry afterimage. Before Zhao Lan could even blink, her neck was tightly gripped by a large hand. Lin Yi exerted force with one hand, lifting Zhao Lan, who weighed over 100 Jin, straight into the air. Intense suffocation turned Zhao Lan's face bright red, her legs kicking helplessly in the air. The officers behind were greatly alarmed, a dozen pistols aimed at Lin Yi's head. "Let go of the captain," the officers shouted furiously. Lin Yi looked expressionlessly at the dark gun muzzles around him. "Anyone who moves, I'll snap her neck." This flat statement instantly silenced the scene. No one dared to pull the trigger. Then the bracelet on Lin Yi's left hand burst with blinding blue light. Purple-black lightning spread madly outward from him. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt struck the ground instantly. Boom! The asphalt within 10 meters was charred into a patch of coke by the high temperature, the air filled with a pungent burnt smell. The officers, terrified by this destructive force, stumbled back in horror. Zhao Lan, suspended in midair, felt true fear of death. Her pride in her combat power and rank was nothing but a colossal joke before this man. No wonder he could single-handedly annihilate the entire Yi family. Lin Yi casually flung Zhao Lan like trash, slamming her heavily onto the hood of a car by the roadside. Bang! The hood was dented into a large pit. Zhao Lan lay on it, coughing violently, greedily gasping for fresh air. Lin Yi walked up to her, looking down at her from above. "If you want to be a savior, do it yourself. Don't mess with me. Next time, don't blame me for not being gentle." With these words, Lin Yi turned and climbed back into the heavy truck. The 3 heavy trucks rumbled loudly, crashing through the riot police vehicles ahead and driving away, leaving behind Zhao Lan's team utterly shaken to the core. Zhao Lan struggled to get up from the car, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stared in the direction Lin Yi had gone. She gritted her teeth and finally decided to lead her team to find a real official base. Half an hour later, Lin Yi's convoy arrived safely at the global center in downtown Jiangcheng. The heavy truck slowly entered the underground garage entrance. As soon as they reached the first basement level, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes hard. The basement levels, which he had thoroughly cleared just yesterday, were now densely packed with zombies. Hundreds of them wandered aimlessly in the darkness, emitting bone-chilling growls from their throats. This abnormal gathering sent an extremely ominous premonition surging through Lin Yi's heart. Something had gone wrong in the cold storage. Lin Yi flung open the car door. He immediately activated Scarlet Perception, and the radar interface was instantly filled with countless dense red dots. In the direction of the cold storage on the 3rd basement level, an immensely vast and profound energy source flickered wildly. This level of danger signal far surpassed any mutant he had encountered before. Lin Yi waved his hand at the few survivors in the rear compartment. "Everyone stay in the vehicle. Lock the doors." He abandoned the convoy, pulled out the machete tucked at his lower back, and leaped directly into the dense sea of corpses. The surrounding zombies, sensing the scent of a living human, instantly became frenzied. They roared and surged at Lin Yi from all directions. The rage and killing intent within Lin Yi's heart escalated with each passing moment. He even skipped the step of devouring the zombie cores, fully entering a mode of one-sided slaughter. Shadow Step was abruptly activated. Lin Yi's form blurred into a series of afterimages through the crowded horde, his machete transforming into a meat grinder. With a single swing of the blade, 3 zombie heads soared into the air. Lin Yi raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick, shattering the bones of several zombies in front of him and sending them flying backward to knock down a large swath of others. He forcibly carved a bloody path through the congested underground garage with sheer brutality. Dismembered limbs and severed arms danced in the air, and black filthy blood splattered across the walls and support pillars. Without pausing, he trampled through the muddy gore, slaughtering his way down to the 3rd basement level. When he finally cleared out all the troublesome scum on the periphery and stood before the cold storage door, the sight before him made his heart clench violently. That steel blast door, weighing several tons, had been torn in half from the middle by some incomprehensible violent force. The edges were jagged with roughly twisted metal burrs. This was definitely not a level of destruction an ordinary mutant could achieve. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the knife handle, held his breath, and stepped into the cold storage. A blast of cold air hit him. Frozen food products were scattered everywhere on the floor, their packaging stained with blood. In the center of the cold storage, old Ma and his wife lay in a pool of blood. Their deaths were horrifically brutal. Their chest cavities had been completely torn open by some kind of sharp claws, their ribs grotesquely splayed outward. Their internal organs had been scooped out entirely, leaving only 2 empty bloody cavities. Lin Yi's gaze swept quickly across the surroundings, his expression growing heavier and heavier. Lu Ruyan was nowhere to be seen. Just as Lin Yi's killing intent was about to boil over, a series of extremely abrupt clapping sounds slowly echoed from a dark corner. Clap. 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 Accompanied by the crisp sound of leather shoes on the icy floor, a man holding a pure black umbrella strolled out from the shadows. He wore a well-tailored crisp black suit, not a single stain of blood on him. He looked utterly out of place in this cold storage littered with dismembered bodies. Lin Yi recognized him. This was the mysterious figure he had confronted across the distance on the rooftop before. The Black Umbrella Man who could make hundreds of zombies kneel in unison. The blood within Lin Yi's body began to stir uncontrollably again, the urge to devour stronger than ever before. High-level pseudo-human. Only a pseudo-human could excite his devouring aberration so intensely. The Black Umbrella Man slightly raised the brim of his umbrella, revealing a face so pale it looked morbid. He studied Lin Yi, who was drenched in blood, with great interest. Who would have thought that among such lowly creatures as humans an individual as powerful as you has already evolved? Interesting. This is truly fascinating. The Black Umbrella Man's tone was flat, filled with the arrogance of a higher dimensional being towards an ant. Lin Yi ignored his nonsense. His gaze passed over the Black Umbrella Man's shoulder, fixating on the air above. Lu Ruyan was tightly bound around her waist and limbs by several extremely thick black tentacles covered in disgusting mucus. She was hanging upside down in midair, eyes tightly shut, her face as pale as paper, clearly in a deep coma. Those black tentacles, as if alive, writhed and contracted on her skin, seemingly greedily absorbing something. Lin Yi's right hand gripping the machete tightened abruptly. Veins bulged on the back of his hand and his knuckles turned white from the excessive force. The Black Umbrella Man followed his gaze, glanced back at Lu Ruyan in the air, then extended a scarlet forked tongue and licked his lips. This woman's physique is too special. He turned, looking down at Lin Yi with a condescending air, his voice filled with fervor. An extremely rare and powerful life form. She's the perfect supreme nourishment for incubating the queen's egg. With her our race will usher in a new evolution. So I am taking this woman. The Black Umbrella Man tilted his head slightly, his gaze turning instantly icy cold. If you have any objections, I wouldn't mind wasting a bit of time to crush you, this slightly stronger insect. A powerful sense of crisis screamed alarms in Lin Yi's mind. Scarlet perception continuously transmitted to his neural center the terrifyingly vast energy fluctuations within the suited man before him. But at this moment reason and fear were completely cast aside by Lin Yi. Only an endless, almost sanity-incinerating rage remained. No one was allowed to touch what belonged to Lin Yi. Touch my people. A brutal roar was squeezed from Lin Yi's throat. Today you will leave your life behind. The moment the words fell, his arms completed partial metallization in an instant. High-density dark silver alloy covered his entire arms, gleaming with an indestructible cold hardness under the light. Violet blue lightning coiled up around his metallic arms, emitting a piercing screech. The temperature in the cold storage rose rapidly under the might of this thunder. The surrounding frost upon contact with the blue lightning was directly vaporized by the high heat, turning into a boiling cloud of steam. Boom! The concrete floor beneath Lin Yi's feet shattered with a deafening crack. Dense fissures spread outward for over 10 meters, leaving a charred deep crater where he had stood. His entire form turned into a dazzling trail of purple-black light, hurtling straight towards the Black Umbrella Man. A flicker of disdain crossed the arrogant face of the Black Umbrella Man. He didn't dodge or evade. Standing his ground, he slightly lifted his chin as dozens of thick black tentacles burst forth from his back. These tentacles, covered in disgusting slime, wove together into an impenetrable black net in midair. The black net met Lin Yi's fist hidden. The violent thunder and the black slime tentacles clashed fiercely. The piercing sizzle of electricity exploded within the cold storage. Blue arcs of electricity wildly danced across the surface of the tentacles, scorching the slime black. A thick acrid stench immediately filled the air. The energy of both sides compressed to its extreme, erupted completely. The surrounding frozen shelves were overturned by the shockwave of this energy. Frozen meat blocks weighing dozens of tons crashed to the ground, only to be shredded into fragments by the violent air currents. Lin Yi showed no sign of retreat, his eyes fixed on the Black Umbrella Man ahead. This man was the strongest opponent Lin Yi had ever encountered. He held nothing back, revealing all his trump cards. Localized metallization stacked with armor-shattering fist stacked with thunder force. Under the frantic operation of the mechanical wristband on his left wrist, this power was amplified to a terrifying degree. The destructive force of this punch had been pushed to the extreme limit that Lin Yi's body could currently withstand. The fist tore through the black net woven by tentacles, carrying blinding thunderbolts straight toward the Black Umbrella Man's face. The Black Umbrella Man frowned slightly, but a casual indifferent smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even dodge, merely raising his right hand and forming a fist to meet the attack. Their fists collided without any embellishment. Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded in the enclosed underground space. The violent energy from the clash materialized into a tangible shockwave sweeping wildly in all directions. The surface of the thick load-bearing walls cracked with countless fissures as wide as a wrist, and large chunks of rubble mixed with frost came crashing down. The Black Umbrella Man's pupils suddenly contracted. His right arm, which had met the blow, could not withstand the terrifying explosive force and shattered inch by inch. Flesh and bone burst into a blinding spray of blood in an instant. However, the recoil was equally formidable. Lin Yan felt a torrent of overwhelming force surging through his metallic arms and violently crashing into his chest. He was uncontrollably flung back over 10 meters, his back slamming heavily into the wall at the edge of the cold storage. Bang! A half-meter-thick wall was dented into a massive human-shaped crater. Lin Yan let out a muffled groan, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs ached with piercing pain, and even his breath carried the metallic taste of blood. The Black Umbrella Man stood in place, lowering his head to gaze at his empty right shoulder. He showed no trace of pain, instead letting out a contemptuous laugh. His voice carried a chilling elegance. "Human, is this your full-force strike?" He shook his head, his face full of disappointment. The blood at the wound instantly stopped. Dense red fleshy sprouts burst forth from the severed end, writhing and intertwining violently like living insects. In just 3 seconds, a perfectly intact new arm had grown out of thin air. Even the texture of the skin and its pale hue were identical to the original. The terrifying self-healing ability of a high-level pseudo-human was on full display. The oppressive sense of near immortality was enough to plunge any human esper into deep despair. The Black Umbrella Man flexed the fingers of his newly grown hand, the joints emitting crisp pops. He twisted his neck, looking down at Lin Yan embedded in the wall. The arrogance on his face was completely torn away, replaced by extreme coldness and cruelty. "You lowly insect, you've hurt me." The Black Umbrella Man had completely lost his patience. He pushed off the ground with sudden force, the high-end suit nearly bursting from his instantly swelling muscles. Speed and power doubled in that instant. Lin Yan had just struggled to his feet from the crater in the wall when, in a blur, the Black Umbrella Man was already upon him. Too slow, too weak. Accompanied by the Black Umbrella Man's cruel mockery, dozens of barbed black tentacles burst forth from his back. An overwhelming shadow like the chains of hell completely engulfed Lin Yan. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yan swung his fists in a furious barrage. His fists, wreathed in thunder, bombarded a dozen approaching tentacles in succession, splattering black blood all over his body. But the number of tentacles was too great, their speed too fast. Lin Yan's stamina had been severely depleted from the earlier clash, and his movements inevitably slowed by a fraction. An exceptionally thick main tentacle shot out from a blind spot, slamming heavily into Lin Yan's chest. Lin Yan was sent flying again, tumbling across the ground. Before he could get up, the tentacle struck again like a relentless shadow. The barbs on the tentacle's surface stood erect as it coiled tightly around Lin Yan's neck. A tremendous pulling force came abruptly. Lin Yan was hoisted into the air, his feet dangling, unable to find leverage. The remaining tentacles swarmed in, binding his limbs tightly, pulling him into a humiliating spread eagle position. The tentacles began a high-frequency strangulation. The barbs scraped furiously against Lin Yan's localized metallic skin, and the grating sound of metal tearing echoed through the cold storage. Deep cracks were gouged into the surface of the dark silver alloy, sparks flying as his defense was on the verge of collapse. An intense suffocation surged into his brain. Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his vision gradually blurring. The air in his lungs was being squeezed out bit by bit, and the shadow of death had already tightened its grip on his throat. He was trapped in a complete life-threatening crisis. The Black Umbrella Man leisurely walked to a spot beneath Lin Yan, as if admiring a fine piece of art, savoring Lin Yan's futile death throes. He extended his forked crimson tongue, licking the blood that had splattered onto his face, wearing an expression of ecstasy. What a vivid despair. "You know, the most ridiculous thing about you humans is your penchant for these meaningless acts of resistance." The constricting force of the tentacles continued to intensify. Lin Yan heard the ominous cracking of his cervical vertebrae under the strain. His metallic defense was being peeled away layer by layer. Sharp barbs pierced the skin, digging deep into his flesh. Toxin began to spread through his bloodstream, bringing waves of numbing pain deep into his bones. Lin Yan tried to summon the thunder force within him to counterattack. But as soon as the lightning flared, it was quickly neutralized and devoured by the disgusting slime secreted by the tentacles. The Black Umbrella Man possessed not only terrifying physical strength, but these bizarre tentacles could even suppress esper abilities. Don't waste your strength. The Black Umbrella Man sneered, pointing into the distance. Watch how they die, you impotent fool. Lin Yi struggled to move his eyes. A thick layer of double vision blurred the scene before him. Lu Ruyan was hanging upside down in midair, not far away, blood dripping from her hair, her condition unknown. The mutilated corpses of old Ma and his wife lay silently in a pool of blood, their deaths gruesome. Everything was slipping away from him. I will grind your bones to dust to serve as nourishment for the next generation of the same clan. The Black Umbrella Man's voice was like a demon's whisper. Resentment. Fury. An unprecedented towering rage blazed in the depths of his chest as if it would incinerate his very organs. Lin Yan's hands clawed desperately at the main tentacle around his neck. His nails curled back from the force, blood dripping, yet he could not budge the tentacle even a fraction. His consciousness began to fade, the world being swallowed by darkness. Just as Lin Yan's awareness was about to plummet into an endless abyss, thump. Thump. The dormant energy deep within his heart suddenly stirred to life. The power of devouring transformation erupted with an unprecedented intense craving. This desire was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more ferocious than any encounters with zombies or low-level pseudo-humans before. It was a hunger that roared from the depths of the soul, transcending all beings. Devour it. Devour it. These three words echoed explosively in Lin Yan's mind, instantly overshadowing all pain, numbness, and despair. Lin Yan's dazed pupils suddenly refocused. His eyes instantly turned a vivid red, devoid of human fear, filled only with an overwhelming primal greed. The man under the black umbrella keenly sensed the change in Lin Yan's gaze, a look that even made this high-level pseudo-human feel a primal shiver of instinctive dread. Dying struggle. Lin Yi bit his tongue and finally gained a brief moment of clarity. He used the last bit of strength he had left to claw desperately into the soft flesh of the main tentacle that was wrapped around his neck. He resolutely activated the devouring ability. Buzz. Two extremely deep black glows suddenly erupted from his palms. This black glow was not a violent thunderbolt, nor was it a hard metal, it was purely a domineering and extreme rule of plunder. The moment the black glow came into contact with the tentacle, the situation underwent a dramatic upheaval. The pure and immense energy contained within the tentacle, like prey locked by a black hole, instantly found its outlet. The energy transformed into a flood, bursting through a dam, rushing madly into Lin Yan's body through his hands. Hiss. The originally robust and full black tentacle, filled with explosive power, shriveled at a terrifyingly visible speed. The surface slime rapidly dried up and the proud barbs fell off like withered leaves. In just a second. This main tentacle, which could even withstand thunder, had now turned into a lifeless piece of withered flesh, crumbling in Lin Yan's hands. Not only was this main tentacle affected, but even the other tentacles binding Lin Yan's limbs were being rapidly drained of their life source in an extremely domineering manner. The massive energy surged into his body and Lin Yan's broken bones began to reassemble and heal at an incredible speed, while his damaged organs were nourished anew by the pure source. His exhausted stamina not only refilled instantly but continued to surpass its limits. Lin Yan's previously weak aura began to rise steadily, even stronger than during his peak. This is impossible. What are you doing? The man under the black umbrella's expression changed dramatically, fear washing over him. He widened his eyes in horror, feeling his source of power draining wildly. He was being forcefully plundered by a rule he couldn't comprehend. This overwhelming feeling of extraction spread like a poisonous snake through the main tentacle, instantly coursing through his entire body. Gaggle, gaggle. The man under the black umbrella's teeth began to tremble uncontrollably, and his body, once filled with explosive power, trembled violently. It was the most primal instinctive fear etched in the depths of his genes, arising from higher life forms facing a higher dimensional predator. What? What kind of monster are you? The man under the black umbrella let out a shrill scream, his once handsome pale face no longer showing any trace of arrogance or mockery, his features contorted in extreme terror. He made a decisive move, a fierce glint in his eyes as he suddenly waved his right hand upward. The man under the black umbrella brutally severed the few main tentacles connecting him to Lin Yi, dark foul-smelling bodily fluid spraying from the severed ends. Freed from his bindings, Lin Yi crashed down from midair. With a dull thud, his feet landed solidly on the ground, the terrifying impact causing the inch-thick ice layer beneath him to crack extensively. A large amount of pure pseudo-human source energy surged wildly within Lin Yi, making him feel unbearably hot. Lin Yi hunched over, gasping heavily, the hot air he exhaled transforming into white mist in the cold storage. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his hands covered in black blood. A miracle was happening. His rolled-up nails had regrown and his broken bones had completely healed, not only recovering from injuries in the blink of an eye, but his physical prowess also returning to its peak. Lin Yi slowly twisted his stiff neck. He gradually raised his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto the man under the black umbrella who was retreating in fear. A cruel smile crept across his lips. So I am your natural enemy. Lin Yi finally understood why his blood would boil uncontrollably whenever he encountered a pseudo-human. Why the devouring transformation had such an intense craving for the energy of pseudo-humans. His ability was born to plunder and restrain this higher-dimensional species. The vast energy and perverse self-healing ability that pseudo-humans prided themselves on were merely exquisite nourishment before the absolute rule of devouring. In this moment the situation underwent a reversal. The identities of prey and predator switched instantaneously. Lin Yi spoke not a word, his leg muscles suddenly swelling as he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. The hard concrete floor was smashed into a deep pit filled with spiderweb-like cracks, debris flying everywhere. He transformed into a blur, crashing directly into the man under the black umbrella. The man under the black umbrella had no time to defend himself, being heavily knocked down by this wild force, his back slamming into the ground with a dull thud. Lin Yi straddled the man under the black umbrella, raising his fist. The full-powered strikes descended like a rain of heavy blows. Crack! A punch landed heavily on the chest of the man under the black umbrella. The sound of his collapsing sternum and breaking ribs echoed sharply in the empty cold storage. Ah! The man under the black umbrella let out a piercing scream. Terrified of being devoured once more, he dared not summon tentacles to entangle Lin Yi. He could only humiliatingly shield his head with his arms, fighting desperately. Each punch from Lin Yi carried the tearing force of devouring. The moment his fist made contact with the man under the black umbrella's skin, a muffled sound erupted, forcibly tearing away a large chunk of source energy from within him. The man under the black umbrella was sprayed with blood and retreated step by step. The few remaining tentacles that tried to ambush from behind him were instantly smashed into a shower of flesh as they emerged under Lin Yi's flawless heavy punches. Black slime and bits of flesh splattered all over Lin Yi, but he paid no mind. In his blood-red eyes burned only pure desire for slaughter, growing faster, stronger and more excited with each strike. The energy returning from devouring left him tireless. This was entirely a one-sided crushing situation. The aesthetics of violence reached their peak between Lin Yi's fists. The self-healing ability the man under the black umbrella prided himself on became extremely slow as his energy was continuously drained. The bones just shattered by the last punch didn't even have time to heal before being pulverized by the next hit. The man under the black umbrella's aura rapidly weakened. His once handsome pale face was now completely crushed into a puddle of bloody mush, with even his features unrecognizable. Under Lin Yi's storm-like assault, the man under the black umbrella found no opportunity to counterattack. In the large cold storage, only the dull sound of fists striking flesh remained. The man under the black umbrella was utterly panicked. The vital essence of this body was being irrevocably drained. For the first time, the shadow of death loomed over this high-tier pseudo-human's mind. No. I cannot die by the hands of these wretched humans. I must deliver intelligence on this mutant back to the hive. He roared, deliberately absorbing a crushing blow from Lin Yi. His sternum collapsed inward with a sickening crunch, forming a grotesque depression. Yet he used the sheer force of the impact to slide backward over 10 meters, finally breaking free from Lin Yi's suffocating pressure. Midair, he contorted his mangled body, and the moment his feet touched ground, exploded forward with desperate bone-jarring force, racing headlong toward the shattered entrance of the cold storage facility. He moved so fast he blurred into a streak of black shadow. Think you can run? Did you ask for my permission? Lin Yi rose slowly, a cold, disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He had already anticipated the creature's move. His phantom shadow step surged to its absolute limit. With a sharp crack, violent violet-black lightning flared beneath his feet. Lin Yi vanished from his spot as if erased by thin air, leaving only a ripple of displaced air in his wake. In the next instant, he reappeared like a specter directly upon the monster's inevitable escape path. Frenzied violet-black thunder coalesced violently around his fist, its searing heat warping the surrounding air. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the charging figure, his voice glacial, devoid of warmth or hesitation. I refuse to believe your head won't stay gone once I shatter it. Die, now. Power erupted from his waist, surging up his spine and down his right arm. His thunder-shattering armor fist struck with cataclysmic force, draining more than half his internal energy. A violet-black shockwave, unstoppable and annihilating, slammed into the black umbrella man's bloodied skull. Boom! It detonated like a high-explosive grenade within a confined space. The man's head instantly vaporized into a crimson mist. Gray and white brain matter mixed with gore sprayed outward in all directions. The overwhelming violet-black thunder did not cease, it surged violently down his severed neck, flooding his headless torso with raw, brutal energy. In an instant every remaining organ inside him was flashed right into charred, foul-smelling cinders. His headless corpse, propelled by inertia, staggered 2 more steps forward. Then his knees buckled, he collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. From the ruined flesh tumbled a high-tier crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating a dazzling crimson glow. It clattered twice before coming to rest at Lin Yan's feet. With the Black Umbrella Man's death, the uncontrolled black tendrils suspended in midair withered and snapped one by one. Lu Ruyan, who had been suspended upside down in the air, suddenly lost her restraints and plummeted toward the ground. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened, he instantly withdrew his fist and launched himself forward with explosive leg strength. A fraction of a second before she struck the floor, he caught her slender ice-cold form cradled securely in his arms. And yet, just then, an eerie transformation occurred. From the charred, fragmented flesh at the Black Umbrella Man's severed neck came violent writhing motion, then with a wet plop something alive shot forth. It was a blood-red worm no longer than 20 centimeters, its entire surface bristling with countless tiny compound eyes slicked with nauseating mucus. Now dozens of those compound eyes locked onto Lin Yan, glinting with unervingly human malice, deep and venomous beneath the dim light. Was this the true essence of a high-tier pseudo-human? Seizing Lin Yan's momentary distraction, it shot forward as a crimson blur, hurtling straight toward the drainage grate in the corner of the cold storage. You will not escape. Lin Yan reacted instantly, holding Lu Ruyan with one arm while raising his free hand. Violet-black lightning, thick as a water barrel, lanced from his fingertips. The bolt struck the edge of the drain, shattering tiles in a violent blast, but it was still a heartbeat too late. The crimson worm slithered with uncanny agility through the iron grating's narrow gaps, vanishing into the pitch-black depths of the sewer. Lin Yan immediately activated his crimson perception. An invisible wave of spiritual awareness extended from his gaze, imprinting a precise psychic mark upon the fleeing worm. With that mark embedded, the creature could flee to the ends of the earth. Lin Yan would still find it. He withdrew his gaze, strode forward, and kicked the obstructive headless corpse aside with a single contemptuous sweep of his foot. Then he bent down and retrieved the high-tier crystal core, its eerie crimson luminescence pulsing softly in his palm. It felt warm and smooth, its inner energy fluctuations far more potent than all previous cores he had consumed combined. Undoubtedly a treasure. Without hesitation, Lin Yan absorbed it. Absorbing high-tier pseudo-human crystal core. Acquired mutated ability Phantom Echo Clone. Phantom Echo Clone generates multiple clones possessing 50% of the user's base attributes. The original may instantly switch consciousness between clones. Clone count is limited by spiritual energy reserves. Acquired rare mutated ability Psychic Telekinesis. Psychic Telekinesis manipulates physical objects via spiritual energy. Greater spiritual power enables control over more objects simultaneously, grants immunity to psychic assaults. This single high-tier pseudo-human core had granted him 2 extraordinary abilities, both immensely powerful. Though he could currently manifest only one clone, that clone was nothing short of a life-saving technique. Should his original body be destroyed, he could instantly shift consciousness into the clone, transforming it into his new primary form. Effectively an extra life. Psychic Telekinesis enabled remote object manipulation, precision strikes without needing physical contact. Suddenly fragmented residual memories surged into his mind from the core. The vision was violently distorted, a vast bottomless subterranean chamber known as the Hatchery Laboratory. Towering cylindrical glass tanks dozens of meters high stood in perfect rows, each filled with viscous green nutrient fluid. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of naked humans floated motionless within them, while mutated pseudo-humans drifted between tanks, systematically extracting their vital life essence. Here humanity had been reduced entirely to mere incubators for monsters. Deep within the laboratory's heart, a dark crimson fleshy egg, several meters tall, pulsed rhythmically as though breathing with sinister intent. The memory cut off abruptly. Lin Yan snapped his eyes open, icy murder flashing across his irises. So that was it. The Black Umbrella Man was merely one of many hounds serving this vast hidden conspiracy. His relentless pursuit of Lu Ruyan, to drain her elite life energy, had all been in service of nurturing that so-called queen egg. Beneath Jiangcheng, Lin Yan vowed silently he would tear this entire abomination from its roots sooner or later. Returning his focus, he knelt beside Lu Ruyan to assess her condition. She had lost immense vitality to those tendrils. How much could she endure? As he lowered his head, his brow furrowed again. Lu Ruyan, who moments earlier lay unconscious and ice-cold in his arms, now let out a sharp pained groan. Her body convulsed violently, veins bulging beneath her pale skin. Then, impossibly, a strange emerald-green vine forced its way upward from beneath the skin of her wrist, surging along her subcutaneous tissue with terrifying speed. Lin Yi stared at the green vine writhing on Lu Ruyan's wrist. Her breath was feeble, her heartbeat so slow it was almost imperceptible. Fortunately, the sallow deathliness of zombification had not yet crept across her skin. The man with the black umbrella had siphoned off so much of her vitality that the body had forcibly shut down non-essential functions, locking itself into the deepest layer of self-preservation. Chaotic footsteps sounded from behind as the few survivors left on the heavy truck mustered courage and bolted into the cold storage. Scattered remnants of flesh and congealed blood stank the air. Several people retched against the wall, their legs buckling. A yellow-haired youth stepped forward. Lin Yi. I've awakened in frank healing ability, let me try. I can absolutely revive sister-in-law. The youth rubbed his hands, desperate to prove his value before Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, try. Huang Mao's face lit with joy. He inhaled deeply. A faint white light bloomed in his palm as he cautiously pressed it to Lu Ruyan's forehead. But then an anomaly erupted. The SS-level Shangming Yuanchang life origin instinct within Lu Ruyan detonated the instant it encountered foreign energy. The green vine on her wrist snapped up, its glaring verdant light coiled tightly around Huang Mao's hand. Ah! He screamed in a piercing warped howl. His paltry frank healing did nothing, it became bait. Lu Ruyan's body, like a famished beast, crawled along his arm and ravenously devoured the vitality inside him. The flesh on Huang Mao's face collapsed, cheekbones jutting, his yellow-dyed hair grayed and withered at the roots, then fell away in clumps. He shriveled and aged at a terrifying pace. Help! Boss Lin, save me, he yelled, arching back and flailing his legs. But his hands were welded to Lu Ruyan's forehead, impossible to pull free. Sensing the reverse surge of energy, Lin Yi did not hesitate and stamped hard into Huang Mao's chest. The violent force severed the vine's connection. Huang Mao was flung forward some 10 meters, smashing into the cold storage wall and denting it. He vomited a mouthful of black blood laced with organ fragments that slumped like mud onto the floor. He was skin and bone, breathing shallow, utterly wrecked. Lin Yi withdrew his foot and watched the vine retreat into Lu Ruyan's wrist, a grim understanding settling in him. An SS-level constitution was overwhelmingly domineering. Frank healing energy wasn't nearly enough. She was a parched abyss in desperate need of vast quantities of pure energy to fill the deficit. Ordinary powered individuals couldn't supply that. Only Shurha corpse cores. Only the corpse cores from hundreds or thousands of zombies' heads could close such a horrific gap. Lin Yi turned and coldly fixed his gaze on the remaining survivors huddled and trembling in the corner. Load every supply left in the cold storage onto the truck. If anything is missing, your fate will be worse than his. They nodded, frantically scrambling to the shelves and hauling frozen meat and cans out without daring to breathe. Lin Yi tore some clean cardboard flat and placed Lu Ruyan upon it. Then he lifted the mountain-cleaving blade, its edge already slightly rolled, and stepped into the pitch-black fire escape. The global center needed to be cleared. Lin Yi descended to B2. In the dark, a dense cacophony of hisses surged like a tide. Hundreds of zombies smelling the scent of living blood shoved and roared as they came from all directions. He wasted no words. Chonying function afterimage clone activated. The air warped and an identical figure split from his body, both holding the energy-concentrated mountain-cleaving blade reversed in their hands. Blue-white lightning danced along both blades, illuminating the corridor's countless pale faces. The two Linyas left and right were like twin meat grinders crashing into the horde. Blades laced with thunder fell. The first dozen zombies were beheaded without sound, their charred necks carbonized as electricity incinerated the blood before it could spray. Though the clone's combat power was only half of the original against such low-tier swarms, it was still a one-sided slaughter. Lin Yi stepped over the scattered limbs and willed an ability. Jingshan Nunli's psychic telekinesis unleashed. The dozens of glass shards on the floor rose and hovered. With a cold glint in his eyes, they became an omnidirectional storm of slicing blades tearing through the dead. The dense sounds of razors cutting flesh rang out. Large numbers of zombies had their cervical vertebrae precisely severed and collapsed like stalks of harvested grain. The clearing efficiency doubled. B2 was soon emptied. Lin Yi fetched a burlap sack with a sweep of thought. The faintly glowing gray-white Shurha rose and obediently fell into the bag. He kept moving upward, first floor, third, 10th. The higher the level, the more terrifying the number and density. Along the way, a few brute and agile elite zombies appeared. Lin Yi gave them no chance to act. Both figures executed shunning Bufa instant shadow step to flank perfectly. Suijia Zhongchuan armor-shattering heavy fist smashed out, crushing an elite's skull and extracting a large Shurha. He fought from B2 all the way to the 30th floor. The floors were carpeted with mutilated corpses. Dark red blood cascaded down the stairs like a waterfall. The sack already held more than 500 bloodstained Shurha. Lin Yi hoisted the blood-dripping sack and returned to the underground cold storage. The survivors had finished loading and now crouched by the truck, too terrified to make a sound. He strode to Lu Ruyan. She remained in a deep coma, her body chilling to a frightening degree, her lips drained of color. Lin Yi untied the sack, grabbed a blood-stained Shurha and placed it beside the writhing green vine. The vine, like a shark smelling blood, sprouted countless tiny tendrils and latched onto the cores. The hard crystals pulverized at astonishing speed. Pure energy surged along the vine into Lu Ruyan. Her body convulsed and a flush of life finally returned to her pale face. It was working. Lin Yi continued to feed them, dozens, then hundreds, 200. The Shurha in the sack visibly dwindled. When he had fed her more than 400 Shurha, a portent arose. Intricate green patterns began to emerge across her ashen skin. The lines crawled from her neck to her cheeks, exuding an intense aura of life. The greedy green vine sated, slowly retracted beneath her skin. A brilliant green light bathed the dim cold storage like daylight. Lu Ruyan's lashes trembled. She then slowly opened her eyes. A hint of vibrant emerald had infused the previously monochrome irises. After a moment of bewilderment, she saw the bloodied Lin Yi before her. Lin Yi. Her voice was hoarse as she jolted upright, ignoring her weakened body and flinging herself into his arms. Her hands clamped around his neck, nails nearly biting into his flesh. Her warm lips crashed into his untidy, ravenous, more an animalistic claim than a kiss. The metallic stench of blood and the salt of tears mingled between them. Lin Yi dropped the sack and with a strong arm drew her close, answering the fierce embrace. Long moments later they parted, gasping. Lu Ruyan's eyes were rimmed red, her hands still gripped his clothes. Lin Yi. Sob. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Yi wiped her tears and hoisted her into his arms. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will touch you. He strode out of the cold storage to the heavy truck at the entrance, settled her into the passenger seat and tossed a blanket over her. Just as he reached for the driver's door, the miniature communicator Li Yu had modified on his wrist flashed a blinding red. Through violent electromagnetic interference, Li Yu's voice came through in ragged, terrified sobs. Brother. Help. At the manor. Those survivors have rebelled. Lin Yi's hand froze on the truck door. A cold wind swept through the underground garage. Veins stood out on the back of his hand as he gripped the handle. With a dull crack, the steel handle bent under his squeeze. Find a safe place to hide and wait for my return. Wait for me. Lin Yi tossed these words into the communicator and cut the signal. He yanked open the car door, slid into the driver's seat and floored the accelerator. The tires spun wildly in the pool of blood on the cold storage floor, screeching with the acrid stench of burnt rubber. The heavy truck engine roared like a beast charging onto the street. Abandoned vehicles along the way were brutally shoved aside. Beyond the windshield, mutilated zombie limbs and black blood splattered incessantly. Lin Yi wasn't overly surprised by the manor uprising. He had witnessed the greed of human nature in the apocalypse far too many times. During Yi Chen's reign, those people lived worse than dogs and pigs. After he had been gone for an entire day, suddenly freed from the yoke around their necks and staring at the mountains of grain and weapons piled in the warehouse, inevitably some would be consumed by avarice and take the risk. His decision not to directly expel those people before he left was a test in itself. Worthless parasites and ungrateful snakes would only waste precious food. This was one of the rules of the apocalypse he believed in. The second rule was, I will not strike unless I am struck. But if someone strikes me, they will never see the sun of another day. He was no longer fighting alone. After seizing the Yi family manor, he had to build a force. Building a force required prestige and above all absolute loyalty. Direct expulsion would tarnish his reputation and hinder future recruitment. It was better to give them a chance, let those ingrates who repay kindness with enmity reveal themselves. Only then could a thorough purge forge absolute dominance. Inside the Banshan Manor's basement corridor, the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the cloying stench of blood. Hundreds of rioters clutching rifles and machetes, their eyes bloodshot, gathered at the entrance to the basement. Li Yue, her face pale as a ghost, hid behind a barricade at the end of the passage. Two automated machine gun turrets modified from scrap parts by Li Yu's mechanical dominance were set up ahead, spitting tongues of fire furiously. A dense web of bullets formed a lethal net in the narrow corridor. Over 30 mutilated corpses were piled at the entrance, blood seeping through the gaps in the floor tiles into the lower areas. Beside Li Yu huddled 40 or 50 ragged survivors. These were the people who had previously received dry rations from Li Yu in the dungeon. Wang Dalan, the frail man once whipped by the overseer, now clutched a sharpened steel rod standing protectively in front of Li Yu. His wife, the woman who had desperately begged Lin Yi to save her husband, also brandished a cleaver. Though trembling violently, she did not retreat a single step. Though their legs quaked with fear, they resolutely chose to stand by Li Yu. More precisely, they were grateful for Lin Yi's life-saving grace and refused to join the rebellion. The rioters were split into two factions. They had seized the weapons and broken into the storehouses for grain. But they couldn't get out. The manor's main gate was locked and the high walls were strung with lethal high-voltage electric wire. The control authority for the manor and the switch for the electrified fence were both in Li Yu's hands. Without dealing with Li Yue, they would be trapped inside the manor to die. The two factions originally fighting over the grain had, under the leadership of two low-level ability users, brokered a deal to split the supplies equally, forming a temporary alliance. "Listen up, you inside," a bald-headed leader shouted from behind cover. "We were all poor souls oppressed by each and before. We've finally regained our freedom. Now the manor is ours. We have guns and food. Why should we take orders from anyone else? We decide our own fate. Wang Dalan, tie up that little blonde girl and hand her over. I guarantee you'll share a bite of food with you." Wang Dalan spat on the ground. "Bullshit. Without Boss Lin would have been tortured to death by each and long ago. You ungrateful bastards. You want to touch Miss Li? You'll have to step over my dead body first." The survivors behind were terrified, but not one of them moved a muscle. The city is crawling with zombies. Lin Yi isn't coming back. Don't be so ungrateful. The bald leader's face darkened. Keep this up, and when the machine guns run out of ammo, we'll chop you all up and feed you to the zombies. The barrels of the machine gun turrets glowed red hot. Li Yu bit her pale lips. The flashing red light on the turret indicated she had less than 50 rounds left. Due to the suddenness of the riot, she hadn't prepared enough materials and the ammunition couldn't be replenished. Click. The machine gun turret made a dry, empty chamber sound. The barrels stopped spinning completely. The rioters erupted in thunderous cheers, stepping over their comrades' corpses, surging into the corridor like a tidal wave. The bald man led the charge. "They're out of ammo. Charge in. Kill the men, keep the women." Wang Dalan roared and raised his steel rod to meet them. Li Yu closed her eyes in despair. Boom! A deafening explosion came from the manor's surface. The entire basement's load-bearing walls shook violently and dust rained from the ceiling. Then a second explosion. The thick basement's ceiling caved inward. Huge chunks of stone weighing hundreds of pounds smashed into the crowd like cannonballs, instantly crushing over a dozen rioters into pulp. Blinding purple-black lightning tore through the dim basement light. Lin Yi, carrying a machete in one hand, stepped in, walking over the rubble and severed limbs. Purple-black arcs of electricity danced wildly across his skin, distorting the air with heat, emitting sharp crackling sounds. A minute ago, Lin Yi had led his convoy back to the manor gate. He abandoned the convoy, vaulted the high wall alone, and killed his way straight to the basement. A deathly silence fell over the corridor. The movements of the hundreds of rioters froze mid-action. Lin Yi. The machetes of several burly men clattered to the floor, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yi didn't waste a single word. He swung his blade in a backhand arc. A crescent-shaped blade of purple-black lightning swept horizontally across the ground. The first 20-odd men didn't even have time to scream. The lower halves of their bodies were instantly carbonized. Their upper torsos crashed to the ground with a thud. Not a single drop of blood oozed from the severed sections, all seared by the extreme heat. Ah! Piercing screams finally erupted a beat too late. A mistake. Boss Lin. This is a mistake. A thuggish-looking leader dropped to his knees, throwing his gun far away, smashing his forehead against the floor tiles. It was Baldy. Baldy forced us to do it. Lin Yi's boot pressed down on the back of his head. He ground it down. The sound of a watermelon splitting echoed, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the bald man felt his scalp explode. He glanced at Li Yue, who was just an arm's length away, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He lunged towards the barricade, wrapped an arm around Li Yu's neck and pressed the gun muzzle hard against her temple. Don't come any closer. The bald man roared hysterically, the fat on his face twitching wildly. Lin Yi, take one more step and he'll kill this woman. Get me a car full of gas loaded with food. Once I'm safely out of the manor, I'll let her go. Li Yue, her eyes rolling back from the chokehold, clawed desperately at the bald man's arm, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Brother. Lin Yi stopped. The lightning on his machete flickered unsteadily. Are you threatening me? His voice was devoid of any emotion. Yeah, I'm threatening you. This woman is a rare gem, a baby face with a killer body. I don't believe you'd let her die. You don't want to see her head blown off, do you? The bald man's finger rested on the trigger, the muzzle digging a deep pit into Li Yu's flesh. The shadow at Lin Ye's feet twisted. You talk too much. Before the bald man could process the meaning of those words. Crack! His head was twisted a full 180 degrees. His wide staring eyes met the gaze of Lin Yi, who was now standing behind him. The corpse toppled stiffly backward. To his dying breath, he couldn't understand how Lin Yi could be in front of him and behind him at the same time. Moments earlier, as he spoke, Lin Yi had silently split off a clone. Using Shadow Walk, the clone had circled behind the bald man and snapped his neck with both hands. The clone dissolved into a wisp of black mist, merging back into the shadow at Lin Ye's feet. The remaining rioters were utterly broken. Hundreds of them threw down their weapons and knelt, their cries shaking the heavens. Spare us, boss. We were momentarily foolish. We were tricked by them. We'll never do it again. Please let us go. Lin Yi walked into the crowd, blade in hand. My rule, traitors die. The moment the words left his lips, he transformed into a blur of purple-black lightning, weaving indiscriminately through the confined corridor. It was a one-sided slaughter devoid of any suspense. Severed limbs flew through the air as lightning charred the corpses into cinders. Lin Yi darted through the throng, each swing of his machete claiming several lives. There was no mercy. No hesitation. Only the most extreme violence. It announced to everyone the price of betraying him. The screams lasted for a full 5 minutes. When the last flash of lightning faded, not a single rioter remained standing in the corridor. The floor was covered in charred body parts and thick viscous blood. The walls were splattered with fragments of various organs. Of the hundreds who had participated in the rebellion, not a single intact corpse remained. Wang Dalin and the dozens of survivors slumped behind the barricade, staring at the scene before them. Their stomachs churned, but they clamped their mouths shut, not daring to make a sound. After the extreme terror subsided, an indescribable sense of security washed over them. Following a ruthless man like this, as long as you didn't betray him, you were guaranteed to survive. Li Yu stumbled across the field of corpses and threw her arms around Lin Ye's waist. Brother! She buried her face in his chest, the fear she had held back for so long bursting forth like a dam of tears. Lin Yi sheathed his machete and placed his hand on her head, rubbing it twice. Well done. Li Yu's mechanical defense line had bought her the time to survive and also earned her value in Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Yi turned his gaze, sweeping over Wang Dalin and the others. These dozens of people immediately straightened their backs, not daring to breathe. From today, this place is renamed Dawn Base. You are the first official members. Wang Dalin and the others were stunned for 2 seconds, then erupted in suppressed ecstasy, falling to their knees and kowtowing. The rebellion in the basement had been quelled, but a few fish that slipped through the net remained hidden on the ground floor. Lin Yi activated his scarlet perception. On the retinal radar, a dozen faint red dots flickered to life in succession. These thugs thought they were perfectly concealed, unaware they were already exposed under the gaze of death. One cowered in the corner of a ventilation duct, clamping a hand over his mouth, not daring to breathe deeply. Another hid in the foul sludge of a sewer, trembling all over. Yet another had squeezed into an iron cabinet for storage, praying to every deity in the darkness. Violet lightning crackled along the blade of the cleaver. Lin Yi walked over step by step, wielding the blade. The knife sliced through the iron cabinet. The thug hiding inside was cleaved in half, along with the cabinet spilling red and white matter across the ground. The lightning spread through the accumulated water into the sewer. Screams echoed underground for a few seconds before a stench of burnt flesh drifted out from the manhole cover, and then utter silence. Lin Yi accepted no pleas for mercy. Since they had made their choice, they must bear the consequences. After finishing off the last rat hiding in the ventilation duct, he flicked the blood off the blade and sheathed it at his waist. He ordered Wang Dalin to lead the remaining survivors in cleaning the battlefield and to haul the massive stockpile of supplies from the global center into the secure warehouse, box by box. Lin Yi pulled open the passenger door of the heavy truck, bent down and scooped the sleeping Lu Ruyan into his arms. The survivors, scrubbing bloodstains in the square, all paused in their movements. Everyone lowered their heads in unison, eyes fixed on the ground. No one dared to look directly at Lin Yi, let alone steal a glance at the mysterious woman in his arms. In their hearts they were filled with curiosity and reverence for the woman whom this god of slaughter treated so gently. Lin Yi crossed the square, walked straight into the main villa and ascended to the most luxurious bedroom on the second floor. He laid Lu Ruyan on the wide soft bed. The moment he set her down, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, a mesmerizing emerald green swirling in the depths of her pupils. Having been infused with the immense life force of over 400 corpse cores, her depleted origin had been fully replenished. Now a faint green luster flickered across her skin and she radiated an aura of sanctity and vibrant vitality. She sat up and looked down at her hands. A piercing green light blazed at the tips of her slender fingers. Lin Yi, I feel different. She lifted her head eagerly, showing Lin Yi the results of her evolved ability. She gently pointed a finger at a lush green plant in the corner of the balcony. A verdant vine emerged from her palm. It instantly coiled around the plant. At a visible speed, the plant rapidly withered and shriveled, its leaves falling off and turning to ash. The plant's vitality was completely drained by the vine. Then Lu Ruyan swept her hand back. Pure life energy was channeled back into the withered stump. The withered wood met spring, new buds broke through the bark. Within a few breaths it grew into a plant even sturdier and more lush than before. The ceramic pot itself was shattered into pieces by the thick, dense roots. My life genesis can not only heal severe wounds. Now I can also generate vines to forcibly absorb a plant's energy to nourish myself, and I can stimulate plant growth. And she closed her eyes to sense it. I can produce up to 9 branches simultaneously. This means I can provide deep-level treatment to 10 people at once. Lin Yi watched the abnormally growing plant and nodded to himself. This was no longer mere support. In an apocalypse lacking medical resources, this was the most fundamental guarantee of survival. With this ability, the margin for error in future team battles was directly maximized. The two lingered in the room for a while. Then Lin Yi called Li Yu in. Li Yu was wearing slightly oversized work clothes, but they couldn't hide her striking figure. She blinked her large eyes, sizing up Lu Ruyan on the bed. Lu Ruyan was appraising this genius mechanical girl in return. A subtle tension seemed to drift through the air. Lu Ruyan was the first to offer a gentle smile. She took the initiative to hold Li Yu's hand. So your sister Li Yu. Lin Yi mentioned you to me just now. Your mechanical dominance is truly impressive. Li Yu, clearly unaccustomed to such warm social interaction, had her social anxiety kick in. She blushed and nodded. Hello, sister. After a few simple exchanges, the atmosphere became remarkably harmonious. Seeing this, Lin Yi led the two out of the bedroom and onto the expansive square in front of the estate. Wang Dalan had already assembled all the survivors. Several dozen people stood in neat rows, silent as a grave. Lin Yi ascended a high platform. His gaze swept across the faces below, all filled with awe. From today, this place is officially renamed Dawnlight Base. I have only 3 rules. First, absolute obedience. Second, distribution according to work. Third, death to traitors. His deep voice echoed across the square. The survivors below trembled, not daring to breathe loudly. Li Yu and Lu Ruyan stood behind Lin Yi, gazing at the tall, broad-shouldered figure before them. A peculiar light shimmered in both their eyes. Lu Ruyan keenly caught the blush on Li Yu's face, and a knowing, subtle smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yi turned and pulled Lu Ruyan to his side. This is Lu Ruyan. From now on, she will be fully responsible for the daily management of the base. In a corner at the edge of the square lay 7 or 8 survivors who had been severely wounded during the riot. These people had been critically injured by the thugs for not participating in the rebellion. Their intestines were spilling out, they were clearly at death's door, with more breath leaving than entering. Wang Dalan stood at the front, his heart sinking as he looked at his disemboweled comrades. He knew these people wouldn't survive. In the apocalypse, with such severe injuries, without even a clean bandage, there was nothing to do but wait for death. Lu Ruyan glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded. Having just instilled a strong sense of fear, it was time to give them a reassurance. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and raised her right hand. A vast gentle green light poured from her palms, scattering like rain of light onto the severely wounded. A miracle unfolded before dozens of pairs of eyes. The knife wounds that went down to the bone, the torn internal organs, under the green light's glow, new flesh sprouted at a visible speed. They healed rapidly, scabbed over, and the scabs fell off. In just over 10 seconds, the people who were on the verge of death were not only healed but sprang up from the ground full of vitality, staring blankly at their smooth, renewed bellies. The entire square was stunned, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Everyone stared fixedly at Lu Ruyan on the platform. If the King of Hell summons you at the third watch, she can keep you alive until the fifth. In an apocalypse devoid of medicine to bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bone, this was nothing short of a divine miracle. The survivors' gaze towards Lu Ruyan instantly shifted from curiosity to fervent awe. If they had felt uneasy about Lin Yan's 3 ironclad rules just moments ago, now they were immensely relieved, grateful they had made the right choice. Following this big shot was the right path. They fell to their knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly towards the platform. Lin Yan looked down at the kneeling crowd from his elevated position and smiled. At this moment, the cohesion of the base was truly forged. The shock brought by the display of divine miracles had yet to subside. Lin Yan immediately began to reorganize the personnel at the base. He waved to the crowd below. All those who have awakened their abilities step forward. No matter the strength of the abilities, as long as they were awakened, they held value in his eyes. Soon more than 10 individuals emerged from the crowd one by one. Lin Yan questioned each of them. After hearing their responses, he exclaimed in surprise. These more than 10 individuals all possessed supportive abilities. One slender young man could separate harmful substances from the soil, improving its quality. There was a plump woman who could purify water sources. Another thin old man was even more remarkable. He could cut the growth cycle of ordinary crops in half. These people had previously lived under Yi Chen, enduring a life worse than that of a dog. That spoiled rich second generation only knew how to be reckless, completely unaware that farming was the ultimate answer for survival in the apocalypse. Lin Yan shook his head internally. It was simply a waste of talent, and their vision was too narrow. If these individuals were utilized properly, the Dawn base could achieve self-sufficiency in food and water in no time. He decisively made a decision. Ruyan, you are in charge of these individuals. Establish test fields at the back of the estate. Establish the planting system as soon as possible. Lu Ruyan nodded briskly. Having been the president of a large corporation before, managing these matters was second nature to her. Lin Yan then looked at Li Yu. Li Yu, you are responsible for the weapons production department. Select as many personnel as you need from the crowd. Your only task is to turn all the scrap metal in the warehouse into lethal weapons. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Li Yu excitedly patted her chest, causing a wave of enthusiasm that caught the attention of those nearby. Then Lin Yan pointed at Wang Delin, who stood at the front. Wang Delin, you are in charge of logistics. You will manage the daily labor of ordinary people and the distribution of supplies. Wang Delin trembled with excitement. He, a formerly lowly laborer waiting for death, had directly achieved a class leap into the management tier. He weakened at the knees, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head in loyalty. Finally, Lin Yan selected a group of strong survivors. They formed the base's guard and scout teams, temporarily led by Lin Yan himself. Once the divisions were clear, the crowd dispersed to begin their respective tasks. Li Yu mysteriously tugged at Lin Yan, leading him into the basement's modification workshop. Inside there stood a uniquely shaped metal lump. The base connected to complex coils, and the gun barrel was not the traditional cylindrical shape but rather a polygonal crystalline structure exuding a sci-fi vibe. What is this? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Li Yu proudly lifted her chin. This is the energy machine gun turret I modified. It does not require gunpowder bullets, using the cores of zombies as the energy core directly. Through mechanical transformation, it can fire high-energy lasers. A glint of surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. This little girl's ability, the Mechanical Sovereign, was indeed a divine-level power. She could even craft such a sci-fi-level weapon by hand. How powerful is it? Li Yu mischievously blinked. Why not try and find out? Lin Yan raised his right arm. In an instant, he activated partial metallization. His entire arm transformed into a high-density dark silver alloy directly positioned in front of the machine gun turret. Li Yu pressed a button. An ordinary gray-white zombie core was dropped into the slot, and the gun barrel instantly illuminated with a blinding red light. Zing! A high-temperature beam as thick as a thumb shot out, wildly accurately hitting Lin Yan's arm. The immense impact forced Lin Yan back 2 steps, and a noticeable burning pain emanated from the metallic arm. He looked down. On the indestructible alloy surface, a half-centimeter deep pit had been burned into it. Although it did not pierce through. It was worth noting that this was merely from the most inferior ordinary zombie core. If it were to be replaced with a higher-grade crystal core, the power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Lin Yi patted the turret's armor with satisfaction. Wait for me a moment. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Yi vanished in an instant from the basement. Not long after, he returned carrying a bulging sack. With a whoosh, the sack overturned, spilling over 100 shiny zombie cores onto the workbench. These were left over from treating Lu Yan. He had originally planned to keep them for himself to enhance his attributes. Now he dumped them all out. These are all for you. Your first task is to fill this energy turret along the inner side of the walls. With this line of anti-aircraft guns, the entire estate will become a true steel fortress. Even if a horde of zombies charges in, we can teach them a lesson, no make them zombies. As night fell in the luxurious bedroom of the main villa, Lin Yi washed away the blood and fatigue. Lu Yan changed into a winered silk nightgown, the fabric clinging to her skin accentuating her alluring curves. She swayed her body, offering a glass of red wine to Lin Yi. Then she smoothly slid into his embrace. Alone together with igniting passions, the two were about to take action. The door to the room was suddenly flung open with a bang. Li Yu rushed in, holding a metal part, her energy bubbling. Brother, I've modified another device. Her words abruptly halted. Li Yu stared wide-eyed at the two entwined on the bed. Her small face instantly flushed like a steam bun. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but the gap between her fingers was wide enough to fit an egg. Ah! Why didn't you lock the door while doing bad things? After throwing out this sentence, the little girl turned and ran away in a flash, not even bothering to close the door behind her. Lin Yi was left with a black line on his forehead. This girl didn't understand to knock before entering or to close the door when leaving. Lu Yan leaned against Lin Yi, covering her mouth and laughing heartily. She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, her breath fragrant. Lin Yi, Li Yu looks at you with eyes that nearly sparkle with desire. How about you just take her in? You're not jealous. Lu Yan was an extremely intelligent woman and understood men well. In the apocalypse, if she wanted to live comfortably, she had to firmly hold on to Lin Yi's thigh. In the end times, she needed to rely on Lin Yi to survive. And a top powerhouse like Lin Yi could hardly be satisfied with just one tree. The more magnanimous she appeared, the more she could tie Lin Yi's heart. She pressed her cheek against Lin Yi's solid chest, her voice gentle as water. In this world, just being alive and breathing is already a blessing from heaven. Who has time to be jealous? Besides, your stamina is so abnormal. How can I withstand your constant teasing alone? Bringing Li Yu in is just perfect to help share the load. Your fingers, as white as green onion, trace small circles on Lin Yi's chest, her tone carrying a hint of slyness. Li Yu is so big. You can't tell me you're not tempted. You men, don't you like the kind you can't grasp in one hand? Lin Yi swallowed hard. Images of Li Yu's youthful face and alluring figure flashed uncontrollably in his mind. He cleared his throat, feigning calm. Let's talk about it later. Lu Yan chuckled softly. He. As long as you agree, I'll handle the rest. I guarantee she'll willingly clean up and climb into your bed. Lin Yi raised her delicate chin with a hand. What do you plan to do? Lu Yan playfully blinked. It's a secret. Just wait patiently for the good stuff, okay? Gigi, that melodious sound made Lin Yi's body go weak. You, a dignified Ice Queen CEO, have learned to use the online green tea tactics. Lu Yan glared at him with a playful pout exuding charm. No matter how strong a woman is, there's always a little girl living inside her. Lin Yi took the opportunity to flip over, pinning her down. I don't like you calling me brother. Lu Yan's hands wrapped around his neck, her eyes sparkling. Then what do you like to be called? Lin Yi lowered his voice. Call me daddy. Lu Yan's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. She turned her head, biting her lip in a spoiled manner. I don't want to. Lin Yi chuckled. With a mischievous smile, Lin Yi's hands skillfully slipped beneath the hem of her silk nightgown. Oh really? Soon I'll make you call me non-stop. In an instant, the room was filled with the scent of spring. Suppressed yet enticing moans slowly rippled through the night of the apocalypse. Over the course of 2 days, the internal operations of the Dawnlight base had been fully streamlined. The 3 major ironclad decrees had been promulgated and no one dared to court trouble. Fresh soil had been turned over in the experimental fields behind the mountain. The awakened auxiliary ability user who possessed purification of tainted soil was crouched by the edge of the field, slowly amending the earth contaminated by the crimson rain. Sparks flew inside the towering perimeter walls. Wang Dalin, stripped to the waist with a black towel draped over his neck, was directing several capable men as they welded a steel platform. "Weld it all tight, damn it. This thing is our lifeline. Anyone who slacks off will answer to me." Wang Dalin's booming voice echoed across the courtyard. 3 energy machine gun turrets had already been installed. Their thick barrels gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the gears at their bases meshed in turn, locking the gun muzzles precisely onto several blind spots around the manor's periphery. In the living room of the main villa, Li Yu clutched a shriveled grey cloth bag and trotted over to the coffee table. She held the empty bag out. "Brother, the zombie cores are all used up." She turned the bag upside down and shook it. Only 2 or 3 ordinary core fragments the size of a fingernail clattered onto the glass tabletop with a crisp sound. These cores can only supply the 3 energy turrets for a full combat-ready state now. If we want to set up more gun emplacements, we'll need a lot more. Lin Yi leaned back against the sofa cushion, tapping his fingers on the leather armrest. The base's defensive capabilities had indeed improved, but it had also become a bottomless pit that devoured resources. Moreover, his own advancement required a massive number of cores. A comfortable environment could easily breed complacency, but the true dangers of the apocalypse always lurked in the shadows. The high-tier pseudo-human entity that had fled with severe injuries and that deeply unsettling Queen Ovum were like blades suspended over his head. Lin Yi stood up. "I'm heading out to restock." Lu Rian walked over carrying a plate of sliced apples, set it on the coffee table, and casually grabbed Li Yu's arm. "Yaya has been cooped up in the workshop every day. Her face has turned pale. Let her go out with you for some fresh air. I'll keep an eye on the base. The experimental fields are also short on a lot of plant and grain seeds. You two can look for them in the city while you're at it." "Me too." Li Yu pointed at herself. Lu Rian picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick and stuffed it into Li Yu's mouth, whispering a few words in her ear. A visible blush crept up Li Yu's neck and she nodded absently. Lin Yi glanced at the 2 women but didn't expose their little scheme. 10 minutes later, a heavily modified black off-road vehicle roared out of the manor. The solid steel ramming horn welded to the front was half a meter long. The chassis was reinforced with heavy blast armor, and even the windows were covered in diamond-shaped iron mesh. Lin Yi steered with one hand. Li Yu sat in the passenger seat, gripping her seatbelt tightly, her eyes fixed on the window. The off-road vehicle soon entered the city limits. The asphalt road was cracked and overgrown with dark red weeds. Abandoned cars were piled up haphazardly, blocking most of the already narrow street. Blackened clothes and flattened suitcases lay scattered along the roadside, telling the story of the catastrophe's early days. The stench of decay in the air grew thicker. The off-road vehicle lacked a muffler, and its rough engine noise was especially jarring in the dead silence of the street. From the shadows on both corners came the sound of dense dragging footsteps and guttural roars. At the intersection ahead, over 100 zombies covered in black blood squeezed out from the alleyways, forming a swaying wall of flesh. "Hold tight." Lin Yi pressed down, flooring the accelerator. The heavy off-road vehicle, carrying a violent momentum, plunged straight into the horde. The sound of bones shattering rang out densely at the front of the vehicle. The ramming horn sent the first dozen zombies flying, their broken ribs and limbs smashing against the hood. Dark filthy blood splattered like paint across the windshield. The wipers swung wildly, scraping dark red arcs across the glass. The off-road vehicle plowed a bloody path through the horde, its tires rolling over the remains on the ground, the body rocking violently. After breaking through the encirclement, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes. The tires left 2 long black streaks on the road. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The cores had to be dug out one by one, leaving them if they were crushed would be a waste of effort. The scattered zombie horde caught the scent of a living human, turned around with roars, and lunged at him with their broken mouths. Li Yu pressed her face against the iron mesh of the window, barely daring to breathe. Facing the surging tide of zombies, Lin Yi didn't even draw his blade. He simply clenched his fists. Purple lightning crackled between his knuckles, arcs of electricity leaping wildly along his forearms. The first 5 or 6 zombies were already within half a meter. Lin Yi took a step forward, his right fist carrying a piercing thunderclap, and drove it directly into the chest of the middle zombie. The explosive force of thunder power combined with armor-crushing fist erupted upon contact. The zombie's chest cavity collapsed instantly, a large hole blown through its back. A powerful shockwave spread out in a fan shape, sending the surrounding zombies flying more than 10 meters away. A rain of dark black blood and shredded flesh crashed down onto the ground. Lin Yi plunged into the horde. With every punch, a muffled thunderclap burst through the air, clearing a wide area. The zombies he struck left no intact bodies behind, either their heads shattered or half their bodies were blown apart. The pungent smell of burning soon overpowered the original stench of blood. The wind overhead suddenly turned sharp. From the second floor signs of shops along the street, two long thin black shadows pounced down using the height advantage. These were two second-tier agile elite zombies. Their limbs were elongated and their fingernails had mutated into 10-centimeter-long black bone blades aimed directly at Lin Yan's nape and temple. Lin Yan didn't even look up. He pushed off the ground, activating Shadow Step. His body left an afterimage as he shifted horizontally several meters away. The two elite zombies missed their target, their sharp bone blades leaving deep white scratches on the asphalt. Before they could regain their balance, Lin Yan reached out and grabbed the ankle of the one on the left. His muscles bulged, and with a twist of his waist he swung the 100-pound mutated zombie like a flail, arcing it in a semicircle to slam it violently into its companion who was about to leap. The two tumor-covered ugly heads collided without any finesse. A crisp sound of skulls cracking rang out. Grayish-white brain matter mixed with black blood splattered everywhere. The two headless bodies twitched a couple of times and then fell still. The entire battle took less than 10 minutes. The street was completely cleared, littered with charred remains. Lin Yan pulled a burlap sack from the trunk, skillfully sliced open the back of a zombie's head with a knife and tossed the sticky cores one by one into the bag. Back in the vehicle, he threw the heavy sack into the storage compartment in the back seat. Li Yu handed him a wet wipe. "Brother, your skills are even more incredible than those enhanced soldiers in the movies." Her eyes were full of admiring sparkles. Lin Yan took the wipe, cleaned the blood off the back of his hand, shifted gears and started driving again. The off-road vehicle continued deeper into the ruined streets. Time passed unnoticed. Lin Yan had lost count of how many waves of zombies he had slaughtered. The burlap sack was overflowing and cores were scattered across the trunk. A conservative estimate put the total at over 1,000 zombie cores, including dozens of first-tier cores and even over a dozen second-tier ones. After crossing 3 more blocks, the terrain ahead opened up. This was an abandoned large-scale overpass interchange. Lin Yan slammed on the brakes. The road conditions ahead had become unusual. The area beneath the massive concrete pillars of the overpass had been artificially transformed into a sprawling defensive fortification. Dozens of scrapped buses and heavy shipping containers were linked end to end, forming a barricade 3 meters high. 3 strands of barbed wire were strung around the outer perimeter of the barricade, with dried zombie remains hanging on it to mask the scent. On top of the containers, several men wrapped in worn military coats were patrolling back and forth, carrying homemade shotguns and modified crossbows. A barrier gate was set up at the entrance. Outside the gate, a long line had formed. Dozens of ragged, emaciated survivors were waiting to enter, clutching various pieces of scrap metal or unknown bundles. Next to the line stood an extremely conspicuous large wooden board. On it 4 large characters were painted in glaring red paint: Blackwater Market. The off-road vehicle's rough engine noise and its blood-soaked appearance were far too eye-catching. The moment the vehicle stopped, the 3 guards on the containers spun around, leveling their homemade guns and crossbows at them. The heavy door of the off-road vehicle swung open with a forceful push. Lin Yan stepped down, his military boots striking the asphalt, crushing a desiccated zombie finger bone beneath his heel with a crisp, brittle snap. Atop the shipping container, a scar-faced guard leveled a crudely assembled muzzleloader, its dark barrel aimed squarely at Lin Yan's forehead. "Boy, hands on your head, drop to your knees." His greedy gaze slid past Lin Yan, locking onto the heavily modified off-road vehicle. Its reinforced bull bar and thick blast-resistant armor rendered it in this apocalyptic wasteland nothing short of a mobile fortress. The scarred man bellowed, jerking the gun barrel upward. "This vehicle is now requisitioned by Blackwater Bazaar. Voice 1 objection and I'll blow a hole straight through your skull." A ripple of agitation surged through the line of survivors waiting beyond the barrier. Gaunt figures wrapped in filthy, tattered, cotton-padded coats instinctively recoiled, fearful of being splattered with blood. A gaunt man clutching half a desiccated rat shook his head vigorously, muttering under his breath, "Another fool who can't read danger." Just 2 days ago some armored car tycoon rolled up, now his bones still dangled from that barbed wire fence like wind chimes. He didn't even grasp the first law: never flaunt wealth. No wonder he was butchered like livestock. A bystander clutched his ragged sack titer, snorting bitterly. Lin Yan merely offered a cold, mirthless smile, uttering not a single wasted word. He exploded forward, feet driving into the asphalt. The instant Shadow Step activated. His figure vanished from sight entirely, leaving only a faint afterimage and a web of cracks radiating across the pavement. The scar-faced guard had no time to pull the trigger, only a dizzying blur before an unstoppable force seized his throat. Lin Yan materialized atop the 3-meter-high container as if summoned from thin air. With one hand he gripped the scarred man's neck, lifting the hulking 170-pound brute clean off his feet. Ferocious violet lightning erupted from Lin Yan's fingertips. ZZZT. It surged through every limb and sinew. The scarred man convulsed violently, his clothes rupturing into charred blackened holes, the acrid stench of burnt flesh instantly flooding the air. Two other guards nearby nearly wet themselves in terror. They hadn't seen Lin Yan ascend, not a single frame. Fear overrode reason, driven purely by instinct, they slammed their fingers down on the triggers of their crossbows and muzzle-loaders. Bang! Bang! Deafening gunfire and the shriek of tearing air ripped through the clamor at the bazaar's entrance. A fan-shaped spray of coarse iron shot and razor-sharp steel bolts hurtled toward Lin Yan's face and spine. Yet, Lin Yan did not turn. His psychic willpower erupted. An invisible tempestuous force burst outward from him in all directions. The high-velocity iron pellets and steel bolts froze mid-flight, halting abruptly just half a meter from Lin Yan's body as though striking an invisible wall of solid bronze. The two guards' eyes bulged from their sockets. A living nightmare. Before they could blink, Lin Yan flicked his will, and the suspended projectiles reversed course, returning at twice their original velocity. Thwip 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 thwip. Dull wet thuds echoed as flesh tore apart. Iron shot shredded both guards' thighs and calves into grotesque honeycombed ruin. One steel bolt punched clean through a guard's shoulder, pinning him writhing to the corrugated metal wall of the container. Both collapsed, screaming, blood gushing down the container's grooves in thick crimson rivulets. The scarred man, still suspended in midair, rolled his eyes back, his body paralyzed by lightning, choking on suffocation. Urine and feces spilled freely, the sharp reek of ammonia mingled sickeningly with scorched flesh. His fingernails clawed desperately at Lin Yan's forearm, splitting wide open, but failed to budge even a millimeter. Elder brother, mercy. I am blind, unworthy to recognize true greatness. His voice rasped like a broken bellows, the arrogant swagger of moments before utterly erased. Lin Yan loosened his grip. A heavy hollow thud echoed. The scarred man crashed onto the metal sheet like a sack of rotten grain, clutching his throat, retching violently, gulping great gasps of foul stagnant air. Lin Yan looked down upon him, voice flat, devoid of inflection. I've come here to conduct business, not turn your wretched bazaar into a slaughterhouse. What are the rules for entering the market? The scarred man scrambled backward on all fours, refusing to meet Lin Yan's gaze. The entry fee is 2 common zombie cores per person. He cut himself off, shaking his head frantically as if possessed. No, no, no. Your presence honors Blackwater Bazaar. There is no fee for one such as you. Enter freely, no one dares bar your way. This was the most unvarnished law of the apocalypse. Rules existed solely as instruments for the strong to exploit the weak. In the face of absolute violence, violence itself became the only law. Lin Yan ignored the man's sycophantic groveling. Reaching into a pouch of his tactical vest, he withdrew a handful of objects. Clatter, clatter. A dozen grayish-white zombie cores, still streaked with dried black blood, were tossed carelessly onto the blood-smeared metal sheet. Their sharp metallic chime rang piercingly in the sudden silence at the bazaar's entrance. Our admission tickets. Lin Yan glanced briefly at the two guards writhing on the ground. The rest is compensation for medical care. Don't die here and clutter the threshold. A collective sharp intake of breath rose from the queue below, then fell into utter needle-drop silence. In Blackwater Bazaar, 2 common zombie cores could buy an adult course black bread for several days. To the lower-tier survivors, this handful, dozens of cores, was a fortune so staggering it would ignite murderous envy. And yet this merciless man treated such hard currency as pocket change, flinging it aside without a second thought. Lin Yan leapt down from the container, landing lightly beside the off-road vehicle. He opened the passenger door. Liu emerged, cradling a heavy cloth sack, its weight forcing her to hold it tightly against her chest with both arms. Inside, a dense cache of zombie cores. Together they strode boldly past the raised wooden barrier, heading directly toward the main gate of Blackwater Bazaar. The crowd that had once jostled tightly together now parted instinctively, clearing a wide silent corridor. Not even a breath dared disturb the air. Beyond the massive defensive barrier of rusted, decommissioned buses, the interior of Blackwater Bazaar unfolded, a sprawling underground black market carved into the colossal concrete piers of an elevated highway. Several flickering incandescent bulbs hung from the ceiling, their wires strung haphazardly like tangled spiderwebs. The air hung thick and stagnant. A nauseating melange assaulted the senses: rancid sweat, fermented urine, the acrid tar of cheap tobacco, and beneath it all the faint coppery tang of old blood. Along both walls, makeshift stalls sprawled across grimy tarpaulins and battered cardboard boxes. Half a bottle of purified water, just 1 zombie core. Non-negotiable. Bloodstained thermal coat, 2 black bread loaves. Who'll trade? Their wares were pitiful rust-eaten kitchen knives, moldy canned goods, long past expiration, garments stained with unidentifiable filth. Some even hawked fragments of zombie bone. Buyers and sellers traded in raw gutter-level profanity, screaming over half a stale sour biscuit until their faces flushed crimson. Lin Yi and Li Yu moved steadily through the throng, dense-fetid and hostile. Numerous hungry eyes tracked their clean clothing and lingered hungrily on the heavy sack Li Yu carried. Yet the memory of the carnage at the entrance forced those covetous impulses deep back into their throats. Lin Yi paid no attention to the junk peddled along either side. Just as he prepared to head straight for the bazaar's central trading district. Sudden. His crimson perception, previously dormant, flared violently with urgent warning. This was no sharp sting of imminent peril. Rather, it was a subtle, deeply unsettling life signature, an eerie magnetic pulse. Lin Yi halted instantly, feet rooted to the spot. He turned his head, gaze piercing through layers of bodies, locking onto a secluded corner on the bazaar's left flank near a drainage ditch. There crouched a stallholder swathed in a tattered black robe. Lin Yi parted the crowd and walked straight toward him, Li Yu following closely. A worn snakeskin sack served as the stall's crude display cloth. On the left lay a heap of grease-blackened rusted gears and mechanical bearings, on the right scattered a few dull, shriveled grayish plant seeds. Hearing footsteps halt before his stall, the robed vendor slowly lifted his head, revealing a face that chilled the marrow. Severe widespread burns had obliterated his features, skin warped into thick dark red ridges, one eye fused shut in scar tissue. His remaining eye was clouded and rheumy, from his throat issued a hoarse gravelly rasp. "Master, browse at your leisure. All these treasures I risked my life to retrieve from the heavily contaminated ruins of the suburban botanical garden. Truly exceptional goods." Lin Yi said nothing. Instead, he activated his crimson perception, fixing his gaze unblinkingly upon those unremarkable seeds. Within his enhanced perception's field of vision, the chaotic crowd dissolved into monochrome gray. Only one object pulsed with vivid autonomous life, the single gray seed on the right, its surface etched with fine fissures, beating rhythmically like a heart. A faint yet searing crimson light radiating insatiable bloodlust, feral aggression, and primal conquest. Lin Yi stared at the seed, a faint crimson hue flickering deep within his eyes, imperceptible to others. This object was by no means an ordinary crop seed. It contained a faint yet aggressive fluctuation of spiritual energy. The frequency of this energy resonance oddly harmonized with Lin Yi's own mental strength. If Lu Ruyan were to germinate this thing, it might significantly enhance his spiritual attributes. As he pondered, a gentle tug pulled at the corner of his clothes. Li Yu leaned in, her body slightly tilted forward, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Without a word, she pointed her chin toward a corner of the burlap sack. It was a palm-sized black metal Rubik's Cube. Mixed among a pile of rusty gears and bearings, it seemed utterly inconspicuous. The material was neither metal nor wood, and its surface bore no seams. Under the dim incandescent light, it reflected no light at all, like a black hole that absorbed all radiance. Lin Yi sensed Li Yu's breath quicken. As a mechanical master, her instinctive response to high-level mechanical creations was almost primal. Lin Yi understood tacitly. He crouched down, feigning a casual demeanor. His fingertips brushed over the cold components, finally casually picking up the few withered seeds and weighing the black cube in his hand. Its touch was heavy, far denser than steel of the same volume. These dead seeds and this black lump. Lin Yi looked up at the old man's weathered, furrowed face. "Name your price." The old man's single eye swept over Lin Yi's clean collar, finally resting on the heavy cloth bag in Li Yu's arms. His cracked lips moved, emitting a hoarse voice. "Boss has good taste. These are fine goods. I dug these seeds out of a zombie's belly, and even bullets can't dent this black lump." He extended a withered finger, gesturing a number. 50 ordinary corpse cores, or 5 first-grade crystals. As his words fell, the vendors at nearby stalls let out undisguised snickers. "You old lunatic, those seeds are dried into specimens. You'd get them stuck in your teeth even in porridge. 50 corpse cores. Why not just go kill zombies yourself? Thinking you can fleece a newcomer. Careful you don't break your teeth." The surrounding murmurs surged like a tide, but the old man stiffened his neck, staring fixedly at Lin Yi, a near-obsessive madness gleaming in his solitary eye. Lin Yi's face remained impassive. He didn't haggle like an ordinary buyer, nor did he utter a single unnecessary word. His hand reached into the cloth bag in Li Yu's arms, fingertips brushing against the cool crystals. 5 faintly glowing crystal and first-grade crystals were casually tossed onto the grimy burlap sack. The crystals clinked together, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. The surrounding laughter ceased abruptly. The survivors who had been watching with amusement now stared wide-eyed at the 5 crystals. In the Blackwater market, ordinary corpse cores served as currency, while first-grade crystals were strategic resources, treasures capable of elevating an ordinary Esper's social class. The old man was stunned too. He had only been asking an exorbitant price, prepared to be haggled down to 10 corpse cores, never expecting the other party to directly toss out 5 crystals. It felt like a roadside scavenger being struck in the head by a bundle of gold bars. Lin Yan moved swiftly before the crowd could react. He had already pocketed the seeds and the cube. He took Li Yu's hand and turned to leave. Wait. Lin Yan didn't look back but stopped in his tracks. The crowd behind them parted automatically as 3 burly men blocked the way. The leading man had a shaved head and a tattoo of a snarling tiger descending a mountain on his arm. He twirled a butterfly knife, the blade flipping between his fingers, producing a series of faint whistling sounds. Brother, you're new around here and you're spending big. The shaved-headed man stepped up to Lin Yan, a strong stench of cheap tobacco and sweat wafting over. He pointed the knife tip at Lin Yan's pocket. Allow me to introduce myself. We're from the Tiger Base. This whole market is under our control. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his smile dripping with greed. Those seeds you just bought were stolen from our base the day before yesterday. This old man is a habitual thief. We've been searching the market for him. Be smart and hand over the goods intact. Also, all the crystals on you must be left as compensation. Otherwise, this isn't over today. Such flimsy excuses were common in the apocalypse, but in the face of absolute force, the excuse itself mattered little. The surrounding vendors lowered their heads, some even secretly packing up their stalls, afraid of being caught up. The Tiger Base was notorious for its ruthlessness in this area. Li Yu trembled with anger. She stepped forward, her voice clear but laced with fury. You're lying. We just bought these fair and square. How can they be your stolen goods? Oh, this little lady is quite a looker. Well nourished, even in the apocalypse, a rare find. The shaved-headed man's gaze swept over Li Yu's heaving chest, his lecherous intent almost spilling out. Since you want hand over the crystals, maybe this little lady can settle the debt. With that, the shaved-headed man actually reached out his rough hand, aiming directly for Li Yu's cheek. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. His right hand shot out like a viper, precisely locking onto the shaved-headed man's wrist. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking rang out abruptly in the noisy market. The shaved-headed man's thick forearm was as fragile as a dry twig in Lin Yan's grasp. Lin Yan twisted his wrist outward with force. The entire arm was contorted into a grotesque spiral. Pale, shattered bone pierced through the skin and fresh blood dripped from his fingertips onto the parched ground. The shaved-headed man collapsed to his knees in agony, his face twisted beyond recognition from the excruciating pain, his eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets. Ah! The belated scream pierced the murky air, echoing off the bridge pillars. The other 2 men froze for a second before drawing pistols from their waists. You're asking for death. Lin Yan snorted coldly. Mental power surged forth like a tidal wave. The invisible force materialized, precisely flooding into the chambers of the 2 pistols. Just as they pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions. With the chambers forcibly blocked by his mental force, the pistols backfired and exploded. Shattered slides and metal fragments turned into tiny meteors, embedding into the men's hands and faces at close range. The 2 burly men fell to their knees, clutching their bloody right hands, howling in anguish. Lin Yan released his grip, discarding the shaved-headed man like trash. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and leisurely wiped the blood from his hands. A dead silence fell around them. The onlookers who had harbored ulterior motives now stood frozen like wooden statues. Casually crippling 3 espers from the Tiger Base without even a trace of ability fluctuation. Just what kind of monster was this young man? Let's go. Lin Yan casually discarded the handkerchief, indifferent to its sound as it fell into the pool of blood. Li Yu clung closely behind him, her small hand gripping the hem of his clothes. Though her face was slightly pale, a strange excitement gleamed in her eyes. Yet they hadn't taken 10 steps. Buzz. The market's alarm light suddenly blazed, casting a harsh red glow over the entire space, making it look like a hellscape. A heavy synchronized footfall rapidly approached from the direction of the core trading area. The crowd retreated to the sides in panic, clearing a wide path. A dozen fully armed market enforcement officers in black uniforms burst forth. Who dares cause trouble in my Blackwater market? A tall man with a black eye patch bellowed angrily, exuding the oppressive aura of an rank peak esper. The synchronized clatter of rifles being chambered ripped through the din of Heishui Market. The street that a moment ago had been packed shoulder to shoulder instantly erupted into chaos. People tumbled and scrambled to the sides, toppling stalls as they fled, carving out an open space in the center without daring to draw breath. A dozen hulking men in full gear formed an impenetrable ring around Lin Yi and Liu at a dozen black barrels trained on their heads. A commotion ran around the crowd as a passage was wrenched open by force. The man at the front stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad and brutish like a brown bear on its haunches. A shabby black eye patch covered his left eye, a dark red scar carved his right cheek and twitched with each chew of areca nut, giving him a savage aspect. At his appearance, the oppressive aura of an A-class peak ability user unfurled across the market. Those nearest went weak at the knees and collapsed, clutching their chests and gasping. Even the abandoned corrugated roofs around them creaked as if burdened. Hugo, a horse wail shattered the silence. The crew-cut man with a severed arm crawled and rolled toward him, dragging a long trail of blood through the mud, his broken limb exposed white bone that made one wince for him. With his remaining left hand, the crew-cut man clung to Hugues' military boot, blood smearing his trousers as he spun his head to glare viciously at Lin Yi. Hugo! That bastard smashed up our stall. He not only stole the goods we had our eyes on, he crippled 3 of our brothers. Boss, you have to settle this for me. Beat him to a pulp. Leave the woman to me, I want to make her suffer alive. Hugo halted and cast a glance at the crew-cut man's grotesquely twisted stump. The cut was uneven. It wasn't severed by a blade. It had been mangled by sheer crushing violence, twisted into a grotesque knot. Hugues' gaze swept past the man writhing on the ground and across 2 other underlings whose faces were caked in blood and whose palms had been blasted into pulped flesh. Gun barrels had detonated. The perimeter sent word over the radios before they came. This man could make bullets hang in midair and even force them to explode back in the gun's chamber. Hugo raised his head, his solitary eye fixed on Lin Yi in the center of the circle. The young man stood with his hands shoved in his pockets, posture loose and unbothered. Faced with a dozen automatic rifles that could tear him apart in an instant, he did not even flick an eyelid. The petite girl at his side was deathly pale, her hands clutching the hem of his coat until her knuckles went white. Yet she showed not a shred of supplication, she simply remained quietly at his back. Hugo swallowed his temper, the scar on his cheek curling into a cold, mocking smile. Brother, nice skills, his voice rumbled with coarse threat. But making trouble on Menghu base's turf, is that how you show respect to us? Hugo raised his right hand clad in a fingerless tactical glove and swept a finger at the forest of muzzles around them. This Heishui market was built by Menghu base. People who break the rules don't usually leave this gate alive. You owe us an explanation for today's stunt, don't you? The onlookers all drew back, fearful of blood spattering on them. Menghu base is the living reaper for 50 li around here, someone whispered, covering his mouth. I heard they have over 50 ability users. The weapons and ammo in their warehouses are richer than the pre-disaster riot squad. This kid has picked the wrong people to offend. Even if he's a high-tier ability user, can he move faster than a dozen rifles firing together? One full burst and even in a class would be minced meat. Poor little thing, if she falls into Menghu base's hands, those pigs won't give her 3 days. Lin Yi pulled Liu half a step behind him, shielding her from the leering gazes. He looked at the preening Hugo and suddenly laughed. The laugh was small, but in that needle-still standoff it sounded unbearably sharp. Rules. Lin Yi stepped forward. Instantly the dozen goons tensed, their muzzles snapped in unison to track him, fingers hard on triggers. Lin Yi did not even look at the guns, he pointed at the crew-cut man who was wailing on the ground. Your men jumped out and stole without asking and tried to seize my people. They got their hands twisted because they couldn't match me, he said calmly. Now you come with a few rusty guns to lecture me on rules. Lin Yi leisurely drew his hands free and cracked his wrists, his knuckles clicked. Seems this so-called Heishui market is nothing but a den of snakes and rats. If you want to fight, hurry, I've got places to be. He was insolent, brazen to the point of madness. Hugues' single eye narrowed violently. He stared at Lin Yi, searching for any sign of bluff. But there was nothing. Lin Yi's breathing was as steady as if he were strolling through his backyard. Even after listening to the bragging about Menghu base, his pulse did not falter. Either he was a suicidal lunatic or he was a true dragon who did not even count these dozens of men and their guns as a threat. Hugo had risen to power in the end times not by mere bravado but by a razor-sharp sense for danger. He noticed keenly that when Lin Yi had just turned his neck, the air around him had wavered for an instant. It was the press of high-tier energy leaking out. After a brief weighing of risks, Hugo made his decision. He snapped his hand down hard. Lower your guns. Click. The goons were stunned but instinctively uncocked and pointed downward. The taut tension in the square eased suddenly. "Brothers, it's a misunderstanding," Hu Gu's gloom lifted. The scar on his cheek stretched into a conciliatory smile and he even took a half step back. "Menghu base is open for business, we live by peaceful trade." "There must be some misunderstanding here." The crew-cut man on the ground was stupefied. He looked up in disbelief and clutched Hu Gu's trouser leg. "Hu Gu! He ruined my arm. How can you?" Before he could finish, Hu Gu raised his boot and kicked the crew-cut man hard in the chest. Crack! The dull snap of ribs gave way to a scream. The crew-cut man spat a mouthful of blood and skidded several meters along the ground, finally stopped by an overturned rusted barrel. "Shut your damned mouth!" Hu Gu spat as he ranted at the unconscious man, spittle flecking the air. "I tell you to keep order in the market, but you go around making trouble under the base's name. Blind idiots, you even dare assault honored guests. Get them away from here, don't soil our guest's sight with these trash." A few underlings were quick. They hauled the crew-cut man and the other two wounded off into a dark alley like dead dogs. Hu Gu turned and made an impeccably polite beckoning gesture toward Lin Yi. "Brother, my men were out of line, excuse the humiliation. Heishui Market welcomes any sincere trader. Browse as you please under the Menghu base banner. I guarantee no one will dare trouble you again." Lin Yi brushed the dust from his sleeve without a word of thanks. He snagged Liu and, stepping over the still wet blood, walked into the deeper market without looking back. The crowd instinctively opened a wide path until their backs were lost in the press of bodies. A lieutenant sidled up to Hu Gu and lowered his voice, eyes full of resentment. "Boss, that kid's insane. Even if he's Heidier a dozen rifles plus you in person, shouldn't that be enough to bury him? If word of this gets out, where does it leave Menghu base's face?" Hu Gu's expression suddenly darkened. He slapped the lieutenant across the back of the head so hard the man staggered. "Use your brains." Hu Gu ground his teeth, a flicker of unease in his single eye. "That kid twisted a Chang's arm into a knot with his bare hands, and he can detonate bullets inside the chamber without a sound. If we make a move, how many brothers would have to die to fill that gap?" The lieutenant clutched his head, cold sweat breaking out, and fell silent. Hu Gu beckoned and summoned a slight shifty-eyed man. "How's he tail them? Keep your sign obvious, but don't come too close. Find out where they came from and what they bought. Remember, only watch, don't alert him." Housie was a class shadow abilituser skilled in concealment and tracking. He nodded, melted into a blurred shadow, and slipped along the wall, a dark shape sliding quickly into the alley's gloom. Deep within the market, the stench in the air had finally subsided somewhat. Lin Yi walked ahead while Liu clung tightly to his arm like a little tail, her small hand gripping his clothes firmly. The earlier commotion had indeed frightened her considerably, but now that lingering fear had transformed entirely into blind adoration for Lin Yi. The two stopped in a secluded corner. On the worn plastic sheet before the stall lay several open sacks filled with colorful plant seeds. The vendor was a middle-aged man wearing thick-rimmed glasses. His clothes were shabby but clean, and he wore a worried expression as he stared at the sacks. After the scarlet rain fell, the world's soil was contaminated by an unknown toxin. All plants ceased to grow, and any seeds planted would rot completely without even a chance to sprout. Before the apocalypse, he ran a seed store, but now all these goods had become worthless junk, not even exchangeable for a pack of instant noodles. "Boss, want to take a look at some seeds?" The middle-aged man, seeing a customer approach, forced an awkward smile. "Cabbage, radish, tomatoes. I used to run a seed company. These are top-quality varieties. If you're interested, just give me whatever you think is fair." Lin Yi crouched down, grabbed a handful of corn seeds, and rubbed them between his fingers. The kernels were plump and well-preserved. "How much?" The middle-aged man fidgeted nervously, his voice tinged with desperation. "Whatever you see fit. Just something to eat will do. My daughter has a high fever. I need to get some medicine or nutritious food." He dared not ask for a high price, afraid of scaring off this one potential buyer. Lin Yi brushed the dust off his hands and stood up. "I'll take all of these." The middle-aged man stood frozen, thinking he had misheard. All of them." Lin Yi didn't bother with pleasantries and directly pulled out 10 ordinary corpse cores, tossing them casually onto the plastic sheet. "Is this enough?" The crisp clinking sound made the middle-aged man's eyes widen instantly. He threw himself to the ground, trembling hands clutching the 10 corpse cores tightly against his chest. "Enough. More than enough." These 10 corpse cores were sufficient for him to trade for life-saving medicine and several days' worth of food in the market. He was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he stammered incoherently, even wanting to kowtow to Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand to stop him, then lifted the 2 sacks weighing over 100 gene each with one hand as easily as if they were bags of cotton. Pleasure doing business. Lin Yi turned and strode toward the market exit with Li Yu. In the shadowy corner, Rat watched everything clearly. He immediately turned and sprinted toward Tiger's territory. At the market management office, Tiger sat on a spacious leather sofa idly playing with a Browning pistol. Rat burst through the door panting heavily. "Boss, I've got the info." Tiger sat up straight. "What did that kid buy? How much food? Or rare materials?" Rat swallowed hard, his expression peculiar. "No. He spent 10 corpse cores to buy all of old Liu's 2 sacks of useless seeds. Not a single grain of food." The office fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Tiger slammed the table, the Browning crashing heavily onto the desk. 2 sacks of seeds. Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Rat nodded repeatedly, ready to swear on his life. Tiger paced back and forth in the room, his remaining right eye gleaming with excitement and greed. Spending a fortune on seeds that couldn't possibly grow, there were only 2 possibilities. Either this kid had a massive food reserve and wasn't short on supplies, or he possessed a secret method to cultivate crops in contaminated soil, or he was a special ability user. Either way, for the current Tiger base, this was an irresistible temptation. Food was the lifeline of the apocalypse. Whoever controlled food could recruit more ability users and swallow up all surrounding factions. Tiger's breathing grew rapid. If he could uncover this kid's secrets and then take both him and his belongings, Tiger base would undoubtedly leap to become the top overlord of the entire Zhongcheng. "Rat." Tiger turned, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Take 2 agility-type ability users from your squad and tail their vehicle closely. Remember, don't alert them, just find their hideout. If this job succeeds, there'll be a heavy reward." Rat was overjoyed, responded loudly, and dashed out. Outside the market, the heavily modified off-road vehicle let out a beastly roar, its thick tires crushing gravel as it sped away, leaving a trail of dust. Inside the cabin, Lin Yi held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting on the window frame. In the passenger seat, Li Yu was bowed in concentration, fiddling with the black metal cube she had bought from the old man. Her fingers danced rapidly across the cube's surface, leaving a trail of afterimages. As a prodigy with the SS rank mechanical dominator ability, she had a natural affinity for all metallic constructs. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism engaging. The once seamless surface of the cube split open with an incredibly fine crack. Then the entire cube seemed to come alive. Countless metal parts began to rearrange and flip frantically. Li Yu's eyes lit up and she excitedly looked up. "Brother, I've cracked." Before she could finish, a sudden change occurred. The black cube erupted with a blinding blue light that spread up her hands. The smile on Li Yu's face froze completely. She felt her ability core draining at an alarming rate. The cube was like a bottomless black hole, voraciously devouring her energy. "Ah!" Li Yu cried out in pain, her face pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down. She tried desperately to shake it off, but the cube seemed rooted to her palm, clinging to her skin. The off-road vehicle swerved sharply, tires screeching on the road. Lin Yi slammed on the brakes. He turned and immediately recognized Li Yu's peril. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand toward the cube, his telekinesis forming 2 invisible giant hands that clamped onto the cube's sides. "Let go." Lin Yi growled, his arm muscles bulging with veins. His domineering telekinesis and the cube's eerie suction engaged in a violent tug-of-war, even causing faint airbursts. Crack! A harsh sound of metal breaking. The black cube was forcibly torn from Li Yu's grasp by Lin Yi. Deprived of its energy source, the cube tumbled through the air and crashed heavily onto the dashboard. The blue light extinguished instantly, turning it back into a lifeless black lump. Li Yu collapsed limply into her seat, gasping for breath, her chest heaving dramatically. Cold sweat soaked through her clothes, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. If Lin Yi had been a second later, her ability core would have been completely drained, leaving her a cripple. Lin Yi ignored the still shaken Li Yu, his gaze locked onto the cube on the dashboard. What kind of sinister artifact was this? Lin Yi stabilized the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze profound. He divided a thread of mental power to control the black metallic cube forcefully taken from Li Yu, allowing it to quietly hover before him. The surface of the cube was covered in intricate mechanical patterns, the heavy metallic texture clearly relayed to Lin Yi's mind through his mental power. A glimmer of red light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he activated the scarlet perception. His vision instantly penetrated the cold metallic shell. He clearly saw a faint yet pure stream of azure energy slowly traversing through the precisely interlocking gears inside the cube akin to some dormant life form. There were no malicious thoughts in the feedback of his perception nor any active aggression. This thing resembles an energy treasure chest waiting to be unlocked by a specific key. Lin Yi squinted thoughtfully. Just now it had forcefully extracted Liyu's source of supernatural ability purely because her power had touched its core, triggering some kind of defense mechanism or its innate thirst for energy. Casually tossing the cube into the SUV's storage compartment, Lin Yi patted the still shaken Liyu. Don't think about it, well, study it slowly once we return to the base. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in the car suddenly darkened. It was as if the sky had been coated with a thick layer of ink and large patches of ominous blood-colored clouds rapidly rolled above the ruins of the city. Tick-tock. A drop of viscous liquid splashed against the windshield. Immediately after, a torrential downpour of crimson rain descended. The rain was thicker than during the last outbreak, carrying a foul stench. The SUV's wipers were set to maximum speed, yet the water cleared was all a glaring blood-red, as if the entire city were bleeding. Roar! From deep within the ruins on either side of the street, countless chilling howls erupted. Through the rain-soaked windows, Lin Yi coldly observed the hellish scene outside. The ordinary zombies previously aimlessly wandering began to uncontrollably convulse violently after being drenched in the crimson rain. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding arose amidst the curtain of rain. Their muscles grotesquely swelled at a visible pace, tearing through decaying skin as dark red tumors crazily grew on their bodies. Many ordinary zombies directly underwent evolutionary mutations in the rain, their violent auras rapidly escalating. The apocalyptic survival environment was undergoing a mindless self-evolution. Hold on tight. Lin Yi growled sharply, turning the steering wheel. Boom. The heavily modified SUV roared, crashing through a rusted barbed wire fence and plunging into an abandoned motel. The tires kicked up long splashes in the standing water, and with a deft drift, Lin Yi parked the car in a sheltered spot. Get out quickly. The two swiftly jumped out of the car, and Lin Yi pried open a relatively intact room with a machete, pulling Liu inside to take cover. The room was permeated with the musty odor of mold from years without sunlight, mixed with the choking scent of dust. The blood rain outside grew heavier, smashing against the glass with a dull thud. The zombies, stimulated by the red rain, were wildly wandering and tearing at each other outside the motel. The piercing howls and the sounds of flesh being chewed penetrated through the thin walls. Liu, merely a girl who had just awakened not long ago, turned pale with fear. She instinctively shivered, curling up like a frightened kitten in Lin Yan's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. The girl's impressive assets pressed firmly against Lin Yan's solid chest, her breath quickened with fear, creating a series of heart-pounding sensations. The warmth and incredible softness were magnified countless times in this damp, oppressive, apocalyptic environment. Liu tilted her head up, beads of water, whether rain or cold sweat, glistened on her fair and delicate cheeks. Her eyes were slightly red, and she could only cling tightly to this man, frantically drawing her only sense of security from him. Lin Yi glanced down at her. He had to admit this girl was indeed a rare beauty. Whether it was her face interwoven with purity and cuteness or her perfectly ripe figure, both held a deadly allure for men. He reached out and lightly patted Liu's back. The surge of wicked fire rising uncontrollably within him was forcibly suppressed by his willpower. With zombies lurking outside, now was not the time for such things. Lin Yi leaned against the wall by the door, closing his eyes to rest while remaining alert to the sounds outside. Liu clung to him tightly, with most of her weight delicately pressing against him, refusing to let go for even a second. Time passed second by second in the oppressive atmosphere. It wasn't until midnight that the seemingly world-ending blood rain finally ceased. Bang! At that moment, an explosive sound suddenly erupted at the end of the corridor, causing the ground of the entire room to shake violently. The heavy iron door of the motel was twisted and flung out by an inhuman force, crashing against the wall with a tremendous roar. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed on the corridor floor. A 2-meter-tall second-tier strength zombie came barreling toward them. Its muscles were bulging, with its skin covered in a bizarre red keratin layer evolved from the blood rain, resembling a suit of bloody armor. Behind it, dozens of ordinary zombies, newly reinforced by the red rain, surged into the corridor with crimson eyes. They followed the scent of the living, heading straight for Lin Yan's room. Boom! The fragile wooden door splintered instantly under the terrifying charge of the second-tier zombie. Wood chips flew everywhere, mixed with a nauseating stench of cold wind flooding the entire room. Ah! Liu let out a short scream. Hide well. Lin Yan's face turned cold as he pushed her behind a wardrobe in the corner of the room. In the next second, violent purple lightning wrapped around Lin Yan's right arm. He exerted force with his feet, causing the concrete floor to crack inch by inch. With that, he charged headlong into the horde of zombies. The shadow step was activated. He instantly transformed into an afterimage difficult to capture with the naked eye within the cramped room. Roar! The second-tier strength zombie let out a bellow, swinging its arm thicker than a regular person's thigh to smash down on Lin Yan's head. A hint of ferocity flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he did not dodge or evade. His left arm underwent partial metallization in an instant, transforming into a steel body gleaming with a cold light bracing against the heavy blow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated within the room, causing pain to resonate in the ears. The second-tier zombie visibly staggered, seemingly unable to comprehend why this insignificant human could withstand its strength. But Lin Yan didn't give it a chance to think. His right arm's muscles bulged, fingers clenched into a fist. Armor-breaking heavy fist combined with thunder power. With a destructive aura, the purple lightning fist struck hard against the red keratin chest armor of the second-tier zombie. Crack! Boom! That layer of hard keratin shattered instantly, and the second-tier zombie's chest was blasted open, creating a massive blood hole that was transparent from front to back. The violent electric power surged through the wound, instantly turning its internal organs into a charred mass. Lin Yan emotionlessly retracted his fist, drawing the machete from his waist, the blade flickering with lightning. Swish! One stroke beheaded. The massive zombie head soared into the sky. The ordinary zombies, having lost their leader, went completely mad, recklessly charging in. Lin Yan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, striking down with his knife. Each slash was accompanied by thunderous roars. Severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere in the cramped room as thick blood and piercing purple lightning intertwined. Soon the dozens of fortified zombies that rushed into the room became nothing but charred meat and remains on the ground. Huff! Lin Yan exhaled, his military boots crushing the head of a zombie still twitching. He turned to look at Li Yue, who was hiding in the corner. Li Yue tightly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open. To Lin Yan's surprise, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes at this bloody scene. On the contrary, her exquisite face was flushed with a sickly excitement, her eyes brimming with fervent admiration and deep infatuation. The overwhelming power he had displayed earlier had completely conquered her body and mind. In this apocalyptic world where human lives were as insignificant as grass, what could be more reassuring than following such an invincible powerhouse? Lin Yan ignored her infatuated gaze and walked over, directly prying open the second-tier zombie's head with the tip of his knife, skillfully excavating a second-tier corpse core that emitted a faint glow. After casually wiping the blood on his clothes, Lin Yan stuffed the corpse core into his pocket. "We can't stay in this room any longer, let's switch to another one." The two pried open a relatively clean guest room at the end of the corridor. After simply cleaning the stains on their bodies, the two lay down on the only large bed to rest. Li Yue blinked her big watery eyes, looking pitiful as she leaned closer. "Brother. I'm scared, can I hold you while I sleep?" Lin Yan was somewhat speechless. Just a moment ago, when she saw him chop the zombies into meat paste, her eyes were filled with excitement as if she wanted to hand him a knife. Now she was scared. But seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Yan ultimately nodded. "As you wish, just don't move around." Li Yue pressed her cheek against Lin Yan's solid chest, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. The two astonishingly soft mounds pressed against Lin Yan, and with her steady breathing, the sensations that constantly tested his composure kept coming. The unique fragrance of the girl penetrated Lin Yan's nose. In the darkness, Lin Yan took a deep breath, feeling the warm and smooth body in his arms. He was a normal, passionate man who could withstand this. Feeling the increasingly vigorous wicked fire within him, Lin Yan could only grit his teeth and endure. Li Yue would eventually be his woman. He did not want to casually take her in such a place. He would give her a beautiful experience. A sickly gray light spread across the horizon. Lin Yan drove the off-road vehicle with Li Yue, heading back to the base along the national highway. After a night of soaking and washing in the crimson rain, the asphalt road was eroded into a bumpy mess. Not far down the road, a pile of wrecked cars completely blocked the path. Behind the heap of junk, dozens of heads cautiously peeked out. As they saw Lin Yan's armored beast of an off-road vehicle, a glimmer of greed and desire instantly erupted in their murky eyes. "There's a vehicle. There are living people. They must have food." Dozens of people scrambled out from behind the ruins, throwing themselves onto the hood and bulletproof windows of the off-road vehicle. Gaunt, dirt-streaked faces pressed against the glass, contorted by hunger. "Brother, please, do you have anything to eat? Just one bite will do." A man forcefully pushed a frail girl to the front of the vehicle, hoarsely shouting, "This is my daughter, just give me a bucket of instant noodles and she is yours." You can do whatever you want with her. Lin Yan looked at the small numb-eyed girl, his brow furrowing tightly. In a peaceful era, this child would barely be of middle school age. Another man, unwilling to be outdone, pushed his own daughter forward, his voice even louder. Brother, look at my daughter. She's still a virgin. I don't want instant noodles, I just want a bag of bread. Just one bag. In their desperate quest for food, they completely discarded their basic humanity and dignity, even reaching the point of selling their children, behaving no differently than beasts. Lin Yan's cold gaze swept over the crowd outside the vehicle, his heart devoid of any ripples. Just as he was about to scold them, a burly man with a buzz cut pushed through the throng, dragging a malnourished little girl of 7 or 8 with him. His face was covered in stubble and a gruesome scar extended from the corner of his right eye down to his jaw, making him look particularly fierce. The man knelt directly in front of the vehicle. Boss, my name is Zhao Gang and I'm a retired soldier. I have awakened a strengthening ability. As long as you can provide food to keep my daughter alive, I am willing to sell my life to you. After speaking, he knocked his head heavily against the ground several times. Lin Yan remained silent and activated his crimson perception. Instantly, in Lin Yan's vision, a surge of energy far beyond the norm was swirling within Zhao Gang's solid and powerful Clevel ability strength. The man was not lying. Lin Yan retrieved 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from the backpack in the back seat, opening the window and beckoning to the man. Come here. Lin Yan handed the food to Zhao Gang. Take your daughter and follow behind the vehicle. Zhao Gang caught the food as if it were a treasure, tears welling up in his fierce eyes. He bowed deeply to Lin Yan and quickly retreated to the back of the vehicle with his daughter. The surrounding survivors, seeing real food, instantly had their eyes bloodshot. I'm also an ability user. Brother, don't believe him, I'm the real ability user, take me instead. Several people shouted loudly, falsely claiming to have awakened abilities, trying to deceive their way in. Lin Yan pushed open the car door, his tall figure emanating an invisible oppressive force, causing the surrounding clamor to falter. His cold gaze swept over the crowd as crimson perception swiftly filtered through the people. Soon, besides Zhao Gang, Lin Yan identified 5 more individuals. These 5 had weak energy fluctuations within them, all fortunate enough to have awakened ordinary abilities. You 5 can bring your immediate family and follow behind the vehicle. Combined, there were about a dozen people, and they joyfully retreated toward Zhao Gang. The remaining dozens of survivors instantly lost control of their emotions, feeling abandoned, their last hope shattered. Why them? There must be more food in the vehicle. There are so many of us, why should we fear just one? A few strong men brandishing steel pipes and fire axes exchanged glances, emboldened by their numbers. The scarred man raised the steel pipe in his hand, inciting the desperate crowd. Brothers, let's rob his vehicle. Let's take his food. We can survive. They believed that no matter how strong Lin Yan was, he could never handle dozens of crazed individuals blinded by desperation. Inside the vehicle, Li Yu nervously clenched her fists, but her gaze toward Lin Yan's back was still filled with fervent trust. Lin Yan stood still, his eyes growing cold. Amidst the noisy shouting, he slowly raised his right hand. Psychic force erupted with a roar. An invisible and terrifying force field expanded from him, plunging the surroundings into dead silence. The shattered asphalt stones at the roadside, 1-2 dozens, slowly floated into the air, trembling uneasily around his fingertips. What? What is that? The crowd's shouting came to an abrupt halt. Lin Yan's finger lightly flicked toward the 3 burly men leading the chaos. Whoosh! 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 3 inconspicuous stones shot out in an instant. Thud! 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 3 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The 3 ringleaders had their heads explode on the spot. The 3 headless corpses, still in the posture of raising their weapons, toppled backward. The crowd, who had been shouting just a second ago, instantly fell into absolute silence. All eyes were wide with shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Run! They're killing people! The remaining survivors no longer dared to entertain thoughts of robbery, scrambling frantically toward the wilds by the roadside. Lin Yan turned and got into the vehicle as if he had merely crushed 3 ants. He slowed down, allowing Zhao Gang and the others to follow behind the off-road vehicle. The convoy resumed its journey. Soon a massive tunnel entrance appeared ahead. Inside the tunnel was pitch black, and a strong stench of decay could be smelled from a distance. Along with the roar of the off-road vehicle's engine, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. Following that, a horde of zombies roared and surged out of the tunnel. All of these were mutated beings enhanced by last night's crimson rain, their speed and strength far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. The newly joined survivors turned ashen faced some family members' legs went weak, directly collapsing to the ground, wetting their pants. An overwhelming fear urged them to turn back and flee. Lin Yi stepped on the brakes. The Dawn base was currently in urgent need of a large number of zombie cores to build defensive weapons. He turned to Liu and instructed, "Stay in the vehicle and don't come out." After saying this, Lin Yi pushed open the car door and calmly walked out. Zhao Gang had already wolfed down half a pack of compressed biscuits, regaining a fair bit of strength. Seeing Lin Yi get out of the car, he immediately shielded his daughter behind him and stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet determined. "Boss. Let me. I will clear a path for you." He was eager to prove his worth. Lin Yi nodded. He too wanted to see how effective this Clevel strengthening ability was in combat. Roar. With permission granted, Zhao Gang let out a long suppressed roar. The Clevel ability Ruthless Charge was activated. A layer of earthy yellow energy aura instantly enveloped his body, making his already robust figure appear even bulkier. He charged into the horde like a human tank, fearless of death. Bang. Boom. He relied on his formidable physicality and the enhancement of his ability to forcibly knock several of the zombies at the front away, the sound of shattering bones clearly audible. However, what he faced were zombies that outnumbered him several times. Among the horde were also a few agile second-tier zombies with extremely high speed. Zhao Gang's movements were quickly restrained, the zombies' claws leaving deep bloody gashes on his body that exposed bone. He found himself in a bitter struggle, perilously defending his vital points. Lin Yi had seen enough from the back. He strode leisurely into the horde of corpses. Just as Zhao Gang thought he was doomed. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he unleashed his massive psychic force without reservation. Boom! In the tunnel ruins, dozens of rusty exposed rebars were lifted from the cement by an invisible colossal force and rose into the air. These rebar rods, as thick as arms, transformed into a rain of arrows directed at the horde of zombies. The hard skulls of the zombies were easily pierced and their robust bodies were instantly sliced into pieces. Black foul blood splattered chaotically in the air, severed limbs raining down like a storm. Zhao Gang and the other survivors were left utterly dumbfounded. They stared at the man standing amidst the bloody rain, his clothes untouched by the chaos. The overwhelming display of combat power made them forget even how to breathe. In their eyes, Lin Yi's figure was infinitely towering, resembling a walking deity of death ruling over life and death in the apocalyptic world. A terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the dark tunnel, shaking the abandoned vehicles around and causing their windshields to crack. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, a gigantic zombie burst forth with a mad rush. The creature was covered in large dark green pustules resembling human heads, quivering as it ran. The foul-smelling slime dripped onto the asphalt road, instantly creating a hissing charred toxic pit that emitted waves of poisonous smoke. The creature's bulging dead fish-like eyes locked onto Lin Yi ahead. Its massive maw opened wide as a torrent of acidic slime was unleashed. The strong acid missed Lin Yi and splashed onto an abandoned heavy off-road vehicle by the roadside. The hard metal shell and bulletproof glass melted instantly into a bubbling pool of iron with plumes of pale toxic smoke rising. The survivors slumped on the ground, stared wide-eyed at this scene, covering their mouths and daring not to breathe. A few timid family members even wet themselves from fear. What kind of monster is this? Can they really survive? Through the perspective of Crimson Perception, Lin Yi observed this behemoth whose energy fluctuations far exceeded the second tier, his gaze still as sharp as a blade with no hint of retreat in his stance. Indeed, the zombie's evolution speed is accelerating. This devilish creature has at least reached the third tier. However, it ends there. Be careful, boss. Zhao Gang hurriedly reminded from the side. It's just a bit bigger, that's all. Lin Yi chuckled coldly, his mind moving, activating multiple clones. Swish. An entity clone that perfectly replicated his breath appeared out of thin air. The clone showed no fear, brandishing a gleaming mountain-splitting blade, charging straight into the toxic smoke towards the flesh mountain. At the same time, Lin Yi's true body quietly activated shadow stealth, melting silently into the shadows on the ground. Skillfully avoiding the toxic smoke, he stealthily approached the creature's visual blind spot. The zombie roared angrily, raising its massive fleshly paw ready to smash the clone into pulp, leaving its broad back completely exposed. Lin Yi suddenly erupted from the thick shadows behind it. Die! The purple-black raging thunder compressed wildly in his right fist, unleashing a piercing shriek akin to 1,000 birds crying out, distorting the surrounding air. Thunder power combined with crushing fist dual buffs maximized. Lin Yi's fist slammed into the creature's back heart. The violent force coupled with the thunderous iron fist shattered through the creature's chest, bursting out from its front. Boom! The intensely compressed lightning exploded within the flesh mountain, instantly shredding its internal organs with hundreds of electric arcs. Lin Yan expressionlessly withdrew his arm, the lightning flashing as the filthy blood evaporated instantly. He casually extracted a fist-sized eerie green glowing third-tier corpse core from the rotten flesh. The moment he grasped the corpse core, it transformed into a stream of pure energy violently surging into his body through his palm. Devoured the third-tier corrosive corpse core. Gained the ability Poison Mist Manipulation. Poison Mist Manipulation can freely release and control lethal poison mist. With a passive effect 100 immunity to all toxins. Lin Yan clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the surge of power within him once again. With this 100 toxin immunity, the unpredictable toxic gas mutants of the apocalypse posed no threat to him anymore, completely patching up his last vulnerability against toxins. Now he was undoubtedly a versatile warrior. The seemingly uneven battle concluded swiftly within 10 seconds. The enormous tunnel entrance was strewn with the incomplete remains of zombies and the stench of black blood resembling a true hell on earth. Standing tall at the center of the sea of corpses and blood, Lin Yan remained pristine, his clothes billowing, not a drop of filthy blood staining him. The survivor team behind him stared at this scene as if a deity had descended. Their fear and awe transformed into fervent faith and adoration amid their immense shock. In a corner of the team, a pale and emaciated father tightly held his crying child, trembling as he pointed at Lin Yan. His eyes read softly, comforting. "Don't cry, darling. Do you see that big brother over there? He is a powerful ability user. If we follow him, we will never have to go hungry or live in fear again." Lin Yan retracted his overwhelming aura and turned to Zhao Gang, who was still in a daze, signaling him. "Arrange for people to help everyone clear the battlefield. Be sure to extract all the corpse cores from the zombies' heads." "Yes, boss." Zhao Gang suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking with excitement, and immediately responded loudly. The survivors who had narrowly escaped death picked up makeshift weapons and got to work enthusiastically. Even facing the disgusting zombie corpses, there was no fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a hope for survival in the future. However, in a dark corner, unnoticed by anyone, a scruffy survivor, while moving a zombie corpse, accidentally stepped on a patch of strange slime. A small, entirely crimson worm shot out from the rotten flesh. It bit into his ankle at incredible speed, burrowing directly into his bloodstream through the wound. "Damn it, what bad luck! What the hell is this?" The man gasped in pain, muttering a curse under his breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just as he bent down to check his wound, his action suddenly froze bizarrely in midair. Dense red blood vessels instantly crawled across his sclera, and a sinister glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. In just a second, the pain on his face twisted into an extreme coldness. He slowly straightened up, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than crying, as if nothing had happened, and continued to dig for corpse cores with the team. The entire process was silent, raising no suspicions. 2 hours later, the convoy facing the blood-red sunset finally arrived at their destination, the Dawn base. When this batch of terrified newcomers saw the mountain-built fortress-like manor, they all gasped in shock. The buzzing high-voltage electric fence, the heavy steel gate, and the cold heavy machine gun towers on the walls provided immense security to these survivors who had been living in fear in the apocalypse. "We're saved. We are really saved." Someone covered their face, crying tears of joy. The convoy slowly drove through the gates. Just as Lin Yan's feet touched the ground, in his mind the long-dormant crimson perception suddenly erupted with an alarm without warning. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. On the radar interface, a malicious and glaring red dot was flashing crazily among the crowd less than 10 meters behind him. Lin Yan turned his head. His gaze instantly pierced through the crowd, locking onto the small, thin survivor at the back of the group. Amid the aura of a dozen normal humans surrounding him, a distinct and nauseating evil energy was emanating from within that frail body. Lin Yan was all too familiar with that chilling aura. It was exactly like the imitators he had encountered before. "Stop." Lin Yan parted his thin lips and uttered 2 cold words. His voice was low, yet carried an irresistible pressure that instantly silenced the chaotic scene. The small man halted, turned around, and immediately put on a terrified and bewildered expression, looking at Lin Yan with a trembling gaze. "Great One. You called for me." Lin Yan sneered, not giving the beast a chance to continue its act. With one stride, his form turned into a blur, crossing over 10 meters in an instant and appearing before the man like a ghost. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Lin Yan's broad palm pressed directly onto the top of the man's head. "You disguise well, but it's useless against me." The violent power of lightning erupted from his palm without restraint. ZZZT. Purple electric light instantly engulfed the man's entire head. The blinding glare forced those around to instinctively shut their eyes. The thick stench of charred flesh immediately permeated the air. The man's head, along with the imitator core hidden deep within his brain, was directly electrocuted into a lump of black smoking charcoal under the high temperature of the lightning. Thud! A headless corpse fell stiffly to the ground. The severed area was charred black and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Just then a half-dead red worm, electrocuted, wriggled out, twisting desperately to burrow into the soil. Lin Yan's face was cold as he raised his combat boot and stomped down heavily. With a squelch, the disgusting worm was crushed into a pulp of flesh. The entire scene fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the new survivors widened their eyes, covering their mouths in terror. No one expected Lin Yi to kill so openly without even asking a single question. But then, as they saw the crushed worm pulp on the ground, exclamations of relief from a narrow escape burst from the crowd. They belatedly realized that a monster had somehow infiltrated their group. If not for Lin Yi, who knew how many people would have died in the base tonight. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp underground lab somewhere in Zhongcheng, the air was thick with the smell of blood. The Black Umbrella Man's main body had already parasitized a stronger vessel. He was now kneeling on one knee on the icy floor, his posture humble. Before him, a high-ranking imitator with a terrifying aura lounged lazily on an iron throne on a dais, playing with a human skull. Great one. The Black Umbrella Man said, his head bowed, his voice tinged with a tremor. The mimic worm we sent to lurk in the survivor group has lost contact. It was killed instantly. He swallowed and continued his report that human named Lin Yi seems to possess a special ability to directly identify our kind. Disguises are completely ineffective against him. He. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking imitator on the Iron Throne let out a hoarse laugh. He casually crushed the skull in his hand, bone fragments falling with a rustle. The life or death of one worm is irrelevant. A cruel amusement flickered in the high-ranking imitator's scarlet eyes. Since that Lin Yi enjoys playing hero, let him be humanity's savior for a few more days. As his voice fell, the dim light in the lab brightened. On the surrounding walls, thousands of giant flesh eggs hung densely packed. These flesh eggs were covered in blue veins pulsing rhythmically like hearts, emanating a terrifying life force that sent chills down one's spine. The first batch of death generals is about to hatch. The high-ranking imitator spread his arms as if embracing the entire world. By then, the entire city of Zhongcheng will become our nourishment. At Dawnlight Base, with the crisis resolved, Lin Yi calmly handed over the new members, including Zhao Gang, to Wang Dalan, tasking him with arranging their accommodation in teams. He then assigned trusted subordinates to move the thousands of corpse cores from the off-road vehicle's trunk to the base warehouse. Lin Yi had just reached the entrance of the villa. Lin Yi. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruyan rushed out of the villa. She was wearing a form-fitting silk nightgown that accentuated her proud curves. A fragrant breeze swept over as she unhesitatingly threw herself into Lin Yan's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Why are you back so late? I was so worried. In this perilous apocalypse, her heart was never at ease if she didn't see Lin Yi for a single day. Don't you trust my strength? Lin Yi chuckled softly. With practiced ease, he wrapped an arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist and patted her back reassuringly. He turned his head and glanced at Li Yue, who was standing nearby. The young girl had her hands clenched together, looking at him with anticipation, as if waiting for a hug too. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow but changed the subject. Li Yue stopped dawdling. Get to work. Ha! Li Yue was stunned. Lin Yi pointed at the corpse cores being moved. We have plenty of cores now. Boost the production of energy machine gun turrets and max out the manor's defenses as soon as possible. Hearing such an important task entrusted to her, the little disappointment in Li Yu's heart vanished instantly. A blush of excitement crept onto her cheeks. She nodded vigorously, puffed out her magnificent chest, and declared loudly, mission guaranteed. With the business settled, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He tightened his arms and scooped up the soft Lu Ruyan in a bridal carry, striding purposefully toward the master bedroom of the villa. Last night at the motel, with Li Yu inadvertently rubbing against him for half the night, he had already been burning with pent-up desire. Ah! What are you doing? Sister, Li Yu is still here. Lu Ruyan let out a soft cry of surprise, burying her flushed face deep into Lin Yi's broad chest. Yet she offered no resistance, letting him carry her swiftly up the stairs. Left behind, Li Yu watched their figures disappear at the top of the stairs, stomping her foot in anger, her pretty face turning crimson. Stupid Lin Yi. Pervert. Shameless, she cursed under her breath, kicking a pebble away. But the glint of envy in her eyes was impossible to hide. She bit her lower lip, feeling deeply wronged. Last night she had practically offered herself to him and this blockhead was completely indifferent. Now he comes back and immediately takes Sister Ruyan upstairs. So infuriating. She looked down at herself, unable to see her feet. She couldn't help but recall the whisper Sister Ruyan had shared with her the day before. Men, they all like the big ones. Was Sister Ruyan lying to me? Liu rubbed her cheeks in frustration, then turned and trudged toward the mechanical workshop with a belly full of discontent. Late at night. The master bedroom of the villa was in disarray, the air still thick with lingering amorous scents. Lu Ruyan's fair skin was covered in a fine sheen of sweat as if she had just been pulled from water. Exhausted, her bones felt like they were coming apart. She had been begging for mercy for over half an hour. Now with seductive eyes she lay on Lin Yan's broad shoulder, breathing softly and whispering in his ear. Lin Yi. Your physique is monstrous. When are you going to take that little girl Liu? I really can't take your torment anymore. Let Sister Liu come and share the burden. Having said that, Lu Ruyan fell into a deep exhausted sleep. Lin Yi leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and just as he blew out a ring of smoke with his eyes closed, the scarlet perception in his mind suddenly pulsed wildly. Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the night outside the window. 5 unfamiliar fluctuations of supernatural energy appeared on his perception radar. 2 Brank 3 Crank. These 5 individuals were silently scaling the base's high wall and electric fence, stealthily infiltrating the manor. Lin Yi snuffed out his cigarette, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. In the shadow along the manor's outer wall, Housie clung like a gecko, 4 subordinates pressed to the base of the wall so tightly they dared not breathe. As a shadow-type ability user, he was supremely confident in his stealth, convinced the patrolling gun turrets on the walls could not detect them. He gave a tactical hand signal to his men and they slid through the darkness toward the villa. Housie was already scheming he would snag a live prisoner to bring back as proof. Chen Hu had ordered them to learn every detail of the Shiguan base, but to Housie it all seemed an overreaction. What threat could a newly established shabby base possibly pose? He was so lazy he did not even plan an infiltration route, swaggering through the shadows as if on a stroll. What he did not know was that on Lin Yi's Xinghong perception scarlet perception radar the 5 of them blazed like 5 red beacons in the night, painfully conspicuous. Lin Yi could even discern the frequency of their ability fluctuations. From the moment they scaled the wall, in his eyes those 5 were already as good as dead. A dark night with a brisk wind. What brings you to my Shiguang base at this hour, looking for death? A low cavernous voice detonated in the ears of the 5 men. Housie flinched as if struck, his scalp tingled and he snapped his head around. A tall black silhouette had somehow materialized less than half a meter behind them. This darkness was purer than his own shadow ability, suffocating and absolute. Lin Yi stood silent and the surrounding gloom seemed to bow in submission to him. Housie had no idea when this god of slaughter had appeared. Run, he shrieked. Crushed by an overwhelming sense of oppression, he could not summon the courage to fight. He immediately activated his ability and dove deeper into the shadow. The other 4 reacted and sprinted toward the outer wall. Since you've come, none shall leave, Lin Yi murmured with a cruel smile and launched shunning step, instant shadow step. His body vanished in an instant. The next moment he was upon the 3 class ability users like a specter. Violent purple thunder danced across his fists with crackling ferocity. Combining the armor-shattering heavy fist with the Lei-Tang power thunder force, he unleashed everything. Both fists struck the 2 class men in front like fired cannon shots. The brittle snap of bone was unbearably sharp in the night. The raging thunder lanced straight through their hearts before they could utter a scream. Their chests caved in, organs instantly carbonized by the thunder's searing heat. 2 blackened corpses collapsed like empty sacks, smoke rising from them. The remaining class ability user went utterly pale, knees buckling as he fell to them. Just as he opened his mouth to beg, Lin Yi turned and delivered a heavy whip-like kick to his neck. The horrific force shattered his cervical vertebrae, his head twisted at an unnatural angle and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The lone class ability user, seeing no hope of escape, flashed a vicious look and roared. His arms transformed into jagged stone spikes and he lunged at Lin Yi's heart with a tearing wind. This was his proud finishing move, deadly even to defensive peers who would never receive it heeded. But Lin Yi did not bother to dodge. A localized metallization swept over his body. His chest shone with a dull silver armor like an impregnable bulwark. Clang! The rocky spike smashed into Lin Yi's chest with a screech of metal scraping, sparks flying. The proud spear shattered like brittle bone. Lin Yi's chest bore not even a scratch on the outer layer of skin. Horrified, the man stared as if gazing at a ghost. Lin Yi stretched out an expressionless hand and gripped the man's skull. Tenfold the strength of any mortal burst forth. With a single terrible snap, Lin Yi crushed his cervical vertebrae. The corpse slid down like putty. By then Housie had half submerged himself in his shadow. He looked back in time to see that annihilating spectacle and was paralyzed by terror, desperately driving his ability to flee this hell. Lin Yi turned and coldly stared at the writhing mass of shadow. He activated a higher tier darkness stealth and thrust his right hand into the gloom, seizing Housie by the collar. Housie felt an irresistible force wrench him. He was pulled out of the shadow as if uprooted from the ground. Lin Yi swung Housie and slammed him onto the hard concrete. The impact carved a crater in the ground as cement shards flew. Bones fractured by the dozen. Housie vomited blood and shredded organs. His mental defenses utterly collapsed. Ignoring the agony, Housie rolled onto his knees like a dog and battered the ground with desperate kowtows. "Big brother, spare me. Please spare me, ancestors. I was only a runner, brother, who forced me to come." To save his life, he spilled every last detail about the Menghu base. Lin Yi looked down at the ruin before him with amused interest. Menghu base. Near the Heishui market, Menghu base was the strongest, with two minor vassal bases, Shuaran and Quanfeng. Their total numbers exceeded 1,000, with hundreds of ability users among them. Far from feeling intimidated, Lin Yi saw only a field of ripe opportunities. He lifted his foot and pressed it precisely against Haosie's dantian. The lataying power surged from the sole of his foot, mercilessly pouring into Haosie's body. Housie let out a keening, unbearable scream as his body convulsed. The violent thunder shredded the core of his ability. He was reduced to a crippled husk, never to use his power again. Lin Yi withdrew his foot with disdain. "I'll leave you one dog's life. Go back and tell them one who comes and does not return is to blame. Tell Chen-Hu that Lin Yi will one day call on him personally to pay a visit to Menghu base." Housie gasped for air from the pain and nodded frantically as if granted clemency. He scrambled away from the manor like a coward, terrified Lin Yi might renege. Lin Yi watched his ruined retreat in the night and smiled coldly. This was merely bait in a long game. The crystalline cores of the hundreds of ability users at Menghu base would be superb nourishment for his next evolution. The next morning, warm sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the disordered master bed. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. The soft, pale body entwined around him radiated astonishing heat, clinging like an octopus. Lu Ruyan still slept. The hours of brutal exertion the previous night had utterly drained her. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. Gaoji physical enhancement, advanced physical augmentation. It had endowed him with a physique 10 times stronger than a normal man's, not only terrifying in combat but perversely enduring in bed as well. After a few hours of rest, he was fully replenished. He savored the feeling and turned over, pinning Lu Ruyan beneath him. Startled awake, Lu Ruyan blinked drowsily. When she saw Lin Yi's hungry lupin gaze and his movements, she nearly tumbled from the bed in fright. She braced herself against his hard chest, her voice trembling with tears. "Lin Yi, please, I'm done. You are an animal. If you try again, I will die on this bed today." Lu Ruyan begged, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Her proud healing ability was useless in this regard. Her recovery could not keep pace with Lin Yi's demands. Seeing her pitiable, coquettish demeanor only stoked his desire to dominate. A wicked heat rose within him as he prepared to begin their morning exertions. Bang! The solid wood door to the master bedroom was flung open. Li Yue, sporting 2 large dark circles under her eyes, burst into the master bedroom with great energy. "Brother! I figured it out." She held high the metallic cube she had scavenged from the Heishui market, excitedly dancing with joy, completely oblivious to the embarrassing scene on the bed. The air in the room suddenly fell silent. Lu Ruyan was so shy that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, hastily pulling the quilt over herself like a tightly wrapped cocoon, leaving only her blushing head exposed. Only then did Li Yu react, her small face instantly turning bright red. She hurriedly covered her eyes with both hands, but the gaps between her fingers were wider than her eyes. I'm blind, I didn't see anything." Lin Yi was exasperated, suppressing the rising heat within him. "You girl, remember to knock next time you come in." He casually threw on a coat and strode over to Li Yue, snatching the metallic cube from her hands. "Tell me about it. What exactly is this treasure?" Li Yu finally lowered her hands and excitedly reported, "This is not an ordinary weapon at all. It is a high-level miniature space folding device. Moreover, its storage core contains a large number of advanced mechanical blueprints from a bygone era." Lin Yi's pupils constricted, his heart shaken. A space folding device. In the apocalypse, this is practically a strategic level god-tier cheat. With this, scavenging for supplies in the future would be equivalent to carrying a mobile treasury, and he would no longer have to worry about transportation issues. Liu walked to the center of the room and quickly tapped on the cube a few times, its surface instantly lighting up with a dazzling blue glow full of futuristic vibes. A virtual projection unfolded in midair, displaying a vast independent space. This space is over 100 cubic meters and it is in a state of absolute vacuum. If you put in roasted meat, it comes out still hot. Liu continued to operate the cube and the projection shifted to reveal a design blueprint of an extremely sci-fi heavy battle vehicle. This is the beginner plan for the hovering kinetic energy battle vehicle from the blueprint archive. It uses corpse cores as the driving energy. As long as the corpse cores are sufficient, I can craft it by hand right now. Lin Yan stared at the blueprint and burst into laughter. This was practically a meat grinder tailored for the apocalypse. Once mass-produced, the combat power and logistics of the Dawn base would deliver a thorough dimensional strike against other forces. The morning bell echoed over the square of the Dawn base, heralding the daily unchanging mealtime. Several massive rain shelters had already been set up in the square, and Wang Delin was bustling around with the logistics team. In large iron pots, thick meat porridge was bubbling away, with chunks of frozen meat and chopped vegetables rolling in the broth. A steam-covered white bun popped up as the lid of the steamer was lifted. The rich aroma of meat rapidly filled the cold air, enveloping the entire square. Zhao Gang and a dozen other survivors who had just joined the base last night were eagerly lining up at the back of the queue. Looking at the old members ahead, each of them holding a large bowl of meat porridge and 2 fist-sized solid buns. Zhao Gang was left dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he must be hallucinating. In this damned cannibalistic world, food was more precious than gold. In other camps, one could be beaten senseless over a moldy biscuit. Yet here there was meat and buns, and they were plentiful. A young newcomer beside Zhao Gang was staring intently at the boiling iron pot. Memories of his wife and children who had starved to death flashed through his mind, and he could no longer contain his emotions. He held his empty bowl, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. His cries were heart-wrenching, filled with endless sorrow and regret. The old members were already used to such emotional breakdowns. They held their bowls, taking big bites of the soft buns while casually showing off. Why are you crying? Once you step into our Dawn base, it's like you've half a foot in heaven. Out there you can't even get a mouthful of dirt, but here there is meat every day. In our Dawn base you will never starve in this lifetime. After hearing this, Zhao Gang and the others could no longer care about their image. When it was their turn to get food, each of them filled their bowls to resemble little mountains. They huddled in a corner, transforming into merciless eating machines, shoving the steaming meat porridge and buns into their mouths. Even if it burned their mouths and caused blisters, they refused to stop as the warm food slid down their esophagus into their stomachs. That long-lost feeling of fullness surged like a warm current straight up to their heads. Zhao Gang looked up at the high figure on the second floor of the villa, and the confusion in his eyes completely dissipated. All that remained was fervent loyalty. In this rotten world, whoever could provide them with a full meal was their creator. For the sake of this meal, Lin Yan could even cut down Yama without furrowing his brow. Breakfast was quickly devoured. Wang Delin gathered everyone in the square. With new arrivals, Lin Yan naturally had to give a speech. Lin Yan, clad in a black trench coat, slowly walked up to the high platform, exuding an impressive aura. Below, dozens of people fell silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. This was a form of respect that stemmed from deep within. The terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Yan made everyone afraid to even breathe. He scanned the crowd and cleared his throat. Zhao Gang stepped forward. Zhao Gang's body shook, and he immediately marched to the front of the line, standing straight like a pine. From today on, I appoint you as the captain of the base guard team. Oversee the outer patrols and personnel tactical training. You can freely access the weapons in the base warehouse. In 3 days, I want to see a team that is roaring and capable of fighting tough battles. Lin Yan's voice resonated across the square. Zhao Gang was taken aback. He thought he would only be doing menial work as a newcomer. He never expected Lin Yan to directly hand him military authority. A soldier dies for one who understands him. Zhao Gang's eyes turned red as he raised his right hand and gave a perfectly executed military salute. I guarantee to complete the mission. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on the Dawn base will have to step over my dead body. He immediately made a military oath, his voice resonant and filled with iron-blooded determination. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lu Ruyan beside him. Ruyan, all members who have awakened life-type abilities are in your charge. Lu Ruyan had already changed into a fitted combat outfit. Her curves accentuated, she walked up to Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand. The space cube flashed blue light and several large snakeskin bags appeared out of thin air, heavily landing in front of Lu Ruyan. The bags opened, revealing a bounty of various crop seeds. This was the loot he had scavenged from the Heishui market last night. Next, Lin Yi pulled out a specially made heavy lead box from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Lu Ruyan. Inside is a special mutated plant seed. Take your people to the experimental field in the back mountain and plant all these ordinary seeds. The experimental field behind the mountain. This once barren slope had been completely transformed since Lu Ruyan's arrival. The soil had been turned over, mixed with a large amount of high-tier mutated beast bone powder and specially formulated nutrient solution presenting a dark brown hue. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and carefully lifted the heavy lead box. A withered black seed lay quietly inside. Its surface was covered with eerie dark red patterns like the blood vessels of a living creature pulsing slowly with a faint amplitude exuding a chilling malevolence. Lu Ruyan dared not be careless. She placed the seed into the soil. A brilliant green light burst from her palm and a green vine of life grew from her hand, extending into the earth. Life source. Pure life energy transformed into a green stream flowing along the vine and pouring continuously into the black seed. The once lifeless seed, upon contacting this pure life energy, suddenly accelerated its pulsation. Thump. 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 A dull impact sound came from underground. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. She sensed that the thing beneath was no longer merely receiving energy but was pulling. Bang! Without warning, the ground exploded. Half a meter of soil was flung into the air by a violent force, splattering mud and sand across Lu Ruyan's face. A blood-red vine as thick as an adult's arm burst from the earth. It had no leaves and its surface was covered in dense barbs. The creature's first reaction upon emerging was not to stretch its branches but to hunt. It twisted eerily in the air, locking onto the life vine Lu Ruyan had released. SSS. The tip of the vine suddenly split into 4 parts, revealing 3 rows of pale sharp teeth. It bit precisely onto Lu Ruyan's life vine and began to suck voraciously. Lu Ruyan was greatly alarmed. She found to her horror that her proud ability of life devouring and transformation was like child's play before this monster. This blood vine's devouring power was extremely domineering and bizarre. It not only forcibly plundered the energy from the life vine, but also through the connection point released a toxin with strong paralyzing and corrosive properties, attempting to backfire on Lu Ruyan, the host. Lu Ruyan felt her abundant vitality draining away wildly, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. After devouring a massive amount of life force, the blood vine rapidly expanded in size, its skin becoming crystalline, faintly revealing the crimson liquid flowing within. It grew greedier. The vine climbed up along the green light, wrapping around Lu Ruyan's arm in an instant. The barbs easily cut through her clothes and pierced her flesh. Stand back. Don't come near. Lu Ruyan yelled at the support staff, trying to rush over. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to forcibly cut off the energy supply, but the blood vine secreted a light purple liquid. That liquid entered her bloodstream through the wounds and half of her body instantly became paralyzed. She staggered forward, about to be swallowed by the gaping maw. Just then. Boom. A thunderclap out of the blue. A pillar of purple lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, striking the blood vine's trunk with precision. Wild arcs of electricity jumped through the air, emitting piercing crackles. SSS. The blood vine let out a shrill scream like a baby's cry. The violet lightning coursed through its body, instantly charring the barb-covered skin black and emitting acrid smoke. In pain, it finally released Lu Ruyan. Lin Yi had somehow already stood beside Lu Ruyan. One hand was in his pocket, the other hung naturally, with faint purple lightning still crackling at his fingertips. His cold eyes stared at the blood vine on the ground, the killing intent radiating from him, chilling the surrounding air. Lin Yi. Lu Ruyan sat slumped on the ground, gasping for air, her eyes filled with lingering fear. It was my oversight. I didn't expect this thing to be so bizarre. Lin Yi comforted her. The blood vine was not dead. Its charred skin began to wriggle, making a crackling sound. Then a layer of carbonized shell fell off, revealing even redder and more ferocious new tissue beneath. It was evolving. The beast seemed to sense that Lin Yi was the greatest threat. Its split maw let out a brutal roar. The entire trunk contracted sharply, then shot toward Lin Yi's face like an arrow from a bow. Its speed was so fast that only a blur remained. Seeking death. Lin Yi didn't even move a step. He directly extended his right hand and precisely grabbed the blood vine by the neck. The blood vine showed high intelligence. It coiled around Lin Yan's arm, its sharp teeth biting fiercely into his forearm. It tried to replicate its success and drain this more powerful human dry. A bizarre devouring force erupted at the point of contact. However, the blood vine's greedy pulsation lasted only half a second before turning into terrified trembling. Playing this game with me? Lin Yan's eyes hardened. From the depths of his palm, a deeper, more domineering suction force burst forth. Devouring assimilation activate. If the blood vine's devouring was like a voracious shark, Lin Yan's devouring assimilation was a bottomless abyss that swallowed the heavens and the earth. It was an absolute plunder that defied all reason. SSSSS. The situation reversed instantly. Not only did the blood vine fail to absorb any energy from Lin Yan, but it also found to its horror that its own life essence was being wildly drained by Lin Yan at a torrential pace. The once arm-thick scarlet vine withered visibly. It twisted desperately, its teeth gnashing at Lin Yan's arm, yet it couldn't even break through his skin's defense. At this moment, the intelligent demon vine finally understood what it meant to be suppressed by bloodline. Whimper. The sound from the blood vine changed from a brutal roar to a pleading whine. Its once gaping maw clamped shut tightly and all its barbs lay flat against its skin. Keep sucking then. Lin Yan's expression was impassive, his grip suction not weakening in the slightest. Only when the vine had shrunk to the thickness of a thumb, nearly turning into dry grass, did he casually toss it aside. Get back. The blood vine, as if granted a pardon, scrambled back into the soil. In the end, it only dared to expose 2 tender leaves with blood streaks above ground. The leaves carefully rubbed against Lin Yan's pant leg, its movements fawning like a beaten cur with its tail between its legs. Lu Yan stood up with the support of the staff, watching the scene speechless for a long time. This thing. What is it? She asked hoarsely. Lin Yan stared at the 2 fawning leaves, his gaze profound. He crouched down, his fingertip tracing the tender leaf. The blood vine trembled violently but dared not dodge. This thing probably isn't a product of Earth. Since it likes to suck so much, let's find it a suitable place. Maybe we can plant it in the trench outside the base. From now on, it will be the base's first line of defense. Lu Yan looked at the demon seed that had completely surrendered, though still a bit unnerved. She understood Lin Yan's plan. It was indeed a double-edged sword, but in Lin Yan's hands it could only be a blade to slay enemies. At that moment, a guard rushed in, panting, breaking the tranquility of the back mountain. 3 off-road vehicles suddenly arrived outside the manor, all flying white flags claiming to be envoys from the Tiger base, here specifically to apologize to you. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. That old fox Chen who sure knows how to back down quickly. Moments later, Lin Yan returned to the manor's entrance with Lu Yan. The heavy steel gates slowly opened to both sides. The envoys from the Tiger base shuffled in, their legs trembling. Behind them were 4 burly men holding their breath as they struggled to carry 2 heavy iron boxes. As the envoy approached Lin Yan, feeling the lingering murderous aura emanating from him, he immediately weakened at the knees and knelt down with a thud. He didn't even have the courage to glance up at Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan. What happened last night was entirely that bastard Haozi's doing. It was not our Tiger base's intention at all. As the envoy spoke, he banged his forehead repeatedly against the concrete floor, making thudding sounds. Brother, who said that the Tiger base absolutely does not wish to be enemies with the Dawn base. We only hope that the 2 bases can turn hostility into friendship, coexist peacefully, and jointly resist the apocalypse. After saying this, the envoy timidly waved his hand, signaling for the 2 iron boxes to be opened. Click. The moment the box lid was lifted, a rich scent of blood mingled with the faint glow of crystal cores. The 2 boxes were completely filled with neatly cut high-grade mutated beast meat, and beneath them were hundreds of rare crystal cores radiating various colors. To quell Lin Yan's anger, this was undoubtedly the greatest sincerity that the Tiger base could offer. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Water Market, the Tiger base's headquarters, Chen Hu sat on a large chair covered with an intact mutated tiger skin, his face ashen and his forehead veins pulsing. On the stretcher in the center of the hall lay Haozi, completely incapacitated. Seeing his most capable subordinate in such dire straits, Chen Hu appeared grim, but internally he was already stirred up by a storm. Haozi was a genuine Brank Shadow ability user, extremely skilled in stealth and assassination, yet what happened? He didn't even touch a hair of the opponent and was directly incapacitated. That person named Lin Yan possessed unfathomable strength. Although Chen Hu outwardly sent people to raise the white flag and deliver heavy gifts to apologize, how could this old fox who licks blood from the edge of a blade and devours people without spitting out bones truly swallow this humiliation? Back down. Impossible. This was merely a delaying tactic. He was like a patient venomous snake waiting for the perfect opportunity to eradicate Lin Yi and the entire Dawn base. Returning to the entrance of the Dawn base, Lin Yi looked at the abundant supplies in the iron boxes, a hint of mockery flashing in his deep eyes. He waved his hand casually. Wang Dalin instantly understood, leading several brothers to go up and unceremoniously accept the 2 large iron boxes. Lin Yi accepted everything without giving a single promise of peaceful coexistence. He looked down from above at the envoy kneeling on the ground, coldly uttering a single word, his voice not loud, yet it struck the envoy like a heavy hammer. "I've accepted the goods, now get lost." The envoy felt as if he had been granted a great mercy, scrambling to his feet, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and jumped into the vehicle. The 3 vehicles slammed on the gas pedal, swiftly fleeing the Dawn base. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the dust raised by the convoy, his gaze profound. He certainly understood that Chen Hu's concession was merely a temporary measure. But it didn't matter, he also needed time to develop. Maintaining a facade of peace with various forces was in his best interest at the moment. The day the base was fully armed to the teeth would be the day the Tiger base would repay its debts in full. In the following half-month, the Dawn base transformed into a construction fanatic, entering a frenzied stable development mode. Li Yu fully showcased the value of her mechanical genius, utilizing zombie cores as core energy, working day and night with the mechanical team to rush the construction. In just half a month, dozens of heavy high-energy machine gun turrets sprang up on the manor's high walls. The dark gun muzzles gleamed with a metallic cold light, covering every angle with 360 degrees, and the stored zombie cores were sufficient to carry out a hard battle. As long as there were zombies daring to approach, they would be taught to become corpses once more in an instant. The entire base had been transformed into a solid steel fortress. Zhao Gang was also busy on his end. Dozens of young men were rigorously trained by him with an iron-fisted approach, resulting in not only a surge in physical abilities but also mastery of tactical coordination. They were equipped with Li Yu's modified automatic weapons, which had a tremendous lethality against zombies. Even second-tier elite zombies could only obediently fall down under the dense firepower net, allowing their cores to be extracted. Under Zhao Gang's leadership, they would search for zombies outside the base every day to practice. At first, these ordinary people who had not awakened any abilities would tremble with fear when facing zombies. However, after witnessing the power of the weapons in their hands, ordinary zombies couldn't even get close, and one by one they became confident, with their killing intent growing stronger. The zombies outside the base had basically been wiped out. That afternoon, the alarm of the manor suddenly rang briefly. The envoy from the Tiger base had unexpectedly visited again. However, this time, although the envoy still appeared to be bowing and scraping, there was an uncontainable fervor hidden in his eyes. In the hall, he once again met Lin Yi, who was seated at the main seat. "Lin Yi." The envoy gulped, lowering his voice. "Brother, who sent me here with a monumental business proposition, wanting to collaborate with you. We discovered a large strategic food storage facility left behind by the military in the southern suburbs of Jiang City. The food inside is enough for tens of thousands of people to feast for a whole decade." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Dalin and the others in the hall instantly became heavily breathless. A food warehouse of 100,000 tons. In the apocalypse, this was simply a gold mine. The envoy observed everyone's reaction with delight, continuing, "However, surrounding the warehouse is an extremely terrifying third-tier mutated creature, and it is also surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Brother, who is already allied with the Bloodblade and Wind Fury, 2 large bases, and has specifically sent me to invite you to come along. As long as the 4 of us work together to take down that mutated creature, the warehouse's resources will be split among us." Lin Yi leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest. Tap. 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 Each light tap struck at the envoy's heart. A 10th Asantan food warehouse delivered to his doorstep. And the rare crystal cores from the third-tier mutated creature. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. That old fox Chen, who had been holding back for half a month, finally revealing his cards and setting this grand banquet. Was it a scheme to use him? Or did he intend to secretly plot against him amidst the zombie horde? Lin Yi slowly stood up. Boom! A pressure more solid and terrifying than half a month ago instantly enveloped the entire hall. The envoy felt his knees weaken, nearly kneeling again. Lin Yi stared at him, his tone calm yet exuding a suffocating dominance. "Go back and tell Chen Hu I'm in on this deal." As dusk settled, the setting sun bled crimson. Within the core villa of the Dawnlight base, a soft, luxurious glow, extremely rare in the apocalypse, illuminated the interior, completely muffling the guttural roars of the zombies outside. On the long dining table in the spacious hall, several steaming dishes were laid out: stir-fried mutant beast meat slices, stewed cabbage with lard residue, and even a few bottles of ice-cold beer, their surfaces beaded with condensation. This meal, if revealed to the outside world, would be enough to drive the starving survivors to slaughter each other for just a lick of the plates. Lin Yan sat imposingly at the head of the table, his posture relaxed and commanding. To his left sat the alluring Lu Ruyan, while on his right was Li Yue, dressed in loose, comfortable loungewear. Li Yue shoveled a mouthful of glistening white rice into her mouth, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Like a little girl eager for praise, she proudly reported the frantic progress of the past half-month. Brother, the high-voltage perimeter fence was fully connected this afternoon. The voltage is maxed out. Any zombie below the second tier that touches it will be electrocuted into charcoal in 3 seconds. And those cores you allocated to me, I've installed them all as independent power sources in the machine gun turrets. 30 heavy-duty high-energy turrets placed every 5 meters, there's absolutely no blind spot in the crossfire network. Saying this, Li Yue pushed up her glasses, a fanatical gleam of a mechanical genius flashing in her eyes. As long as the cores don't run out, our base is now a tireless meat grinder. Forget Chen Hu and his crew, even a medium-sized zombie horde would be ground into mush right outside our walls. Lin Yan took a couple of bites of rice, swallowed the beast meat, and nodded with satisfaction. Good work. How's the decoding of the vehicle blueprints from the cube coming along? At this, Li Yue immediately straightened her back, her impressive chest heaving slightly, her voice brimming with absolute confidence. The blueprint for the suspension kinetic battle vehicle in the cube is 60% decoded. The body armor and weapon modules are fine. The main issue is the core engine. It requires a specific high-tier mutant core to power it. Don't worry, brother. Once we gather the materials and cores, I can start mass production immediately. Then when we expand outward, our steel tide will roll over everything and the zombies won't even leave a whole corpse. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yan's lips. An SS-grade mechanical talent was indeed the most unreasonable cheat in the apocalypse and the most powerful engine for the base's rise. He picked up a large chicken leg, a treasure from the freezer, and placed it directly into Li Yue's bowl. Hard work pays off. This is your reward. Li Yue was overwhelmed with flattery. Her face instantly turned crimson to her ears. She waved her hands in refusal but couldn't bear to reject it. She could only lower her head and nibble at the chicken leg, mumbling a shy "Thank you, brother," as docile as a kitten. Beside her, Lu Ruyan picked up a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks, tilted her head, and watched Li Yue's nearly steaming shyness. Her narrow fox-like eyes narrowed slightly and a playful smile graced her red lips. She suddenly leaned close to Li Yue's ear, her breath like orchid, and whispered a few words. Clatter. The chicken leg nearly dropped from Li Yue's hand onto the table. Her neck was visibly red, as if about to bleed. Her head snapped down, nearly burying itself in the bowl, too afraid to even glance at Lin Yan. Lin Yan paid no attention to the two women's little antics. In the apocalypse, such a touch of domestic warmth was rare. He finished his dinner in a few bites, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and stood up to head to the operations room on the first floor. Zhao Gang and Wang Dalan had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Lin Yan enter, they both immediately straightened their backs. Lin Yan pushed open the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He tapped the table rhythmically with his knuckles, producing a dull thud. Early tomorrow morning, I'm going out. That 100,000-ton strategic grain depot in the southern suburbs, our Dawnlight base, must claim a share. Zhao Gang furrowed his thick brows, stepped forward, and exuded the murderous aura he had cultivated over the past half-month. Boss, this is clearly a home banquet. That old dog Chen Hu was full of malicious schemes. He's definitely up to no good. How about I take 50 fully armed guards with you? If things go south, our firepower can just gun them all down. What's the point of bringing them? A few crappy guns are useless against third-tier mutants, they'd just be cannon fodder. Lin Yan waved his hand, his tone carrying an unyielding dominance. I'll go alone tomorrow. Too many people would just get in my way. Remember, while I'm away, the base is on high alert. Keep the turrets preheated around the clock. Anyone who dares approach the 500-meter perimeter, no need to ask for orders. Shoot first, ask questions later. If Chen Hu is foolish enough to send people to attack our home. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Blast them to pieces. A chill ran down their spines and they replied in unison, yes sir. Late at night, Lin Yan took a cold shower in the bathroom, washing away the day's fatigue. He casually grabbed a towel to dry his still dripping hair and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was dark, lit only by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silver frost on the carpet. On the wide double bed, a vague human silhouette was faintly visible. The figure was wrapped in a light silk duvet lying on its side facing away from the door, breathing somewhat rapidly. Lin Yi smiled knowingly and tossed the towel onto the back of a chair. That woman Lu Ruyan was surprisingly well behaved tonight. She hadn't worn any of those flashy sheer silk nightgowns that severely tested one's self-control. Instead, she had wrapped herself up tightly. He lifted a corner of the duvet, bringing with him the refreshing scent of water, and naturally slipped into the bed. His large hand, familiar with the routine, reached around from behind to embrace the slender waist, instinctively moving upward. But then the next second, the texture was wrong. Too soft and too big. Lin Yan's movement froze abruptly, his pupils contracting slightly in the darkness. The astonishing fullness and breathtaking curve transmitted by his fingertips were clearly a full size larger than Lu Ruyan's. This exaggerated dimension was on an entirely different level. The person in his arms let out an extremely shy, suppressed and delicate moan, her body instantly tensing up, even her toes curling. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp with a click. The worn yellow light instantly dispelled the darkness. When he saw who was in the bed, Lin Yan was stunned. Li Yue, her face flushed crimson and her skin as white as snow, was clutching the corner of the duvet tightly to her chest. Her watery eyes darted away like a startled deer too afraid to meet Lin Yan's gaze. She curled up into a ball, overwhelmed with shyness. "Why are you here?" Lin Yan raised one eyebrow, looking at the innocent girl who usually only tinkered with machinery now appearing in his bed. He could roughly guess what had happened. Li Yu bit her lower lip hard, stammering an explanation in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. It was Sister Ruyan who pushed me in. She said you're going out for a tough battle tomorrow and definitely need to relax your nerves tonight." Seeing her ready to be taken, trembling with nervousness, a surge of fire rushed through Lin Yan's body. Seeing Lin Yan silent, Li Yu thought he was angry. She closed her eyes, steeled herself, and blurted out the bold words Lu Ruyan had taught her at dinner. Sister Ruyan said men like big ones. Li Yu loosened the duvet slightly, revealing a deep cleavage, her voice trembling with anticipation. "Brother, don't you like me?" Blunt and lethal. The ultimate visual impact and absolute auditory temptation instantly ignited Lin Yan's primal possessiveness. "Since it's delivered to my doorstep and I've already touched it, why not take a bite?" Lin Yan chuckled softly, flipped over and pressed her down, trapping her between his arms. Li Yu let out a startled cry, her soft hands instinctively pressing against Lin Yan's firm chest. "Brother, I've never been in a relationship. I don't know anything." Sister Ruyan said, "The first time hurts a lot. Be gentle." "This can't be gentle." With a soft cry, the master bedroom was instantly filled with boundless passion. Meanwhile, in the second bedroom just a wall away, Lu Ruyan lay on her side on the bed, wearing a seductive nightgown. Listening to the escalating commotion from the next room and feeling the faint tremors through the wall, an unusual flush spread across her stunning face. She pulled a pillow over her ears but couldn't block out the sounds that made her blush and her throat go dry. With the apocalypse upon them, she knew clearly that a man as powerful as Lin Yan wouldn't have only one woman. Pushing Li Yu forward was both a way to solidify their status in the base and her gesture of fully accepting this little sister. But Lu Ruyan turned over restlessly, clamping the blanket between her legs, and let out a long sigh. Truly, fortunes had reversed. Now she deeply understood the unbearable torment Li Yu had endured every night when she lived next door. The next morning, after a refreshing breakfast, Lin Yan stretched his limbs and casually tossed the cleaver stained with dried dark red blood into the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the heavily modified off-road vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust and sped out of the Dawn base's gates. South Suburb Assembly Point. At the outskirts of an abandoned industrial park, over a dozen heavily armored vehicles and off-roaders welded with steel plates and fitted with ramming spikes were already parked. The three bases had jointly dispatched 40 to 50 fully armed ability users and elite warriors. They gathered together, some wiping down heavy machine guns, others smoking cheap cigarettes, each face bearing the grimness and arrogance of those who live by the blade. Shen, who stood in the center of the crowd, smiling insincerely as he looked at the distant road. "Put." With a screech of brakes, Lin Yan's off-roader executed an arrogantly perfect drift, stopping precisely in front of the three bases crowd, showering them with dust. The door pushed open. Lin Yan, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, stepped down heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground in his combat boots. He held the visually striking cleaver in one hand, his gaze coldly sweeping over the dozens of people present. However, when the three bases men saw the back of Lin Yan's vehicle, their expressions turned strange. No one, aside from himself, he hadn't even brought a driver or a lackey to fetch tea. After a brief shock, the crowd erupted in suppressed snickers and unrestrained whispers. Put. So this is the boss of that Dawn base. He came alone. Hilarious, a lone general. Guess his base is too poor to even recruit a capable fighter. With such a show, he thinks he deserves a share of 100,000 tons of grain. When we hit the zombie horde, he'll probably be devoured in the first wave. Hearing the undisguised mockery, Lin Yan didn't get angry. Instead, he lowered his head and lit the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a plume of blue-white smoke, blurring the icy murderous intent in his eyes, which looked like he was staring at the dead. Laugh on. While you can still breathe, laugh all you want. Once we're inside the granary, you'll show you what true despair means. The boss of Bloodblade base, Blood Butcher, was a nearly 2-meter tall bald giant, his muscles knotted and crisscrossed with scars like centipedes crawling over his bare chest. He slammed the half-smoked cigar onto the ground, grinding it under his rough combat boot, and strode up to Chun Hu. Boss Chan, are you messing with us? Blood Butcher pointed rudely at Lin Yan's solitary back and cursed loudly. Our 3 bases have sent dozens of elites with heavy firepower to risk our lives here. And this punk doesn't even bring a subordinate, just stands there with his hands in his pockets sightseeing. Why should he get tens of thousands of tons of grain? Does he think my heavy machine gun is just for show? Beside him, the boss of Gale Base, Wind's Shadow, leaned against an abandoned off-roader, his bony fingers deftly twirling a military dagger as he chimed in sinisterly. Exactly, Boss Chen. Are you treating us like hired labor? Or in your eyes is this greenhorn's life worth more than all our brothers combined? A flicker of subtle malice passed through Chen Hu's eyes, but he put on a cheerful facade and quickly played the peacemaker. Brothers, calm down. I've seen Boss Lin's strength firsthand. He's truly unfathomable, worth an army alone. Saying this, Chen Hu turned and pointed to the entrance of the underground granary in the distance. There lay a scene of utter death. A dense horde of zombies tightly surrounded the entrance, at least 1,000 strong. At the center of the horde crouched a massive monster, emitting low rumbling snores, each breath stirring up a foul wind. Since everyone has issues with the profit distribution, let's divide the work fairly and let strength speak. Chen Hu raised his voice, making sure Lin Yan, not far away, could hear clearly. The thousands of ordinary zombies and first-tier mutants on the periphery will be handled by our 3 bases brothers in a frontal assault to tear open a path. As for that troublesome third-tier mutant, well, leave it to the unfathomably powerful Boss Lin for a solo fight. How about that? The capable do more. A blatant scheme. An undisguised attempt to kill with a borrowed knife. Blood Butcher and Wind Shadow exchanged glances, both curling their lips into cruel smirks. They had studied that third-tier mutant through binoculars before coming. The creature was covered in bone armor, its arms as thick as battering rams, undoubtedly a dominant force-type mutant. Fight it alone. Don't be ridiculous. Even if this kid were an rank ability user, a single graze from that bone hammer would turn him into a pile of mush. Chun Hu's move was to eliminate a competitor without bloodying his hands. Lin Yan listened quietly to their duet, flicked his finger and sent the cigarette butt arcing brightly through the air. He didn't even glance at Chun Hu, his tone icy. Fine. But I have one condition. The mutant core of that third-tier creature belongs to me. Chen Hu was inwardly ecstatic, cursing him as a clueless fool, but outwardly pretended to be generous, slapping his chest. No problem. If Boss Lin can take it down, well, hand over that third-tier core without a second thought. Move out. With Chun Hu's roar, the battle erupted instantly. The allied forces from the 3 bases began their advance, unleashing their full firepower. Low-level supernatural abilities like fireballs, wind blades and earth spikes mingled with the dense rattle of heavy machine guns, and the roar of grenades exploded into clusters of blood within the zombie horde. Severed limbs and broken bodies flew wildly through the air, while foul black blood rained down like a storm, quickly staining the cracked concrete ground a dark brown. The allies trudged forward over the corpses of zombies, finally tearing open a bloody path through the sea of undead, leading to the entrance of the grain depot. However, the massive explosions and violent energy fluctuations had thoroughly awakened the terrifying monster at the heart of the zombie horde. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded through the sky. The visible shockwave of sound shattered the heads of several nearby ordinary zombies. A colossal zombie over 3 meters tall and covered in a thick pale white bone armor abruptly stood up. The ground trembled violently under its terrifying power, as if a small earthquake had struck. Its arms ended not in hands but in 2 solid bone hammers the size of water vats. They were covered in dried blackened blood and human flesh, a grim testament to the countless survivors it had crushed. Sensing this suffocating aura of dread, the allied forces paled and slowed their attacks. Blood Butcher and Wind Shadow instinctively took 2 steps back, ready to watch Lin Yi get smashed into a pulp. Chen Hu stared intently at Lin Yi's back, not blinking. He wanted to see what the brat's arrogant trump card really was. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yi merely twisted his neck lazily, a crisp crack echoing from his cervical spine. The next second, Shadow Step activated. The onlookers could only capture a blurred afterimage left in his wake. Lin Yi's speed was so immense that even the wind had no time to stir, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. He charged straight through the encirclement of peripheral zombies appearing before the third-stage mutant. A flicker of brutality passed through the mutant's crimson eyes, enraged by this insignificant human. Whoosh! It swung its right arm's massive bone hammer, carrying a terrifying momentum like a mountain, crashing down, and smashed it viciously toward Lin Yi's head. If that hammer landed, even a heavy armored vehicle would be instantly flattened into a metal pancake. Dodge! Is the kid scared stiff? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. But Lin Yi neither dodged nor even blinked. First punch. Lin Yi's arms instantly underwent local metallization, his originally fair skin taking on a cold, impervious dark metallic sheen. Then violet black thunder force crackled wildly on his fist, exploding with a series of sharp pops. Facing the descending pale bone hammer, Lin Yi suddenly exerted force with his feet. With a loud bang, the ground beneath him shattered, creating a pit 2 meters in diameter. Instead of retreating, he advanced his right fist, meeting the giant bone hammer head with pure physical strength. The 2 vastly disproportionate fists collided in midair. Boom! A violet ring of air surged outward, flinging over a dozen nearby ordinary zombies into the air, which landed as mere shreds of flesh. Second punch. The mutant's massive body stiffened, a flicker of fear actually appearing in its crimson eyes. Then a rapid series of cracking sounds erupted. Its indestructible right arm bone hammer was shattered by Lin Yi's punch, covered in countless cracks. Then Lin Yi's left fist followed, turning into a thunderous afterimage, smashing into the exact same spot. Bang! The bone hammer completely exploded, sharp white bone fragments tearing through the flesh, exposed pitifully in the air. The mutant let out a pained howl, its massive body staggering backward uncontrollably. Third punch. Lin Yi gave it no chance to catch its breath. Using the powerful recoil, he leaped into the air, his back arching into an exaggerated curve. All his strength, lightning, and metallization abilities were compressed to their limit in that instant. Armor-shattering heavy fist activated. Lin Yi's right fist turned into a cannonball wrapped in destructive violet black thunder and slammed fiercely into the monster's chest, which was covered in the thickest bone armor. Ignores 30% of physical defense. Plus the violent penetration of lightning. Schlorp! A dull tearing sound rang out. The thick bone armor on the mutant's chest shattered like a fragile cookie under Lin Yi's fist. Lin Yi's entire right arm punched straight through its heart area, bursting out of its broad back, wreathed in violent arcs of lightning. Black-purple foul blood sprayed onto the ground, corroding it into large patches of white smoke. Just 3 punches. Clean and efficient, without any hesitation. The battle was completely over. The light in the third-stage mutant's eyes rapidly dimmed, and its colossal body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and shaking the earth several times. Lin Yi pulled his arm out expressionlessly, casually flicking off the bits of flesh and organ residue hanging from it. He bent down and expertly dug out a dazzling third-stage corpse core. He wiped the blood on his clothes and casually pocketed it. At that moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Except for the whistling of the wind through the ruins, even the mindless mutant zombies on the periphery seemed intimidated by this terrifying, murderous aura, their roars completely ceasing. Blood Butcher's fingers holding the cigar trembled violently, the hot ash fell and burned a blister on the back of his hand, yet he was completely oblivious. A gurgling sound came from his throat as he swallowed, the hiss of inhaled breath unnaturally loud in the silence. Wind Shadow's expertly twirled dagger clattered to the ground. Chen Hu felt a bone-chilling cold shoot straight from his tailbone to the top of his head. The clothes on his back were soaked through with cold sweat in mere seconds, sticking clammily to his skin. Only then did they realize what kind of monster they had been trying to scheme against. This man's combat power had completely shattered their understanding of the term superhuman. This wasn't a fight, it was a total absolute stomp. What are you all gawking at? Lin Yi dusted off his hands, tilted his head, and swept his dark cold eyes over the stupefied allied forces. That look in his eyes made no distinction between them and the zombies on the ground. Do I have to personally clean up the rest of these small fries for you? Only then did the crowd snap back to reality, shuddering collectively. Filled with extreme awe and deep fear, the allied forces of the 3 bases erupted with unprecedented fighting spirit, frantically pouring firepower to clear out the remaining peripheral zombie horde completely. Half an hour later, the underground entrance to the grain depot was finally cleared. A dozen strength-type superhumans stepped forward. They roared in unison, veins bulging on their necks, and with the grating screech of heavy gears they finally managed to push open the long-sealed underground alloy door. Greed and excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. Tens of thousands of tons of grain were enough for them to rule the apocalypse. However, the moment the door fully opened, all smiles froze on their faces. What rushed out to greet them was not the musty, dusty scent of rice and flour they had imagined. Instead, it was a thick, bloody stench. The smell was as if thousands of corpses had been fermenting in a sealed space for months, gushing out from the dark underground passage. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, armed with tactical flashlights, cautiously stepping into this unknown underground space. As the beam swept across the scene ahead, all breaths halted at that moment and a wave of nausea rolled through their stomachs. What met their eyes was a grotesque slaughterhouse filled with repulsive petri dishes draped in viscous flesh membranes. In the spacious underground hall, rows of enormous glass containers towering as high as 2 people lined the walls. The containers were filled with murky green nutrient liquid, within which floated various disemboweled mutated beasts, and even countless severed human limbs bobbed in the liquid. Embedded in the walls were many unknown precision instruments flickering with eerie red lights. Even more unsettling was the thick dark red carpet of flesh covering the ground. Stepping on it felt soft and squishy, producing a chilling squelch sound while continuously oozing a sticky foul liquid. "It's a trap." Blood Butcher's pupils dilated, his scalp suddenly prickling as he turned and shouted at the others, "This is a trap. Retreat. Get out. Retreat now." However, before he could finish, a harsh metallic grinding sound erupted from the heavy alloy door above. Bang. Boom. The door crashed down, sealing shut and completely cutting off everyone's escape route. The underground space was plunged into darkness, with only the red lights from the instruments frantically flashing, illuminating everyone's faces to a pale white. Panic spread like an epidemic among the crowd. Just as everyone was thrown into disarray, several strength-type ability users prepared to force the door open. 3 elite members of the Gale base, standing at the edge of the crowd, suddenly felt the flesh carpet beneath them squirming as if it were alive. "What is holding me?" They didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before their bodies were violently pulled down. As the earth rolled, it was as if a massive abyssal mouth opened, instantly swallowing these 3 living beings into the ground. Only 3 half-meter wide pits remained on the ground, along with 3 pools of glaring blood bubbling up with chunks of flesh. "There's something below us. At our feet." Wind-hidden, terrified, turned pale as he roared loudly, unleashing dozens of sharp wind blades, frantically slicing the blood-soaked ground and turning the flesh carpet into a bloody mess. But the invisible enemy was the most deadly. The remaining 30 or so elite members completely lost control, overwhelming fear driving them to irrationally unleash their abilities, bombarding the ground and walls around them. Fireballs, ice spikes, and a barrage of bullets flew chaotically in the enclosed space. Not only did they fail to hit any monsters, but friendly fire injured several of their own. In an instant, the sounds of screams, curses, and gunfire merged into chaos, and the scene spiraled completely out of control. Meanwhile, deep underground, a highly intelligent subterranean pseudo-beast was darting through the soil like a ghost. Its body was streamlined, covered with hard and smooth dark brown scales, and its arms had evolved into razor-sharp spiral bone spikes. In this soft underground, it moved like a fish in water. It was like a patient reaper, continuously launching surprise attacks from various visual blind spots. Each time it emerged from the earth, the whirling bone spikes were invariably accompanied by severed limbs and a torrent of blood. In less than 2 minutes, over half of the elite members from the 3 bases had been lost, their corpses sprawled in the blood, meeting a gruesome end. Blood Butcher's eyes turned red with urgency as he swung his large machete wildly. Chen, who on the other hand shrank to the center of the crowd, desperately holding up a thick earthen shield, cold sweat soaking his back, too afraid to show his face. This subterranean pseudo-beast was extremely cunning, killing swiftly and retreating deep into the shadows without hesitation. Soon it locked onto the target, emitting the strongest energy fluctuations among the group. It was Lin Yan, standing still with his arms crossed. The pseudo-beast silently burrowed underground, stealthily arriving directly beneath Lin Yan's feet. The spiral bone spikes on its arms began to spin wildly, easily churning the soil as it attempted to tear this formidable human apart from below. Just as the bone spikes were about to break through the earth, Lin Yan, who had been silent, suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. His crimson perception had long been activated. Within 100 meters, every movement trajectory of the pseudo-beast underground was crystal clear in Lin Yan's mind. "You like to burrow, huh?" Rather than evading, Lin Yan suddenly lifted his right leg. The violent thunder power combined perfectly with the terrifying physical shock attribute of Shattering Fist, compressing all of it into the sole of his right foot. In the next second, Lin Yan's right leg came crashing down onto the ground beneath him. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in the underground space, sending terrifying sound waves that pierced the eardrums of everyone nearby. Centered around Lin Yan's right foot, the flesh carpet and the compacted concrete ground within a 10-meter radius instantly collapsed and cracked. Dense spiderweb-like fissures frantically spread outward. The violent shockwave mixed with thunder penetrated the thick earth and accurately struck the pseudo-beast directly below. Screech! A piercing scream erupted from underground. That cunning subterranean pseudo-beast was forcefully blasted out of the soil by this overwhelming force. It burst forth from the earth, thrown into the air. Its hard scales exploded under the dual onslaught of thunder and shock, its bones fracturing, writhing helplessly in midair. Lin Yan was quick and decisive, his left hand shooting out like lightning, firmly grasping the pseudo-beast by the neck. With a squeeze of his fingers, bang! The pseudo-beast's hideous head covered in compound eyes was crushed in Lin Yan's grasp. Red and white brain matter mixed with bodily fluids splattered everywhere, hitting the faces of several survivors nearby. A soil-colored crystal nucleus radiating a rich spiritual fluctuation dropped into Lin Yan's hand with a thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan devoured it right in front of everyone. The scorching energy surged into his limbs and bones. Consumed the third-tier subterranean pseudo-beast crystal nucleus. Gained the mutated ability Earth Burrowing. Earth Burrowing allows the body to completely merge into soil and rock, moving rapidly underground while gaining strong affinity and perception towards earth elements. Lin Yan clenched his fist, immediately feeling a warm connection with the once dead earth beneath him. It was as if with a mere thought he could merge into the formless. He raised his eyebrows in satisfaction, greatly pleased with this skill that combined survival and assassination. However, before he could test his new ability, a deep oppressive sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the laboratory. Thud! 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 The sound was immense, causing the entire underground space to tremble slightly with each heartbeat. The nerves of the crowd, which had just relaxed due to the pseudo-beast's death, tightened to the limit once again as they looked toward the source of the sound in terror. In the shadow at the far end of those petri dishes stood a gigantic meat egg towering 3 stories high. The surface of the meat egg was covered in veins as thick as a child's arm, pulsating violently. A faint green light emanated from within, and that enormous creature seemed to have awakened, eager to break free from its shell. Not good. Something big is about to come out. Stop it! Windhidden exclaimed in horror, his voice cracking. But before he could finish, sizzle, the top of the meat egg suddenly split open with a massive crack, and a foul-smelling green slime erupted everywhere. The slime splattered onto several nearby precision instruments, instantly corroding them with a sizzling sound, turning hard metal into puddles of molten iron in the blink of an eye. A gigantic hand covered in festering blisters suddenly grabbed the edge of the crack. A zombie towering 6 meters and resembling a mountain of flesh dripping with green poison slowly rose from the meat egg. It had no discernible facial features. The front of its head was nothing but a huge gaping abyssal mouth filled with interlocking fangs. Its obese bloated body was draped in layers of rotting flesh, and every gap between the rotten layers spewed forth dense green poisonous mist. As it stood up, a suffocating intensity of energy swept across the entire area, soaring to a terrifying 4th tier. A 4th tier mutated entity. The Flesh Mountain Poison Zombie. The Flesh Mountain Zombie loomed over the small invaders, opening its massive mouth and letting out a deafening, terrifying roar. Roar! As it roared, the countless blisters on its body burst simultaneously. A torrent of green poisonous mist erupted, sweeping towards the surviving crowd like a tsunami of death. The speed at which the poisonous mist spread was astonishing, leaving no place to hide. The few members of the Blood Blade gang running at the front inadvertently inhaled a small mouthful of the toxic gas, not even completing their escape. Ah! My face! My hands! Their screams just started, and the skin on their surfaces began to rot and peel away in large patches. Their muscles melted away like ice cream in the blazing sun, revealing rapidly darkening bones beneath. In just a few seconds, several living high-tier ability users turned into pools of bubbling green blood right before everyone's eyes, leaving not even a shred of bone behind. This horrifying level of corrosiveness made Chen Hu, Blood Butcher, and others feel their hearts drop, their legs turning weak. Their escape route was firmly blocked with the 4th-tier poisonous corpse ahead. Extreme despair instantly enveloped the entire coalition. This was truly a deadened situation with no chance of survival. Only Lin Yan, standing at the forefront, looked at the imposing 4th-tier Flesh Mountain with no hint of fear in his eyes, but rather ignited a burning greed. The 4th-tier Corpse Mountain Poison Zombie now resembled a demon king crawling from the deepest pits of hell. With every step, its bloated, rotting form took the entire underground space, let out a groaning lament under the unbearable weight. Amid violent tremors, rubble and dust rained down from the ceiling. Hissing sounds filled the air as thick deep green toxic mist rapidly consumed most of the space. Visibility plummeted to less than 5 meters. The air was thick with a pungent acrid stench. Even a single inhalation seared the respiratory tract with agonizing pain. Here even breathing became a luxury. Fonine stared at the oncoming green tidal wave, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and frantically squeezed the last vestiges of his supernatural energy. Whirlwind of ruin. Scatter now. He thrust both hands forward, veins bulging on his forehead. A violent tornado erupted, attempting to blow away the lethal mist. Yet he gravely underestimated the terror of a fourth-tier mutant. The toxic mist was as heavy as lead. Not only did the gale fail to disperse it, but the mist's corrosive energy instantly assimilated the wind. The green mist surged back, with the wind piercing through Fonine's proud wind shield in an instant. Ah! He let out a scream of agony. His outstretched right arm was corroded into a sieve upon contact with the mist. Flesh dissolved rapidly with a sickening hiss, exposing stark white bone. Soon even the bone began to blacken and turn brittle. In that life-or-death moment he reacted swiftly, grabbing a dagger with his left hand and severing his infected right arm cleanly at the shoulder. Blood gushed out as Fonine collapsed onto the sticky ground, clutching the stump of his arm, his face pale as paper. He was utterly incapacitated. Witnessing this, the remaining superhuman's mental defenses shattered completely. Fireballs, ice spikes, and large-caliber bullets struck the corpse mountain zombie but couldn't even penetrate its outermost layer of slimy, foul toxic fluid. These feeble attacks only enraged the beast further. With a roar, the corpse mountain zombie raised its arms and slammed them into the ground. A thunderous crash shook the earth as the fleshy carpet beneath was pulverized. Under immense pressure, the toxic fluid inside sprayed in all directions without a blind spot. Members of the Bloodblade and Storm base fell in droves, unable to dodge. Even a single droplet of the poison caused their bodies to rapidly fester into bubbling green pus amid despairing screams. The entire underground space had become a true hell on Earth. Chen Hu, sensing the danger, was terrified out of his wits. He instantly activated his strongest earth armor, wrapping himself like a mud figure. He hunched over and scrambled toward a corner of the rubble, his eyes darting frantically as he searched the walls for any ventilation duct to cling to life, having completely abandoned resistance. Just as everyone was plunged into endless despair, certain that today would be their final stand, a tall, slender figure strolled calmly against the tide of fleeing survivors, heading straight into the deadly mist that could melt even alloy. Blood Butcher, hiding behind a collapsed pillar, clamped his mouth shut and stared with bloodshot eyes at that silhouette. Is this kid insane? Is he going to his death? But in the next second, Blood Butcher's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as his breath caught. The moment Lin Yan stepped into the mist, the violet lethal toxic gases automatically parted on contact with his skin. A gentle breeze brushed his face as he strolled leisurely. Not a trace of corrosion touched his skin, not even a corner of his clothes. Universal toxin immunity. The divine skill acquired earlier in the tunnel by devouring the third-tier corrosion zombie now demonstrated what true dimensional reduction meant. To Lin Yan, this mist that had driven every superhuman present to despair and death was no different from the morning fog in a park. Lin Yan moved through the toxic mist as if on solid ground, his steps steady and oppressive. The corpse mountain zombie's massive head, devoid of features save for a gaping maw, turned stiffly toward him. Its dim intellect registered a flicker of confusion at this tiny insect immune to its poison. After a brief pause, it erupted in a furious roar of defiance. Its colossal body lunged forward, swinging two massive meaty fists to crush Lin Yan into pulp. The wind from the punches tore a vacuum in the surrounding toxic mist. At the critical moment, Lin Yan stepped forward instead of retreating, a cold smirk on his lips. His newly acquired ability, Earth Glide, activated. His body softened instantly as the heavy fists descended, sinking without resistance into the concrete floor beneath, vanishing completely from sight. A thunderous boom echoed as the corpse mountain zombie's fists struck the ground, hitting nothing. The sheer force gouged out a massive pit over 5 meters in diameter and unfathomable depth, while the support pillars in the basement groaned with cracking sounds, teetering dangerously. The monster's immense bloated body went into a brief stun from the excessive force. In that single second of rigidity, Lin Yan emerged like a ghost from the ground at a blind spot behind the beast. He pushed off with explosive force, cracking the concrete floor into a web of fissures. His body shot skyward, leaping to eye level with the corpse mountain zombie's enormous head. Basic physical strength enhanced to 10 times the human limit. Shadow Step provided peak kinetic burst. Partial arm metallization transformed his muscles into absolute hardness with a cold gleam. Purple-black thunder force coiled madly around his right arm. Multiple abilities stacked to their zenith in an instant. Lin Yan's right fist became a blinding sun of purple lightning, its fierce radiance overpowering the surrounding green mist. It illuminated the dim underground space and the stunned faces of Blood Butcher and the others below. A armor-crushing fist infused with ultimate violence slammed into the monster's back. Break! The devastating force charged with destructive purple-black lightning tore through the corpse mountain zombie's thick fat layer, which could withstand armor-piercing rounds. The punch's momentum didn't wane. The lightning force exploded within the beast's body, precisely shattering the wildly pulsing energy core hidden deep in the fat. A crisp cracking sound rang out in the dead silence of the underground space. The corpse mountain zombie's six-metal frame convulsed violently, its raised arms dropping limply. Then it let out a mournful deflating wail as the lethal poison on its body ceased secretion entirely. With a dull thud, the once arrogant behemoth collapsed. It turned into a stinking lifeless heap of rotting flesh, utterly motionless. Lin Yan landed steadily from midair, his boots pressing into the sticky fleshy carpet. Ignoring the lethal poison covering the ground, he strolled over leisurely, using his blade to pick out the fourth-tier corpse core that glowed with a radiant green light. He tossed it casually in his hand, feeling the surging energy within, and tucked it away with satisfaction. Residual purple-black thunder still crackled around him. The electric light illuminated his stern profile, surrounded by a menacing aura like an invincible demon god of the apocalypse. With the thunderous collapse of the fourth-tier corpse mountain zombie, the lethal miasma lost its source and gradually dissipated into the air. The vast underground space lay in utter disarray, a sight both shocking and gruesome. The walls were pockmarked with large pits corroded by highly concentrated acid, still hissing and emitting pungent white smoke. The elite allied force of 40 to 50 had been decimated, leaving only a handful of survivors. Chen, who trembling in a corner had lost one arm, foaming, unable to stand, leaned weakly, and Blood Butcher stood with his two terrified remaining soldiers. They crawled up from the foul sticky slime, their gazes vacant. They looked at the fourth-tier mutated creature reduced to rotting flesh, then at Lin Yan standing calmly atop the corpse. A seismic shock like an 18th-level earthquake erupted in their hearts, stealing their breath. An instant kill. That was a fourth-tier monster that had slaughtered them like chickens. And it had been shattered with a single punch. However, this awe did not last long. As the miasma fully cleared, the flashlight beams once again illuminated the underground space. Behind the laboratory, due to the violent impact of the monster, a hidden heavy metal door was fully exposed, half of it forced open by the terrifying shockwave. Inside the hidden door lay a startlingly vast military supply depot. A loud gulp echoed in the dead silence, unmistakable. Several beams of bright flashlight swept across. Deep in the depot, hundreds of tons of military rations were piled like mountains. Rows of heavy firearms coated with anti-rust oil and crates of ammunition were neatly stacked. This was a treasure trove capable of establishing a medium-sized base in the apocalypse. Blood Butcher glanced at his fallen men, then fixed his gaze on the mountainous supplies. At the same time, he noticed that the terrifying purple-black lightning on Lin Yan had completely subsided, and his breathing seemed slightly heavier. Fear of Lin Yan instantly faded, replaced by a twisted, overwhelming greed that flushed Blood Butcher's eyes bloodshot. He stared at Lin Yan's back, his mind racing wildly. That punch just now was definitely a life-draining trump card. He probably can't even summon lightning now, he's at the end of his rope. If I kill him now, that fourth-tier core and this entire arsenal are mine. In the apocalypse, extreme greed can overpower what little reason remains in a single second. Blood Butcher's breath grew heavy, murderous, intense, surging. He yanked the Desert Eagle from his waist, charged through the pools of blood, and stepped directly in front of Lin Yan. Though the muzzle wasn't pressed against Lin Yan's head, his thumb had flicked off the safety and his index finger rested firmly on the trigger. Lin! Blood Butcher roared in a hoarse voice. You didn't even break a scratch while all my brothers are dead. You taking a tenth of this loot is already a steal, the rest goes to us as compensation. He grew more agitated, his finger nearly poking Lin Yan's straight nose bridge. Don't think killing one big monster by dumb luck makes you invincible. Your powers are drained now, you probably can't even fart a spark. Hand over the core and get the hell out of my way. Nearby, Chen Hu's small eyes darted as he suddenly stepped back into the shadows. He remained silent, but his right hand gripped a poisoned dagger tightly in his pocket. Chen Hu gestured to the collapsed foamine, signaling him not to act rashly. A cold sneer curled in his heart. Let that brainless fool Blood Butcher test Lin Yan's true strength. If Lin Yan is all bluff and gets killed, he'll strike from behind and take Blood Butcher out. If Lin Yan still has power left. Either way, my Tiger base must claim a huge share of these supplies and that fourth-tier core. Faced with Blood Butcher's bluster, Lin Yan didn't even raise an eyelid. He stared at the finger nearly touching his face, his gaze as cold as if looking at a dead man. Greed comes at a cost. He had no patience for more words with such a fool. The next second Lin Yi moved. His right hand shot out. The motion seemed effortless, yet its speed left a blur in the air. His 5 fingers precisely locked onto Blood Butcher's wrist. A chilling crack of bone echoed through the empty depot, reverberating sharply. Blood Butcher's triumphant expression twisted in agony as his wrist bones shattered into fragments under Lin Yan's inhuman grip, white shards piercing through the skin. Ah! My hand! His scream was cut short mid-cry. In Lin Yan's palm, a burst of even more dazzling purple-black lightning exploded. A high-voltage current surged through Blood Butcher's arm, instantly engulfing his entire body. His 2-meter-tall sturdy frame convulsed violently like a frog, electrocuted flesh charring under the terrifying heat. In his bloodshot eyes, endless regret and terror finally surfaced, but it was far too late. The 2 remaining soldiers behind him, just about to draw their guns, hadn't even grasped what happened before the purple-black arc spread across the damp floor, reaching their feet. In less than 3 seconds, 3 charred, reeking bodies crashed to the ground, shattering into smoking, unrecognizable black chunks. Feng slumped on the floor, witnessed this divine judgment-like scene. His legs shook uncontrollably and a yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg. He clamped his hand over his mouth, stifling sobs, terrified of making the slightest sound to provoke this apocalyptic god of death. In the corner, Chen Hu's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed hard. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking his tactical vest, sending chills down his spine. How terrifying! This lightning power was no sign of exhaustion. This destructive aura was even more fearsome than when he obliterated the 4th-tier mutant. The kid wasn't drained at all, he was a monster in human skin. Chen Hu, his scalp tingling with fear, silently withdrew the poisoned dagger deep into his sleeve, not daring to touch it again. He forced down his terror, his fleshy face contorting into a fawning smile uglier than tears. He stepped forward a few paces toward Lin Yi, but kept a safe distance. Brother Lin. Excellent skill. Truly excellent. Chen Hu raised his thumb, his tone dripping with flattery. Blood Butcher was blinded by greed, asking for it. A scumbag like him daring to shout at you, he deserved to die. You did well. Then he craned his thick neck to peer deeper into the depot, his greedy thoughts stirring again. Brother Lin, since that fool Blood Butcher is dead, let's split the supplies 3 ways as per the rules. Chen Hu thumped his chest vigorously, forcing a pose of a loyal big brother. This batch of supplies is truly enormous. I see you came alone today without a convoy, so you definitely can't take it all. Hey, race the plan. Chen Hu's eyes darted as he declared with grandiosity, my tiger base isn't far from here. I'll immediately dispatch 100 trucks. I'll transport your 30% share back to the Dawn base safely, free of charge. The rest Brother Feng and I will split evenly. What do you think? His calculations were astute, appeasing Lin Yi while legitimately claiming the lion's share. Lin Yi finally turned, casting a wry sidelong glance at him. No need. I can handle this myself. Lin Yi's voice was soft yet radiated authority. I took down the 3rd and 4th tier mutants, so I take 80%. The remaining 20 goes to you too. Any objections? Chen Hu froze, his smile stiff. 80%. This. What? Got a problem? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, crackling arcs of violent electricity snapping from his hand. No problem. It's only right. Brother Lin did the most work, so he deserves the bulk. Leaving us a share is already a great favor. Chen Hu shuddered, waving his hands frantically with a rigid smile, cold sweat streaming down his back. Gazing at the tens of thousands of tons of supplies in the warehouse and the narrow passage outside, a million questions swirled in his mind, and he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Has this kid lost his mind? 80%. That's tens of thousands of tons of iron. You think you can haul it all back with just your 2 hands, box by box? Even if you worked until the cows come home, you'd never finish. In the end, you'll have to beg me for trucks. Just as Chen Hu thought Lin Yi was mocking him and waited for the joke. Lin Yi strode past him and approached the mountain of military rations. Under Chen Hu and Feng Yin's incredulous gazes, Lin Yi pulled a metallic, mysterious cube from his pocket. He swiftly flicked the cube's surface. A soft hum resonated as the cube activated. Ripples of white spatial energy spread wildly from its center like water. Then a blinding white light erupted, enveloping the vast warehouse 3 football fields in size. Holy crap! Chen Hu exclaimed, instinctively raising his thick arm to shield his eyes and squeezing them shut. The light came and went quickly. In mere seconds, the immense radiance surged back into the cube like a whale inhaling water. With a soft click, Lin Yi casually tucked the now quiet cube back into his pocket. As the light faded, Chen Hu lowered his arm with lingering fear, rubbed his eyes and looked ahead. One glance and he was struck as if by lightning, frozen solid. The once cramped military warehouse was now 80% empty. Not only the hundreds of tons of heavy weaponry and crates of rations, but also the moisture-proof wooden pallets at the bottom, the scattered cardboard wrappers on the floor, and even the rusty bullet casings wedged in the corner cracks, all vanished without a trace. Chen Hu's jaw dropped, drool pooling on the floor unnoticed. The basement fell into a deathly silence, broken only by heavy breaths. Fomin sprawled on the ground, stared with bloodshot eyes that nearly bulged out. His remaining left hand dug into his thigh nails, drawing blood. He kept pinching himself, trying to confirm through the sharp pain whether he had been poisoned or trapped in some absurd hallucination. Chen Hu's feigned smile vanished entirely, his mind buzzing. Spatial artifact. Lin Yi actually possessed such a treasure. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, owning such a game-changing item meant having unlimited strategic mobility. Whoever controlled it could easily establish an invincible force. Chen Hu's breathing grew heavier. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yi's pocket, holding the cube, his chest heaving, greed no longer suppressible. Lin Yi paid no heed to Chen Hu and Fomin's covetous stares. He casually shoved the space cube laden with tens of thousands of tons of supplies into his pocket and turned toward the warehouse exit. His combat boots squelched on the viscous blood, each step echoing in the dead underground space, grinding on the nerves of Chen Hu and Fomin. Only when the tall straight silhouette vanished into the dark corridor did Fomin, still on the ground, gasp sharply. Fomin's left hand clawed at the concrete floor, nails screeching. His face twisted with resentment and venom, he turned to Chen Hu. Brother Hu. Are we really going to let that kid hog 80% of the supplies? That's tens of thousands of tons of weapons and food. With those we could rule Jiang City. Chen Hu didn't reply immediately, his scarred face was dark as a storm cloud. Even now cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, his eyes still holding deep humiliation and fear. What else? Chen Hu lowered his voice, a bitter chill seeping through his gritted teeth. If you're tired of living, go snatch it now. Do you really think his purple-black lightning is just a magic trick? Fomin flinched at the shout, instinctively shrinking his neck. That kid's power is bottomless. Chen Hu recalled the scene, his hands trembling slightly. That punch just now blew a fourth-tier mutant into bloody chunks. And he didn't even show a hint of exhaustion from overusing his power. If we both fought him together, we wouldn't last half a second. Going heathen means certain death. Chen Hu took a deep breath, burying his greed deep. We need to plan this carefully. With ulterior motives, they endured their injuries, scavenged some scraps from the chaotic underground lab, and slunk away from the southern grain depot. As night fell, the Tiger base blazed with lights, but a murderous undercurrent lurked beneath. Chen Hu urgently summoned the high ranks of the subordinate Bloodblade and Storm bases for a secret meeting in the most fortified underground chamber. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. A roar shattered the room's silence. Zuobao, the second-in-command of Bloodblade base, a bald tattooed brute, smashed the solid wood table before him with a single slap. Amid flying splinters, the bald man's eyes burned red as he bellowed, "Does this Lin think he's invincible? He killed our boss Xuetu right on the spot. I'm rallying the troops now with all heavy firepower to level that so-called Dawn base. Avenge boss Xuetu." Zuobao shouted bravely, but his buttocks remained glued to the chair, motionless. He was no fool, he would never truly seek a fatal confrontation with Lin Yi. In fact, he inwardly thanked Lin Yi. So long as the boss lived, how could he, the second-in-command, ever ascend to leadership? What truly enraged him was that Bloodblade had suffered catastrophic losses, and yet seized not a single grain of supplies. He cursed Xuetu, the fallen commander, as utterly incompetent. Chen Hu sat squarely at the head of the table, calmly rotating two walnuts carved from the skulls of third-tier mutated beasts. The grating bony-on-bone crunch echoed sharply through the conference room. With cold, disdainful eyes, he surveyed the furious Bloodblade members, while inside he sneered a pack of brainless cannon fodder. Sensing the moment ripe, Chen Hu cleared his throat and shot upright. Bracing both palms upon the table, he deliberately assumed an air of righteous indignation and profound grief. "Brothers, please calm yourselves." His voice boomed, instantly silencing all clamor. "The tragic death of Brother Xuetu pierces my heart. I, Chen Mao, as Alliance Lord, grieve just as deeply. That Lin Yi, arrogant and tyrannical in his overwhelming strength, holds none of our three major strongholds in the slightest regard." He paused here, his gaze sweeping slowly across the Bloodblade contingent. "To compensate for Bloodblade's devastating losses, I hereby pledge half of my own 1/10 share of the spoils, directed entirely toward funeral stipends for your fallen comrades." At these words the raucous chamber fell into absolute silence. 0.5%. That amounted to hundreds of tons of grain and ammunition. In this apocalypse, where a single moldy slice of bread could buy a human life, that some constituted an irresistible fortune. The bald burly man froze, his fury dissolving instantly into uncontainable elation. He hastily clasped his fists before his chest, bowing so deeply his spine bent at a 90-degree angle, a profound reverent kowtow toward Chen Hu. Brother whose righteousness knows no equal. From this day forth Blood Blade pledges absolute fealty, to follow only where you lead. Wherever you point we strike. Inside, Chen Hu scoffed. Mere rhetoric and a pittance of gain had not only pacified this rabid pack but bound them irrevocably to his cause. Satisfied, he gently pressed his palms downward, signaling the others to resume their seats, then let his expression harden into icy ruthless severity. According to our intelligence gathered over many days, aside from the aberration Lin Yan base poses no meaningful threat. Moreover, their stronghold clings to a mountainside, terrain inherently defensible, nearly impregnable. A frontal assault would exact catastrophic casualties. Such a hardened adversary demands cunning, not brute force. A chilling gleam flickered in Chen Hu's eyes. You may not know this, but Tiger Base has secretly raised 5 third-tier mutated rage zombies fed on living human flesh. They have been partially tamed, fully under our command. At the words living human flesh and third-tier zombie, even seasoned outlaws among the assembly instinctively drew sharp, shuddering breaths. At first light tomorrow I shall unleash these 5 abominations against Dawn Base's defenses, to probe their heavy weapon placements and exhaust Lin Yan's stamina. A cruel curve twisted his lips. Once they lie spent and bleeding, ammo exhausted, strength shattered, we shall descend en masse, and reap the spoils of war. Then, not only shall we avenge Brother Shui, but that miraculous spatial cube along with its vast hoard of supplies, shall all be ours. A wave of ravenous manic laughter erupted throughout the chamber. Meanwhile, deep beneath Jiangqing's television tower, the Jiangqing headquarters of the pseudo-humans had transformed the immense subterranean expanse into a grotesque flesh-hatching chamber. Human limbs, mangled incomplete, hung like macabre tapestries from the walls. Dark crimson blood oozed from fissures coalescing into viscous sluggish rivers. Purple-black tumors pulsed unnervingly across the walls, like diseased hearts beating in time. At the hall's center atop a towering dais loomed a throne forged from countless human bones. A man draped in scarlet robes sat enthroned. He was the hall master of this branch, his face obscured by the deep shadow of a hood revealing only a lower jaw and cheeks drained of all color. The laboratory in the southern suburbs has been eradicated. His voice rasped thick with incandescent fury. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, radiating outward. The colossal underground chamber trembled violently, dust and rubble rained down from the ceiling. Several low-rank pseudo-humans holding basins of blood water collapsed instantly beneath the psychic pressure. No scream escaped before their skulls exploded, splattering foul crimson gore across the floor. The Black Umbrella Man, the very one who had fled in terror from Global Plaza after Lin Yan shattered his true form, now knelt trembling at the lowest step of the dais. His entire body shook, his forehead pressed hard against the cold blood-slicked floor, too terrified even to lift his gaze. Master, please calm your wrath. He swallowed hard, his voice quavering uncontrollably. This servant has confirmed it through residual spiritual imprints left at the scene. The one who destroyed the laboratory is that same anomalous human who thwarted our plans before Lin Yan. Within the lab, a newly hatched zombie general was slain in a single blow, and every ovary was utterly annihilated. The hallmaster laughed, a hollow bone-chilling sound echoing through the cavernous sanguine hall. Good. Excellent. How dare a wretched low-born human repeatedly defy the sacred dignity of our holy race? He surged to his feet, the scarlet robes billowing violently though no wind stirred. Our zombie general legion, long in preparation, shall complete full hatching in 2 days. Then Jiangqing shall become a total human exclusion zone, a breeding ground for the mother hive. He gazed down upon the kneeling Black Umbrella Man with glacial contempt, a verdict of death delivered without appeal. To assert our authority, and to purge the shame of your previous disgraceful flight, I entrust you with the task of testing the Legion's might. At dawn 2 days hence you shall lead the first wave of hatched zombie generals, and grind that insect Lin Yan along with his base into nothing but bloody pulp. Leaning forward slightly, the hallmaster's crimson eyes glowed faintly beneath the hood. Remember, the woman possessing supreme life attribute abilities must be captured alive. She is the perfect nutrient for cultivating the next generation of queen eggs. Lose even a single hair from her head, and your life shall be forfeit. Slowly he raised his hand and made a subtle grasping motion in the air. Instantly the Black Umbrella Man felt an invisible crushing grip seize his throat, lifting him bodily off the ground. This is your final chance. Should you fail again, you need not return. You will be returned directly to the mother hive, to be melted down as raw nourishment. Choking eyes bulging, he clawed desperately at the unseen force constricting his neck, legs flailing helplessly in midair. He nodded frantically, emitting guttural choking pleas. This servant obeys. With a sickening thud, the force vanished and he crashed onto the blood-soaked floor. Gasping, he gulped great lungfuls of thick, fetid air. When he finally lifted his head, his inhuman pupils burned with seething deranged hatred and a murderous obsession fixed solely upon Lin Yi. As night-deep and treacherous machinations among human factions and the imminent full-scale emergence of elite pseudo-humans converged in darkness, two cataclysmic forces gathering to obliterate all in their path. And the eye of this gathering storm, its sole inevitable target, was Dawn Base, isolated upon its mountainside perch, blissfully unaware that the tempest was already breaking upon its horizon. Lin Yi steered his modified off-road vehicle along the winding mountain road, roaring to a precise halt before the steel gates of Dawn Base. Zhao Gang, assemble everyone at the base plaza. Immediately. Within 10 minutes, hundreds of survivors had gathered in dense, orderly ranks across the vast square. Whispers rippled through the crowd. No one knew what momentous announcement their iron-willed leader would make upon his return. Lin Yi strode confidently onto a makeshift elevated platform and gazed down upon the sea of upturned faces below. Without preamble, he withdrew the spatial cube from his pocket. His fingers danced swiftly across its surface. A series of crisp metallic clicks echoed, followed by a sudden low resonant hum. A visible ripple of white spatial energy pulsed outward like water disturbed by a stone, undulating violently in midair. Then came the sight no witness would ever forget. In a flash of light, the air itself seemed to tear open. Hundreds of heavy olive-green ammunition crates materialized out of nowhere and plummeted downward, slanting onto the concrete with thunderous reverberating thuds. Row upon row of gleaming oil-scented heavy machine guns, stacked body armor vests, tactical helmets, and even disassembled track components for light armored vehicles instantly carpeted more than half the plaza. Yet this was not the most astonishing part. Far more staggering was the torrent of military rations cascading down like a waterfall. Tons of high-calorie compressed biscuits, cartons of self-heating hot pot meals, tins of luncheon meat and dehydrated vegetables piled into a towering mound over 15 meters high at the plaza's center. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, the metallic surfaces of the meat tins blazed with a brilliance rivaling gold. The sheer volume of supplies flooded the entire plaza, so immense it blotted out the distant sun, casting a vast solemn shadow across every face. An absolute breathless silence descended, so profound even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Eyes widened in disbelief, pupils dilated, mouths agape wide enough to swallow a fist. None of them had ever seen such abundance, not even in the peaceful pre-apocalypse world. Heavens above. Wang Dalan, the logistics chief, collapsed to his knees with a muffled thud, gripping his hair with trembling hands, his entire body shaking with raw emotion. A chorus of frantic audible swallowing rose from the crowd. Many eyes flushed crimson, pupils narrowing with feral hunger, locked unblinkingly on the gleaming tins of meat. In this ruined world, brothers had stabbed each other for a single moldy loaf of bread. And now, before them lay provisions sufficient to feed thousands for years, even to satiety, casually laid bare. The sheer visual magnitude shattered every psychological barrier they possessed. After a heartbeat of stunned stillness, the plaza erupted, roaring so fiercely it seemed capable of shattering the heavens themselves. Long live the chief. We swear eternal loyalty to our leader. All gazes turned upward to Lin Yi on the platform, not with mere fear now but with fervent, near-religious adoration. Under this man's command, survival was guaranteed, and meat savored. Calm and composed, Lin Yi raised his right hand palm down and with that single gesture stilled the surging tide of voices. Wang Dalan, assign teams to secure all these supplies and storage. If the warehouses are insufficient, dig new ones tonight, no sleep until they're done. Zhao Gang, you and the guard unit will maintain order. You know the rules, anyone caught hoarding or exploiting chaos will be executed without mercy. Having issued his ironclad directives, Lin Yi turned and descended the platform, walking back toward the secluded villa behind the plaza, under the awestruck reverent stares of his people. No sooner had he entered the living room than he casually produced several third-tier zombie cores still flecked with dark dried blood, the spoils of dispatching 3 bonehammer zombies at the grain depot's perimeter. He tossed them to the 2 women. Absorb them, raise your abilities as fast as you can. A woman of mine is never merely ornamental. They accepted the cores solemnly, eyes shimmering with deep gratitude. Once affairs were settled, Lin Yi retreated alone into the underground chamber and sealed the door behind him. He seated himself cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, drew a slow deep breath and withdrew from his inner pocket a 4th-tier flesh mountain venom zombie core, radiating an intense eerie emerald luminescence. The core was the size of an adult's fist, its translucent shell shimmering like frozen jade, within which thick molten green energy churned slowly like subterranean magma. Even from a distance its volatile corrosive power pressed against the air like palpable heat. Without hesitation Lin Yi clenched his fist around it. Devour. With a deafening internal detonation the core dissolved into a torrent of savage viridian energy racing up his arm and flooding his meridians with violent force. This surge dwarfed all prior infusions, overwhelming, tyrannical, unrelenting. Ugh! Lin Yi gritted his teeth, tendons standing out like cables across his forehead. Every cell in his body endured brutal laceration and rebirth. Excruciating agony drenched him in sweat, his clothes soaked through in seconds, while blackish impurities oozed from his pores staining his skin. After an indeterminate span of torment a familiar chime resonated within his mind: advanced physical enhancement has surpassed its limit. Evolved into transcendent physical enhancement. Lin Yi snapped his eyes open. Deep within their obsidian depths flashed a terrifying incandescent light, sending a tremor through the very air of the chamber. He slowly curled his fingers into a fist, bones cracking like firecrackers in rapid succession as he felt the cataclysmic might surging within him, a force capable of shattering mountains and cleaving continents. Strength, speed, defense, neural reflexes, all foundational attributes had undergone a fundamental quantum leap. Now even if he stood motionless while ordinary zombies gnawed at his flesh, their jaws would shatter before leaving so much as a faint mark upon his skin. Even more terrifying was the mutation of his thunder force. He slowly raised his right-hand finger splayed, then with a thunderous burst lightning erupted in his palm. Within the once pure violet-black lightning now swirled a subtle haunting thread of deep emerald venom, seamlessly fused, perfectly harmonized. Crackling currents filled the air and the toxic aura corroded the surrounding atmosphere into a warped vacuum-like void, releasing acrid charred odors. Its effective radius had exploded, from a meager 5 meters to a devastating 20. True violet-black venom lightning, brush it and you're wounded, touch it and you die. A satisfied chilling smile flickered across Lin Yi's lips as he retracted the power. He pushed open the chamber door and stepped into the corridor, where Zhao Gang, ever vigilant, instantly appeared with a deferential grin. But the moment Zhao Gang approached within 3 meters he recoiled as though struck by lightning, shuddering violently, cold sweat drenching his back in an instant. Lin Yi's newly awakened transcendent aura, still faintly uncontained, pressed down upon him like a physical weight constricting his chest. It evoked the primal dread of prey locked in the gaze of an apex predator. "See, chef, you've grown even stronger." Zhao Gang swallowed hard, voice trembling with soul-deep reverence. Lin Yi cast him a brief indifferent glance, then with a subtle inward draw of breath reined in his aura completely and gave a slight nod. "Carry on with your duties." Entering the living room Lin Yi sank languidly into a plush leather sofa. Lu Ruyan glided forward, clad in a sleek form-fitting black pencil skirt, bearing a cup of exquisitely brewed de Hong Pao tea. She settled gracefully onto his lap, lifted the cup to his lips and murmured updates on the base's progress over the past fortnight, her voice soft as silk, her breath warm against his ear. "Lin Yi, I've strictly upheld your principle, only those of genuine value shall be admitted. Over these days we've integrated 37 awakened survivors. 8 possess combat-oriented abilities, they've already been assigned to Zhao Gang's guard unit. And there's encouraging news from the agricultural test fields. The first batch of fast-growing mutant rice has begun heading, harvest begins next week." Lin Yi was deeply pleased with the base's advancement. With such a capable, devoted partner managing affairs, his burden had lightened considerably. He took a sip of tea, his mood soaring. Setting the cup aside he slid one arm around Lu Ruyan's slender supple waist, savoring her exquisite softness, then leaned close to her luminous ear, his whisper laced with quiet predatory amusement. "Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you thoroughly." A captivating blush instantly tinted Lu Ruyan's delicate face as she cast him a coquettish glare. Her gaze was so alluring it seemed to drip with desire, yet her body went limp, melting softly into his broad embrace. Witnessing this from the sofa opposite, where she was tinkering with mechanical parts using a wrench, Liu's cheeks puffed up in anger. With a clang she slammed the wrench onto the table. Like a possessive cat whose dried fish had been snatched, she began to complain sourly. "Brother is so unfair. You big meanie. As soon as you come out of seclusion all you think about is Sister Ruyan, your mind full of mischief, completely ignoring that I, a living person, am sitting right here." Lin Yi turned his head, looking at Liu's proud yet aggrieved expression, her eyes even rimmed with red. The wicked smile at the corner of his lips deepened. He deliberately raised his voice to tease and provoke her. "What's this? Is our little genius mechanic jealous? If you really want to you can join in too. I wouldn't mind double the pleasure." Recalling the humiliating sensations from the night before that made her want to curl her toes in shame, Liu's face instantly flushed crimson down to her neck at his words. Her mind went blank and she directly puffed out her impressively ample chest and blurted out, "Bring it on, who's afraid of who? I won't admit defeat." With that she stood up angrily and strode purposefully towards Lin Yan's private master bedroom. But the moment she stepped into the bedroom and saw the oversized 3-meter wide Simmons mattress, Li Yu's footsteps froze instantly. Her imagination vividly conjured up the wild scenes of a possible threesome about to unfold, and a surge of overwhelming embarrassment flooded her, allowing reason to reclaim its high ground in her mind. No, I must be crazy. She covered her blazing cheeks, turned to flee, stammering out excuses. Oh, I suddenly remembered I have an armor blueprint to finish. I need to get to work. But just as she turned, her perky little nose bumped into a solid muscular chest. Lin Yi had silently materialized in the doorway, looking down at this flustered little rabbit from his superior height. He extended a long arm, wrapped it around her slender waist, and hoisted her over his broad shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Thinking of running now? Too late. Lin Yi tossed the gasping Li Yu onto the wide mattress. Following her, Lu Ruyan entered, her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with seductive allure as she casually unbuttoned the hidden clasp on her pencil skirt. The temperature in the room rapidly escalated. Outside, the wasteland remained frigid, but inside, the spring of passion had instantly come to a boil. The heavy curtains in the villa's bedroom were tightly drawn, not allowing a single sliver of light to penetrate. The room was thick with an intoxicatingly ambiguous atmosphere. The very air seemed to have been heated. Leveraging his superhuman physique, Lin Yi embarked on a shameless wild revelry. For 3 full days and nights the bedroom door remained shut. During this time, Lu Ruyan and Li Yu took turns and even joined forces multiple times, using all their skills, yet they still fell before Lin Yan's seemingly inexhaustible stamina. In the end, they could only curl up in Lin Yan's arms, their bodies so limp they couldn't even lift a finger. Tears glistened at the corners of their eyes, their lips were swollen and slightly parted, bearing an expression of being thoroughly conquered, mingled with satisfaction and grievance. During these 3 days of extreme relaxation and intense exertion, the violent energy that had surged within Lin Yi due to his breakthrough was, through repeated release, thoroughly consolidated. He could clearly sense that his perception range had dramatically expanded from the original 500 meters to nearly a kilometer. His muscle contours had also become smoother and more compact, with every inch of skin concealing an explosive power capable of tearing steel apart. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Yi had one arm around Lu Ruyan and the other around Li Yu, the 3 of them still immersed in a tender postcoital slumber. A sliver of morning light squeezed through the gap in the curtains, casting a slanting ray across their intertwined silhouettes. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic sound of someone pounding on the door suddenly exploded in the hallway, shattering the lingering bliss within the room. Startled, Lu Ruyan's eyelashes fluttered and she instinctively burrowed deeper into Lin Yan's arms. Li Yu, on the other hand, instinctively clutched the blanket tighter, her pale shoulders trembling slightly. Boss. Something's wrong. Zhao Gang's anxious voice came through the door, laced with undisguised panic. Lin Yan's eyes snapped open. He threw off the covers and got out of bed with swift, decisive movements. Casually grabbing a black trench coat draped over a chair, he slipped it on and strode purposefully to push the door open. The moment the door swung open, a fierce aura rushed out. Zhao Gang instinctively stepped back half a pace before steadying himself. Lin Yan's expression was cold and stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. What's the panic? Speak clearly. Zhao Gang was drenched in sweat, clutching a communicator tightly in his hand, his knuckles white from the strain. The alarm system just detected 5 unusually large 3rd-tier zombies at the foot of the mountain. He swallowed hard, his voice rapid and urgent as he continued. They're not charging mindlessly like ordinary zombies. They're moving in tactical formation, providing mutual cover as they approach our outer defense line. The brothers at the outpost fired some test shots. Standard rifle rounds just sparked off their bodies, not even breaking their skin. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow slowly furrowing. 3rd-tier zombies using tactical coordination. This fundamentally defied the bloodthirsty, mindless instinct of zombies. Since the apocalypse began, he had encountered quite a few 3rd-tier zombies. While they possessed terrifying strength and formidable defenses, they were essentially monsters driven by instinct, at most displaying some cunning hunting techniques. But this tactic of clear role division and mutual covering fire was not something wild zombies could execute. Lin Yan's mind raced through several possibilities, finally settling on the most reasonable deduction. Someone was controlling them from behind. And the controller was nearby, directing in real time. This was not an attack, it was a probe. Someone was blatantly testing the defensive limits of Dawn Base and the limit of Lin Yan's own combat power. Who's the bastard behind this? A dangerous cold glint flickered in Lin Yan's eyes, the corners of his mouth tightening. He didn't waste words, only issuing a single icy command. Get all combat personnel onto the wall. Before the words had even faded, Lin Yan's form flickered and his phantom step technique was instantly activated. A gust of wind kicked up dust in the corridor. Zhao Gang only saw a blur before Lin Yan's figure vanished at the end of the hallway, streaking towards the base's high wall. Zhao Gang hesitated for less than half a second, then immediately turned and roared into his communicator. Code red. Everyone to the wall. This is not a drill. At that moment, in a hidden spot at the foot of the mountain several hundred meters from Dawn Base, a patch of dense mutated bushes swayed slightly in the morning mist, their purple-black leaves emitting a faint foul odor. Behind the bushes, Chen Hu, Feng Yin and the new leader of the Bloodblade gang Zhuo Bao were lying prone in a patch of cold muddy ground. Morning dew soaked their clothes and mud caked their bodies, but none of them cared. Each of them held a high-power military telescope, smugly observing the commotion around the Dawn Base halfway up the mountainside. Bloodblade's new boss Zhuo Bao rubbed his shiny bald head with his huge palms, creating a raspy sound. Brother Hu, your move is truly remarkable. Incredible. Zhuo Bao lowered his voice, his coarse tones betraying unabashed flattery and excitement. These 5 monsters are indeed a product of great investment, having reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Look at their bronze skin and iron bones. Tisk, the scrap metal from the Dawn Base barely scratches them like a tickle. This time we must force out all of Lin Yan's trump cards. Once we understand his methods, we can send our forces to crush him. He will meet his end. Chen Hu let out a cold laugh, adjusting the focus of his telescope, his gaze dark and sharp. This is just the beginning. 5 third-tier zombies are merely an appetizer. Once they break open the gates of the Dawn Base, even if Lin Yi possesses lightning abilities, faced with 5 fully defensive third-tier zombies in close combat, hell shed some skin. Chen Hu paused, a trace of malicious light flickering in his eyes. As long as he reveals the specifics of his abilities, attack, range, cooldown. Once we have this information, Lin Yi will be nothing more than a paper tiger stripped of its pants. Feng Yin remained silent, quietly observing with his telescope. He was different from Chen Hu and Zhuo Bao. His awakened wind abilities made him extremely sensitive to scents. He always felt that the air today carried an unusual scent, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Just as Chen Hu and Zhuo Bao were preparing to continue enjoying the spectacle, fantasizing about crushing the Dawn Base once they understood Lin Yan's cards, Feng Yin suddenly stiffened. The telescope in his hands unconsciously swayed away from the mountainside and inadvertently scanned the distant horizon. To the southeast, at the end of a vast desolate yellow wasteland. In the next moment, Feng Yin gasped. His finger pointed into the distance, trembling uncontrollably, his whole arm shaking beyond his control, his voice shifting from a deep rasp to a near shrill scream. Brother Hu. What? What the hell is that? Chen Hu, annoyed, cursed. What's the matter? Did you see a ghost? He abruptly turned the telescope to follow Feng Yin's trembling finger. Just one glance. Just that one glance. Chen Hu felt his heart skip a beat, his blood seemingly freezing in that instant. Behind the 5 controlled third-tier zombies, what was once a barren ground littered with dry grass and stones had, unbeknownst to them, erupted into a dark, overwhelming tide. This was not an ordinary horde of zombies. It was a moving black continent. Tens of thousands of zombies were packed tightly together, shoulder to shoulder, head to head, foot to foot. Some were half-rotted, revealing grotesque white bones, others were swollen and purple all over like pus-filled blisters ready to burst. A low chaotic roar converged into a sound like muffled thunder from the depths of hell, rolling heavily across the ground. The nauseating stench of decay wafted over with the morning breeze. Zhuo Bao was the first to crack, doubling over on the ground to retch, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his bald head. But what was truly despairing was not these tens of thousands of ordinary zombies. But in the center of that tide, resembling a black continent, were dozens of terrifying mutated creatures the size of meat mountains. Each one stood 5 to 6 meters tall, their bodies grotesquely swollen like rotting balloons inflated 1,000 times. Their bodies were covered in fist-sized pustules with thick dark green viscous liquid churning inside, faintly emitting a noxious mist. The dry grass beneath their feet wilted at the moment of contact with that layer of poisonous mist, visibly withering, blackening and rotting into a pool of black mud. Several mutated trees passing by had their bark rapidly dissolving as if splashed with acid, turning into smoking black pillars within seconds. With every step they took, the ground emitted a dull thud, their footprints sinking deep into the soil as if ancient behemoths were marching. All of them were 4th-tier meat mountain poison zombies. Dozens of them. Just one 4th-tier meat mountain poison zombie is enough to destroy a medium-sized survivor base. And now dozens of such monsters mixed in with tens of thousands of zombies were marching towards the mountainside like a legion of death. Chen Hu's hand trembled in fright, nearly dropping the telescope onto the rocks. He quickly grabbed it, his lips quivering several times before squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Wah! What suddenly caused such a massive horde of zombies? Fear washed over him like ice water, chilling him from scalp to soles. But Chen, who after all was a formidable character who had clawed his way through the apocalypse. After a brief shock, his first reaction was not to flee but to fumble for his communicator, trembling fingers connecting him to the channel of the personnel stationed at the Tiger base. Hey! Has the nest reported a large-scale horde of zombies approaching? Check it out quickly. A brief cacophony came from the communicator, followed by the voice of the station captain. Report, boss, everything is normal in the vicinity. The scouts we sent out just returned and there isn't a single zombie within a 5-kilometer radius. Confirming that this terrifying horde capable of destroying everything was not heading for their Tiger base. Its target, judging by its direction, was undoubtedly the Dawn base at the mountainside. Chen, who sighed heavily, releasing a long breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently several times. Then the fear in his eyes vanished, rapidly replaced by an almost frenzied ecstasy. That expression was like a gambler who suddenly finds their opponent's hand worse than their own in a life-or-death game. No, rather, the opponent's entire table had been flipped. Chen, who shook with excitement, slapping his thigh and suppressing his voice as he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping me, heaven is helping me. Truly, even the heavens are aiding me, Chen Hu. He suddenly turned around, pointing at the approaching black tide near the mountainside, his face flushed with extreme excitement. Tens of thousands of zombies. Dozens of 4th-tier meat mountain poison zombies. Lin Yi, oh Lin Yi, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms today, you will definitely die without a trace. Your lightning abilities may take down 1 or 2, but can you kill tens of thousands? Can you kill dozens of 4th-tier ones? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, spitting flecks of saliva all over Feng. Now we don't even need to test the waters. We just wait and watch him get torn to pieces by the monsters. Zuobao also snapped back to reality, the cold sweat on his bald head still undried but his eyes shining like 2 lanterns. Brother, who is right? This is divine providence. The heavens won't let Lin Yi live. Chen, who suddenly turned to the elite subordinates hiding in the bushes and lowered his voice. Listen up. Everyone stay hidden and ready. No one is to move, not even a fart. He licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes swirling with unabashed greed. Once the Dawn base is completely flattened and those monsters have eaten their fill and dispersed, we'll go in directly and take what's left for ourselves. Lin Yan's spatial cube, those tons of food supplies, those weapons and equipment. Chen Hu's voice was dangerously low, but every word sent chills down the spine. All of it will be ours. Meanwhile, at the walls of the Dawn base on the mountainside, a piercing level 1 battle alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Lin Yi stood atop the highest point of the city wall, his black trenchcoat billowing in the mountain wind. From his vantage point, he looked past the 5 third-tier zombies that were still closing in from over 100 meters outside the wall towards the distant horizon where a rolling black tide surged. Zhao Gang beside him also spotted the tide, nearly dropping his rifle, his face turning ashen. Boss. What? What is that? Lin Yi did not answer, he merely squinted slightly. The wind blew his coat and under the dim morning light faint arcs of lightning flickered silently in the depths of his pupils. After 3 seconds of silence, Lin Yi slowly spoke. Send the order down. All non-combat personnel retreat to the underground shelter. All combat personnel take positions and prepare for battle. At the foot of the mountain, a dense tide of corpses reeking of nauseating decay surged ominously toward the midslope. A corpse tide. The guards on the city wall lay flat behind the battlements, their rifles trembling uncontrollably as they stared at the monstrous horde blanketing the mountainside. Zhao Gang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, cold sweat beading on his forehead and dripping off his chin. Such a hopelessly overwhelming number could bury even a fully armored company from before the apocalypse, let alone the small midslope base. Panic spread along the wall and all eyes instinctively turned to the tall, unwavering figure. Lin Yi stood like a stabilizing pillar at the highest point, his black coat billowing in the wind. His face was stern and unruffled. Without a hint of panic, he activated Scarlet Perception. Invisible mental ripples radiated outward, piercing the layered sea of corpses and extending deep into the horde a kilometer away. At the far end of the corpse tide, a crimson-purple light spot stood out, starkly radiating an intensely malevolent will. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. That sickening energy fluctuation was all too familiar. It belonged to the Black Umbrella Man who had barely escaped from the underground garage of the global center last time. I haven't had the time to root you out of your den, and yet you a sewer rat come begging for death, Lin Yi muttered with a cold sneer. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the stone steps inside the wall. Lin Yi turned his head to see a petite figure bounding up the stairs. Liu carried a metal case nearly half her height slung across her back with a modified multiband communicator hanging on her chest. Her signature twin ponytails bobbed in the mountain wind. She ran breathlessly, her fair delicate cheeks flushed with excited red. In her arms she clutched a black control panel the size of a brick densely covered with complex buttons she had soldered herself. "Brother! I'm here!" Liu dashed to Lin Yan's side and 2 quick steps plopped down unceremoniously on the edge of the battlement, her slender legs dangling over the outer wall. Below lay an abyss of roaring corpses, yet her large eyes held no fear, only a blazing fervor. With practiced skill she flipped open the metal case, pulled out over a dozen thick data cables and connected them precisely to the control panel with a series of clicks. Her long fair fingers danced rapidly over the buttons, a silvery metallic sheen flickering at their tips, the telltale sign of full activation of the machine overlord ability. Beep. All matrix turrets self-check complete. Energy core at 97%. Ballistic calibration done. Fire control system locked. As she worked at lightning speed, Liu looked up at Lin Yi with a proud, almost maniacally excited grin. "I haven't slept well in half a month. Today let these stinking trash witness the ultimate art of this genius." Lin Yi reached out and ruffled her hair, nodding slightly. "It's your show." Almost at the same time another set of footsteps came from the stairs. This time the steps were steady and composed, carrying a reassuring rhythm. Lu Ruyan had changed into a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her graceful curves, her long hair tied high in a ponytail revealing her fair slender neck. With a calm gaze she walked onto the wall and naturally took her place on the other side of Lin Yi. Her eyes swept over the battlement to the surging black tide at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly and her fingers instinctively tightened for a moment. But in an instant she suppressed all primal fear, replacing it with cold determination. "Leave the wounded to me." Her voice was not loud, but it carried clearly and firmly to those around. She raised her hand and gently clenched it. In her palm a vibrant emerald light materialized, a beacon of hope in the gray morning light as striking as a lighthouse in despair. Several guards nearby whose legs had gone weak from fear saw that green glow and felt a surge of fanatical calm replace their panic. They had witnessed Lu Ruyan's ability firsthand, a divine miracle that could snatch people back from the jaws of death. With Miss Lu holding the rear, as long as one wasn't instantly killed, it was like having an extra life. Sensing the shift in morale, Lin Yi turned his sharp gaze sweeping over all the guards on the wall. His voice rose, "Hold your rifles steady. Look at the wall beneath your feet. Look at the grain in the warehouses behind you. If you don't want your families to be gnawed to the bone by these monsters, then open your eyes wide and fight like hell. If you're wounded, someone will heal you. If you run out of ammo, someone will resupply you. Your only job is to stand on this wall. Anyone who dares to step back, I'll personally tear off his head." A few words ignited the bloodlust in the guard's eyes. Zhao Gang yanked his bolt back and roared, "Fight to the death." As the shout faded, Lin Yi glanced at the eager Liu. "Little genius, it's time for your toys to play." Liu had been waiting for this moment. Her large eyes blazed with astonishing intensity and a wild grin spread across her face, completely mismatched with her youthful features. She even licked her lips with a hint of crazed anticipation. "Roger that, brother." She slammed both hands onto the control panel, all 10 fingers descending like a symphony of death. Rumble. Silver metallic light burst from her fingertips as the entire wall's defense system awakened. The ground inside the wall split open with dozens of massive fissures. Accompanied by a low hum, dozens of high-energy turrets powered by corpse cores rose slowly from preset mechanical shafts. The barrels, as thick as an adult's arm, glowed with pale blue energy runes. The auto-targeting infrared sights rapidly locked onto the corpse tide below with precision. Liu's pupils reflected the dense red target markers on the screen. At the vanguard of the corpse tide were 5 massive bone-spiked third-stage mutant zombies which Chen Hu had placed great hope in. They were just stepping into the optimal firing range, their footsteps shattering the rocks. Shatter. Liu's slender finger slammed down hard on the largest red button at the center of the panel. Boom. Dozens of turrets fired simultaneously. Azure energy tongues erupted like a volcanic blast, each high-energy beam over a meter long, weaving together into an impenetrable net of death in midair. The blinding rays converged with pinpoint accuracy on the 5 third-stage zombies. In a single instant. Before they could even let out a half-cry. Those 5 zombies, which were nightmares to ordinary survivors, were riddled like a sieve by the violent energy beams. Their vaunted thick bone armor was easily torn apart, their flesh instantly carbonized and scorched under thousands of degrees of heat, their hard bones melted directly into red molten metal. Charred flesh mixed with boiling black blood splattered everywhere like a nauseating rain of gore. In their place, only 5 craters over 3 meters in diameter remained, still emitting wisps of smoke. Liu leapt up from the parapet, laughing with exhilaration. Her twin tails streamed through the air like banners. She furiously adjusted the control panel, fingers dancing over the dials, and shouted excitedly at Lin Yan, "Brother, did you see that? One strike, a single blast, and it vaporized entirely. Those so-called third-tier abominations couldn't even leave a trace before my firepower." Her face alight with innocent excitement contrasted grotesquely with the terrifying heavy weapons she commanded that were producing death by the dozen. The guards beside her, who had been trembling a moment ago, looked at one another in stunned silence, swallowing hard, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. The expression on this young Miss face as she steered dozens of machine gun towers to slaughter the undead was indistinguishable from that of pre-apocalypse college girls celebrating a pentakill in a dorm room game. So fierce. Lu Rian sadly rubbed her forehead, a faint smile flickering at the corner of her eyes as she murmured, "That crazy girl." Lin Yan unusually tugged up one corner of his mouth in a brief smile. The massive resource investment of the past half-month had not been in vain. Liu and the defensive system she had constructed were Shiguang Base's most impregnable armor. Behind a distant thicket, Shen Hu's ecstatic expression froze completely. With a clatter, his binoculars fell onto a rock and shattered, his mouth hanging open. Zuobao screamed in terror, "What the hell is that?" A cold sweat broke out across his polished scalp and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Shen Hu swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Shiguang Base's firepower had reached a level of madness he had never imagined. High-energy ray weapons. Is this some kind of science fiction spectacle? If we'd let our heads heat up and charged in to loot them, would already have been reduced to ashes. Brother Hu. Shiguang Base's defenses are insane. How are we supposed to fight this? Zuobao's voice trembled, his mind had narrowed to a single thought: escape. Shen Hu's face turned ashen, muscles twitching, words failing him. Yet the situation on the battlefield shifted with ruthless speed. The machine gun towers were devastating, but the sheer numbers of the undead, tens of thousands, were overwhelming. They trampled over the severed limbs of their fellows, surging forward with their bodies. They brazenly filled the death zones carved by the barrage. One wave would fall and 3 more would surge up like an endless swarm of black locusts. The excitement on Liu's face slowly faded, replaced by a grave focus. She switched firing modes on the panel with lightning speed, her fingers a blur on the knobs. Single target point fire efficiency dropping. Switch to sweeping arc mode, maximize coverage. With a creak, the thick barrels of the machine gun towers pivoted and tilted under her command, shifting from precise point shots to wide fan-like sweeps. Blue tongues of high-energy flame swept through the dense throngs like a mower. Wherever the beams passed, ranks of zombies were cleaved in half, upper bodies writhed and crawled while lower halves were reduced to charred husks. Yet even so, hundreds slipped through and sprinted toward the outer defensive ditch. At the moment they crossed the trench's edge, Lu Ruyan's carefully cultivated first biological line of defense, the Shui Mo Tang, went utterly berserk. With a thunderous upheaval, the soil at the ditch bottom erupted as countless dark red vines thick as pythons burst forth. Each vine was as thick as an adult forearm, its surface bristling with razor barbs. In the gloomy light they gleamed with an eerie blood-like luster. SSSH, the vines lashed and sliced through the air with a sound that made the skin crawl, instantly entangling hundreds, even thousands of the foremost undead. The Shui Mo Tang displayed a dreadfully efficient strangling power. With the crack of splintering bones, the barbs easily pierced rotten flesh and dug deep into their bloodied meat, frenziedly siphoning the mutated energy coursing through the corpses. In mere seconds, swarms of thrashing undead were sucked dry, collapsing into shriveled husks as if someone had let the air out of them. A gust of wind turned those bleached bones to drifting ash. Outside the steel defenses, a deadly impassable shredder had formed. On the wall, Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, brow furrowing slightly. The jade-green glow in her palms flickered with the vines feeding. Through her ability Shang Ming Yuanshang Life Source, she had established a covert psychic link with the Shui Mo Tang, delicately regulating the defensive density of each sector. The southern section of the ditch is under the greatest pressure. The undead are piling up too high. I've ordered the vines to weave a denser defensive mesh in that direction. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes and, sweeping her gaze over the trench where the horde writhed like a maelstrom, reported succinctly to Lin Yi, a fine bead of sweat forming at her temple. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a trace of admiration in his eyes. The pinpoint kills of the high-tech heavy weapons combined with the area strangling of the mutated plants formed Shiguang Base's indomitable twin net of annihilation. The masses beneath the wall were torn, devoured, and burned layer by layer. The battle seemed to be tipping decisively in humanity's favor. But from the darkest heart of the horde, the tall figure who had been hiding beneath a black umbrella could no longer restrain itself. A war of attrition was meaningless before absolute firepower. The black umbrella lifted slightly. The face beneath it, ghastly pale veins blackened and raised, contorted, then the mouth ripped open to the ears in a savage inhuman shriek. The cry sliced through the roar of 10,000 undead and drove like a blade into each mind. The crowded center of the horde split open, forming a wide corridor. Thud thud thud, the earth began to quake. Dozens of newly spawned towering 4-tier zombie lords strode forward, each nearly 5 meters tall, their bodies festooned with nauseating green pustules. They marched with heavy ponderous steps like a battery of living meat vehicles, mercilessly crushing the lower tier undead behind them as they pushed toward the front lines. What kind of monsters are those? The defenders on the wall finally caught sight of those lumbering behemoths at the rear of the horde. The horrific shapes drained the color from every face, some began to tremble so violently their teeth chattered. Li Yu's fingers, which had been dancing in the air, froze. She stared at the sudden cluster of deep red target markers on the control panel. The detector's energy readings were terrifyingly high. Red warning lights flashed violently around the screen's edge. 4th tier. Li Yu's pupils contracted. The thrill in her face evaporated and her lips tightened. 45 of them, 45 4th tier. She quickly pulled up the turret's maximum output parameters and compared them with the system's estimated defense values for 4th tier creatures. Glancing at the results, her delicate brows knitted into a tight, unyielding knot. "Brother, this isn't right," she said. Li Yu did not panic. Her tone was urgent yet methodical, revealing the calm clarity of a prodigious engineer confronting raw data. The machine gun towers have ample output to handle 3rd-tier foes, but the defensive coefficients of those 4th-tier meat mountains are obscene. Concentrating fire on a single one might work, but if dozens push through at once, our fire allocation will be catastrophically insufficient. With a sickening spray, the highly acidic toxic mist erupted simultaneously from the gaping maws of those dozens of 4th-rank zombie generals. The dark green fog instantly blotted out the sky like a moving wall of poison over 10 meters high, carrying a pungent corrosive stench, and surged straight toward the trench where the blood devil vine lay. Wherever the toxic mist passed, earth and stone dissolved and the ground emitted a sizzling sound. The soil churned and bubbled, turning into black water. Even the hard granite at the edge of the trench was instantly corroded into honeycomb-like pits emitting white smoke. A piercing shriek. The moment the blood devil vine touched the toxic mist, it let out a scream like a human infant. Its originally tough dark red skin withered and blackened over large areas and thorns fell off. Countless vines began to rapidly rot and break. Those biological weapons that had been frenziedly slaughtering zombies moments ago now writhed, convulsed, and contracted wildly in the trench as if doused with tons of concentrated sulfuric acid. On the city wall, Lu Ruyan suddenly let out a muffled grunt. Her eyes snapped open, bloodshot. She was spiritually connected to the blood devil vine. Through her ability, she could clearly sense the intense pain transmitted back by the plant. It was a burning agony, as if being scorched alive, frantically surging into her cerebral cortex through the sensory link. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. She swayed and beads of cold sweat as large as beans seeped from her forehead. Even her breathing became labored. But she bit her lower lip so hard that blood beaded up, and she refused to retreat even half a step. "Hold on." A vibrant emerald light burst from her palm like a small green sun, its brightness more than doubled from before. Gently yet vast life energy transformed into tens of thousands of green flowing threads of light, piercing through the city wall and swiftly plunging into the roots of the blood devil vine that were rotting and on the verge of death in the trench. Under the forced infusion of life energy, the rate of the blood devil vine's decay was forcibly curbed somewhat. "I can hold on." Lu Ruyan stared fixedly ahead, her voice trembling slightly from the extreme pain yet carrying an unyielding resolve and determination. "The corrosion level of the toxic mist is too high. I can only use my origin energy to slow their decay, but I can't completely neutralize it." She looked up at Lin Yan with difficulty, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety over the situation, but not a trace of panic in the face of death. "Give me 3 minutes. No, 5. Within 5 minutes the blood devil vine defense line will not completely collapse." Lin Yan looked down at her. The gray morning light fell on Lu Ruyan's tense profile. Her long eyelashes trembled violently in pain. The blood at the corner of her lips was shocking, but the brilliant green light in her palm illuminated her pale yet stubbornly defiant face. "No need for 5 minutes." Lin Yan's deep voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. He slowly turned and walked to the very edge of the city wall. His black wingcoat rustled loudly in the cold mountain wind. His gaze pierced through the rolling lethal toxic mist past the dozens of 4th-rank zombie generals pushing forward like a steamroller. It fixed on the figure deep within the horde, shrouded in the shadow of a black umbrella. Behind him, Liu's almost roaring voice rang out urgently. All machine gun turrets switch to high-energy focus mode. Concentrate all firepower on the 3 4th-rank targets in the front line. Die. Boom. 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 Even thicker azure beams carrying devastatingly high temperatures once again tore through the gray sky, slamming violently into the bodies of the flesh mountain poison zombies, exploding showers of green poisonous blood. On the city wall, 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, stood shoulder to shoulder. The line of steel and life, caught in the brutal tug-of-war between corrosion and repair, faced its most severe test since the apocalypse began. And Lin Yan, standing at the very front, had purple arcs of electricity appearing on his arms. His gaze was locked on the man with the black umbrella in the distance. The place where Chen Hu and his group were hiding was not spared either. The endless tide of corpses swept over, and the wandering zombies on the periphery, extremely sensitive to the scent of living humans, roared and lunged forward. Run! Chen Hu, having lost all his earlier scheming, scrambled and fled in the opposite direction. Zuobao and Feng Yin followed closely in a miserable state. As they ran, they looked back at the distant battlefield, convinced that the Dawn base was doomed this time. Those dozens of 4th-rank zombie generals were war machines born for destruction. The toxic mist they spewed could melt even hard stone into slag in seconds, let alone human flesh. Even if Lin Yan is against all odds, he can't withstand an attack of this scale. Zuobao panted heavily, his face pale, his voice trembling. It's over. Completely over. This is simply not something human power can contend with. Chen Hu gritted his teeth and didn't respond. His emotions were incredibly complex. The Dawn base being razed to the ground would bring him a sense of satisfaction, but also a deep-rooted fear. Because if even a monster like Lin Yan couldn't stop these things, then where could people like them flee in this apocalypse? The 3 of them desperately ran through an abandoned building complex, using the complex terrain to finally shake off their pursuers. Chen Hu leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Let's find a place to hide first. Wait until the outcome is decided. The 3 slipped into the deepest part of a half-collapsed residential building, shrinking into the shadows and holding their breath. The sounds of battle shaking the very earth came continuously from afar, each loud noise making their hearts pound with terror. The front line of the Dawn base's defense had completely turned into a hellscape. Dozens of 4th-rank zombie generals advanced in a square formation, crushing everything. With each step forward, their heavy bodies stomped half-meter-deep craters into the road, sending gravel flying. Their bodies were covered in a layer of dark green acidic mucus, constantly evaporating into a pungent, lethal toxic mist. Thick metal lampposts along the roadside sizzled as they were corroded, collapsing into pits within seconds. The blood devil vines outside the base were also retreating step by step under the toxic mist. Large numbers of thick vines had their skin burned through, turning into pools of foul black water. Open fire. Don't stop. Zhao Gang roared hoarsely from the city wall. The lasers from the machine gun turrets poured down, striking the thick fat armor of the zombie generals, only splashing up sprays of green venom, unable to cause a fatal penetration. Several machine gun turrets focused their fire on a single 4th-rank zombie general, and it took a full 10 minutes to barely blast it apart. But 10 minutes was too long. In those 10 minutes, the zombie general formation enduring the firepower advanced more than 200 meters, now within spitting distance of the city wall. Several machine gun turrets had their barrels glowing red-hot, emitting thick black smoke before completely shutting down. Worse still, the toxic mist drifted toward the city wall with the wind. The defending soldiers were choked into violent coughs. Some with exposed skin had already begun to ulcerate and had to grit their teeth and retreat. Liu stood on the city wall, her hands gripping the edge of the battlement, her 10 fingers clenched until they turned blue. Relying solely on the machine gun turrets can't stop them. The defense line is about to break. Lu Ruyan stood quietly beside her, the emerald green healing spiritual power already swirling rapidly in her palm, ready to sustain the lives of the severely wounded at any moment. Her face was calm, but the hands crossed in front of her trembled slightly. Just then, from the rear of the corpse tied, the man with the black umbrella slowly levitated into the air. He held the dark umbrella with one hand, his black suit rustling in the rancid wind as he looked down upon the crumbling Dawn base, letting out a sinister laugh. Lin Yan, do you see this? His voice, amplified by psychic power, spread across the entire battlefield, reaching even the survivors behind the base with perfect clarity. 45 4th-tier corpse generals. The peerless divine weapon granted to me by the Lord. Today I will raise your Dawn base to the ground and drain you into a dried husk. The black umbrella man hovered midair, brimming with pride. His crushing defeat last time was now in the past. This time the Lord had invested heavily 45 fourth-tier corpse generals, absolute elites that the Same clan had spent 3 months and all their resources to cultivate. Not just one Lin Yi, even 10 of him would be ground into pulp. However, facing the collapsing defense line and this arrogant bluster, Lin Yi standing at the edge of the city wall showed not a trace of fear on his face. He stared at the dozens of mountainous corpse generals, and extreme greed and fervor flashing in his eyes. Peerless divine weapon. He let out a scoff, his voice soft, yet it silenced the entire battlefield for a moment. In my eyes, these are nothing but walking delivered power-up pills. Since you're so kind as to send a delivery, I'll gladly accept it. Li Yu abruptly turned her head to look at him. Brother Yu. Before she could finish, Lin Yi had already leaped out. He jumped straight down from the 5-meter-high wall, plunging headfirst into the sea of corpses and blood below. Brother, be careful. Li Yu screamed in shock, rushing to the edge of the wall and leaning over to look down. Lu Ruyan instinctively leaned forward, blurting out Lin Yi. Her eyes flashed with deep concern for a single second, but that concern was instantly replaced by absolute trust. She took a deep breath, the green radiance in her palm growing ever brighter. Because in her heart her man was the invincible supreme deity of this apocalypse. Come back safe, she whispered. Midair, the blood within Lin Yi's body was in complete boil. Transcendent level physical enhancement erupted fully, his muscles bulging high and his bones cracking in a rapid succession. Boom! His feet slammed heavily onto the concrete ground. The terrifying kinetic energy directly created a massive crater 5 meters in diameter, with web-like cracks exploding wildly in all directions. The shockwave spread outward in a violent ring, instantly pulverizing hundreds of low-tier zombies around him into a mist of blood. In the blood rain, Lin Yi stood up from the bottom of the crater, twisted his neck, and his joints cracked with a sharp pop. He looked up, locking onto his target. Alone, he brazenly launched a countercharge against the 45 fourth-tier corpse generals, each dozens of times his size. He's insane. Absolutely insane. A young soldier on the wall felt his legs go weak, charging alone at 45 fourth-tier monsters. How is that any different from suicide? Smack! The scar-faced veteran beside him slapped him on the helmet, his eyes fixed firmly on Lin Yi's back. What the hell do you know? When Boss Lin makes a move, has he ever suffered a loss? The ones in for a world of pain are those blind monsters. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Yi's aura surged higher and higher as he sprinted. Crack, crack, crack. His arms completed partial metallization in an instant. From fingertips to shoulders, the skin lost its color, taking on a cold metallic sheen. Immediately after, the evolved Thunder Force was fully unleashed. ZZZT. Boom. Purple-black lightning erupted from him, expanding in all directions, turning a 20-meter radius into a domain of thunder. Wild arcs of electricity jumped across the ground, charring the zombies in their path into blackened carbon. And entwined within the lightning was his unique dense deep green toxic mist. This thunderous toxic mist collided heat with the corrosive acid mist spewed by the corpse generals in midair. SSSSSSSSSS. The moment they met, the moisture in the air was instantly vaporized. High temperature and corrosive force intertwined, distorting the space with waves of heat haze. But Lin Yi's toxin was more lethal, more domineering. The purple and green toxic mist not only overwhelmed and neutralized the enemy's acid, but also surged back onto the corpse generals, furiously corroding their thick layers of fat armor. Amidst anguished roars, smoking holes were burned into the generals' thick flesh, spewing pus and blood. And this is what you call a divine weapon. Shadow step activated. Whoosh! Lin Yi's figure vanished from its spot, transforming into a purple-black lightning bolt that tore through the toxic mist, rapidly closing in on the foot of the largest fourth-tier corpse general. This corpse general was as tall as a 3-story building, its body covered in jagged bone spurs. Its pair of dead gray eyes gleamed with instinctive brutality. It looked down at the tiny figure that had appeared at its feet and let out a deafening roar. It abruptly opened its gaping maw, green light surging from deep within its throat. It fired a torrent of ultra-concentrated green acid as thick as a barrel directly at the Lin Yi, who was right before it. The acid jet grazed past Lin Yi's shoulder. Behind him, the entire wall of an abandoned residential building was melted through, bubbling down into a pool of black liquid. But Lin Yi had already pressed himself against the corpse general's abdomen. Armor-shattering heavy fist activated. His metallic fist smashed into the general's abdominal armor. A dull thud echoed and cracks exploded from the point of impact. A second punch followed, piercing through the half-meter thick layer of fat armor, his entire arm plunging into the general's body cavity. Hot stinking viscera squeezed around his arm as he precisely located the pulsating core. He closed his fingers and yanked it out. Rip. A large chunk of black bloody flesh along with a fist-sized crystal core was torn from the body. The corpse general's massive body stiffened abruptly, its life force instantly depleted. It toppled straight down, crushing a large number of ordinary zombies, and the ground trembled with the impact. Lin Yan flicked the mucus off his hand. The bloodstains on the crystal core were completely burned away by the high-temperature lightning. One down. His voice was calm, yet it cut through the battlefield's roar. In the center of the battlefield, a second dark shadow closed in at high speed, hugging the ground. A speed-type corpse general. It dug its limbs firmly into the earth, its sharp bone claws carving 4 deep furrows into the ground. Its flank attack was extremely cunning, completely avoiding Lin Yan's frontal field of view. But Lin Yan's scarlet perception had already locked onto it. Without even turning his head, Lin Yan activated Shadow Step. The residual lightning afterimage at his original spot was bitten to pieces by the speed-type general, while Lin Yan himself had already appeared directly above its broad back. Midair, Lin Yan bent one knee and an invisible wave of pressure surged from his mind. Psychic force suppression. An invisible force slammed heavily onto the speed-type corpse general's spine. The crisp sound of breaking bones was sharp and piercing. The corpse general shrieked in agony, pinned to the ground by this psychic force. Its limbs scrabbled wildly, digging a large pit in the earth, but it couldn't support its shattered spine. Lin Yan's combat boot landed precisely on the back of its head. He applied force. The skull cracked open. He reached into the shattered cranium and pulled out the second crystal core. 2 down. Before the words had faded, rubble exploded from the ruins on both sides simultaneously. The third and fourth corpse generals, one from the left and one from the right, pounced down from the air in a pincer attack. Massive shadows completely enveloped Lin Yan, cutting off any path of retreat. Lin Yan had no intention of retreating. He set his feet apart, engaged his core and back muscles, his arm muscles bulging as purple-black lightning compressed to its extreme on his fists, crackling incessantly. He struck out with both fists simultaneously. 2 thick pillars of thunderous light shot directly towards the 2 colossal beasts in midair. The violent power of lightning disregarded the outer armor, directly pouring into their brains through the orifices. Bang! Bang! 2 massive heads exploded simultaneously in the sky, the ghastly green brain matter mixed with charred tissue splattering everywhere, covering the ground. 2 headless corpses crashed heavily on either side of the forest. 4 heads. In the clouds above the battlefield, the man with the black umbrella floated midair, his face dark and foreboding. His proud 4th-tier zombie generals, even under heavy fire, would not be easily defeated, yet in this man's hands they couldn't survive a single move. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The man with the black umbrella gritted his teeth, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Below, the slaughter continued. The 5th head was twisted off. The 6th head was struck down by lightning, turning into char. The 7th zombie general let out a strangely eerie cry. Its abdomen swelled violently, the originally grayish-brown skin turning a translucent sickly green filled with boiling high-concentration acid, as if it were about to explode. This was a self-destructing zombie general. Its massive body transformed into a giant biochemical bomb charging towards the forest. There was no fire, only a terrifying wave of green acid liquid pushing outward in a circular motion. Within a radius of 30 meters, abandoned cars were covered in acidic rain, the metal visibly corroding and collapsing, the ground eroded into a huge pit. Boom! The acidic mist surged into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. On the city wall, Liu clung tightly to the edge of the wall, the rough bricks cutting into her fingertips, blood seeping out, yet she felt no pain. From the moment she charged into the horde, her heart hung in her throat. In every second of her view there were those horrifying 4th-tier monsters. At that moment the green poisonous mist engulfed the familiar figure. "Brother!" Liu shouted hoarsely, her legs giving way as she knelt on the rough bricks, her fingers leaving bloody scratches on the wall. Lin Yan stood beside her, tears welling in her eyes, her nails digging deep into her palms. She stared intently at the roiling acid mist below her chest, rising and falling violently. "Lin Yan. No. He won't be in danger." Lin Yan whispered more, as if to convince herself. That was a self-destructive, a 4th-tier mutated body. Even steel could melt into slag within seconds. How could a flesh and blood body withstand it? It's over. It's all over. That's the poison bomb of a 4th-tier zombie. Not even the city wall can withstand it. Anyone going in won't even leave bones. Lin Laude is dead. Can we still survive? The surrounding guards erupted in desperate wails, panic spreading among the crowd. Some dropped their weapons, others wept in despair. That purple-black lightning was their only hope, and now that hope had completely extinguished in the poisonous mist. The battlefield was shrouded in poisonous mist. Nothing was visible, only the hissing sound of acid corroding objects. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, amidst the thick green poisonous mist, a blurry figure slowly emerged, striding forth. Purple-black lightning coalesced into a shield around him. The acid that could melt steel had not even touched his clothes before being evaporated into white smoke by the heat of the lightning. Except for a few holes burned in his clothes by the initial shockwave, Lin Yan was unharmed, not even a hair out of place. A guard pointed towards the edge of the poisonous mist, his voice breaking as he shouted, "Look! What is that?" Everyone turned to look in unison. In the green dead zone, the man emerged unscathed. The purple-black lightning swirled around him, isolating the deadly acid mist. Silence fell over the city wall. Then a frenzy of cheers erupted, shaking the skies. He didn't die. Lin Lauda is alive. Great. Lin Lauda is still here, we haven't lost yet. The base members wildly waved their arms, their faces flushed with excitement. The despair from moments ago was completely replaced by this fervor. Several young guards knelt on the ground, staring intensely at that silhouette, their faces filled with adoration. Liu suddenly stood up, covering her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. She laughed and cried, nodding repeatedly. Lu Ruyan's tense shoulders finally drooped. She exhaled a long breath, looking at the figure below her, heart skipping a beat. This man turned the impossible into reality time and again. He casually stored the 7th crystal core into the spatial cube, slowly raising his head, locking onto the man with the black umbrella from over 100 meters away. His gaze was cold and devoid of warmth. The man with the black umbrella felt a chill creep up the back of his neck, his body covered in goosebumps. 7 heads now. The voice was low but transmitted clearly to the man's ears through mental energy. Lin Yan dusted off the dirt from his hands. 33 heads left, take your time, no need to hurry. The man with the black umbrella's breath became completely erratic. 7 heads. The time taken to kill those 7 was less than 2 minutes combined. What did it matter if there were 33 heads left? At this rate of slaughter, in a few minutes he would be left as a lone commander. Fear, humiliation and rage intertwined, shattering the man with the black umbrella's sanity. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. The man with the black umbrella abandoned his lofty demeanor, unleashing his mental energy without reservation. An invisible control web forcibly severed the instincts of the remaining 33 zombie generals, weaving them into an emotionless killing machine. 11 heads on the left flank, 11 heads on the right flank, 11 heads in front. They surrounded him from 3 sides. Crush him. All 33 flesh mountains roared in unison. The massive soundwave combined, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. The poisonous mist gathered in the air, forming a gigantic green cloud that enveloped the entire battlefield. From a high vantage point, 33 colossal beings marched in unison, pressing towards the tiny human in the center. Lin Yan stood at the center of the encirclement. The poisonous mist swirled around him, the ground beneath his feet had completely melted, turning into a viscous swamp of acid. At this concentration, a regular revolver would dissolve their alveoli within 3 seconds of inhaling a breath of this 4th-tier poisonous mist. Lin Yan remained motionless. He opened his mouth and inhaled deeply the rich green toxic gas surrounding him. The poison entered his body through his respiratory tract. There was no burning sensation, nor was there any feeling of suffocation. The mutated toxin cells lurking in his bloodstream activated instantly, greedily devouring, assimilating and absorbing these foreign toxins. The evolved toxin immunity granted him 100% immunity to 4th-tier toxins. Lin Yan moved his neck, the bones crackling like popping beans. All together. Sounds good. He looked at the approaching flesh mountains around him. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. He spread his arms wide. The purple-black lightning that had been circulating only at the surface suddenly erupted. Those lightning bolts transformed from tiny arcs into raging serpents as thick as a man's thigh, bursting forth from his body. Within a 20-meter radius, the air was completely torn apart by stray charges. Thunderstorm domain. This was a new application he comprehended after his breakthrough. It wasn't a single-point explosion but a domain-based area attack. The 5 zombie generals charging at the front had just stepped into the 20-meter boundary around Lin Yan. The violet lightning found an excellent conductor. The lightning surged up along the acid liquid secreted from their bodies, directly penetrating their outer defenses and drilling into their internal organs. Before the piercing screams could be uttered, the internal organs of the 5 4th-tier zombies had already turned to carbon. Their massive bodies toppled forward due to inertia, crashing heavily at Lin Yan's feet, splashing toxic water everywhere. The entire arena fell silent. The Black Umbrella Man in midair stared at the 5 corpses emitting black smoke, his mind a complete blank. Those were 5 4th-tier zombies. He hadn't even seen the skill used, instant kill. Monster! What kind of monster are you? The Black Umbrella Man roared hysterically. 12. Lin Yan's voice rang out calmly. The Black Umbrella Man was on the verge of madness. He involuntarily stepped back half a pace, his body reacting with the most primal instinct, a feeling called fear. No. This can't be. How can he be this strong? He muttered to himself, his pale fingers gripping the umbrella handle, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Last time he barely won against me with that bizarre devouring power. How long has it been? How? He remembered clearly that in their previous encounter, though this man had won, it was far from easy. Back then he even believed he could turn the tables in their next clash. But now, watching that figure darting through the formation of zombie generals on the battlefield, he felt afraid. 4th-tier zombie generals. Each one was an elite they had spent vast amounts of time and resources to cultivate, yet now this man was slaughtering them single-handedly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Black Umbrella Man's voice began to tremble. His mind raced through calculations, but every outcome pointed to the same chilling conclusion. This human's growth rate had spiraled beyond their control. The next second his thoughts were shattered by the scene on the battlefield. Lin Yan no longer waited for the zombie generals to approach, he charged forward instead. Flickering steps, armor-crushing fist, and thunderstorm domain, 3 abilities used in seamless succession, forming a flawlessly fluid chain of slaughter. Flash, shatter the armor, extract the crystal core, then flash again. The interval between each flash was no more than 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds another 4th-tier zombie general fell. 15. 20. The 21st was a strength-type zombie general. Its height exceeded 3 meters and its entire body was covered in a black-gray bone armor. It opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar at Lin Yan. The sound wave, laced with a putrid stench, swept toward him, causing the gravel on the ground to tremble. Lin Yan didn't slow down. The moment he flashed directly before that zombie general, he threw an unremarkable punch. His fist pierced through the bone armor and cracks spread like a spiderweb from the point of impact. The next second the entire upper body of the zombie general exploded into countless fragments. A rain of foul green blood poured down, drenching dozens of ordinary zombies nearby. Lin Yan pulled the crystal core from the pile of flesh, expressionlessly crushing a piece of bone shard stuck to his finger. 25. The battlefield was littered with the shattered remains of zombie generals. The foul green blood pooled into streams, winding through the cracks in the ground. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of burnt and sour odors so intense it was almost suffocating. A black tidal wave of over 10,000 ordinary zombies was brutally carved through by Lin Yan alone, leaving a bloody path in its wake. The zombies on both sides of that bloody path even showed a brief retreat reaction, as if even these mindless creatures instinctively sensed that this human was not to be approached. The Black Umbrella Man stared at the scene, his pupils violently constricting. The hand holding the umbrella trembled. Just as Lin Yan shattered the 27th zombie general, a sudden burst of harsh static came from the communicator at his ear. No. They're about to breach the wall. The voice was hysterical, laced with obvious tears. Lin Yan paused for a moment. He turned his head to glance toward the base, but through layers of the zombie sea he could see nothing. Yet he could hear. The comm channel was a cacophony of gunfire roars and screams. The situation was clearly dire. He gritted his teeth, his strikes growing heavier. He had to be faster, much faster. He needed to finish off the zombie general formation and then rush back to reinforce the base. The 28th zombie general was blasted in 2 by his punch. At the Dawnlight base left side wall. After Lin Yan charged into the zombie general formation, the pressure on the main front eased sharply. But the sheer number of the zombie horde was overwhelming. A vast swarm bypassed the main battlefield and launched a fierce assault from both flanks. The left wall's defenses were the weakest. This section of the wall had been reinforced later, far less sturdy than the main wall, and it had only 2 machine gun turrets. Over 3,000 zombies surged forward in a black mass. The first few hundred acted as a meat shield, falling under the turret's fire, while those behind climbed directly over the corpses of their comrades. Corpses piled upon corpses, quickly forming a ramp. Some zombies not yet fully dead were trampled beneath, their spines broken but still mindlessly snapping, their jaws writhing like a heap of rotting flesh. Left wall is in danger. They're about to breach, a guard's hysterical shout came through the walkie-talkie. The man stationed at the left wall was a middle-aged man named Zhou Daong. Before the apocalypse, he was a steelworker on construction sites toiling for over a decade. He was stocky with calloused hands and immense strength. But his awakened ability was very low level, only Frank barely making him a superhuman. Now, rifle in hand, he stood behind the battlements watching the zombies climbing up, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He was terrified, scared to death. But he couldn't run. Behind him were his wife and his 7-year-old son. They had struggled to join the Dawnlight base and enjoyed a few days of peace. He wouldn't let these monsters destroy his home. Hold the line. Hold it, he shouted to the 7 or 8 men behind him. They were fighting desperately too. Some fired rifles downward, others used spears to stab at the climbing zombies. But the zombies were too numerous. For every wave killed, another surged up, endless. The gun barrels grew scorching hot, burning to the touch, yet no one dared to stop. Finally, a dull crack echoed from a corner of the wall. A visible fissure appeared on its surface. Then a 3-meter section of the wall collapsed under the zombies' battering. Debris flew, dust filled the air, and chunks of concrete tumbled to the ground, cratering it. Dozens of zombies howled as they poured through the breach. The wall is down. The guards retreated in panic. One man tripped over rubble, falling hard, his rifle skittering away. Zhou Daong reacted the fastest. With a roar, he charged forward. The first zombie was blown apart by a shot to the head. The bullet entered through the zombie's left eye socket and exploded out the back of its skull, leaving a bull-sized hole. Grayish-white brain matter splattered across his face. He had no time to wipe it off. A second zombie lunged at him. Unable to reload, he swung his rifle like a club. The strength boost from his Frank ability pushed him to his limit. The rifle stock smashed through the zombie's eye socket, embedding the entire weapon into its skull. When he wrenched it free, a string of slimy matter came with it. He fought back the urge to vomit. Because a third zombie was already charging from the side. Zhou Daong failed to dodge in time, and sharp claws tore a long gash across his left arm from elbow to wrist, with flesh curling open and white bone faintly visible. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground a dark red. He gasped in pain, let out a muffled grunt, and gritting his teeth, he turned and shot the zombie in the head. But more zombies swarmed in. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th. He was tackled to the ground by 4 or 5 zombies at once. The back of his head hit the rubble, stars exploding before his eyes. Sharp teeth sank into his shoulders and calves, blood spurting from multiple wounds. Zhou Daong struggled desperately, his rifle had already slipped from his grasp, kicked somewhere unknown. He could only punch the zombies' heads with his fists, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Did it hurt? He no longer knew, his hands had gone numb. Run! Run now! He roared hoarsely at the teammates behind him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A young teammate, his eyes reddened, rushed forward to pull him. That kid was named Li Ming, only 19 this year, a well-behaved freshman in college before the apocalypse who had never even smoked a cigarette. Brother Zhou. I'll pull you out. Li Ming grabbed Zhou Daong's arm. But a zombie lunged from the side, its sharp claws plunging into Li Ming's back. Li Ming let out a muffled groan and was knocked to the ground. Just as Zhou Daong's consciousness began to fade and everything before him turned gray and distant, when he thought he was doomed. A jade-green radiance, warm and smooth as fine jade, descended from the sky. Countless tiny green specks of light fell like spring rain onto his battered body. The bite marks on his shoulder stopped bleeding and the torn muscle tissue healed at a visible rate. Even the virus in the zombie saliva was neutralized and decomposed by that gentle energy rising from the wounds as wisps of black smoke. Li Ming, lying nearby, was also enveloped in green light, the wound on his back healing at the same speed. Lu Ruyan landed beside Zhou Daong. Her face was somewhat pale, she had rushed over at full speed from the front wall, having already healed 3 injured guards along the way. But her gaze was steady. With one hand she continuously released healing magic, jade-green energy flowing endlessly from her palm, enveloping the wounded around her. With the other hand she raised it, and a solid jade-green energy shield condensed in her palm, blocking the 3-meter-wide breach. Zombies charging and slammed against the shield and were repelled by a gentle yet irresistible force. Don't give up. Lu Ruyan glanced at Zhou Daong, her voice calm and firm. It's not time to die yet. Zhou Daong stared blankly at the woman before him and his eyes suddenly reddened. Miss Lu. Don't speak. I can't fully heal you now, rest well. Maintaining the energy shield, Lu Ruyan said to the guards beside her, drag the wounded to the rear quickly. Two guards immediately acted, hoisting Zhou Daong and Li Ming and retreating to the rear. But Lu Ruyan couldn't hold them off alone for long. The breach in the left wall was 3 meters wide. More and more zombies gathered outside the gap, piling up several layers deep, madly battering the energy shield. With each impact, Lu Ruyan's body trembled slightly and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Her lips began to turn pale and the once stable jade green light flickered visibly, her energy rapidly depleting. Just as cracks began to appear in the energy shield, a clatter of footsteps came from behind. "Move! Everyone move! I'm here!" A rough voice boomed. Wang Dalan led a group of people charging out from the depths of the estate. These were not members of the guard team but ordinary residents who had been hiding in the underground shelter. Elderly people, women, and even a few half-grown lads. The youngest looked at most 15 or 16, his face still dotted with acne, yet he gritted his teeth and carried a crate of hand grenades. They held all kinds of weapons: rifles, hand grenades, steel bars, and even kitchen knives and shovels. The warehouse wasn't short of arms, but not everyone knew how to shoot. Some of these weapons came from the armory, others were grabbed from kitchens and tool sheds. Wang Dalan walked at the front, a heavy machine gun on his shoulder and belts of ammunition wrapped around his waist. "Stop cowering, damn it! This is our home. Our families and kids are inside." Without finishing his words, Wang Dalan set the heavy machine gun up facing the breach and pulled the bolt. "Zombies want to get in. Ask my gun first." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared. A dense hail of bullets poured through the breach, mowing down the zombie horde, battering the energy shield. Green blood splattered limbs and shredded flesh flying everywhere. The muzzle flash lit up half of Wang Dalan's face, his eyes reflected the flames, his teeth ground together and veins bulged on his neck. The heavy machine gun had tremendous recoil, each shot pushed him half a step back. But he planted his feet firmly on the ground, using brute force to withstand the power. Lu Ruyan took the chance to withdraw her energy shield, her knees buckling as she nearly fell, but she steadied herself. Taking a deep breath, she focused all her energy on healing the wounded around her. Other members also charged up the wall. They had no superpowers, no professional training, and their shooting was erratic. Some were firing a gun for the first time, staggering backward from the recoil, almost falling on their backsides. An old man with graying hair aimed a hunting rifle. He missed the first 2 shots, but the third finally blew open a zombie's head. He wept with joy, tears streaming down his weathered face. "I hit it. I hit it, damn it." Aunt Lou from the cafeteria couldn't shoot. She stood behind the battlements, jabbing blindly at the zombies below with a steel bar. Her movements had no finesse, just straightforward thrusts, but each one used all her strength. Just as a zombie's hand climbed over the wall, she stabbed a steel bar through its palm, pinning it to the concrete block. "Get down," she yelled at the top of her lungs. "Monsters go to hell." The pimply teenager carrying the grenade crate ran up to Wang Dalan, fumbling to pull the pin on a grenade. His hands were shaking. It took 2 tries to pull it off, and then he hurled it with all his might. Boom! The grenade exploded in the zombie crowd, shrapnel flying, blasting at least 7 or 8 zombies to pieces. The teenager froze for a moment, then grinned. That smile carried the relief of surviving a disaster and also a kind of raw, burgeoning courage he hadn't even realized he possessed. "Haha, I got them." He grabbed another one. "Come on, monsters, they'll blow you all to bits." "For Dawn." Someone started the shout. "For Dawn." A ragged but thunderous cry rose from the wall. Everyone stood united, not a single person retreating. They were not soldiers, not awakened ones, their legs were even trembling. But they stood there. Because behind them lay their last home. On the battlefield. Lin Yan's slaughter continued. The 30th 4th Rank Corps General had its chest shattered by his fist collapsing onto the remains of its comrades. The ground around him was thoroughly soaked with green blood plasma, every step splashed filthy blood half a foot high. The corpses of 4th Rank Corps Generals lay piled in disarray, some with necks twisted, others with chests pierced through. Several were cleaved in two by thunderbolts, the muscle tissue at the severed ends still twitching incessantly. Lin Yan was drenched in blood-green gore clinging to his metallic arms while violet-black thunder roared across his entire body. He didn't even wipe his face. The 31st Corps General lunged from the side, its gaping maw filled with interlocking fangs. Without turning his head, Lin Yan swung an elbow backward. The tip of his elbow precisely struck the Corps General's throat, punching its cervical vertebra out through the back of its skull. The Corps General's body still convulsed on his arm. Lin Yan flung it away, the corpse crashing into 2 of its kind that were gathering behind it, knocking them down. Then 3 Corps Generals attacked simultaneously. 1 from the front, 2 flanking from left and right. Lin Yan didn't move. when the claws of all three were within a meter of him. The thunder domain erupted. With him as the center, the air within a 10-meter radius was instantly filled with violet-black arcs of electricity. All three corpse generals stiffened, their muscles spasming uncontrollably. Lin Yi took a step forward. His left fist shattered the head of the one in front. His right hand plunged into the chest of the one on the left, yanking out the still beating heart along with its crystal core. The last one tried to flee. As it turned, a thunderous fist imprint had already pierced through the back of its skull. 3 kills in 2 seconds. In midair, the Black Umbrella Man watched the scene, his hands and feet turning ice cold. Impossible. 45 fourth-rank corpse generals. The elite that the Hall Master spent 3 months incubating. His lips trembled, his voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The remaining corpse generals still charged forward relentlessly. But their pace visibly changed. From an active assault, they became driven, pushed onward. The corpse generals in the rear pushed forward while those in the front began to hesitate. Their intelligence was low but sufficient to grasp one thing: charging meant death. Yet Lin Yi gave them no time to hesitate. He plunged into the horde of corpse generals. Thunderous fist imprints, metallic fists, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, each blow was clean and decisive, never needing a second. He fought from start to finish without any sign of fatigue or pause. The last 2 corpse generals stopped fighting and turned to flee. Lin Yi didn't give them a chance. Shadow step, 2 consecutive flashes and 2 thunderous fist imprints blasted out simultaneously. The bodies of the last 2 corpse generals exploded in midair. Their crystal cores flew out and Lin Yi caught them deftly. 41. Lin Yi pocketed the crystal cores and looked up. His target locked onto the Black Umbrella Man in midair. He pushed off the ground with explosive force, the earth cracking beneath him, and shot straight upward. In less than half an hour, over 44th-rank corpse generals were annihilated, not a single one left. The smile on the Black Umbrella Man's face had long vanished. Without a second thought, he closed his black umbrella and turned to flee. Flee back to the TV tower, back to the Hall Master's side. That was where safety lay. Trying to leave. A cold voice came from ahead of him. The Black Umbrella Man halted abruptly. Shadow clone. A phantom identical to Lin Yi already stood on his escape route. The phantom materialized and a sweeping kick lashed out. The Black Umbrella Man couldn't dodge. He was kicked out of the air. His body crashed through the cab of an abandoned truck, sending metal shards and glass fragments flying. The truck's chassis was deformed by the impact. Before he could scramble out of the scrap heap, psychokinesis pressed down on him. The space within a 5-meter radius was locked solid, the air turning viscous, making breathing difficult. Lin Yi landed and planted a foot on the Black Umbrella Man's chest. A crisp sound of bones shattering. The man's chest caved in and dark red blood welled from the corners of his mouth. You got away last time. Lin Yi looked down at him, his tone flat. Try running again now. The Black Umbrella Man struggled desperately. The black umbrella in his hand trembled violently, then burst apart, transforming into countless sharp tentacles that stabbed at Lin Yi's vital points from all directions. Ice Throat Heart. This was his final trump card. The umbrella's true form, the thorny cocoon. The moment the tentacles touched Lin Yi's body, they were all carbonized by the violet-black poison thunder, black ash drifting down without leaving even a white mark. Despair finally surfaced in the Black Umbrella Man's eyes. Killing me won't help. His voice was hoarse, every word brought up bloody bubbles from his mouth. I am merely the lowest of the sacred soldiers. The sacred clan has far more than just me. Sacred clan. Lin Yi bent down, grabbing him by the throat with one hand and lifting him up. The Black Umbrella Man's legs kicked wildly in the air, but to no avail. The Hall Master will avenge me. He roared desperately, the Empress egg is already incubating. When she descends, your entire human race will kneel at the feet of our sacred clan. His eyes bulged, pupils dilating as he uttered his final threats. You talk too much. Lin Yi tightened his grip. Devouring aberration activated. A terrifying suction force erupted from his palm. A small black vortex formed in his hand. The Black Umbrella Man's scream shifted pitch, not from physical pain but the sound of his very essence being forcibly stripped away. The energy, mental power and memory fragments within him flowed into Lin Yi's body as a grayish-white stream of light. The Black Umbrella Man's skin rapidly shriveled and cracked. The screams grew weaker, finally fading into mere breaths. In seconds, the high-rank pseudo-human shrank into a dried husk of a corpse, crumbling to ash in the wind. A crystal core fell from the ashes. Lin Yi caught it. Inside the core flowed a dark red light, its energy density far surpassing that of an ordinary 4th-rank crystal core. Lin Yi stored the crystal core properly. At his feet a blood-colored worm crawled out from the ashes trying to burrow into the ground. Lin Yi glanced down and crushed it under his boot. Still trying to run. The worm's remains twitched twice beneath his soul, then lay still. A flood of chaotic memory fragments flashed through Lin Yi's mind. The images were fragmented and disjointed, piecing together a few scenes. Beneath Jiangcheng TV Tower a bottomless fortress lay hidden. The fortress passages were dark and damp, the walls covered in living flesh tissue like the interior cavity of some colossal creature. The hall master, clad in a scarlet robe, sat upon a throne of white bones surrounded by an oppressive aura that stifled the air. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, only a pair of crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness. In the mid-levels of the fortress were dense incubation pools for corpse generals. Hundreds of giant cultivation tanks held embryos that were not yet fully formed. And in the deepest part, a colossal egg floated in midair. The egg was a dark red, its surface covered with pulsating vein-like patterns. It throbbed rhythmically with each pulse. The entire underground fortress trembled slightly. The pressure emanating from within it, even filtered through the memory fragments, made Lin Yi feel a hint of oppression. The Empress Egg. This tide of corpses was merely the tip of the iceberg for the pseudo-human forces. The true catastrophe was still brewing. Lin Yi opened his eyes and let out a long turbid breath. He carefully stored the high-rank crystal core and the 44th-rank cores, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Dawnlight Base. With the loss of the high-level pseudo-human and the 4th-rank zombie general's command, the remaining zombie horde disintegrated into a scattered mess. Bereft of a unified offensive strategy, they either spun in place, tore at each other, or even began wandering in the opposite direction. The reactivated machine gun turrets and the guard units seized the moment to counterattack the routed zombies. The reloaded muzzles spat tongues of fire, once more reaping the mindless walking corpses that had lost their direction. The great battle raged for over an hour. Gunpowder smoke, the stench of blood, and acrid odors mingled in the air. Inside and outside the city wall, devastation reigned supreme. Shell casings, wreckage, and green bloodstains lay everywhere. Wang Dalan discarded the heavy machine gun with its red-hot barrel and slumped onto the ground, which was a mix of muddy water and blood plasma. He gasped for breath, his hands trembling so violently that he couldn't even pull out a cigarette. Zhou Daiyong, clutching his abdomen wound just healed by Lu Ruyan, leaned against the base of the wall. He glanced at the scattered flesh, then at the nearby survivors, and broke into a grin. We made it. As the last wandering zombie was taken down by a precise shot from the machine gun turret, an eerie silence fell over the entire battlefield. Then deafening cheers erupted from all directions. Those battle-hardened guards, those ordinary survivors holding guns for the first time, and the elderly and children who had huddled in underground shelters in terror, everyone was cheering. Someone fell to their knees, sobbing into their hands. Others frantically slapped the shoulders of those beside them, laughing in a way that was more painful than crying. They had survived. Their home was defended. The survivors' gazes turned to the distant figure walking back. The fervent worship born of a narrow escape from death reached its zenith at that moment. Lin Yi stepped into the base, treading over the scattered wreckage. His combat suit was tattered and sporadic arcs of purple-black lightning crackled across his muscles with a sizzling sound. Li Yu was the first to rush down from the city wall. Her eyes were slightly red and her lips trembled as if she wanted to speak, but no words came out. Finally she threw herself into Lin Yi's arms, clutching his waist tightly. "Brother," she whispered. Lin Yi glanced at her but said nothing, merely patting her head gently. Lu Ruyan approached from nearby. After over an hour of intense healing, her face was pale and beaded with fine sweat. "You've worked hard," she said simply. Lin Yi met her gaze and nodded. Everyone did well. His eyes then looked beyond the high wall toward the gray direction of Jiangcheng City. The dying words of the Black Umbrella Man and those fragments of memory lingered in his mind. The Empress Egg, the Palace Master, the Holy Clan, the danger was far from over. But in this apocalypse they had at least won another day. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Lin Yi issued new orders. Zhao Gang, lead the cleanup of the battlefield. Collect every single core, leaving none behind. Wang Dalan organized the logistics team to repair the breaches in the wall and reinforce the defenses. The commands were issued in an orderly fashion and the entire base sprang into action. Lin Yi walked alone to the outer perimeter of the base. This area had once been the territory of the blood devil vines, but now those thick vines had been reduced to a patch of charred, withered wood. The corrosive venom from the 4th-rank flesh mountain corpse had been devastating, even overwhelming this mutated plant. He crouched down and used his combat knife to push aside the scorched topsoil. Lu Ruyan followed her steps unsteady. She knelt beside Lin Yi, her eyes fixed on the withered root system. It's not dead yet. Lu Ruyan extended her pale fingers and pressed them into the soil. A faint green light glowed from her palm, pure life energy seeping into the earth drop by drop. Lin Yi grabbed her wrist. You're overexerting yourself. Don't push it. Just a little more, she said, gripping his hand in return as the green light suddenly flared. A faint pulsation came from beneath the scorched earth. A dark red seed pushed through the hard soil exposed to the air. Then a sprout grew at an astonishing speed. It elongated, thickened, and branched out. In mere seconds, a brand new vine as thick as a thigh burst forth from the ground. The reborn blood devil vine was darker in color, exhibiting a dark golden sheen, and its barbs had become even sharper and more vicious. It affectionately coiled around Lu Ruyan's wrist, nuzzling her before rapidly spreading outward to reclaim the entire damaged section of the city wall. Lin Yi slashed at the vine with his combat knife only to produce a shower of sparks. Not only has it recovered, but it's also developed antibodies. The outer skin's strength has increased by at least 3 times. Lu Ruyan swayed and Lin Yi caught her shoulder, half supporting her in his arms. Go back and rest. Leave the rest to me. Half an hour later, in the operations room, a small mountain of cores was piled on the long table. Hundreds of corpse cores glowed enticingly under the fluorescent light, including many high-grade ones of the 3rd and even 4th rank. Zhao Gang, Wang Dalan and the others gathered around the table, their faces brimming with excitement. Lin Yi stood at the head of the table, selected 10 4th-rank cores radiating dense energy and pushed them toward Li Yu. These high-grade cores are yours. Li Yu picked one up carefully, sensing the pure energy within, her eyes blazing with intensity. The energy density is fully up to standard. She looked up at Lin Yi, speaking rapidly. With this batch of core power sources, the hovering kinetic battle vehicle can officially enter the manufacturing stage. I've simulated the blueprints many times. It's not just for transport, I've also installed high-frequency electromagnetic cannons and micro-missile launchers. As long as the energy supply holds, it will be a mobile war fortress. At most a week and I can assemble the prototype. The material depot is fully open to you. Make a list of anything you need and you'll find it in the city. Lin Yi turned to the others. He divided the remaining cores into portions, pushing them toward Zhao Gang, Wang Dalan and Zhou Daon. The pseudo-humans' retaliation will come soon. These mid-grade cores must be fully absorbed tonight. Those who can break through should do so, those who can't must at least raise their ability proficiency. By tomorrow, I expect to see your breakthroughs. Zhao Gang grabbed a handful of cores, grinning broadly. Don't worry, boss. We won't hold you back. Lu Ruyan also received a batch of cores for recovery and to push toward a new realm. After arranging everything, Lin Yi returned to his private quarters and locked the door. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened his right hand. A rhomboid purple crystal core lay in his palm. This high-grade core, dropped after killing the Black Umbrella Man, contained a spiritual power so immense it was awe-inspiring. Lin Yi activated Devour directly. The light on the purple crystal core gradually dimmed until it turned into a pile of gray-white powder slipping through his fingers. Lin Yi opened his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. Psychic Force and Phantom Doppelganger had both broken through. His gaze swept toward a discarded solid iron cabinet weighing 500 Gene in the corner. He didn't move a muscle, not even a finger. With just a thought, the iron cabinet rumbled and lifted off the ground, hovering steadily in midair. Lin Yi slightly increased his psychic output. Creak! A harsh sound of metal twisting echoed. The solid iron cabinet, under the crushing force of an invisible pressure, dented inward from all directions, eventually being compressed into a dense iron ball. It crashed heavily to the ground, smashing a large crater into the concrete floor. The destructive power and control precision of his telekinesis had increased several-fold. Next, he tested Phantom Doppelganger. The air beside him churned violently and 2 identical figures materialized on his left and right. 3 Lin Yes simultaneously drew their combat knives from their waists, their movements perfectly synchronized, their auras identical down to the exact fluctuation of their lightning abilities. He ordered the 2 doppelgangers to attack each other. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh echoed through the room. Both doppelgangers perfectly replicated 70 of his original Boda's strength. Not only could they share the damage he took, but they could also independently execute complex tactical commands. Lin Yi dismissed the doppelgangers and rolled his stiff neck, eliciting a series of crisp cracks. With the ability to manifest 2 highly combat-effective physical doppelgangers at once, combined with his powerful psychic force, his current overall strength was If measured by zombie ranks, it was enough to reach the late 5th rank, and he could even kill a 6th rank zombie across levels. There was no clear ranking system among ability users, so he intended to establish one based on his own standards. For now, Lu Ruyan's life source was at the mid-3rd rank, Liyu's mechanical dominance was at the 2nd rank, and Zhao Gang was likely at the peak of the 1st rank. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Zhangcheng TV tower, inside the dark fortress, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The Scarlet Palace Master, seated on his throne of white bones, suddenly opened his eyes. Those scarlet eyes were filled with shock, which was quickly replaced by raging fury. The goblet in his hand was crushed instantly by an invisible force. Dark red liquid mixed with glass shards dripped from between his fingers, leaving glaring bloodstains on the armrest of the bone throne. The Black Umbrella is dead. A hoarse low voice echoed through the empty fortress, filled with madness barely contained. The few low-ranking pseudo-humans standing below all fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The palace master slowly rose to his feet. His scarlet robe billowed in the windless fortress, and a terrifying psychic storm erupted from him, sweeping in all directions. The two low-ranking pseudo-humans closest to the throne didn't even have time to scream before their heads exploded under the psychic storm's onslaught. Over 44th rank zombie generals, 3 months worth of incubation resources, all gone. The palace master's voice was laced with biting cold, and the entire flesh fortress trembled violently with his fury. He raised his hand, pointing in the direction of the Dawn base. Issue the order. Activate Zero Weapon. I want that Lin Yi to die without a burial place. The first rays of dawn pierced the gray haze over River City, spilling onto the scarred earth. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes on the bed in his private resting room. After a full night of digestion, the energy within him had stabilized. He could sense that he was one step closer to the next realm. Pushing open the door and stepping out of the rest area, he found the square already crowded with a throng of guard members. Boss. Zhao Gang stood at the front of the formation. Seeing Lin Yi emerge, he excitedly thumped his chest, producing a series of muffled heavy thuds. After a night of devouring crystals, Zhao Gang and several core members had all broken through to the 2nd rank. Now Zhao Gang's muscles bulged so grotesquely they seemed ready to burst through his combat suit, and every movement radiated wild energy fluctuations. Their overall combat power had more than doubled. It was a complete transformation. The survivors clearing debris nearby paused their work, all eyes converging on Lin Yi. A fervent adoration spread rapidly through the crowd. This was the man who had led them through an impossible zombie tide and kept them alive. Brother. Brother. Liu emerged from the underground workshop, dark circles heavy under her eyes. In her hands she held a grease-stained tablet, gesticulating excitedly. The girl was an absolute mechanical maniac. Overnight she had repaired and fully upgraded the turrets on the wall, and even completed a preliminary design for the core power furnace of a hover kinetic battle vehicle. Hey Race, the preliminary blueprint, take a look. Liu hurried to Lin Yi, holding up the tablet as if seeking praise. Lin Yi chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her messy hair. Good work. I'll credit you with the top merit later. Not only the interior but the scene beyond the walls had also been transformed. The blood demon vine that Lu Ruyan had forced to grow yesterday by overdrawing her life force after being baptized by the venom of several dozen 4th rank zombies had not withered. Instead, it had undergone a mutation and advanced through adversity. The originally dark red vine surface now shimmered with a dark golden luster. Its toxin resistance was maxed out, and its toughness had multiplied several times over. Just as the base was thriving and everyone was gearing up to rebuild the defenses, beep. 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 The mechanical radar that Liu had just mounted on the highest point suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Red warning lights flashed wildly in the morning mist, shattering the base's tranquility. Liu's expression shifted, her fingers flew across the tablet, quickly pulling up the radar scan. Brother, a large convoy of armed vehicles is approaching fast from the southern suburbs. At least 1,000 people. The roar of heavy trucks could already be heard from several kilometers away, carried by the wind. The arrivals were from the 3 bases Tiger Gale and Bloodblade. Overnight, the 3 bases had gathered nearly 1,000 armed thugs and ability users, along with dozens of heavily modified off-road vehicles and heavy trucks advancing menacingly toward the foot of Dawn Base's mountain. The coalition convoy halted on high ground 500 meters from Dawn Base. Chen Hu stood on the hood of a vehicle, raising binoculars to survey the area. As his gaze swept over the outskirts of Dawn Base, his breath caught. The ground was littered with zombie remains, flesh and blood stained the wilderness. The seemingly indestructible reinforced wall on the left side of the base had collapsed into a massive gap over 3 meters wide. Ha 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 ha. Heaven helps me. Chen Hu lowered the binoculars, throwing his head back in wild laughter. Zuobao and Feng Yin also came over after seeing the grim battlefield through their own binoculars. The entire coalition was swept by a wave of ecstasy. Boss, that Lin Yi is a fucking lunatic. He actually held off a zombie tide of this scale. Zuobao licked his cracked lips, greed gleaming in his eyes. But look at this carnage, they must be completely out of steam. In their view, after Dawn Base had just endured an unprecedented zombie siege, even if Lin Yi were an iron-forged monster, he would have been drained of his last ounce of strength, perhaps even perished alongside the high-rank zombies. This was a golden opportunity. Chen Hu leaped onto the roof of an off-road vehicle, drew the machete at his waist, and shouted to the nearly 1,000 thugs behind him. Brothers! That punk Lin Yi is finished. Dawn Base is nothing but an undefended granary now. Charge and kill all the men, keep the women. Take the space cube and he'll split the mountain of supplies inside with everyone. Roar! Split the supplies. Capture the women. The thugs' eyes burned red as they howled. Feng Yin stood to the side, frowning. He felt uneasy. The image of Lin Yi killing a fourth-rank mutant in a single move yesterday like a descending demon god was still vivid in his mind. Brother, who isn't this going too smoothly? Maybe we should send a squad to probe first. Feng Yin cautioned. Probe my ass. Feng Yin, you're just too timid. If we dawdle any longer and they catch their breath, what will we have to eat? Chen Hu spat contemptuously. Seduced by the fatal allure of the space cube and massive supplies, greed ultimately triumphed over reason. Charge! The coalition convoy started up again. Nearly 1,000 people howled as they floored the accelerators, the roar of engines echoing across the wilderness. But just as the Vanguard's dozen modified off-road vehicles swaggered into the 100-meter perimeter of Dawn Base, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The dark golden blood demon vine, which had been lying dormant in the scorched earth, erupted violently. Thick thighs-sized vines burst from the ground, entangling the chassis of the speeding off-road vehicles. Creak! Bang! Amid the screech of twisting metal, the armored bumpers were easily shredded by the blood demon vine. Ah! What is that? Help! My leg! Dozens of off-road vehicles along with their occupants were torn to pieces midair. Severed limbs and blood splattered the blackened earth, and screams ripped through the sky. Squeal! The trailing convoy, terrified out of their wits, slammed on their brakes, tires leaving long black skid marks on the ground. Chen Hu's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his back. But he quickly recovered, roaring with a twisted expression. Don't panic. This must be their last trump card. Fire and earth ability users, get up there. Full assault. The ability users in the coalition snapped out of their daze, hurling fireballs, earth spikes, and high explosive grenades frantically at the mutant vine, trying to blast a bloody path through the dense web of dark golden plants. Chaos reigns supreme. Just then a figure appeared in the gap of the collapsed wall. Lin Yi, clad in a black tactical windbreaker, stood with the hem flapping in the wind. He stepped onto the rubble, looking down at the coalition forces in disarray below. His gaze was cold, as if observing a swarm of ants marching to their deaths. Chen Hu looked up amid the turmoil and met those icy eyes. Lin Yi. He froze mid-step, his face ashen. This kid was still alive. But his mind raced, quickly rationalizing. No. After weathering a zombie tide of that magnitude, his calm now must be a facade. He's just an empty shell, surely severely wounded, trying to scare us off with a bluff. With that thought, emboldened by their overwhelming numerical advantage of nearly 1,000 men, Chen Hu's courage swelled into malice. He drew his pistol, fired a shot into the air, and roared arrogantly. Brothers, don't be fooled by him. He's on his last legs. Charge with all forces. Overwhelm them with numbers. Whoever kills Lin Yi gets a ton of supplies. Kill. Under the promise of heavy rewards, the thugs charged forward with redoubled zeal. Watching the enemy surge like a tide below, Lin Yi sneered contemptuously. Fools. He slowly raised his right hand and in midair snapped his fingers softly. Snap. The crisp sound, amplified by his ability, echoed clearly across the entire field. The next second. On the wall, dozens of high-energy machine turrets, repaired and fully charged overnight by Li Yue, swiveled their cold muzzles in unison. Blue energy glowed rapidly along the thick gun barrels, emitting a low hum. Boss, I've been itching for this. Zhao Gang gripped especially made heavy cleaver, his muscles knotted. Leading the fully armed guard squad, he charged straight out of the wall gap like a tiger descending a mountain. Die, scum! Zhao Gang roared, swinging his blade with the terrifying force of a second-rank ability user, cleaving the foremost thug, man, and gun clean in two. Then boom! The high-energy machine turrets on the wall opened fire simultaneously. Thick beams of blue energy wove into an impenetrable net of fire blanketing the coalition positions below. A one-sided massacre had begun. The battle from its very first second of eruption surged into a white-hot frenzy. A low hum accompanied the energy buildup as the high-energy gun turrets on the walls vomited deathly laser fire. Searing beams ripped the air apart, leaving scorched warp tracings in mid-flight. Chen Hus' armored convoy was torn open in an instant before such epical firepower. Thick bulletproof steel was molten through in an instant. In the blinding flare, the thugs hiding behind the vehicles did not even have time to scream. Their bodies were neatly severed in two. Severed limbs and shattered arms flung through the sky amid thunderous explosions, and the metallic tang of blood immediately shrouded the wasteland. After just the first wave of coverage, Chen Hus' coalition had suffered over 100 casualties, wails rising across the plain. Hold the line. Charge, damn you! Zuobao let out a savage roar as the formation threatened to collapse. Relying on his crate-augmented ability, his muscles swelled violently, veins crawled up his thick neck until the combat suit split under the strain. He heaved, wrenching a door from a wrecked jeep to use as a shield, then taking the full brunt of the cascading heavy fire, stepped over the carpet of broken flesh and tried to smash through the breach in the wall. The brute's calculation was brutally simple: capture the leader and the battle is decided. If he could close the distance with his perverse physical resilience, he was certain a single punch could pulverize Lin Yan into a pulp. Die! Zuobao roared as he vaulted atop a discarded truck hood about to close in on the wall. From his high perch, Lin Yan remained with his hands folded behind his back, his gaze unruffled. Not a single step betrayed him. A sudden distorting of the air beside Lin Yan coalesced two identical Chongying Finshin heavy shadow clones in the blink of electric light. The two clones streaked like black lightning, tearing the night, hurtling toward Zuobao in midair. One spun violently and, using the terrifying momentum, snapped out a whip-like flying kick. With a crack and a thunderous impact, the kick tore the air and slammed into the car door shield Zuobao had raised. The heavy high carbon plate caved inward on contact. The horrific impulse hammered through the steel into Zuobao's body and flung him backward. His enormous frame crashed into the coalition's dense ranks, shattering 3 troop carriers and crushing a dozen raiders before finally coming to rest amid the churning dust. The two clones, each wielding 70% of the original's fighting power, did not pause. They plunged into the enemy and began a one-sided massacre. A crackle of purple-black thunder crawled along the clones' arms. Coupled with their fragmenting armor, heavy fist technique, every blow ignored defense and ripped the enemy line into bloody tatters. As violet lightning flickered, foes within the area had no time to mount a defense before the rampaging force blew men in armor into blinding plumes of gore. A few ordinary ability users who reacted in time hurled fireballs and conjured earthen shields in a desperate bid to strike back. But their rudimentary powers only struck the localized metallized defenses, covering the clones, producing a few weak sparks and leaving not so much as a scratch. At the rear, the leader of Gale Base, Fongyin, who had relied on concealment, watched the scene, trembling all over. He watched the two clones move through the crowd like they owned the place, harvesting the lives of his elite as though cutting fruit. What the hell is that? This is no dying beast, this is an invincible monster. Overwhelming fear utterly shattered Fongyin's will to fight. Sensing catastrophe, he frantically siphoned more of his ability into his body. His body blurred into a translucent whirlwind as he attempted to employ Fengji in the wind concealment, fleeing this killing ground. But he was naive. Lin Yan's Jingshan Nianli's psychic mind power had already woven an airtight celestial net, locking down every stir of the battlefield. Trying to run. Lin Yan sneered from the high wall, closing his hand on empty air, then gave a violent downward tug. Ugh! Fengyin, who had already vanished 100 meters up, suddenly felt an invisible titanic hand clamp his throat. His wind elements instantly dissolved. With the sickening crack of bones, Fengyin's invisibility was violently broken and he plummeted from tens of meters. His legs slammed into the hard rock. The recoil shattered his leg bones into white shards, exposed marrow piercing through skin. He lay like a dead dog in a pool of blood, screaming in a keening wail, reduced to a cripple. Watching Zuobao hurled away and Fengyin neutralized in an instant, Chen, who in the command vehicle, finally realized the fatal mistake he had made. Lin Yan had not, as the intelligence reported, been stripped of his powers. Instead, he had grown to an incomprehensible level of strength. A cold wave of fear surged up in Chen Hus' chest. Block him! Hold him back! Chen, who screamed hysterically and without hesitation, shoved his 2 loyal bodyguards out of the vehicle to use their flesh as shields against the sweeping azure lasers. He dove into a nearby heavy off-road truck, stomped the accelerator to the floor, and, hands mad on the wheel, fled in a frantic retreat. From the wreckage of the truck, Zuobao struggled to his feet, utterly deranged. His eyes were bloodshot and he tore vomitous mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the coalition in rout in Shenhu fleeing driven by despair and unwillingness to accept defeat, he fished out a vial of black market Quangbo Yaoji rage serum and drove it straight into his jugular. A beastly howl ripped from him the moment the dark red serum flooded his veins. Under the serum's spur his body swelled again, breaching the 3-meter mark. Muscles bulged and his skin exuded a nauseating aura of berserk bloodlust. His eyes emptied of reason as he charged a thunder clone, intending to detonate himself and drag Lin Yan's clone into mutual oblivion. At that hairbreadth moment, Lin Yan, who had watched with cold detachment, finally moved. Shunnying Bufa instant shadow step activated. From the wall, Lin Yan left a slowly fading afterimage and in an instant traversed 100 meters, appearing directly before Zuobao. Faced with a berserk blow capable of flattening an armored vehicle, Lin Yan used no flamboyant ability, he merely summoned the purer physical strength honed by his post-transcendence body. Meeting Zuobao's titanic fist, Lin Yan advanced instead of retreating and delivered a seemingly ordinary straight punch. The two fists, one vast one comparatively small, clashed wildly in midair. A cataclysmic boom rent the sky as a concentric shockwave burst from their collision, hurling corpses and rubble into the air. Time seemed to halt. The serum-hardened flesh of Zuobao shattered bone inch by inch along his right arm at the moment of impact, blood and tissue spiraling into a crimson storm. Lin Yan's punch remained utterly potent, driving through Zuobao's iron-like chest, exiting his back and crushing the still-throbbing heart with a single merciless grip. Zuobao's berserk fury dissipated in a gasp, his raised left hand fell limp. Lin Yan slowly withdrew his arm and flicked the blood from his fingers. The 3-meter corpse of Zuobao collapsed with a thunderous impact, slamming into the muddy blood and splashing a storm of crimson. Zuobao was dead. Feng lay crippled. Chen Hu fled. With that, the already fragile morale of the coalition utterly disintegrated. The remaining thugs had nowhere left to fight. Abandoning most of their comrades and scattered arms, they screamed and scrambled in every direction, crawling and stumbling away in a disorderly rout, cursing their own luck. Damn it! Trying to run. Men after them. Below the wall, Zhao Gang's eyes had gone red with bloodlust. He brandished his cleaver, still dripping with flesh, and prepared to lead a pursuit from the city. Wait. Lin Yan had already returned to the wall. He raised his left hand untouched by blood and gently halted Zhao Gang. Boss. Zhao Gang turned puzzled. Do not pursue a starving foe, Lin Yan said, squinting as he watched Chen Hu's vehicle lift a billowing plume along the distant horizon. A cold ascending murderous intent flared in his eyes. Let them run for a while, Lin Yan murmured, turning away as his black coat snapped in the wind. He strode toward the heart of the base. His chill voice fell like an executioner's decree. Tonight I will uproot these 3 major bases. To their very roots. Night had finally fallen. Jiangcheng was swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. On the broken streets, only the low howls of wandering zombies echoed through the empty steel jungle. At the main camp, Lin Yan left Liu and Lu Ruyan to hold the fort. He himself led Zhao Gang and 20 elite fighters, driving 5 heavily modified SUVs as they brazenly plunged into the city. The convoy tore along the highway, engine roars ripping the night silence. Their first stop was clear the Shu'eran base in the southern district of Jiangcheng. Inside Shu'eran base, the scene was disgracefully chaotic. Since the fall of their boss Zuobao, the interior had long since collapsed into a boiling mess. Several petty chieftains who once called each other brothers were now glaring and brawling over the pitiful supplies in the warehouse. These cans of food are mine. Anyone who touches them dies. Nonsense. We're all splitting up. Why should you take the lion's share? Everyone cursed and fought. No one noticed that true death had already crept in. Then a tremendous explosion thundered out of nowhere. Lin Yan's convoy did not slow, it slammed the accelerator to the floor. The lead heavy SUV tore through the steel gate of Shu'eran base as if it were paper. The massive iron gate twisted and deformed in an instant. Amid the screech of shearing metal, 2 guards hiding by the gate were crushed into pulpy messes, scarlet blood splattering across the ground. The engine's savage roar instantly drowned out every argument inside the base. Silence fell. The thugs froze and stared at the charging convoy in horrified shock. The car door was kicked open with a brutal bang. Scum, I'm here to send you off. Zhao Gang leapt out at the front, his eyes glittering with bloodthirsty exhilaration. The surging power of a second-tier awakener coursed through him to these ordinary thugs who had not even stabilized at first year. It was a brutal dimension-lopping onslaught. He strode into the crowd, his cleaver turning into a whirlwind of death. Limbs and screams flew as the blade flashed and a thick metallic scent of blood filled the air. Lin Yan then stepped down with composed steps, his gaze indifferent. A strange red gleam shimmered in his pupils as Xinghong Perception Crimson Perception activated in full. In an instant, every life sign within 100 meters appeared in his mind like vivid red dots on a radar. He sneered because he could see several high-level ability users sensing danger desperately climbing the high walls with tactical packs stuffed full of high-tier crystal cores. Trying to run. Lin Yan raised his right hand slowly. A vast psychic force erupted from him and instantly formed a dozen razor-like air blades. The blades carved lethal arcs through the night. Those trying to flee didn't even finish leaping down the wall before geysers of blood burst from their necks. Heads tumbled, headless bodies fell into the foul gutter outside with dull splashes. It took no more than 10 minutes. The once unstoppable Shu'eran base had its resistance violently shattered. The remaining thugs lost all courage, their knees giving out as they knelt in the blood and trembled, pressing their heads into their laps. Lin Yan did not glance at those lackeys. He walked straight to the heavy supply warehouse. With a thought, a pale blue glowing spatial cube appeared in his palm. Collect. The cube unleashed an irresistible, terrifying suction. With the clatter of collapsing shelves, months of stockpiled tons of grain and boxes of military weapons were plundered clean. Nothing remained, not even a single nail. The convoy did not pause. Engines roared once more as they raced a few kilometers to the Quangfeng base. Unlike Shu'eran's disorder, Quangfeng's leadership had clearly already heard the terrifying news of Shu'eran's annihilation. The entire base stood as if facing a major enemy, lights blazing. The high-voltage defensive grid hummed and crackled ominously. Hundreds of armed thugs huddled behind sandbags and walls, fingers tight on triggers, cold sweat soaking their backs. High searchlights swept the outer streets, frantically seeking any stir. 50 meters away at the end of the dark street, Lin Yan slowly opened his car door and stood alone at the fringe of the spotlight. He regarded the hundreds cowering behind barbed wire with a derisive snort. Violet-black venomous lightning surged along his arms, the feral electric fury laced with poison. He crouched suddenly and slammed both palms onto the cracked asphalt. Eradicate them. The ferocious thunder raced through rusty metal pipes and tangled wiring beneath the ground, moving with unbelievable speed straight into Quangfeng Base's central power distribution room. With blinding electrical sparks and muffled subterranean explosions, the entire power system of Quangfeng Base overloaded and collapsed in an instant. Every searchlight and the high-voltage grid snapped off at the same second. The base, a moment before as bright as day, was ripped into absolute darkness and deathly silence. What's happening? The lights switched to backup power. Someone help! Panic spread through the dark like a plague. Under cover of that darkness, a murderous light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he summoned two identical shadow clones. 3 Lin Yans from 3 different angles breached the walls simultaneously like phantoms. It was a slaughter without suspense. Each flicker of his instant shadow step was accompanied by the faint slicing sound of blades tearing throats. Blood spattered across the black walls, desperate screams rising and falling with no enemy to be seen. Quangfeng Base's deputy leader was a first-tier peak Earth ability user. He leaned at a second-floor window by weak moonlight, watching his finest brothers slaughtered one-sidedly. Terror hollowed him out and he wet himself in uncontrollable fear. A monster, this is a monster. He could not muster the will to fight. In panic, he unleashed his Earth ability and with a hissing sound dove into the ground in a desperate soil escape. Yet his escape skill was laughably ineffective against Lin Yan. Through Xinghong perception, crimson perception, Lin Yan instantly locked onto the frantic subterranean soil rat. He snorted and executed Dadi Qianqing Earth Stealth. His body eerily melded with the soil and moved at least 10 times faster than the Earth Oozer's frantic tunneling. Arriving before the fleeing man could realize it, Lin Yan intercepted him 3 meters underground like a phantom, stopping the mudcake deputy who foolishly thought himself saved. Under the man's terrified stare, Lin Yan reached out with one hand and gripped his throat like an iron pincer. A crisp crack of bone echoed in the earth. With a twist, all breath was extinguished. The hard ground burst open with a bang. Lin Yan hauled the head, still attached to half a spine and dripping blood, straight through the soil. With a casual toss, he hurled the unseeing head like refuse, precisely smashing it at the feet of a few surviving thugs. The visceral, blood-soaked spectacle crushed what little resolve they had left. The survivors' mental defenses collapsed completely. They scrapped aside their firearms with screams and fell on their knees en masse, banging their heads on the ground and begging for mercy. Even when hurt, they did not stop. Lin Yan coldly ordered the harmless survivors away, then methodically confiscated every crystal core and high-value strategic asset inside the base. Thus, the Quangfeng Base, once dominant in Zhongqing's southern district, was officially annihilated. Having leveled 2 bases in the sweep of an autumn wind, Zhao Gang and the others were ablaze with fervor. Their gazes toward Lin Yan were suffused with worship and awe verging on fanaticism. Lin Yan tore off a blood-stained rag and meticulously wiped the blade clean of blood and flesh, then sheathed the long knife with a sharp metallic clang. He turned his head, his eyes cutting through the night to the far side of the city, the district that belonged to the Heishui market. He let out a cold, humorless laugh. Let's go. The show is only half over. It's time to pay a visit to our old friend Chen-Hu. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in the deepest secret chamber of the Menghu base, a nauseating atmosphere of utter defeat hung thickly in the air. Chen-Hu slumped in a cold iron chair, his eyes rimmed with red. From the walkie-talkie before him had come the desperate reports that Xu Aran and Quangfeng had been single-handedly wiped out. There was nowhere to run. Given the terrifying power Lin Yi had demonstrated, he would not survive the night. Driven by extreme fear and despair, Chen-Hu's sweat-slick hands trembled as he opened a black lead box, an artifact he had obtained from ancient ruins and had always been afraid to touch. The moment the lead box opened, a foul stench so rank it seemed to corrode the soul burst forth and struck him in the face. Lin Yan's convoy slowly entered the domain of the Tiger base. On either side of the abandoned street, piles of reeking garbage and rusted discarded vehicles were heaped. A dead silence surrounded them. There were no lights, no guards, not even the low-level wandering zombies that were once a common sight. They had vanished without a trace. The dull roar of engines echoed through the empty streets, crashing against the broken walls on both sides. The off-road vehicles' high beams tore through the darkness, illuminating the steel gate of the Tiger base ahead. The tiger emblem on the gate was caked with layers of dried blackened blood, exuding a pungent stench. Buzz! Scarlet Perception screamed a frantic alarm in Lin Yan's mind. A violent surge of energy, wild beyond measure, lurked underground, its frequency completely beyond the scope of ordinary mutants. Damn it! Lin Yi slammed his right foot onto the brake, pressing it to the floor. A piercing screech erupted. The wide tires of the off-road vehicle dragged two long black streaks across the asphalt. The four heavy modified vehicles behind followed with a sharp brake, their massive bodies shaking violently under the inertia. Zhao Gang's urgent voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Boss, something's wrong. The brothers have their enhanced hearing maxed out, but we can't hear a single heartbeat from anyone alive." Bang! 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 From the rooftops of the surrounding high-rises came a harsh grinding of mechanical gears. Over a dozen half-meter-thick blast-proof steel plates slammed down along hidden rails. The deafening clash of metal reverberated, kicking up a cloud of dust. The convoy's escape route was completely sealed off. Ha ha ha! Lin Yi! Chen-Hu's shrill laughter exploded from over a dozen hidden speakers around them. "Since I can't make it out of here today, you're not getting off easy either. Let's go to hell together." Boom! The ground in the center of the plaza erupted without warning. Rubble, steel and concrete were hurled into the air by the terrifying shockwave. It was a high-tier mutant tumor buried 10 meters underground, detonated forcibly by Chen-Hu. Hiss! A thick scarlet toxic fog instantly engulfed the entire area. The toxic fog churned, devouring the surrounding ruins of buildings. This was no ordinary physical acid spewed by common zombies. It carried a sinister vitality specifically designed to corrode the mental energy and life essence of superhumans. The moment the toxic fog touched the off-road vehicle's shell, the high-strength alloy let out a ghastly corrosive hiss. Military-grade paint peeled and blistered in large patches, revealing the rapidly oxidizing and blackening metal beneath. A layer of eerie dark red frost quickly condensed on the surface of the bulletproof glass. The view inside the vehicle was completely blocked. Lin Yi held his breath as purple-black lightning erupted across his skin, forcibly shredding the red mist that tried to seep into his pores. The passive divine skill that had once rendered him immune to all poisons could now only fend off 70% of the red mist's erosion. The remaining toxins rampaged through his respiratory tract, forcing him to channel a massive amount of his superhuman energy to suppress them. But while he could withstand it, Zhao Gang and the others in the rear vehicles were in dire straits. The trace amounts of red mist drifting in through the air conditioning vents caused them to cough violently and spit out mouthfuls of black blood. Several second-tier superhumans collapsed in their seats, their skin erupting in horrific red patches as their internal energy went completely berserk. Screams echoed through the public frequency. Roar! From deep within the surrounding abandoned underground parking lots came a dense chorus of howls. Hundreds of suicide zombies controlled by Chen-Hu surged into the plaza. They were covered in massive festering tumors, their skin stretched nearly transparent by the pus, revealing the writhing black blood vessels within. Purple-black acid dripped from the cracks in the tumors, corroding the hard asphalt into smoking pits. The monsters trampled over the sharp rubble, charging madly at the trapped convoy. Bang! Bang! Several of the fastest suicide zombies slammed into the front bumper of Lin Yan's lead vehicle. The pustules instantly burst. Purple-black acid splashed across the hood, triggering a harsh melting sound as the mechanical structure began to groan under the strain. "You're asking for death." Rage surged in Lin Yan's eyes. He swung his right arm fiercely and punched through the windshield covered in red frost. Crackle! Violent purple-black lightning coiled and crackled around his right arm, ionizing the air with a pungent burnt smell. He was about to leap out of the vehicle and use his thunderstorm domain to forcibly clear this deadly zone. Hum! A beam of pure intense green light suddenly shot up from the back seat of the off-road vehicle, piercing straight through the roof. On the rear seat, the heavy tarp covering the supplies was thrown aside. Lu Ruyan. She had used the hibernation state of her life superpower to evade everyone's perception. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Get back! Lin Yi turned around, staring at Lu Ruyan, who was forcibly overdrawing her superpower, his voice laced with rare fury. Lu Ruyan ignored him. She stared intently at the zombie horde outside the window. Lin Yi, this time he'll hold them off. She pressed her hands together, forcibly drawing the core essence of life origin beyond her rank. Boom! A life barrier with a 10-meter radius erupted from the off-road vehicle as its center. A surge of dense vitality materialized into a solid shield, pressing the encroaching scarlet toxic fog back to 10 meters away. Bang! 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 The suicide zombies that crashed against the barrier's edge dissolved upon contact with the life energy. The foul pustules burst midair, the lethal acid neutralized instantly by the pure energy evaporating into harsh white smoke. They clawed frantically at the barrier, leaving behind nauseating black slime, but could not cross the threshold by even a step. The scarlet toxic fog, like a living thing, voraciously gnawed at the barrier's energy. Within seconds, Lu Ruyan's face turned as pale as paper. Beads of cold sweat covered her forehead, streaming down her cheeks. Her life essence was visibly draining away. Her once supple and radiant skin showed signs of withering and aging within moments. Several thick green veins bulged grotesquely on her fair neck, looking extremely sinister. Stop! Lin Yan's eyes turned bloodshot as he reached out to forcibly interrupt her spell. 30 meters away, on a dark rooftop, Chen Hu, seeing the lethal red mist blocked by the green light through his scope, slammed his fist onto the control lever in rage. Damn it, let's see if you can take this. Crash! Chen Hu leaped off the rooftop and a heavy exoskeleton mech excavated from an ancient ruin. Thud! The heavy metal foot smashed into the ground at the plaza's edge, shattering it and sending rubble flying. The blue glow of nuclear power illuminated the mech's night camouflage armor, with jets of hot steam erupting from the mechanical joints. This was Chun Hu's ultimate trump card. The heavy sniper cannon on the mech's shoulder, as thick as an adult's thigh, slowly rose with a hydraulic whir. A red laser targeting beam pierced through the toxic fog. The dot locked precisely onto Lin Yan's back, who was turned away inside the barrier, about to pull Lu Ruyan. A cold mechanical voice sounded inside the mech, weapon loaded. Special high-tier mutant venom armor-piercing round ready. Chen Hu's face was covered in bulging veins as he pressed the bright red fire button with his thumb. Die, you bastard! The moment the button was pressed, the hairs on the back of Lin Yan's neck stood on end. The fatal crisis sensed by scarlet perception pierced through his nerves. He didn't even have time to turn around. His body instinctively compressed all his purple-black lightning energy onto his back. Bang! The roar of the heavy cannon tore through the dead silence of the night sky. The terrifying initial velocity ripped a visible white shockwave through the air. The special armor-piercing round coated with lethal venom shot straight toward Lin Yan's back. Lin Yi staggered back half a pace as the fabric on his back disintegrated into tatters under the terrifying kinetic force. His localized metallization driven to its extreme, the entire expanse of his spine gleamed with a deep, heavy, dark golden sheen. Purple-black lightning crawled frenziedly along the bulging muscles, electric serpents dancing into a dense web of thunder. Clang! A shrill ripping sound tore the air. A specially poisoned armor-piercing round had lodged itself in his back. The violent momentum drove him plowing backward for more than 10 meters. The hard ground was gouged into 2 deep furrows by his feet as shattered stones flew in every direction. The projectile's venom heated vaporized into a black mist that seeped through his pores into the flesh. A dark aura rose along Lin Yan's skin, yet he did not even so much as frown. Toxin immunity asserted itself with brutal efficiency. Those poisons capable of instantly melting a class ability user's body were devoured the moment they entered him by billions of ravenous cells that even converted the taint into negligible sustenance. He reached back and with 2 precise fingers pinched the twisted, deformed bullet head wedged in his muscle. He tightened his grip. Crack! The supposedly indestructible steel core crumbled between his fingers into a handful of iron dust that scattered to the wind. He turned slowly, intending to finish off that metallic canister. Then he halted. 10 meters away, the green life barrier around the SUV emitted a plaintive cry under the shockwave of the round and shattered inch by inch into a spray of emerald motes. Put! Lu Ruyan collapsed forward onto a seat limp, coughing up black blood in ragged bursts. In Lin Yan's mind flashed her usual bright smiling face, those eyes that always glittered, now dull and lifeless. Her skin was shriveling, visibly losing its luster before his eyes. Fine wrinkles had crept from the corners of once lustrous eyes, a few harsh strands of grey-white had appeared in her jet hair. She had forcibly overdrawn the wellspring of her life and had nearly drained away all her foundation. Lu Ruyan's breathing ceased. Boom! A destructive force beyond words detonated within him, erupting with no restraint whatsoever. The purple-black thunderstorm spiraled out of control, expanding rapidly into a violent minefield centered on him, hissing and roaring as it turned the 100-meter radius into a swath of scorched earth. The air itself warped beneath that oppressive force and emitted a groan as if unable to bear the weight. The self-destructing zombies that leapt screaming into the thunderfield never even reached the chance to detonate, instantly carbonized by temperatures of thousands of degrees. They were reduced to drifting ash. The whole world drained of color, in Lin Yan's perception reduced to stark black and white. The only red left was the silhouette of the heavy mech 30 meters away. Instant shadow step, the night sky was left only with a searing residue of purple lightning. Chen Hu, watching the red blip vanish from his radar, had not yet reacted when a terrifying weight slammed into the mech's right shoulder. Boom! Lin Yi stamped down. A half-meter thick special blast armor dented under his foot, countless rivets spouted outward like bullets, sending blinding sparks scattering. Inside the cockpit, the violent jolt through Chun Hu's organs. Askew panic seized him as he fumbled at the controls and slapped at the switches, trying to bring the shoulder Gatling to bear. The cannon's feed will had barely started to whir when Lin Yan's right fist arrived. Endless purple-black electricity condensed into a devastating orb of thunder. Armor-shattering heavy fist. One blow descended. Clang! The sturdy barrel and the massive ammo box were crushed flat and shattered by that single strike. Fragments sprayed in all directions. Rounds detonated inside the chamber in a chain of muted explosions, but they could not move even an inch of his metallized armored arm. No. Impossible. Chen Hu's roar warped oddly over the comms. Lin Yi ignored it. His fingers curled like hooks and gripped the thickest composite plate on the mech's chest. His arm muscles bulged, veins coiling like dragons and serpents as superlative strength surged through him. Open it! The metal screamed under unbearable strain. The plate, one that could stop an anti-tank missile, was torn in two by his brute force. Hydraulic lines burst, scalding oil-spouted circuit boards shorted and erupted in showers of sparks. The iron behemoth under his hands became fragile as a plastic toy. He tore the cockpit blast door off like a sheet of paper and tossed it aside. The motionless mech collapsed backward, gouging a large pit in the earth. Chen Hu rolled out of the ruined cockpit like a dead dog, crawling desperately with hands and feet toward the darkness. Lin Yi appeared behind him in a single step, his large hand snatching the nape of his neck and yanking him up before slamming him hard onto the bed of jagged stones. Crack! A rapid succession of bones breaking. Spare me! Spare me! He did not allow the plea to finish. Purple-black lightning coiled like a serpent from his fingertips and struck directly into Chun Hu's Jianjing acupoint. The savage toxin thunder surged backward along the meridian, scorching his organs like 1,000 red-hot needles. Chen Hu writhed and convulsed on the ground, clawing at the hard earth. His nails rolled up and his flesh was shredded. An inhuman, terrible howl tore from his throat until the lightning singed his vocal cords and only hopeless gasps remained. Lin Yi looked down upon that quivering ruin of flesh with no emotion. He raised his right foot slowly and brought it down, crushing the skull with precise force. Silence fell instantly. Around them, the remaining guards at Menghu base lost their mental footing, weapons clattered to the ground, and they fell to their knees, pounding their heads against the earth until blood flowed. Lin Yi turned his face, his blood-red gaze fixed on Zhao Gang, who stood frozen not far away. Kill them all. Leave none. His voice was soft and utterly devoid of feeling. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to the slaughter and the wails behind him. He strode to the SUV and, with the gentlest of motions that contrasted sharply with his raging aura, lifted the deeply unconscious Lu Ruyan into his arms. The girl in his embrace was growing colder by the moment. He could keenly feel how fragile the faint flame of life within her was, how easily it might be extinguished forever. Pure life energy flowed through his palms and into her meridians in a steady stream, yet it could only barely sustain that last fragile breath. Lin Yi, holding the girl whose body was turning icy, eyes blazing red as blood, let out a suppressed bestial roar as he called to Zhao Gang. Get in. Full speed back to the city. The engine thundered as the heavy off-road vehicle crushed debris and corpses beneath its wheels, tearing through the heavy night and racing toward Shiguang Base. Lu Ruiyan's temperature kept falling, her breaths growing ever fainter. The vehicle's engine howled, whipping up a blizzard of sand and nearly shattering the newly reinforced steel gates of Shiguang Base. The screech of tires shredded the air and left 2 stark black skid marks on the ground. Brother! Li Yue on base duty jumped at the thunderous arrival and about to report was swept by a gale laced with heavy blood and acrid burn scent. It was Lin Yi. He held a woman whose face could not be made out, his eyes blood-red and his body still wreathed in lingering purple-black lightning. Li Yu felt her heart lurch and words caught in her throat. She had never seen Lin Yi like this. It was not the coldness of killing but the near breakdown of madness and fear. Boom. He kicked the medical room door open, the panel bent and slammed into the wall. Then with a gentleness at odds with his violent aura he laid Lu Ruiyan flat on the soft bed. The woman in his arms had lost her usual composed, capable bearing. Her body was cold, her breath a mere whisper, a few gray-white strands clung disorderly to a face drained of color. Lin Yi's breath faltered for an instant. Without hesitation he opened the spatial cube. With a crisp cascade of clinking sounds he emptied every high-grade crystal core he had amassed over this time. The multicolored crystal cores spilled across the bed, piling up until they covered more than half of Lu Ruiyan's body. A verdant vine suddenly sprouted within Lu Ruiyan's body, branching out into countless tendrils that completely enveloped the pile of crystal cores. A vast amount of pure energy was activated, transforming into streams of green energy that rushed eagerly into Lu Ruiyan's emaciated body. Her skin greedily absorbed every shred of nourishment. Visibly the fine wrinkles caused by the loss of vitality were rapidly smoothed out and her cells became plump and full once again. Her grayish-white hair began to regain its lustrous black sheen from the roots, inch by inch shining even more brilliantly than before. Yet this came at a cost. The excruciating pain of rebirth made Lu Ruiyan furrow her brows tightly in deep unconsciousness, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yi bent down, extending his hands that had just torn through mecha, now trembling imperceptibly as he gently grasped her icy hand. The thunder power within him was transformed into a gentle force, cautiously entering her body to protect her fragile heart vein that was on the verge of extinguishment, calming the chaotic surge of energy within her. Time passed second by second. After a full 2 hours the light of the crystal cores dimmed, with more than half reduced to powder. Lu Ruiyan's long eyelashes finally trembled. She opened her eyes. Their gazes met. No words were exchanged, yet she understood everything. She was acutely aware of the consequences of forcibly overdrawing her life source, and even more so she knew what terrifying resources were needed to pull her back from the brink of death. It was wealth enough to arm a 100-strong team of ability users. Lin Yi released her hand, stood up and handed her a cup of warm water, his voice hoarse yet commanding. If you ever act on your own accord again, I will personally nullify your powers. The weight of his words was heavy. Lu Ruiyan did not blush as she usually would. Instead she held the cup in silence and took a sip. Then she raised her head, her eyes now full of renewed life and remarkably bright, fixed intently on Lin Yi, while her other hand reached out to firmly grasp the hem of his clothing. No words were needed. This life and death ordeal had bound the two of them in the most profound manner. Having faced death once, her powers had erupted anew from despair, stepping into an entirely new realm. The next morning, Jiang City's southern district underwent a complete transformation. The Bloodblade Gale and Fierce Tiger bases collapsed overnight, with all their leaders perishing in violent deaths. Chen Hu of the Fierce Tiger base even had his ultimate mecha dismantled into scrap metal by hand. The name Lin Yi swept through the survivor circles of Jiang City, becoming the dreaded Apocalypse Reaper that everyone respected and dared not look directly at. At the outskirts of the Dawn base an unprecedented bustle ensued. Thousands of survivors with families in tow streamed in from every corner of the ruins, forming a seemingly endless line. Each face bore a complex expression of reverence, fear and yearning, hoping to gain the protection of this iron fortress. In front of the base's gate, Zhao Gang carried a heavy machine gun, his gaze scanning the agitated crowd like that of a hawk. Atop the towering watchtower, Li Yu sat at the controls of a high-energy electromagnetic cannon she had personally modified, rapidly typing on the keyboard to register the information of each applicant wishing to enter. I will only say the rules once. Zhao Gang's voice boomed over the noisy crowd with authority. The Dawn base does not support idlers, lazy people or useless individuals. If you want to live, you must work. Work will be compensated fairly and all are equal. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will find themselves facing the zombies outside the wall. Among the crowd, a few brash and self-important third-tier ability users exchanged glances. They were leaders of a small group, confident in their strength, hoping to infiltrate the base and seize power. One of them, a muscular bald man, licked his lips, preparing to incite the crowd to storm the checkpoint. Just at that moment, above the high wall, an unnoticed figure lounged lazily in a rattan chair. Lin Yan. The crimson perception had silently enveloped the entire area. In his vision, the vast majority appeared as green dots symbolizing peace, while the few with ill intentions glowed with bright red dots signifying intense malice. He didn't even bother to rise, casually curling his fingers and lightly flicking in those directions. Put. 3 strands of thread-like purple-black lightning appeared out of nowhere, silent yet swift, piercing through space and accurately flashing past the foreheads of the 3 scheming ability users. The bald man, who had just been grinning viciously a second ago, suddenly froze, his expression locked in place as he fell backward like a statue. Only when his body hit the ground with a muffled thud did those around him realize in horror that a charred small hole had appeared in his forehead and all his life force had been instantly drained away. The other 2 met the same fate. No explosions, no loud noises, just 3 bodies dropping dead in an instant. Silence. The thousands of people in attendance were instantly plunged into an eerie silence. The queue grew still as everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, no longer daring to entertain any improper thoughts. That silent, incomprehensible method of terror was more intimidating than any bloody massacre. After a day of ironclad screening, over 2,000 qualified young adults and survivors with various life skills were officially integrated into the base. The Dawn base thus entered a fast track of rapid development. However, beneath its thriving facade, dark currents were already surging. In the operations room, Zhao Gang stood before the massive Jiang City sand table, his expression graver than ever. "Boss, something's happened." He pointed at several red dots at the city center's edge on the sand table. "In the past few days, all 3 elite teams we sent out to gather precision instruments have gone dark. It's been over 48 hours with no signals, no distress calls, nothing at all." "What about the scene?" Lin Yan leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. "That's the strangest part." Zhao Gang swiped on a military tablet, pulling up a few high-definition photos. "The scene is too clean. Not a drop of blood, no signs of battle, just this." The photos zoomed in. On the cracked asphalt, apart from 2 orderly marks that looked as if something had been dragged, there were only a few puddles of half-dried, glimmering greenish slime. Lin Yan paused. He stared at that lump of slime, a fragmented memory flashing through his mind, one he obtained while devouring the man in the black umbrella. Beneath the Jiang City TV tower, the massive nest made of flesh and bone, those densely packed incubation pools, and the queen egg pulsing with terrifying heartbeats. The coloration and texture of the slime in the photo matched perfectly with the nutrient solution in the incubation pools. The missing elites had probably been dragged back to the nest, turned into incubation nutrients. Lin Yan suddenly stood up and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window of the operations room. Following his gaze in the distance over the landmark of Jiang City, the towering TV tower. At some unknown point, it had been completely shrouded by a thick layer of dark red blood clouds that seemed impossible to disperse. The blood clouds pulsed and emitted an ominous red glow, enveloping the entire core area of the city in an eerie twilight through which even the moonlight could not penetrate. Lin Yan seemed to hear from beneath those blood clouds, deep within the ground, a series of muffled, oppressive yet uniformly rhythmic heartbeat sounds. Thud. 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 Thousands upon thousands, dense and greedy, hungry. The full-scale counterattack of the faux humans was imminent. No, it was the so-called queen that was about to hatch. Lin Yan slowly turned around, his face devoid of expression, yet the killing intent in his eyes was already boiling. He looked at Zhao Gang, who wore a grave expression, and uttered a few cold words. "Notify everyone. Highest combat readiness." Late at night, within the operations room of the Dawnlight base. Unlike its usual brightly lit state, only a single cold spotlight illuminated the massive sand table. The topography of Jiangcheng City was meticulously recreated, with its skyscrapers, streets and ruins all in full view. Lin Yan stood before the sand table, gripping a cold metal pointer. By his side, the core members, Lu Ruyan, Liu, Zhao Gang, Wang Dalan and others, held their breath, their silence heavy with tension. Our adversary has never been merely those mindless walking corpses. Lin Yan's voice was low, yet it pierced clearly into everyone's ears. He jabbed the pointer emphatically at the model of the towering television tower in the center of the sand table. Behind the high-tier zombies lies a highly intelligent alien race that calls itself the Sacred Clan. They see themselves as gods and us as livestock. They are masters of disguise, lurking among us, manipulating the zombie hordes and playing with human hearts. He paused, tracing a circle with the tip of the pointer around the base of the television tower model. And here beneath the television tower lies their long-cultivated fortress of flesh and blood. A hatchery. A hatchery. Zhao Gang instinctively asked, his voice hoarse. Inside they are incubating a queen egg. Lin Yan lifted his head, scanning the horrified faces around him. Our 3 missing elite squads left no trace of battle. They were likely captured alive and have become the nutrients for hatching that egg. Once it hatches successfully, I need not describe what a hell on earth Jiangcheng will become. A collective gasp filled the room. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Wang Dalin's forehead. It was not merely fear but rage at the brutal fate of their comrades. Zhao Gang's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, his eyes bloodshot. Chief, give the order. Rather than waiting for that damned thing to break out of its shell, let's go perform a section on it first. Lin Yan's voice was devoid of emotion, carrying only a chilling murderous intent. From today the base enters the highest state of combat readiness. Target Jiangcheng Television Tower. Destroy the hatchery and crush every last one of those so-called sacred clan hiding in the sewers. As the order was given, the entire Dawnlight base transformed into a high-speed war machine. For the next 3 days the base echoed with the roar of machinery and the clang of metal 24 hours a day. Li Yue, with dark circles under her eyes, was almost buried in the weapons workshop. Her SS-rank mechanical dominator ability was pushed to its limits. Countless metal parts floated assembled and connected under the command of her will. The most eye-catching sight was the 3 behemoths parked in the central square, radiating a cold metallic sheen. Hovering kinetic battle tanks. Miniature anti-gravity engines were mounted on their underbellies. Thick black iron armor covered the entire vehicle, and on the menacing turrets the twin-linked high-energy laser cannon muzzles gleamed with a dangerous light. These 3 war monsters were Li Yu's painstaking masterpieces and the absolute main force of this operation. On the morning of the 4th day the sky was just beginning to lighten. The engines of the departing convoy were already warming up, their low roars vibrating in everyone's chests. Lin Yan, clad in a black combat suit, stood atop the lead vehicle, his gaze sharp as a blade, about to give the order to move out. Just then a piercing shrill alarm tore through the morning calm without warning, echoing across the entire base. Chief! An unknown convoy is approaching at high speed from the east side of the base. The sentry on the watchtower shouted with all his might. Everyone's heart tightened. A convoy of 7 heavy armored vehicles rumbling over the potholed wasteland came to a halt at the edge of the Dawnlight base's fire coverage zone, exuding an undeniable arrogance. The vehicles were uniformly painted with a blue and white emblem, the Jiangcheng City Official Shelter. With a creak the door of the central armored vehicle swung open. A middle-aged man with a slick-back gleaming hairstyle, a protruding beer belly, and dressed in fine clothes stepped down leisurely. The moment his custom leather shoes touched the ground his brows furrowed deeply as if he had stepped on something filthy. He pulled out a spotless white handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, disdainfully surveying the surrounding ruins and the towering steel walls. Then, taking a loudspeaker from a subordinate, he shouted in a condescending, arrogant tone, "I am the specially appointed envoy from the Jiangcheng City Official Shelter. Let the supreme leader of the Dawnlight base come out to greet me." His voice was harsh, dripping with undisguised arrogance. An envoy from the Jiangcheng officials. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lin Yan gave a cold laugh. Let them in. Let's see what this suddenly appearing Jiangcheng officialdom wants. The subordinate relayed Lin Yan's words to the base gate. How dare you? Why hasn't Lin Yan come out to greet me personally? Such insolence towards the Jiangcheng officials. The envoy erupted in fury, cursing loudly. Zhao Gang, who had just ordered the gate open, shot him a cold, furious glare. Who the hell do you think you are? Worthy of our chief personally greeting you. Get in if you're coming, or get lost if you're not. What kind of bullshit Jiangcheng officials are you? Where were you when the people were suffering? What evil scheme are you cooking up by showing up now? You. The envoy was flushed with anger but could only bluster. Fine, very well. I will certainly ask Lin Yan how he disciplines his men. Oof, let's go inside. The envoy straightened his expensive suit, his nose in the air. Under the cold stares of the guards, he led his entourage aggressively into the Dawnlight base. Behind him followed a tall, agile figure. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her explosive physique, she carried a long blade at her waist, her hair tied in a neat high ponytail. It was Zhao Lan, the SS rank ability user who had once clashed with Lin Yan. As she crossed the gate, Zhao Lan looked around, surveying the interior of the Dawnlight base. In the next second she was completely stunned. There was no expected squalor of a refugee camp, no gaunt Halloween survivors. On the walls, the guards on duty, though vigilant, had ruddy complexions and high spirits, equipped with excellent gear, their weapons gleaming coldly. Within the high walls, large fields of mutated crops flourished, vibrantly green under the morning light. In the distance, groups of survivors carrying tools were marching in orderly lines towards the work areas. Their faces showed not despair but a glimmer of hope for the future, and they smiled and greeted acquaintances along the way. This scene of vitality and order was a stark contrast to her own official shelter, a difference like heaven and hell. In the official shelter, the high-ranking officials reveled every night, enjoying the plundered supplies, while the refugees at the bottom would sell their dignity, their wives and daughters, even their lives, for half a moldy piece of bread. Zhao Lan's heart was pierced with a sharp pang. Using her status as an official envoy's guard, she hurried forward and approached a middle-aged man laboring nearby, lowering her voice to ask, "Uncle, may I ask, how much grain does your settlement distribute each day?" The man was welding steel rebar. Hearing her, he lifted his head and cast a quick glance her way. Seeing she wore an official uniform yet bore no ill intent, he puffed out his chest with quiet pride and replied, "Grain. Here in Shuguang, as long as you're willing to work, the canteen feeds you until you're full." Chief Lin said it plainly: no labor, no sustenance. But so long as you aren't lazy, you'll never starve. And anyone who dares wield their talent to bully ordinary folks, Chief Lin will split him open with his own hands first and foremost. These simple words struck Zhao Lan's heart like hammer blows. The belief she had long been indoctrinated with, and for which she had fought so fiercely, that the official authority is inherently legitimate, now cracked open, revealing a chasm wide and deep. Those bloated pleasure-seeking bureaucrats holed up in shelters were merely sheltering beneath the fading embers of peace. By what right did they claim to embody humanity's justice? Zhangqing's official envoy strode confidently into the war room, flanked by his entourage. Without so much as glancing at Zhao Gang and the others who had escorted him, he marched straight to the head of the long conference table. He dropped heavily into the supple leather armchair originally reserved exclusively for Lin Yi, and disdainfully wiped the armrests with a handkerchief before settling in, legs crossed with practiced nonchalance. Lin Yi entered from the doorway. He said nothing, only gazed calmly at the portly interloper who had usurped his seat. "So, you're Lin Yi?" The envoy barely raised his eyelids. From his inner pocket he withdrew a document stamped with a vivid crimson seal and slapped it onto the table with a sharp resonant crack that made cups and plates tremble. "I'll keep this brief. This is a directive from above, effective immediately. The Shuguang base is formally incorporated under unified official command. All armed forces supplies and crystal cores must be transferred to and centrally allocated by official authorities. In return, you will receive official protection." He tilted his fleshy chin upward, addressing Lin Yi through flared nostrils, his tone dripping with condescension. "This is the official authority granting you dogs who scavenge outside the walls a chance to become human again. Don't spit on the hand that feeds you." Beside him, Zhao Lan's hand had already closed over her sword hilt, her palm slick with cold sweat. She knew Lin Yi's methods better than anyone, and this corpulent Zhan was walking straight to his doom. Lin Yi pulled out a chair and sat directly across from the fat man. He didn't glance at the so-called official document, not even a flicker of peripheral vision graced it. The air in the entire war room froze solid. A faint, nearly imperceptible arc of violet-black lightning seeped silently from Lin Yi's fingertips, slipping deftly between his knuckles and tracing delicate sinuous paths across the tabletop. There was no thunderous aura, no suffocating bloodlust, yet the haughty special envoy felt his heart seize violently as though gripped by an invisible iron fist. His jowls began to twitch uncontrollably, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead and soaked instantly through his collar. He opened his mouth, desperate to utter some hollow bravado. Suddenly. Hiss. A whisper, thin sound almost inaudible. The document, the very symbol of supreme official authority, did not ignite nor flare nor burn. Before all eyes it began dissolving silently and swiftly from one corner, crumbling without flame into fine blackish, finer than dust, scattering across the polished tabletop. At last Lin Yi lifted his gaze toward the now ashen-faced man. With deliberate slowness he exhaled, blowing the residual black motes from the table into the still air. Upon the conference table the official document bearing its vivid crimson seal had vanished entirely, reduced to drifting powder suspended in silence. Envoy Zhang's fleshy cheeks convulsed sharply. His alcohol and debauchery-ravaged mind finally registered what had just occurred. Brief terror gave way to a tide of humiliating fury. In the official shelter he had ruled unchallenged, how dare anyone treat him thus? Bang! His Rolex-clad fist crashed onto the solid oak table, making water glasses shudder audibly. "Lin Yi, do you intend to stage a rebellion?" His voice, a strident quack, erupted into hysterical shrieks, spittle flying in all directions. "The official authority commands Jiangcheng's most legitimate armed forces. We embody humanity's righteous cause. And you, a bandit king squatting on a hill, dare destroy an official appointment decree. Let me make this clear: offering you reintegration is an honor bestowed upon you. Do you think I couldn't call back and reduce this wretched building to rubble within minutes? He sought to crush Lin Yi beneath the twin crowns of official authority and righteous cause. Yet Lin Yi seated opposite didn't even lift his eyes, merely idly dug a finger into his ear. Humanity's righteous cause. At last he spoke, his voice thick with undisguised contempt. Those 4 words spoken by mouths like yours, bloated, empty, decadent, make my stomach churn. When the crimson rain fell, you fled faster than any, abandoning hundreds of thousands of Jiangqing civilians to their fate. Now you hide underground, feasting nightly while the common folk sell children for half a moldy loaf of bread, and you drain them dry like livestock, squeezing every last drop of blood. Now that you see this place thriving, you come crawling to pluck the fruit. Lin Yi's voice remained low, but each word pierced like tempered steel, embedding itself deep into the hearts of all present. Zhao Lan, standing behind Envoy Zhang, instinctively curled her fingers at her side. Every syllable Lin Yi uttered was a truth she had witnessed firsthand, raw, unvarnished, and drenched in blood. You insolent wretch. Stung to the core, Zhang's face flushed a deep mottled purple. He thrust his stubby fleshy finger across the table, jabbing it toward Lin Yi's nose. You ignorant commoner, I, speaking for the official authority, shall teach you a lesson. His words died midair. Lin Yi, who had remained seated, moved. He rose slowly, not hastily, yet each step of his combat boots striking the floor echoed like a drumbeat, hammering against every heartbeat in the room. The temperature in the war room seemed to plummet several degrees without warning. As Lin Yi advanced, Zhang's swagger evaporated, smothered by a nameless suffocating dread. He tried to retreat, but his legs, leaden and unresponsive, refused to obey. Lin Yi stopped before him and raised his hand. Slap! A deafening crystalline crack exploded through the deathly silent chamber. Zhang's 200-pound frame lifted clean off the floor, spinning wildly in midair like a grotesque top, before spewing a crimson arc of blood laced with 8 shattered teeth. Crunch! His massive body slammed into the alloy wall 15 meters away with a sickening thud, leaving behind a distinct sunken dent in the metal surface. Then he slid down the wall to the floor, cradling his face, now swollen beyond recognition, while emitting a shrill pig-like wail of agony. The entire sequence unfolded with blinding speed. Lin Yi shook out his hand, resettled himself, and looked down upon the quivering mound of flesh writhing at his feet. Threaten me, on my own territory. How many heads do you have? He enunciated each word with icy precision. Clang! Zhao Gang, Wang Dalin and the others drew their allied battle blades. Outside the door, the synchronized ratcheting of rifle bolts formed a chilling chorus. Dozens of black gaping gun barrels pivoted as one, locking unerringly onto Zhang, now howling on the floor, and his petrified attendants. Zhao Lan. You corpse, why are you standing there like a statue? Blinded by pain and humiliation, Zhang roared, his swollen eyes locking desperately onto Zhao Lan, the only figure still upright. The official authority invested resources to train you, not to watch theater. Cripple this boy. Now, kill him. Instantly, every blade and rifle in Shiguang base swung as one, aiming squarely at Zhao Lan. The slightest movement from her would turn her into a sieve. Zhao Lan's hand rested on the hilt of her blade, her breath turning shallow. In her mind, the numb, despairing faces of the refugees in the shelter's lower levels alternated wildly with the hopeful smiles of the survivors from Dawnlight Base. The faith she had always held was now violently shaken. On one side stood a corrupt orthodoxy, on the other a wild, burgeoning hope. For whom should she fight? Lin Yi did not order an attack. He simply watched this woman of supreme talent in silence. Zhao Lan, are you not going to act? Believe me, when I return, I'll have you court-martialed. Fatty Zhang's curses became the final straw. Zhao Lan's tense body suddenly relaxed. She slowly released her grip on the sword hilt and took half a step back. I refuse. The 2 words were crisp and resolute. Fatty Zhang stared in disbelief, his one remaining eye wide. You dare defy orders. First, I do not fight for parasites. Zhao Lan's voice was icy. Second, I cannot defeat him either. You traitor. Zhao Lan ignored the fat pig on the ground. She spun around, her long-suppressed fury finally erupting. I enlisted to protect the people, not to be a thug for you corrupt officials. This so-called government is utterly rotten. You parasites who only suck blood from the safety zones have no right to judge me. I'm done serving. As she spoke, she tore the blue and white emblem symbolizing her official status from her shoulder and crushed it in her palm, bending the alloy armband out of shape with sheer force. With a swift motion, she hurled the twisted metal onto Fatty Zhang's blood-smeared face. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, this SS-rank top combatant took a step back and dropped to one knee heavily before Lin Yi. The hard floor let out a dull thud. Her back was as straight as a spear. Chief Lin Yi. The government is decayed, those with different paths cannot work together. I Zhao Lan hereby officially leave the Jiangcheng official shelter today. I only seek a place in Dawnlight Base to guard this true sanctuary. I am willing to serve with all my might. Her powerful words echoed in the meeting room. Lin Yi did not respond immediately, simply watching Zhao Lan kneeling before him. In that instant his vision shifted subtly. Scarlet perception activated silently. In his unique perceived world, everything around him dissolved into empty outlines. Only Zhao Lan's figure radiated a pure blazing emerald light devoid of any trace of the scarlet that signified lies and malice. Confirming the absolute purity of her loyalty, Lin Yi suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice so resonant it made the alloy walls of the meeting room hum. Excellent. A wise bird chooses its branch. From today you Zhao Lan are a member of my Dawnlight Base. Lin Yi strode forward but did not help her up. With a flick of his wrist he produced an object from thin air. It was a fist-sized crystal core, its surface swirling with violent energy auras, a peak tier 3 mutant beast's core. Catch. Lin Yi tossed it casually, the core arcing through the air. Zhao Lan caught it instinctively. As the core touched her palm, a heavy weight settled in, and then the surging terrifying energy violently assaulted her senses through her hand. She froze. This was a peak tier 3 core. In the official shelter, a strategic resource of this level would have several core commanders fighting tooth and nail over it, with the higher-ups hoarding it for themselves, making it nearly impossible for others even to glimpse. But this man had tossed it to her like a worthless stone. Boss. This is too. Zhao Gang, standing nearby, couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Such a gesture was overwhelmingly generous. Keep it. Lin Yi's voice was calm. This is your welcome gift. Dawnlight Base never treats its own poorly. But I'll be frank, we don't keep idlers. We are about to raid the doppelganger's lair. Your timing is perfect. Use your blade to prove your worth to everyone. Zhao Lan clenched the scorching core, her knuckles white from the grip. She clasped her fists and bowed her head deeply, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you for the gift, Chief. Zhao Lan will not disappoint. Watching Zhao Lan's complete defection, Fatty Zhang, sprawled on the floor, finally came to his senses amidst the pain and humiliation. A crushing fear seized his heart. He was finished. Ignoring the blood and broken teeth in his mouth, he crawled frantically on all fours, desperately scrambling toward the meeting room door. He had to escape this den of devils. Did I say you could leave? A cold voice sounded behind him. Fatty Zhang's entire body stiffened. Before he could beg for mercy, he saw two strands of purple-black electric arcs leap and extend from Lin Yi's fingertips. Sizzle. Sizzle. Two soft crackling sounds. The arcs flashed through the air and struck precisely into both of Fatty Zhang's kneecaps. No blood splattered, only two charred holes appeared out of nowhere. The stench of burned protein instantly filled the air. Ah! Fatty Zhang let out a wretched scream. His legs twisted at a grotesque angle, his kneecaps along with the surrounding flesh had been carbonized and shattered by the lightning. Writhing in agony, he curled into a ball, frantically banging his head against the cold floor. The two accompanying official guards, paralyzed with fear, knelt trembling in the corner, a foul liquid trickling from their pants. Lin Yi walked slowly to Fatty Zhang and looked down at the lump of flesh on the ground. I'll spare your wretched life. Crawl back. His voice was soft but carried an unyielding command. Deliver a message to your master. Jiangcheng belongs to me now. If you dare extend your claws into my territory again, what happened to the 3 bases today will be the official shelter's fate tomorrow. Get lost. The final word, laden with thunder, pierced the guards' eardrums, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. As if granted a pardon, they scrambled over, dragging the still-twitching, wailing Fatty Zhang, and fled the meeting room in a panic. With the uninvited guests driven out in disgrace, the meeting room erupted in thunderous cheers. An SS-rank top combatant had just joined them. The morale of the entire army soared to an unprecedented peak. No time to waste, Lin Yi interrupted the excitement. Zhao Lan understood. She immediately sat cross-legged, clutching the peak tier 3 core tightly in her hand. The next second, a dazzling light burst forth from within her. A powerful gale swept outward from her center, sending the heavy tables and chairs in the room flying, shattering them against the walls. The long stagnant level barrier shattered under the energy surge. Tier 3. Zhao Lan's eyes snapped open, feeling the new surging power within her. Her gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with adoration and gratitude. Lin Yi merely nodded calmly and turned toward the war sand table. Time is short, everyone listen up. Zhao Lan. The newly promoted Zhao Lan immediately rose, standing as straight as a spear. Here. I appoint you as deputy commander of the Vanguard Battalion to cooperate with Zhao Gang in leading the first phalanx. Yes. Li Yu. All hover kinetic combat vehicles main cannon energy charge to 100. Roger. In half an hour the entire army will assemble at Central Plaza. Lin Yan's pointer rod struck the TV tower model at the center of the sand table heavily, his voice cold. Target the flesh fortress beneath the TV tower. Today we will crush the doppelgangers of Zhangcheng. Atop the high platform in the center of the square, Lin Yan stood tall, overlooking the assembled elite forces of the Dawn base below. Everyone was fully armed, their synchronized formation emanating an air of lethal intent. Everyone heed my command. Lin Yan's deep voice echoed throughout the square. Today we leave the city for one purpose. Annihilate the imposters and flatten the television tower. The formation of long guns and short cannons erupted with a thunderous roar, their morale soaring high enough to tear through the gloom enveloping Jiang City. Li Yu leaned halfway out of the cockpit of the first floating kinetic battle vehicle. Brother. The engines of the 3 battle vehicles are fully warmed up and the main cannons are charged to 100%. They can blast that bunch of scum to smithereens at any moment. Lin Yan nodded slightly and waved his hand forward. Let's move out. The heavy treads crushed the shattered pavement as the 3 massive floating kinetic battle vehicles roared, a thunderous sound reverberating as they surged out of the base's gates. The convoy sped down the dilapidated streets. Deep in the ruins by the roadside, some emaciated survivors cautiously pried open gaps in the rubble, gazing in shock at the well-equipped discipline force. The heavy weapons mounted on the battle vehicles glinted with a chilling metallic sheen. The terrifying might displayed by this force far surpassed that of the regular army of Jiang City's official sanctuary. The army advanced at great speed. As they approached the last 3 blocks to the city center television tower, the scene ahead changed dramatically. The once smooth asphalt road had vanished entirely, replaced by a dark red fleshy mass covering the ground. The surface of this bloody meaty carpet was riddled with thick veins that even twitched rhythmically. Vast patches of yellow-green psychedelic gas floated in the low air, and the sight above the carpet was even more horrifying. Thousands of mutated zombies and low-tier imposters lay densely sprawled on the ground. The carpet had sprouted countless long fleshy tendrils that pierced their spines, connecting all the monsters into a singular entity. This was the absolute defensive line set up by the imposter queen on the outskirts of her lair. An impassable sea of corpses blocked the path. The front row mutated zombies, hearing the roar of the battle vehicle engines, all raised their fierce heads in unison. A chilling roar echoed through the district as the tide of corpses surged forward. Lin Yan stood atop the central battle vehicle, his expression unperturbed. Fire! The thick gun barrels at the front of the 3 floating battle vehicles instantly ignited with blinding white light. Boom! 3 extremely hot beams of kinetic energy tore through the air, the violent energy evaporating all obstacles in its path. The impenetrable sea of corpses was plowed open, creating 3 vacuum channels dozens of meters wide as countless severed limbs and chunks of flesh rained down, accompanied by the smell of charred remains. Zhao Lan leaped down from the armored transport vehicle, drawing a long alloy blade from her back, its edge glinting with a cold, fierce light. Without hesitation, she activated her 3rd-tier power to its fullest, transforming into a whirlwind of slaughter as she charged into the enemy ranks. As she wielded her long blade, sharp blade energy crisscrossed, and large groups of zombies and low-tier imposters were cleaved in half. This freshly allied SS-grade talent was proving her worth to Lin Yan through pure slaughter. Zhao Gang roared, raising a heavy machine gun, leading the first formation to follow Zhao Lan's pace. A dense rain of armor-piercing rounds formed a death net without blind spots, the offensive sweeping through, tearing apart the outer layers of bloody flesh. Lin Yan stood high above, his crimson perception silently activated. All life signals within 100 meters were displayed vividly in his mind. Sudden concealed fluctuations emanated from deep underground as dozens of weak red dots rapidly approached from beneath the soil. The targets aimed directly at the power core beneath the floating battle vehicles. These were the cunning 3rd-tier underground imposters. Lin Yan snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. The ability of earth submersion activated. Lin Yan's body instantly sank into the hard carpet and pavement, leaving not even a trace behind. In the darkness beneath the surface, purple-black lightning erupted violently, the muffled thunder accompanying the monstrous screams penetrating the layers of earth. The ground began to tremble violently, large masses of earth rolling and collapsing. In less than half a minute, the soil of the open space ahead suddenly burst open. Lin Yan emerged from the earth holding a long string of 3rd-tier crystal cores covered in eerie green slime. devouring 33rd tier underground imposter crystal cores. Earth submersion proficiency significantly increased, affinity for earth element enhanced. Violent energy surged into his body, instantly replenishing the stamina he had just expended. After clearing the underground obstacles, the army advanced smoothly, reaching directly beneath the main building of the television tower. A strange substance sealed the wide entrance to the underground garage. It was a heavy flesh gate covered with thick blood vessels that constantly pulsed. Everyone stood before the gate, clearly hearing the sounds emanating from behind it. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat was regular, muffled, and immense. A terrifying creature was reviving below. Blast the door open. Lin Yan issued the command. Liu immediately controlled the main cannon to aim at the flesh gate, the high explosive kinetic warhead shrieking as it smashed violently into the center of the meat wall. The anticipated violent explosion did not occur. The heavy flesh surface abruptly caved inward in an exaggerated arc. This strange flesh seemed to absorb and dissipate the massive kinetic energy of the shell. At the ruptured points, countless tiny fleshy tendrils writhed and intertwined madly. In the blink of an eye, the damaged areas had returned to normal. Brother! This thing possesses extremely strong kinetic absorption and self-repair capabilities. The artillery has little effect. Liu frowned, quickly reporting the test results. Lin Yan stepped forward, raising his right arm. Partial metallization activated instantly. His entire arm rapidly transformed into a high-density alloy form, emanating a chilling metallic sheen. Immediately afterward, purple-black lightning surged violently, wrapping around the surface of his metallic arm. Electric arcs crackled, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. Lin Yan crouched down. Crushing punch. All this strength was compressed to a single point at the fist peak, the thunder-wrapped metallic fist slamming against the flesh gate. The shockwave, penetrating 30% of physical defenses, erupted violently. The resilient flesh could not withstand this internal explosion. The entire flesh gate swelled violently and then shattered completely. A rain of blood and meat erupted, the pungent stench assaulting the senses. Enter. Lin Yan shook off the remnants from his arm, leading the way into the underground garage. The scene inside the garage had completely transformed. Walls, pillars, and ceilings covered in pulsating dark red flesh pipes. This place had entirely turned into a massive alien insect nest. Within the translucent pipes, eerie green slime flowed ceaselessly, identical to the substances left at the site where the rescue team had gone missing. This was the absolute core lair of the imposters. The team maintained a tight formation, continuing deeper into the underground second level along the sloping driveway. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, the meat walls lined with holes violently contracting without warning. A torrent of crimson toxic mist was high-pressured and sprayed out from the holes. The toxic mist spread rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire passage. This gas was highly corrosive, and the anti-corrosive inner armor on the front row members immediately emitted a sizzling sound. The surface coating began to dissolve rapidly, and the high concentration of psychedelic gas seeped through the seams of their helmets. Several elite team members on the periphery swayed, their vision blurring, suffering from severe dizziness. The originally tight formation began to show signs of disorder. In the dark corners of the ceiling, dozens of slender, ghostly shadows silently descended. These imposter assassins were pitch black, their limbs bearing sharp bone sickles, completely concealed within the toxic mist. Taking advantage of the mist for cover, they lunged at the vital necks of the outer team members. Lin Yan squinted his eyes, his crimson perception having locked onto all malice and life signals within 100 meters. A massive mental force surged and roiled in his mind. The mental power erupted in full force. Invisible mental waves transformed into a force field sweeping outward, causing the dozens of imposter assassins in midair to suddenly freeze. They remained poised to strike, suspended in midair. The sharp bone sickles were mere inches from the throats of the team members, yet they could not advance an inch further. Kill! Lin Yan commanded coldly. Zhao Lan and Zhao Gang reacted swiftly, their long blades slicing through the air with chilling precision. The heavy machine gun's barrel smashed directly into the monsters' skulls. These thoroughly immobilized live targets were shattered under their onslaught. The remnants of bodies fell to the ground. Lin Yan paid no mind to the corpses on the floor. His perception extended deeper along the underground passage, where two vastly different massive energies appeared in his awareness network. One energy was vibrant and pulsing rapidly, the very egg of the queen ready to hatch. The other, however, was filled with icy coldness and violence mixed with a strong aura of death. Passing through the area shrouded in toxic mist, they arrived at the final passage leading to the core incubation chamber. The way ahead was completely blocked, with 12 towering 4-meter-tall behemoths standing in the center of the passage. They were covered in heavy white bone armor, wielding serrated bone blades the size of door panels. 12 fourth-tier imposter sentinels. A terrifying pressure descended, making the air feel thick. The outer team members felt a difficulty in breathing, their bones cracking under the strain. Lin Yan gazed at these tower-like monsters. A cruel cold smile appeared on his face and a blatantly greedy fire ignited in his eyes. 12 fourth-tier crystal cores. What excellent supplements! 12 pseudo-human guards nearly 4 meters tall advanced in unison like 12 moving mountains of bone. Their synchronized footsteps produced a resonance. The heavy force transmitted through the ground, causing the entire second underground level to tremble violently. Fleshy pipes on the ceiling shed copious amounts of dust and mucus. The terrifying pressure mingled with slaughter and brutality instantly enveloped everyone. The elite soldiers in the foremost formation struggled to breathe, their exoskeleton armor groaning under the oppressive force. Zhao Lan's grip on her blade tightened, veins bulging on the back of her hand. She clenched her teeth to keep from retreating a single step under the crossfire suppression. Beside her, Zhao Gang was drenched in sweat. He felt as if he were facing not 12 creatures but 12 charging heavy tanks. The sheer power made even him, a heavy gunner, shudder. This was the overwhelming aura of a fourth-tier being. Form ranks. Heavy weapons ready, a squad leader hoarsely commanded. The soldiers of the first formation raised their weapons, ready to form a line with their flesh and blood. Just then a calm voice sounded from behind them. Fall back. Guard the passage. It was Lin Yan. He walked slowly from the rear of the formation, his expression unruffled. Boss. Zhao Lan said urgently. In a battle of this level, your interference will only lead to more casualties. Lin Yan's voice was low but brooked no argument. Fall back. The soldiers hesitated but ultimately obeyed, swiftly retreating to regroup at the passage entrance. In the vast corridor, only Lin Yan remained standing alone against the 12 pseudo-human guards exuding terrifying auras. He rolled his neck, joints cracking. The next second, the air on either side of Lin Yan twisted eerily and 2 solid clones identical to his original form rapidly materialized. Multiple clones. Possessing 70% of the original's attributes. Go. With a thought, Lin Yan's original and the 2 clones simultaneously stomped the ground. Phantom step. The alloy floor beneath them instantly dented and cracked. 3 barely visible afterimages forming a triangular formation charged into the guards' ranks with thunderous force. With a roar, the foremost guard swung a serrated bone blade, bringing a gust of foul wind down upon Lin Yan's head. That strike could cleave a main battle tank in two. Yet Lin Yan neither dodged nor flinched. He didn't even look at the descending blade. Just as it was about to strike, he raised his right arm. The skin on his arm was swiftly covered by a layer of silvery white metallic luster, partial metallization. A piercing clang of metal rang out, deafening those behind him. Sparks scattered throughout the corridor. The seemingly indestructible bone blade was blocked by Lin Yan's arm, leaving only a faint white mark on his alloyed limb. What? Zhao Gang behind him gaped in shock. That was a full-force strike from a fourth-tier monster, and it was stopped. With an arm. The guard itself froze, unable to comprehend the strength of the tiny creature before it. But Lin Yan gave it no time to think. Electricity come. Lin Yan murmured. On his right arm, which held the blade, violent purple arcs of lightning erupted. Countless electric serpents raced along the bone blade, instantly engulfing the guard's entire body. The guard's massive frame stiffened, its muscle fibers twitching violently under the ultra-high voltage, falling into temporary paralysis. Now. Lin Yan seized the opening. His left fist clenched, he twisted his waist and punched forward. Armor-crushing heavy fist. The punch carried no grand spectacle, appearing almost mundane. But as the fist met the thick bone armor on the guard's chest, something terrifying occurred. The bone armor didn't shatter immediately. Instead, a visible, terrifying arc of inward depression formed around the point of impact. Then an invisible shockwave pierced all external defenses and detonated inside the guard's body. A dull drum-like explosion echoed from within. The entire bone plate on its chest, along with its heart, lungs, and all internal organs, was pulverized from within by the devastating force. The massive body swayed, the ferocity in its eyes fading rapidly, then crashed backward, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the other 2 clones displayed astonishing combat prowess. Like phantoms, they darted at extreme speed between the clumsy guards, their alloy blades always finding the weakest joints in the bone armor. Each strike drew gushes of foul blood. For a moment, the corridor was filled with flashing blades and flying flesh. The remaining 11 guards, enraged beyond measure, abandoned their pursuit of the agile clones and began to tighten their formation, attempting to encircle and annihilate Lin Yan's original. Focusing on me. Lin Yan sneered. He raised his head sharply, unleashing his vast mental power without reservation. An invisible wave swept across the entire area centered on him. On the ground, the sharp barbed fragments of bone blades cut down by the clones along with the shattered pieces from the first guard's armor all began to tremble violently. The next moment, hundreds of sharp fragments of various sizes defied gravity, slowly floating into the air. Under Lin Yan's telekinetic control, they spun at high speed, each gleaming with deadly cold light, forming a deadly cyclone. At the rear passage, every team member witnessing this scene felt a chill run down their spines. What terrifying control! A meat grinder. A true meat grinder. A soldier muttered, his voice trembling. Lin Yan raised his hand and gently waved it toward the gathered guards. Go! At his command, the storm of countless bone shards let out a shriek like 10,000 wailing souls, sweeping back and devouring the 11 guards. The sound of blades cutting through flesh and bone merged into a dense, piercing cacophony. The 11 fourth-tier guards, renowned for their defense, found their thick bone armor as fragile as paper before the endless storm of fragments, instantly sliced, torn, and pierced. Their joints were precisely severed. Unable to support their massive frames, they were pinned to the walls or directly dismembered one after another. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. When the storm subsided and all the fragments clattered back to the ground, not a single guard remained standing in the corridor. The floor was strewn with severed limbs and bodily fluids, the walls were splattered with minced flesh. The battle in a mere 3 minutes had ended in an almost absurdly one-sided manner. A dead silence fell over the corridor. Everyone stared in awe at the figure standing in the pool of blood, not a single stain on him. Zhao Lan's chest heaved rapidly. Looking at Lin Yan's back, her earlier worry and tension had transformed into deep reverence and fervor. This young leader's strength had far surpassed the limits of her imagination. Lin Yan paid no heed to the gazes behind him. He walked slowly to the broken corpses, his right hand reaching out precisely to extract 12 fourth-tier crystals gleaming with a faint light from the monster's skulls. Without even wiping off the mucus, he activated devouring aberration right before everyone's eyes. The 12 crystals in his palm transformed into 12 streams of pure potent energy surging into his body. Devoured 12 fourth-tier pseudo-human guard crystals. Warning! Energy overload. Your mental power is skyrocketing. About to break through the current threshold. Breakthrough successful. Your rare aberration ability telekinetic power has met the conditions for advancement and has officially evolved into Mindstorm. Mindstorm instantly condense mental power to form a large-scale high-frequency annihilating force field in a designated area, indiscriminately pulverizing all physical targets within the field. An unprecedented surge of power exploded in Lin Yan's mind. His perception extended infinitely, forming a crystal-clear three-dimensional image of every corner of the underground garage in his mind. He could even see the dust floating in the air. Lin Yan twisted, his neck joints cracking. He could feel that his mental power had increased by more than an order of magnitude. Move! Lin Yan uttered a single word and stepped over the scattered remains. The army followed closely, finally entering the deepest part of the lair, the core incubation chamber. The space ahead opened up. A massive blood pool over 100 meters in diameter appeared before them. It churned with thick dark red liquid exuding a rich scent of blood and energy. In the center of the blood pool stood a giant 3-story high crimson egg. Its surface was covered with thick root-like dark purple veins pulsing rhythmically like a heart. Each pulse produced a dull booming sound that struck directly at everyone's heart. It was voraciously absorbing energy from the blood pool and the depths of the earth. Target confirmed. The Queen's egg. Li Yu's voice came through the communicator. Her hovering combat platform moved forward, its 3 main cannons glowing with dangerous energy, all locking onto the giant egg in the blood pool. High energy beams began to charge, emitting a humming sound. However, just as Li Yu was about to press the launch button, behind the crimson egg, in a deep lightless abyss of shadow, a massive stitched-together carcass connected by countless thick black tubes twitched one finger without warning. Then in the darkness, a pair of grayish-white dead fish eyes filled with boundless deathly aura, resentment and madness suddenly snapped open. The massive shell suddenly burst forth from the shadows, the black tubes once connected to its body brutally torn apart, oozing a viscous eerie green liquid from the ruptured ends. It crashed heavily against the edge of the blood pool, causing the rock walls to tremble with fragments of stone cascading down. A non-human roar echoed deafeningly, the sound seemingly emanating from the abyss filled with unutterable ferocity. The consciousness of the false empress trembled wildly in the underground space, her furious emotions pressing directly upon everyone's minds. This was not merely a guardian, it was the last trump card of the underground puppet forces in Zheng City, the Zero Weapon. The creature before them was nothing less than a chaotic amalgamation, a patchwork of twisted forms. It possessed the robust frame of a fourth-tier puppet, its surface covered with a high-density black carapace, a remnant of official experimental subjects with metallic components embedded into every inch of its skin, appearing both bizarre and menacing. Zhao Gang's pupils constricted, his instincts warning him that this creature was not to be trifled with. Yet he did not retreat, raising his heavy machine gun and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. Special armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating heavy armor rained down relentlessly upon the Zero weapon, yet they only sparked a few stray flashes, failing to even scratch its surface. The monster did not even dodge. It slowly raised its head, its grayish-white fish-like eyes locking onto Zhao Gang. In the next instant, its figure vanished into thin air. That was a speed that transcended visual limits. The Zero weapon instantly traversed 100 meters, appearing before Zhao Gang as its barbed claws shrieking through the air descended upon him. "Get back!" Zhao Lan shouted sharply. Her muscles tensed, channeling her peak third-tier strength into the alloy long knife. She positioned it horizontally to block. Clang! The long knife trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry as Zhao Lan felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surging through the blade, sending her flying straight into the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, a shadow flashed by. Lin Yan activated the shadow step, intercepting the flying Zhao Lan midair with one hand, securely catching her and then placing her down behind him. The Zero weapon, having failed its strike, instantly locked onto Lin Yan with a surge of hatred. Its chest cavity swelled violently, glowing with an eerie blue light. Whoosh! A searing plasma flame erupted, distorting the air along its path as it lunged towards Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan stood completely still. Purple electricity coursed over his skin, instantly activating the 30 damage reduction effect from thunder power. With a body surpassing human limits, he boldly charged into the searing inferno. Lin Yan's figure instantaneously crossed through the fire column, his right arm wrapped in purple lightning raised high. Crushing fist. The force of his punch, strong enough to pierce through steel, struck the chest of the Zero weapon. Bang! A muffled sound. The monster was not sent flying like an ordinary zombie, but merely staggered back a step. The most bizarre scene unfolded. In the dent created by Lin Yan's punch, the black carapace began to writhe at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye it returned to its original state, leaving no trace behind. Incredible regeneration. Watching this unfold, Lin Yan felt no defeat. Instead, his eyes ignited with fervent excitement. Such a degree of physical strength and regenerative capability indicated that the core within was undoubtedly a rare gem. The Zero weapon was thoroughly enraged, its arms transforming into two barbed bone whips that lashed out wildly, stirring the entire underground space into chaos. Countless stalactites fell like raindrops. Lin Yan moved swiftly amidst the turmoil. Utilizing earth submersion in conjunction with shadow stealth, he would suddenly vanish into the shadows and then leap from the ground continuously, leaving deep bone-exposing wounds on the monster. With each attack, he precisely avoided fatal spots, only to carve more scars into the creature, provoking it into a deeper rage. Frustrated by the prolonged battle and Lin Yan's antics, the Zero weapon's sanity completely shattered. It emitted a piercing roar, a dangerous red light flickering from its core, signaling an impending self-detonation. The air in the underground space was rapidly compressed, producing a creaking sound under extreme pressure. Dense scarlet runes appeared around the Zero weapon, and a wave of destructive energy was swelling rapidly in its chest. This was its last resort, self-detonation. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Li Yu's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with terror. If this energy detonated in such a confined underground space, the entire television tower and the surrounding streets would be reduced to ruins. Lin Yan stood at the center of the chaos, his expression unwavering. Want to self-detonate? Dream on. His eyes widened suddenly as an overwhelming, suffocating mental force surged forth from his mind. Psychic storm. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the Zero weapon. The energy, which had been on the brink of exploding, was forcefully restrained under the pressure of that invisible net. The Zero weapon thrashed wildly, its muscle fibers snapping and its bones cracking under the psychic pressure, but the red light could not break free from the confinement, delaying the self-detonation process by 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were Lin Yan's deadlock. He and two clones formed a triangular formation, quickly surrounding the Zero weapon. The three of them moved in perfect unison, simultaneously transforming their right arms into high-density alloy forms, compressing the purple-black lightning power to its peak, gathering it at their fists and emitting dazzling electric sparks. 3 peak power crushing fists struck precisely at the Zero weapon's back, left ribs and heart in a synchronized fashion. Boom! The combined shockwave unleashed its full force within the creature's body. At that moment, the indestructible carapace finally could not withstand the extreme pressure and shattered completely. Lin Yan's arm pierced through its chest like a spear. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his fingers around a shimmering multicolored core. With a forceful tug, the core was yanked out. The red light in the Zero weapon's eyes extinguished instantly and its massive body collapsed heavily. The sense of catastrophic danger dissipated without a trace as the core was removed. Lin Yan stood firm, gazing at the pulsating multicolored core in his palm. Without a word, he directly shoved it into his mouth. Devour mutation activated. An unprecedented violent energy erupted within him. Lin Yan was enveloped in a dazzling crimson light beam, a torrent of vitality flooding his entire being. In his mind, clear feedback resonated. Successfully devoured the special mutated entity, acquiring a rare composite ability, hyperdimensional regeneration. Hyperdimensional regeneration, as long as the brain and heart are not simultaneously destroyed, limbs can regenerate instantly and the base recovery rate is permanently increased tenfold. The warriors of the Dawn base erupted in thunderous cheers at the sight of the fallen monster, celebrating their survival. Zhao Lan wiped the blood from her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. The battle was over. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, an anomaly suddenly arose. The blood-red giant egg, now devoid of the Zero weapon's protection, began frantically absorbing the residual multicolored energy from the air. A massive crack appeared in the thick shell of the egg, pulsing violently. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed sharply in the silent underground space. From the crack, a dark golden vertical pupil slowly opened. Those eyes were cold and authoritative, devoid of any human emotion, bearing only an utterly pure desire for destruction. It locked onto Lin Yan, who stood in the center of the blood pool. A terrifying pressure that transcended human comprehension instantaneously enveloped the entire area. In that fissure, a dark golden vertical pupil turned indifferently, lacking focus yet seemingly reflecting every corner of the underground space. It did not lock onto anyone, for in its perception all life except Lin Yan at the center of the blood pool was no different from dust. An indescribable, terrifying pressure no longer felt like the pure physical oppression of a fourth-tier sentinel, but rather an absolute dominance emanating from the apex of the life hierarchy, silently enveloping the entire area. Thud. Thud. At the back passage, the elite soldiers of the first formation, regardless of how resilient they will, collapsed to their knees under this pressure. The exoskeleton armor on them emitted a piercing alarm and all vital sign monitoring data plummeted instantly. This was not fear but a surrender of biological instinct. Zhao Gang's heavy machine gun fell to the ground with a clatter as he leaned on his knees, gasping heavily, every bone in his body groaning as if crushed under an invisible mountain. Zhao Lan's face was as pale as paper. She braced herself against the ground with her alloy war blade barely managing to avoid kneeling, yet her hand gripping the blade trembled uncontrollably. She felt her soul quivering. Warning. Detected an overspec energy field. All system functions in chaos. Energy shield forcibly deactivated. The floating combat platform controlled by Liu fell awkwardly from the air, crashing to the ground, the energy glow of its three main cannons extinguishing in an instant, with all indicator lights turning a glaring red. This monster just hatched from its egg paralyzed their proud technological weapons merely by existing. Only Lin Yan remained quietly standing at the center of the blood pool. The pressure capable of crushing steel wills washed over him, yet felt like a gentle breeze stirring, not a ripple. The recently advanced mindstorm fortified his mental realm. At the same time, the newly acquired transcendental regeneration ability invigorated the vitality within him to an astonishing degree, making him no weaker than the monster before him in terms of life hierarchy. In the center of the blood pool, the shattered shell of the giant egg turned to dust. A nearly perfect humanoid being slowly stood up from within. Standing about 3 meters tall, her entire body was covered in dark golden, exquisitely crafted armor with smooth lines radiating a sense of power and the aesthetics of destruction. Behind her, 6 wings of energy, thin as cicada wings, slowly unfurled, each flap creating ripples in the space around her. 50 or a pseudo-queen. Or rather, the embryonic form of a queen. The queen's gaze finally focused on Lin Yan. In the next moment, she raised her slender right hand, gently clenching it towards Lin Yan. No sound, no light and shadow. But the space around Lin Yan instantly froze. An invisible, intangible yet omnipresent, terrifying force surged from all directions, seeking to crush him into the most basic particles. Spatial strangulation. Lin Yan's expression finally changed slightly. Not out of fear but excitement. Bring it on. With a thought, his immense mental power erupted. Mind storm. Centered around him, an equally invisible force field instantly expanded, clashing violently against the queen's spatial strangulation. Buzz. A deep, nearly inaudible hum resonated, sufficient to rattle the soul. The air between the two created visible distortions and folds as if two transparent glasses were grinding against each other. Stalemated for less than half a second. Crack! Lin Yan's mindstorm shattered in response. That unmatched force of strangulation instantaneously acted upon his body. Bang! The ground beneath Lin Yan exploded violently and he was forcefully pressured to one knee, the alloy surface beneath him instantly caving in and cracking. The partial metallization on his body activated instantly, a silver metallic sheen flowing across him, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. So powerful. This was no longer merely strength or energy but a preliminary application of spatial rules. In the distance Zhao Lan watched the scene, her heart nearly stopping. Lin Yan was actually suppressed in one move. Fire! Cover the boss! Zhao Gang's eyes nearly burst. He picked up the heavy machine gun and regardless of its effectiveness frantically sprayed bullets towards the queen. The bullets, still 10 meters away from the queen's body, hit an invisible wall, freezing in midair before falling helplessly. The queen didn't even glance at him. All her attention was focused on Lin Yan. This insignificant creature capable of withstanding her momentary attack sparked in her the first emotion beyond destruction, curiosity. She tightened her grip further. The power of spatial strangulation suddenly intensified. The metallic sheen on Lin Yan began to flicker as his muscles were crushed, seeping drops of blood. He knew very well that mere defense and resistance would lead to a dead end. Since I can't defend. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Then he'll attack. He abandoned all defenses, allowing the terrifying strangulation power to tear at his body. At the same time he concentrated all his mental power and strength into one point. On either side of his body, two identical avatars formed again. The main body and the avatar's three Lin Yan simultaneously raised their right hands. Purple-black arcs of electricity danced wildly on their arms, representing the compressed thunder power. On their fists the shockwave power of shattering armor. Heavy punch was ready to unleash. Give me! Break! Lin Yan let out a low howl. The three figures ignored the wounds that were breaking apart on their bodies, charging towards the queen with a suicidal determination against the spatial strangulation. With every step they took, their injuries multiplied, blood spilling profusely. But under the terrifying effects of transcendental regeneration, those fatal wounds healed in an instant. Destruction and rebirth reached a bizarre balance within him. A hint of surprise appeared for the first time in the queen's vertical pupil. This creature not only had not been crushed but could also counterattack. She sensed her authority being challenged. She loosened her grip and the strangulation power vanished. In its place she raised her hand, and in her palm a dark golden energy sphere infused with endless destruction was rapidly taking shape. The fluctuations contained within that energy sphere caused the entire underground base to tremble violently. Large chunks of rock fell from the ceiling. However, Lin Yan was waiting for this moment. At the instant the spatial strangulation disappeared, his speed exploded to the limit. Instant shadow step. 3 afterimages tore through the air, finally reaching her before the energy sphere fully formed. 3 fists containing the 3 powers of thunder, shockwave and metallization struck fiercely at the queen's seemingly exquisite dark golden armor from 3 different angles. Boom! 3 peak-strength crushing punches struck simultaneously and the combined shockwave exploded within the Empress body. However, the anticipated scene of shattered armor and disintegrated body did not occur. The dark golden armor merely dented inward with 3 insignificant fist marks. The raging thunderous power and shockwave seemed to vanish without a trace, causing no substantive harm. The Empress body didn't even tremble. A hint of almost human mockery appeared on her face. The dark golden energy sphere in her palm had expanded to its utmost limit. Not good. Lin Yan's heart raced alarmingly. He attempted to retreat but found the surrounding space locked, once again turning incredibly viscous, slowing his movements by more than tenfold. There was no time left. The Empress gently pressed the energy sphere against Lin Yan's chest, the closest point to her. No earth-shattering explosion occurred. Only a blinding white light engulfed everything in an instant. Within that white light there was no energy, only the pure and incomprehensible concept of annihilation. Starting from his chest, Lin Yan's body along with his alloy armor was disassembled and erased in a moment, turning into nothingness. He didn't even have the chance to activate transcendent regeneration. His 2 clones also dissipated into specks of light as the white light spread. Boss! Zhao Lan let out a heart-wrenching scream from afar, desperately trying to rush forward but was firmly held back by Zhao Gang. Don't go! You'll die! Zhao Gang shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. All the warriors of the Dawn base looked on in despair at that patch of white light. Their leader, the man who could achieve anything and had created countless miracles, was just erased. The white light came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the light faded, only a vast spherical void over 10 meters in diameter remained, its inner wall smooth as a mirror, as if a piece had been excavated by some force of rules. In the center of the void there was nothing. Lin Yi had vanished. The Empress gazed indifferently at her masterpiece, slowly lowering her hand. To her, this boring farce had come to an end. She turned to deal with the remaining pesky ants. However, just as she turned around, a sudden change occurred. In the very center of that smooth spherical void, a speck of light smaller than dust lit up without warning. Immediately after, that speck began to expand wildly in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Threads of flesh and blood fibers sprouted out of nowhere, pale bones rapidly constructed a pulsing heart, a complex neural network, crimson blood vessels. Under the stunned gaze of all, a complete human body was reconstructed from nothing in just 3 seconds. It was Lin Yi. He stood bare-chested, his skin smooth and knew not a single hair missing. He twisted his neck, feeling the surging vitality within him, a hearty smile blooming on his face. Transcendent regeneration. As long as the brain and heart are not simultaneously destroyed, the limbs can be instantly reborn. Information flowed through his mind. That prior strike was indeed terrifyingly powerful, directly annihilating 99% of his body. But precisely his brain and heart were not destroyed simultaneously. At the last moment of annihilation, his brain was enveloped by the residual force of the telekinetic storm, while his heart stimulated by the thunderous power beat at an ultra-high frequency, delaying the annihilation process. It was this fraction of a second that triggered the judgment of transcendent regeneration. As long as the judgment succeeded, even if only one cell remained, he could be reborn instantly. This is the body of immortality. Ha! Lin Yi exhaled a long breath of fierce battle intent burning in his eyes. Come again! He roared, stepping forward, fiercely transforming into a streak of lightning, charging once more at the Empress. This time he completely abandoned all unnecessary techniques. It was the purest and most barbaric confrontation. The Empress abruptly turned around, and for the first time disbelief appeared in her dark golden vertical pupils. How could this being still be alive? Her perception was shaken like never before. Faced with Lin Yan's renewed charge, she became furious. The 6 energy wings behind her suddenly spread wide, and countless dark golden energy blades shot out in a deadly barrage, creating an onslaught without any blind spots. Each energy blade was capable of easily slicing through a building. But Lin Yi did not flinch or evade. He charged forward through the barrage. Puff! 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 The energy blades continuously pierced through his body, leaving horrific holes in his chest, shoulders, and thighs. But these potentially fatal injuries would be instantly filled and healed by the surging flesh in the next moment, returning to their original state. He was like an indestructible, unyielding, ancient, ferocious beast, braving the storm of artillery fire, relentlessly closing the distance to the Empress in the most brutal manner. Blood splattered, healed, splattered again, and healed once more. This scene completely overturned the perception of everyone in the rear. Monster. Boss has also turned into a monster. A soldier murmured, unable to distinguish between fear and admiration. Zhaolan covered her mouth, tears uncontrollably streaming down. She didn't know what Lin Yi had gone through, but she could feel the madness and determination of dancing on the edge of a knife. Finally, after being pierced over 100 times, Lin Yi broke through the barrage, once again standing before the Empress. Lie down for me. His muscles bulged, veins standing out, pouring all his strength into his right fist. The Empress also abandoned ranged attacks, raising her arm covered in dark golden armor, meeting his punch. 2 fists, one large and one small, collided thunderously in midair. Boom! This time it was not the silent annihilation. Instead, it was a collision of pure power, generating a shockwave that unleashed an energy storm throughout the entire underground space. The blood pool surged, the rock walls cracked, and the base of the entire television tower shook violently. At the center of the collision, Lin Yan's right arm, along with half of his body, was shattered by the Empress' punch. Yet for the first time, a clear fissure appeared on the Empress' dark golden arm. Her body was also pushed back by the immense force, sliding several meters and carving deep ruts into the ground. She was injured. Lin Yan's shattered half began to squirm and regenerate in midair. He looked at the crack on the Empress' arm, his smile growing even more arrogant. So you're not invincible either. He found hope in victory. Although the Empress' defense and attacks were nearly insurmountable, she was still subject to the conservation of energy. Every attack, every defense consumed her power. Meanwhile, as long as his brain and heart were not simultaneously destroyed, he was infinite. He intended to use his immortal life to drag down and wear out this high and mighty Fifth Order Empress. Lin Yan's body instantly completed its recovery. Without a moment's pause, he transformed once more into a crimson shadow, launching a new wave of suicidal charges at the Empress. The Empress was thoroughly enraged. She let out a sharp scream, no longer holding back, and charged forward. A primal and bloody melee battle centered around destruction and rebirth officially commenced in the depths of this underground lair. Within the underground space, two figures had transformed into streaks of light imperceptible to the naked eye. Each collision unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy. With a thunderous boom, the energy blade of the Queen pierced through Lin Yan's chest. Yet he paid it no heed, instead seizing the opportunity to lock his arms tightly around her body. Localized metallization. Shatter armor, heavy fist. He compressed all his strength into his arms, squeezing inward with frenzied force, attempting to crush the Queen's carapace directly. The Queen, wincing in pain, let out a piercing shriek. Her energy wings behind her transformed into 6 razor-sharp heavily blades, all slashing simultaneously toward Lin Yan's back. With a sickening squelch, Lin Yan's entire back along with his spine was severed instantly. Yet his arms locked around the Queen did not loosen in the slightest, instead they squeezed even tighter. The torn flesh began regenerating, wildly attempting to reconnect. Now! A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, a moment of zero-distance contact with the Queen, briefly restraining her. He opened his mouth not to roar but to aim at the Queen's neck and bite down fiercely. Simultaneously, he activated his most fundamental and forbidden ability. Devouring aberration. An insatiable force of devouring erupted the moment his teeth made contact with the Queen's carapace. This time what he sought to devour was no longer a lifeless crystal core. It was a living sentient Fifth Order entity whose life level far surpassed his own. With a resonant hum, the Queen's body stiffened. She felt the primal energy within her flowing out through the point of contact, rushing into the insignificant creature before her in an incomprehensible manner. This was a plunder at the very essence of life. With a hiss, the Queen let out her first scream, filled with terror and agony since her birth. She thrashed wildly, her energy wings transforming into countless blades that carved into Lin Yan's body, reducing him to a blood-soaked skeleton in an instant. But Lin Yan refused to let go. Under the focused protection of psychic storm and thunder force, his brain and heart maintained minimal function, activating hyperdimensional regeneration. On one side he was being dismembered, on the other he was devouring and regenerating with equal ferocity. Lin Yan's body became a terrifying energy relay station. A torrent of energy violent enough to burst a star surged through his mouth and into every limb and joint. Warning! Energy overload. Your body is collapsing. Warning! High-order spiritual imprint detected. Your consciousness is being corroded. In his mind, frantic alarms threatened to overwhelm his awareness. Within the Queen's primal energy lay her proud brutal will, attempting to seize control of Lin Yan's body. In the sea of Lin Yan's consciousness, a dark golden phantom of the Queen began to coalesce, aiming to obliterate his spiritual core. In my domain you still dare to rebel? Lin Yan's consciousness let out a cold snort. Psychic storm. This time the storm did not turn outward but erupted within his spiritual world. Endless psychic force formed into ropes, entangling the nascent Queen Phantom and strangling it with savage intensity. Outside, Lin Yan's body teetered on the brink. His skin cracked inch by inch, blood vessels burst, and from his 7 orifices flowed not blood but pure energy radiance. His body was like a balloon inflated to its limit, on the verge of exploding. Behind him, Zhao Lan and the others watched, their hearts nearly bursting with terror. They wanted to help but could not even approach the death zone ravaged by energy. Devour. Now! Lin Yan let out a final roar, pouring all his will and potential into devouring aberration. The efficiency of devouring reached its peak at that moment. Suppressed by the psychic storm, the Queen could no longer resist this unreasonable plunder. The light in her eyes began to dim rapidly and her struggles grew increasingly feeble. Her magnificent dark golden carapace turned gray and withered before their eyes, ultimately crumbling into dust. In just 10 seconds, a powerful Fifth Order Queen was literally eaten alive by Lin Yan. When the last wisp of energy was consumed, he released his bite. Covered in blood, he stood unsteadily, every inch of his body groaning in pain from the overload. But he had succeeded. A torrent of energy unprecedented and surpassing all his previous devouring combined completed its final cycle within his body. His body, his genes and his soul were undergoing a transformative upheaval. In his mind, countless streams of information cascaded like a waterfall. Successfully devoured Fifth Order Pseudo-Queen embryo. Your ability devouring aberration is undergoing an essential transformation. Transformation successful. Acquired new unique talent forbidden devouring. Forbidden devouring, you can devour all forms of matter and energy, including but not limited to lifeforms, conceptual abilities, space, and even time. Devouring efficiency increased by 1000, energy conversion rate at 100, immune to energy overload. Your life level has ascended, all basic attributes receive epic level enhancements. Superhuman level physical enhancement advanced to perfect being. Perfect being, your flesh approaches perfection, possessing limitless stamina and superluminal reflexes, immune to all conventional physical and energy damage. Psychic storm advanced to will intervention. Will intervention, your will can directly interfere with reality, speaking laws into existence. Successfully plundered Queen's core ability, rule sequence annihilation. Rule sequence annihilation, you have grasped a fragment of the annihilation rule capable of erasing designated targets from existence. Lin Yan quietly sensed the transformative changes within him. He could even feel that with a single thought he could make the entire underground space vanish. This was the power beyond the fifth order. Yet, having absorbed all the Queen's memories, his face bore no joy but instead turned profoundly grave. He saw it. He saw that Jiang City was merely an inconspicuous incubation ground. He saw that in Earth's synchronous orbit there floated a war fortress larger than the moon. He saw deep within that fortress the true hive sovereign seated upon a throne. And behind it the boundless dark sea of stars composed of countless conquered civilizations. The warriors of Dawn Base, having survived the ordeal, were about to rush toward the blood-soaked figure, ready to offer their most fervent cheers for this hard-won victory. Zhao Lan and Zhao Gang supported each other, their faces a mix of tears and ecstasy. Their leader, their god, had once again achieved the impossible. However, Lin Yan, standing at the energy circulation hub, paid no heed to the approaching crowd. He abruptly looked up. His newly transformed eyes seemed to pierce through 100 meters of rock and concrete, through the rolling clouds and thin atmosphere, straight into the cold, silent cosmos. The moment he devoured the Queen and completed his life ascension far away in the starry sky within that war fortress larger than the moon. Among the rows of dark matter obelisks symbolizing countless colonized planets, the one representing Earth had its tip, which monitored the Queen's life signal, silently extinguished. Almost at the same instant, a cold, vast, emotionless will crossed light years of distance and projected itself precisely into Lin Yan's sea of consciousness. Incubation ground G731, Queen sequence disconnected. Initiating backup protocol. Final purification protocol activated. Planetary cleansing commencing. Lin Yan's expression turned profoundly grave for the first time after absorbing the Empress' memories. He knew it was not a threat but a statement. Boss. Zhao Lan sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from Lin Yan caused an inexplicable palpitation in her heart. It was not pressure but a weight beyond comprehension. Everyone immediately, before Lin Yan could finish his words, the entire underground base, nay, the whole Jiangqing, the entire planet, began to tremble violently. It was not an earthquake but a resonance originating from the sky. What is that? On Li Yu's combat platform, the repaired monitoring system blared with piercing alarms. On the screen, a massive red dot was expanding at a terrifying speed. No instruments were needed. Every survivor who looked up could see it. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above the city, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, forming a colossal void. At the center of the void, a beam of light more dazzling than the sun itself was coalescing. It was a spaceborne weapon launched from a war fortress in geosynchronous orbit. It was a strike capable of sinking a continental shelf with a single blow, a true planet-destroying attack. Within that beam resided a pure power of annihilation akin to the Empress' assault, yet billions of times more potent. Despair. A despair 100-fold thicker than that faced during the zombie tide instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Before such might, all human struggles seemed pitiful and futile. Yet in the second before the beam touched the ground, Lin Yan moved. He did not soar into the sky nor unleash any earth-shattering energy. He merely lifted his head, slowly gazing at the beam that could annihilate civilization, and uttered a single word in a tone so calm it was terrifying. Scatter. Will intervention. A word and the law followed. The next second, a scene that shattered the cognition of all intelligent life unfolded. That spaceborne beam, brimming with boundless annihilation, abruptly halted a kilometer above the ground without any warning. Then, like a painting erased by an invisible hand, it began to silently disintegrate from its forefront, dissolving into harmless energy particles that scattered across the sky. Those particles drifted down gently, carrying a trace of warmth like a splendid meteor shower. In merely 3 seconds, an apocalyptic calamity that could cleanse the surface was casually erased. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Lan, Zhao Gang, Li Yue and all the surviving soldiers stared blankly at the man who stood still, having not even raised a hand. Their minds had completely crashed. If Lin Yan's victory over the Empress was the might of a god immortalized, then his current act had transcended the realm of gods. It was the authority of a creator. Lin Yi ignored the petrified crowd behind him. His consciousness was expanding at an unprecedented speed. Forbidden devour. He was not consuming matter but the rules and information left behind by the spaceborne weapon. A torrent of data flooded his mind. He saw the structural blueprint of that massive war fortress. He saw its terrifying weapon arrays. He saw in the deepest part of the fortress upon the throne the being known as the Hive Overlord, its form beyond description. It was a life form composed of pure will and information indescribable in words. It had no physical form, it was the rule itself. So that's it. Lin Yi exhaled slowly. At last he understood everything. Boss, what was that? Zhao Lan's voice trembled as she struggled to comprehend what had just happened, only to realize how inadequate her common sense was. Lin Yi turned around facing the bewildered yet awestruck faces, his expression calm. He spoke softly, yet his words reached every ear clearly. Nothing much. We just gave our landlord an early greeting. Now it's time for us to collect the rent. Landlord. Collect rent. Zhao Gang's mind clearly hadn't recovered from the apocalyptic visual impact and Lin Yan's miraculous display. He mechanically repeated the words that seemed so out of place in the current atmosphere. Lin Yi glanced at his bewildered expression and curled his lips into a faint smile. Without explaining immediately, he focused his mind. The space on either side of his body warped slightly and two Lin Yes identical to him stepped out. No, they were not the previous afterimage clones. These two clones were indistinguishable from the original in aura, energy fluctuation and the spark in their eyes. They even possessed independent thought. This was a new ability born from the fusion of afterimage clone and will intervention after Lin Yes' life level ascended will incarnation. As long as Lin Yes will endured, he could create countless perfect incarnations wielding all his power except for unique talents. You go to Europe and consolidate the human survivor bases there. Lin Yi commanded the left incarnation. You go to America. He then addressed the right incarnation. The two incarnations said nothing, merely nodding at the original simultaneously. Then their bodies directly dematerialized, ignoring all physical barriers, merging into the earth and speeding toward their respective targets at an unimaginable pace. Having done this, Lin Yi turned back to the dumbfounded crowd. Literally, he explained calmly. The planet beneath our feet and our civilization are but one of countless farms belonging to a being called the Hive Overlord. It sows seeds, waits for us to develop unique civilizations or evolve powerful individuals, and then comes to harvest. That just now was it, realizing the crop was unruly, ready to plow the field and replant. Lin Ye's tone was flat, as if recounting a trivial matter, but the content of his words made every person present feel their blood run cold. Planetary farms. Harvesting civilizations. These revelations were even more chilling than the outbreak of the zombie tide itself. Li Yu's face turned pale. As a technician, she better understood the vast chasm in civilization levels this implied. Then, what should we do? Zhao Lan's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with dependence. What should we do? Lin Yi laughed. It wants to harvest us, so well, harvest it first. From now on the roles of offense and defense have reversed. He extended his hand, palm up, and a faint dark golden light coalesced in his palm. It was a thread of the annihilation rule he had plundered by analyzing the spaceborne weapon. Rule sequence annihilation. Li Yue, your technology can no longer keep up with the coming war. Lin Yi flicked his finger and the dark golden light flew into Li Yu's brow. Li Yu shuddered as a torrent of technological knowledge, energy manipulation methods and spatial theories, beyond the limits of human imagination, flooded her mind. This was a selection of basic technology Lin Yi had filtered from the Hive Overlord's database, directly instilled into her using the power of will intervention. This is... Li Yu's eyes widened more and more, her breathing quickened, a fervor and excitement of a top scientist beholding a new universal truth. Zhao Gang, Zhao Lan, your strength as well. Lin Yi turned to the two. He did not use the installation method again, but directly raised his hand and made a grasping motion toward them. Both felt a gentle yet vast power surge into their bodies. Every cell rejoiced and evolved. The bottlenecks that had plagued them were instantly shattered. Their physical constitution and ability levels began to skyrocket in an unreasonable manner. This was the manifestation of the perfect being's ability. Lin Yi could directly optimize the genetic sequences of other lifeforms by consuming a negligible amount of his own energy, forcibly elevating their life level. In just a few seconds, Zhao Gang and Zhao Lan's aura surged more than tenfold. After finishing this, Lin Yi clapped his hands as if he had merely done something trivial. Leave matters on Earth to you. My avatar will assist you in cleansing the global horde of corpses and imposters and consolidating all survivor forces. Li Yue, master those technologies as soon as possible. We need a fleet capable of interstellar voyages. Time is running out. Zhao Lan, feeling the surging power within her body, asked urgently, "What about you, boss? Where are you going?" Lin Yi looked up once more toward the profound starry sky, his eyes blazing with unprecedented battle intent. "Me. I'm going to drag our landlord out of its turtle shell." As his words fell, his body began to float upward, defying the shackles of gravity. The ground beneath his feet showed no change, but he steadily ascended, passing through the broken dome of the base and flying toward the endless firmament. He didn't use any ability, this was merely a casual adjustment of his relationship with the planet's gravity after becoming a perfect being. Remember, our journey is the sea of stars. To sweep across the starry sea begins right here from the land beneath our feet. The grand voice echoed in everyone's mind while Lin Ye's figure had already turned into a tiny black dot, vanishing above the clouds. Atmosphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, exosphere. Lin Ye's ascent speed grew increasingly rapid, quickly surpassing the first cosmic velocity, then the second and third. He did not ride any vehicle, nor did he even wear a spacesuit. Thus he crossed the cold, dark, and deadly radiation-filled vacuum of space bare-chested. The physique of a perfect being made him immune to all conventional environmental harm. The vacuum could not suffocate him, cosmic rays only served as nourishment for his body, and low temperatures could not freeze the blood surging within him. He resembled a meteor flying in reverse, determinedly rushing towards the synchronous orbit of Earth. Soon that enormous war fortress, so vast it was suffocating, appeared at the edge of his vision. It hovered silently in the shadow of Earth like an ancient behemoth lying in wait. Its size surpassed that of the moon, its surface covered by a layer of dark armor that was neither metal nor stone, with countless energy nodes slowly circulating beneath the armor, forming an impenetrable defense network. A grand creation that ordinary people could hardly imagine in a lifetime now appeared to Lin Yi as just a slightly larger can. The moment Lin Yi entered the fortress alert zone. Buzz. The entire fortress seemed to awaken from its slumber, its surface lighting up with thousands of red dots. Those were tens of thousands of automated defensive turrets. In the next second, a deluge of energy beams poured down like a torrential rain, instantly submerging the space where Lin Yi was. Each beam of light was as powerful as the main cannon fire of a human battleship. However, when the light faded, Lin Yi remained unharmed, suspended in place. He hadn't even activated partial metallization. The energy beams were instantly decomposed and absorbed by an invisible force upon contact with his body, raising not even a ripple. Forbidden devouring. At this moment he could even treat the rule of annihilation as a snack. This level of energy attack was like a mere tickle to him. Is this the extent of your welcoming ceremony? Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment. No longer waiting, he flickered and directly appeared on the fortress' immensely thick outer armor. He reached out, gently pressing against the cold armor surface. Well then, it's time to eat. Forbidden devouring. Activate at full power. This time he was not cautious in parsing and absorbing. Instead, he began a frenzied plunder in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. At the point of contact with his palm, a visible black vortex appeared out of thin air. The fortress shell, harder than diamond, dissolved and decomposed silently before that black vortex, like butter meeting a hot iron, transforming into the most primal flow of matter and energy, which was ravenously consumed by Lin Ye's body. The black hole expanded at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The entire war fortress trembled violently, alarms and explosions echoing from within. Countless automata and mechanical puppets burst forth from within the fortress, attempting to halt this terrifying entity that was devouring their homeland. But as soon as they approached the range of that black vortex, they were instantaneously decomposed along with their weapons and energy, becoming Lin Ye's meal. Lin Yi closed his eyes, feeling the geometrically increasing power within him, a satisfied expression blooming on his face. The devouring empress had facilitated a leap in his life tier. And consuming this war fortress, cultivated over countless years, was filling the endless fuel for his perfect vessel. His strength, speed, mental power, and understanding of the rules were all surging, wildly increasing by the second. In just a few minutes, this war fortress the size of the moon had been eaten by him, resulting in a massive breach spanning thousands of kilometers. He finally saw his ultimate goal. At the core of the fortress' vast cavity there was no throne nor any entity. Only a gigantic conglomeration suspended in the center composed of countless light bands and information streams radiating like a nebula. That was the Mother Nest Dominator. Why do you destroy my farm? A grand and ancient will resonated directly within Lin Yan's consciousness. It felt neither anger nor fear, only a distant superior scrutiny and questioning when faced with an equal existence. Lin Yi opened his eyes, halting his devouring. He stepped forward, instantly traversing thousands of kilometers, appearing before that nebula. Fellow kind. No, you are mistaken. I did not come to negotiate how to divide the universe. Then what are you here for? Revenge. For those insignificant primitive civilizations. The will of the Mother Nest Dominator carried a hint of confusion. Revenge. Lin Yi shook his head, his smile becoming increasingly wild, the greed in his eyes even purer than before during the devouring transformation. I am simply hungry. As his voice faded, his body erupted, no longer maintaining a human form, transforming into an indescribably vast black vortex as if to devour the entire universe. Final form of forbidden devouring. You are not devouring energy, you are devouring existence itself. This is taboo. The will of the Mother Nest Dominator first encountered the emotion known as fear. Its body, composed of rules and information, began to oscillate violently, attempting to escape. But it was too late. The endless darkness had completely enveloped it. Lin Yes will become the only declaration in this dark universe. From this day forth I am a deity. And a god needs no followers. A god devours all. The end of this book.